In a world where power awakens from the 12 zodiacs, Gangram became the weakest F-rank hunter in human history. Because he was so pathetic, the system granted him a bizarre skill, the power to absorb abilities from the dead. But the irony was cruel. Despite this rare skill, Gangram remained weak, a deadweight in every party he joined. Until one fateful day during a dungeon raid, Gangram was forced to watch as his comrades were slaughtered one by one, all while protecting him. That single moment of despair triggered a hidden skill, one he never knew he possessed: regression. The ability sent him hurtling back in time, before the world plunged into apocalypse. From the weakest hunter, Gangram was given a second chance. Armed with memories of a doomed future and the power accumulated from the deaths in his past life, he began a new journey. A journey to dominate the world, to overturn his fate, and rewrite history itself. At the crossroads between two worlds, a colossal gate ripped the sky asunder, glowing with an ethereal blue light and a thunderous roar. This was the entrance to the demon realm. Down below, in the special demon raid team's camp, a clear voice echoed from the speakers. Everyone, perform a final check of your equipment, your formation, and your positions. Amidst a chorus of anxious whispers, one group couldn't hide their anxiety. I've never seen so many people participate before. I'm a little nervous. The Blood Tiger Guild is here, so what's there to worry about? I heard that any raid they join has never suffered a single casualty. Man, I wish I could get scouted by them. Overhearing them, an outsider sneered, glancing towards a figure quietly cleaning his sword. With your rank, you actually think you stand a chance. The young man, Seo Gangram, looked up, his sharp eyes tinged with weariness. The Blood Tiger Guild doesn't just scout based on rank. If they did, I wouldn't be here. His identification card displayed his stats. Seo Gangram, rank, mid-tier, grade 3. Affiliation, Blood Tiger Guild. He let out a soft sigh. 5 years ago, after the awakening, a person's abilities were decided by their fate chart, a destiny predetermined by the date and time of their birth. Fate. What a complete joke, Gangram thought to himself, but his train of thought was broken by a light tap on his shoulder. A stranger approached. Gangram spun around, his expression instantly wary. The man spoke up. Hello. You're with the Blood Tiger Guild, right? I think we're on the same team. The rookie seemed incredibly tense, his hand unconsciously drifting to his neck. This is my first extermination mission. I'm really nervous. Gangram just watched him in silence. But I'm super excited to fight alongside someone from the Blood Tiger Guild. The guy just kept rambling on. Gangram just lowered his head, his annoyance showing clearly. Why is he talking to me? Is he a newbie or something? Just then, another voice called out to the rookie. Hey, you. Over here for a second. The young man turned, confused. Huh? Me? A friend pulled him aside, whispering a grave warning. Be careful. That's Seo Gang. The rookie froze, the color draining from his face. What? That's Seo Gang? He stammered, turning to look back at Gangram in disbelief, his entire body rigid with fear. I made eye contact with him. The rookie shrieked in panic, his face pale with terror. Gangram quietly gathered his things, apparently all too familiar with this kind of reaction. Just as I thought, he mused grimly, malicious rumors swirling in his mind. Seo Gang murdered his teammates and stole their powers. His gaze darkened. Countless people get injured on his team. His destiny is intertwined with death. Being on his squad is just asking for bad luck. He bitterly acknowledged that the rumors spread because of his ability. Fate Window, he commanded, summoning his status screen. 2 special abilities appeared. Fate Comprehension, rank, Dragon Tier, grade 3, and Fate Plunder, rank, Dragon Tier, grade 3. A cursed power that allows me to steal destiny from a corpse. He recalled painful memories. It was true that many of his teammates had been hurt. Maybe they were all affected by my cursed fate. The rank of one's fate is divided into 5 tiers. Divine Tier is the highest, followed by Dragon, Demon, Human, and finally, Insect Tier. Each tier is then subdivided into 3 grades, 1, 2, and 3. My own rank is the lowest of the low, the absolute bottom of the barrel, he mocked himself. Mid-tier, grade 3. In other words, I'm not strong enough to kill another awakened being, and there are certain conditions that must be met to even use this power, he thought, his face a mask of determination mixed with helplessness. He sat down, his shoulders heavy. I've never killed anyone, and I've never stolen a destiny from a corpse. Damn it, why do I feel so frustrated right now? He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to suppress the bitterness. Seo Gangram, what are you doing all alone over here? A clear voice rang out, startling him. You Harang, a girl with a divine tier, grade 3 rank, rested her chin in her hands, looking at him with a radiant smile. I heard there's a party after the extermination mission. Are you going? Another teammate, Kang Tan, a demon tier, grade 2, walked over to join them. "Come on, you skipped out last time. You have to go." But Gangram coldly refused. "I'm not going." "What? Why are you being like this?" But he knew the truth. If he went, the other clans would just treat him like dirt. "Gangram, I even skipped my school trip for this." Yu Hareng shouted, her face filled with frustration. "Is it because those losers are scared of you?" Gangram turned back, a weary look on his face. "Who? Tell me their names." He let out a heavy sigh. "Don't you realize I'm 10 years older than you?" But Yu Hareng just puffed out her cheeks in a cute pout. "But you're weaker than I am." Before he could even react, Jia Taeyan threw an arm over his shoulder, while Yu Hareng started pushing him from behind. "Everyone's waiting for you, so you've got to come." Jia Taeyan insisted. Gangram just stayed silent, his expression dark. Yu Hareng eagerly chimed in. "That's right. I'll knock out anyone who gives you a hard time." Suddenly, Gangram stopped in his tracks. His voice turned deadly serious. "Yu Hareng, Jia Taeyan." Just then, another voice cut through the air. "I know you want Gangram to join, but the mission is about to start. Return to your positions." It was Kang Hyan, a second-rank member of the Crimson Fox clan, approaching with a calm demeanor. "All right, we're on our way," Jia Taeyan replied cheerfully. But Yu Hareng looked disappointed, shouting, "Promise me you'll come to the after-party." Du Hyun turned back, giving them a small wave and a smile. "See you later, Gangram." He then muttered to himself. "Ha!" He walked over, placing a hand on Gangram's shoulder. With a confident smile, he said, "Stay safe, Gangram." Gangram returned the smile. "The vanguard is the one in real danger. I'm just in the rear." The smile on Do Hyun's face slowly vanished, replaced by a look of genuine concern. "I still worry when you're not fighting by my side." Gangram felt a flicker of warmth at his words. "All right, thanks." Do Hyun turned and walked away. Gangram silently watched him go, a quiet wish forming in his heart. If only I could fight by his side. Suddenly, an announcement blared across the entire camp. "The Special Demonic Realm Subjugation Mission is now commencing. All hunters, proceed with your squad's assigned objectives." A colossal wave of demonic energy erupted from the gate, blasting away anyone standing too close. But in the rear, Gangram stood his ground, his expression resolute. "My job is to clean up any stragglers from the back. I have to do this perfectly. For the honor of my clan." He focused his power. A blue aura flared to life around him as he gripped his sword. From within the gate, a horde of high-level monsters roared into existence. High-class monsters are swarming the field. Vanguard teams, engage. Rear guard, secure the entrance. The vanguard, led by Jia Taehan and Do Hyun, fearlessly charged in. Jia Taehan unleashed a furious barrage of punches, while Do Hyun fired off powerful blasts of energy. A massive dire wolf bared its fangs and lunged. Do Hyun swiftly threw down a series of talismans, creating a binding array that halted the demonic horde. Yu Hareng was just as formidable. She leaped onto a monster's back, bringing her sword down with a decisive slash. Imps are being summoned. Rear guard, prepare to engage. From the swirling shadows, grotesque demons with sickly purple skin began to emerge. Vanguard, ignore the low-class trash and hold the line. Gangram and the rear guard tightened their grip on their weapons, ready for battle. A swarm of small, red-skinned demons with blazing eyes flickered in and out of the demonic mist. Gangram swung his blade. A single, clean slash cut down a demon. He moved like a phantom through the chaos. Every strike was a fatal blow. Pausing for just a moment to catch his breath, Gangram panted heavily. "There are more than I expected. I pushed in too deep. The demonic energy is so thick, it's hard to breathe. I have to get out of here, now." But he never saw it coming. A dark shadow with blood-red eyes was right behind him. Gah! The demon struck without warning, its razor-sharp claws tearing through Gangram's chest. He collapsed to his knees, blood pouring from the grievous wound. All around him, the demons closed in. "Anyone? Please," he whispered helplessly as his vision began to fade. But in that moment between life and death, his sword suddenly began to glow. A brilliant emerald-green light erupted from it. Just before the demon's claws could reach him, something descended from the sky. Massive emerald vines erupted from nowhere, ensnaring the demons and tearing them to shreds. Everyone looked up in awe, recognizing that familiar power. It belonged to the matriarch of the Crimson Fox clan. She's even supporting the rear guard. Thank goodness. Gangram watched silently from a distance. He gave a weak wave, whispering with gratitude. "Thank you." The woman turned, her golden hair flowing in the wind, her sharp gaze landing right on him. A status window appeared. Sua, 3rd rank, matriarch of the Crimson Fox clan. But suddenly, her expression turned to one of pure horror, as if she'd sensed an unbelievably powerful demonic presence. "What is that?" "Is that the final boss?" someone yelled in a panic. "But we're nowhere near the boss's chamber." A gargantuan monster with a maw of jagged teeth let out a world-shaking roar. The final boss. It's already here? Panic erupted everywhere. Fire users to the front. It's an immortal type. But before they could even move, a blinding flash of light descended from the heavens, cleaving the monster clean in two. The immortal type let out one final agonizing roar before collapsing, disintegrated in a blast of demonic energy. From the swirling dust, a figure emerged. A woman with platinum hair and eyes as cold as ice. Her voice cut through the silence. "Where is Seo Gangram?" A wave of shock rippled through the crowd at her sudden arrival. What the hell is going on? Who is she? Gangram was floored, his mind racing. Did that woman just solo the final boss? And why is she looking for me? With a single, effortless swing of her sword, she sliced through another monster that dared to charge. "It doesn't matter," she muttered, her eyes narrowing slightly. Then, she lunged toward the remaining survivors. Her blade glowed with a deadly blue light. Her face, splattered with blood, was a mask of pure hatred. "I will not forgive a single one of you," she repeated her demand, her voice laced with venom. "Where is Seo Gangram?" Gangram's mind was still reeling. She took down the final boss all by herself, but why is she after me? Hiding behind a tree, he knew what he had to do. "I'll use my Scrutinize Destiny skill first." A system window appeared, activating his ability. Scrutinize Destiny. The woman's information flashed before his eyes. Name, Bei Qiang. Level, Divine, First Class. This destiny is currently protected. Gangram's blood ran cold. Divine level First Class. I've never even heard of a rank that high. A special ability appeared, Regression. A divine level. First class skill that allows you to return to the past with your memories intact. Condition. Cannot be used after death. She has the power of regression. He glanced at the people in danger. I have to go down there. Maybe she knows something about me. Some clue I've been missing. But as he took a step, a voice echoed directly in his mind. Stay right where you are. Ah, a telepathic message. Shinha stepped forward, shielding the others. I guess this isn't my place to interfere. She faced the stranger, her voice radiating authority. What do you want? The platinum-haired woman stared her down, repeating her question. Are you Seo Gangram? Shinha stood her ground, her gaze unwavering. He is a member of my sect. If you have business with him, you can speak to me. It doesn't matter, the woman replied, her face a mask of indifference. Then she lunged forward again. Her blade radiated an icy chill, her eyes glowing with murderous intent. I'll kill every last one of you to find him. Shinha didn't flinch. With an enraged roar, she met the attack with her own sword. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Gangram drew his sword. She's looking for me. I have to go. He grit his teeth. Before it's too late. But suddenly, a vine shot out, wrapping tightly around his arm. Let me go, he yelled. The sheer power of their clash was terrifying. Panic erupted among the survivors. She's a monster. Run for your lives. Steel shrieked against steel, sending sparks flying. Hand over Seo Gangram, and I'll let the others live. The platinum-haired woman's voice was like ice. Shinha grit her teeth, her eyes blazing with defiance as she shot back. I will not let you kill a single member of my sect. Bei Qiang shoved Shinha back, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy that tore through everything in its path. Shinha braced herself, the ground cracking beneath her feet from the overwhelming pressure. She coughed up blood, her face twisted in pain, but her eyes burned with an unyielding spirit. Seizing the opportunity, Bei Qiang lunged toward the other sect members, her sword flashing without a moment's hesitation. No! Desperate screams echoed through the clearing. Bei Qiang's eyes remained frozen, devoid of all emotion as she continued her slaughter. She spun, creating a whirlwind of sword energy that shredded everything around her. The remaining members of the Blood Tiger sect fought back desperately, but they were swatted away like flies. Bei Qiang's blade pressed against Kang Do-hyun's throat. His eyes widened in terror. A single, clean cut ended it all. As Do-hyun's body collapsed, the others screamed in despair. Ah, damn it all. Jang Taehan roared, lunging forward with a punch fueled by pure rage. Bei Qiang caught his fist effortlessly. Her cold voice cut through the air. You're in the way. She threw Taehan aside, while simultaneously erecting a barrier of light, trapping the rest. Get out! What are you doing? It's a barrier. Leaving the survivors to pound helplessly against her prison of light, Bei Qiang simply turned and walked away. Outside the chaos, Gangram struggled against the vines binding him. Help. Arr. The faint, desperate cries made his blood run cold. I have to get out of here. Just a little more. He poured every ounce of strength into his sword, hacking at the vine. It finally snapped. With a determined cry, he broke free. I'm free. But the moment he broke loose, the scene before him made his world stop. His eyes widened in horror. Unknowingly splattered with the blood of his comrades, he saw that every single member of the other sects had been slaughtered. Their bodies littered the ground. His knees buckled. His face went slack with shock, his voice hollow with pain. I was too late. A single tear traced a path down his cheek. He grit his teeth, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. This all could have ended if it was just me. Baekhyang slowly approached him. Gangram looked up, his eyes filled with despair and crushing self-loathing. This is all my fault. All for a low-level insect like me. You must be Co Gangram. Baekhyang raised her sword, her blue eyes glowing with lethal intent. Just as the woman prepared to strike, a green shadow blurred past like a thunderbolt, intercepting her deadly attack. How dare you? Sinsua roared, fury blazing in her eyes. You dare touch a member of my sect? Her blade met Baekhyang's in a deafening explosion of steel. Sinsua gritted her teeth, her expression a mask of pain and confusion. I don't understand any of this. If you had just handed over Gangram's body, Baekhyang sneered, her voice dripping with venom, you could have saved all the others. With those words, she suddenly lunged forward, driving her blade through a wounded member of the Blood Tiger sect. Sinsua scrambled to catch her dying comrade, her hands trembling uncontrollably. A sect leader's duty is to protect her people. One of her sect members roared in fury. His body exploded with a violent, green aura, his eyes burning with righteous rage. A warm, green energy surrounded Gangrim, but his face was a portrait of pure despair. Shinsua's barrier shattered, and with her last breath, she collapsed. No! Tears streamed down his face, his eyes reflecting nothing but absolute helplessness. I'm going to die. I can't possibly defeat her. He looked up at Baekhyang, standing like a demon in a sea of blood. She'll kill me too. She came here for me. I should have been the only one to die. But why? His gaze fell upon Shinsua's lifeless body. His voice choked with grief. The one who died was Shinsua. Just then, a system window materialized, scanning for corpses in the vicinity. Tears still stained Gangrim's face as another prompt appeared. Do you wish to use the ability Fate Plunder? Activate. Fate Plunder. A colossal, purple magic circle erupted into existence, engulfing the entire battlefield in its eerie light. Warning, karmic debt will be accumulated. 421 corpses detected in the area. Select Tarxes for Fate Plunder. Gangrim clenched his jaw, his face twisting into a mask of anguish and hatred. His eyes began to glow with a terrifying, golden light. He snarled through his teeth, his voice raw with fury. All of them. All 421. Beginning scan for plunderable fates. A wicked purple aura began to swirl around Gangrim. All this for one person with a heavy fate. Due to your low mana rank, only one condition will be extracted per target. He gripped his sword, screaming in agony. So many people died. So, for nothing. Due to the high number of targets, fates will be drawn at random. Countless system windows flooded his vision, each one carrying the memories of the fallen. They were right. Your mana has increased. A portion of the target's mana has been absorbed. You have acquired the skill. White Blossom. You have acquired the skill. Stealth. Your water resistance has increased. You have acquired the skill. 1,000-ton axe. You have acquired the skill. Skywalk. It's all my fault. Gangrim clutched his head, roaring in self-loathing. My fate. It killed everyone. This is all because of me. What an interesting fate you possess. Baekhyang's voice cut through his despair. At the same time, another notification popped up. You have acquired the skill. Leaf Arts. She stared down at him with pure contempt. Now, die. You have plundered the fates of 421 souls. And with that, Baekhyang lunged. But the new power surging through him was undeniable. Gangrim met her charge with a furious roar. This is all your fault. Pure hatred burned in his eyes. I can't let it end like this. I will have my revenge on this woman, even if it's the last thing I do. He swung his blade with all his might. The two fighters crashed together. Skill, Master Swordsmanship has been activated. Skill, Eagle Eye has been activated. Every one of Baekhyang's movements became crystal clear. Skill, Enhanced Reflexes has been activated. He dodged her blade by a razor's edge. Steel screamed against steel in a shower of blinding sparks. Skill, Diamond Body has been activated. Skill, Harden has been activated. Skill, Pain Resistance has been activated. Baekhyang's blade only managed a shallow graze against his skin. Skill, Skywalk has been activated. He launched himself into the air, evading her next strike. Skill, 1,000-ton axe has been activated. He channeled all his newfound power into his blade, causing it to glow with a brilliant purple light. He sought a fatal flaw in her defense. There's an opening. Baekhyang's eyes widened in alarm. She quickly channeled energy into her left hand. Skill, Summon Ice Wall has been activated. A massive wall of ice erupted from the ground, completely blocking his attack. The sheer force of the impact sent Gangrim flying, blood spewing from his mouth. He crashed hard to the ground in a shower of ice shards. He clenched his bloody fist, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Even with all these powers, I have no idea how to use them. He struggled to his feet, his eyes burning with a mixture of hatred and despair. I was lucky some skills activated on their own, but I can't consciously use them with this body or this sword. Bitch Yang floated in the air above him, summoning a storm of razor-sharp ice spears. A wave of hopelessness washed over Gangrim. Even after plundering the fates of the dead, I still can't even get proper revenge. He desperately dodged the deadly rain of ice, but was knocked down once again. He slammed his fist into the frozen ground. If only I knew what these skills actually do. But then, an idea struck him like lightning. His eyes blazed with newfound hope. Wait, there is one. There's one skill that I understand completely. An ice spear shot through his leg, pinning him to the ground. Bitch Yang slowly descended before him, looking down at him with pity in her eyes. It's useless. Gangrim, you were always destined to die. Gangrim channeled his power, forging an ice dagger in his hand. I've been watching you for years, if it's this ability. He slammed his power into the ground. Giant leaves erupted to form a path, and he shot forward across the leafy bridge. The leaf art technique was activated, but Bai Qiong easily blocked his attack with her sword formation. Compared to before, she looked slightly surprised. I thought he was just a swordsman, but it seems he's well-versed in magic as well. However, for magic like this, she spun, unleashing a vicious whirlwind of razor-sharp sword aura. It will be difficult for him to maintain for long. Her expression was full of confidence. Gangrim was thrown back by the vortex of blades, but in that instant, he managed to create another ice dagger. He lunged forward, plunging the ice dagger straight into Bi Qiong's chest. Her face was a mask of pure shock. Fresh blood sprayed through the air. A final, fatal blow. Gangrim's face was splattered with blood, but a painful, satisfied smile spread across his lips. He fell backward, his eyes following Bai Qiong's body as it plummeted. I finally killed her. I've gotten my revenge. He lay on the cold ground, covered in blood, gasping for breath. I killed Bai Qiong. It's all over now. The regeneration ability has been activated. No, he thought desperately. His body convulsed. Ability activation has been cancelled. He closed his eyes as a single tear rolled down his cheek. What's the point anymore? Nothing is going to change anyway. The past came flooding back. It's the same now as it was back then. As a child, the old fortune teller's words echoed in his mind. Your destiny is one of hardship and death. You will lose your parents young, and your life will be filled with misery. And just as he said, I lost my parents before I even came of age. And as I got caught up in one accident after another, everyone around me met with misfortune. I was destined to be weak and miserable. Despite all that, they still accepted me. He sat alone on a battlefield littered with corpses. They died because of me. He covered his face, his voice breaking with agony. If only I'd found Bi Qiong sooner. If only I had been the first one to die. If I'd done that, everything would have been fine. He screamed in despair. If only I could turn back time. Wait a minute. A glimmer of hope ignited. He remembered an ability he had seen. Ability. Regression. Rank. Divine grade first class. The light returned to his eyes. The Fate Plunder ability has been activated. The regression ability has been acquired. Memories of his fallen comrades flashed through his mind. I don't know how far back I'll go, but the regression ability is activating. Even if it's right before I meet Bai Qiong, I'll take it. He poured every last ounce of his remaining strength and will into it, his face a mask of sheer determination. That's why. Please, just activate. He found himself in a strange living room. The world around him was eerily quiet. He thought, bewildered, as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. A sudden knock at the door made him jump. A voice called out from the other side. Hello, I'm here for a fortune-telling. He slowly turned his head, unable to believe what he was hearing. Hello. Before him stood a familiar woman, only she looked so much younger. He thought to himself, his voice choked with emotion. I've returned. The scene shifts. A couple is now sitting across from him. The man spoke with an excited grin. We're finally on our first date. I was hoping to see just how compatible we are. Gangrim looked at the woman. She wasn't wearing an eye patch. He glanced down at his file, murmuring softly. Is that so? But inside, his heart was screaming. I've really come back. Shina isn't dead, and she hasn't lost her eye. I will never let something like that happen again. He pushed a piece of paper and a pen toward them. If you could write down your name, date of birth, and time of birth here. Here. The man filled out the information and handed it back. Gangrim glanced at the woman, realizing, she looks uncomfortable. A memory suddenly flashed in his mind. Come to think of it, she once mentioned getting involved with a strange guy before. I'll need to make sure she knows beforehand. He took the paper. Let me see the compatibility between you two. Your chart shows that you are of the hard metal element, he told the man, and the young lady is of the hard wood element. Charts like these are known as metal clashing with wood. He smiled, holding up a diagram of the 5 elements. It's a terrible compatibility, where the axe will inevitably chop down the tree. Both of them were stunned. What? The woman burst out laughing, patting her boyfriend's shoulder. Oh, is that so? I guess we have no choice, if our compatibility is that bad. The man slammed his hand on the table in a rage. Is this some kind of joke? What the hell do you think you're doing? Where's the owner? Gangrim smiled calmly. He's at the counter. The man was speechless. Shina, let's go. I can't believe this guy. He pulled at the woman's arm, but she smiled, amused. I want to get my fortune told, she thought. This guy is good. The man's face turned beet red. You'll regret this. Do you think a woman like you can meet someone as amazing as me? Gangrim looked him straight in the eye, his voice ice cold. It seems she has no intention of seeing you again. The exit is over there. The man's face twisted with rage and humiliation. You'd be better off never seeing me again, he roared, slamming the door shut. Sinsua was left behind, quietly observing Gangrim. She finally spoke. I thought places like this were only supposed to tell you about the good things in life. Gangrim forced a smile. That's usually how it goes. Inside, he thought, I'm sorry, because of my past life. She smiled back. You seem like a natural at this. Can I get a reading? Gangrim asked, his voice hesitant. Oh, of course. In that instant, a brilliant blue light engulfed Gangrim. The world around him warped and distorted as a system message echoed in his mind, calculating stats based on the user's destiny. He clutched his head, his face twisting in agony. I knew this would happen, he thought, but there's nothing I can do about this ringing. This vertigo. Suo cried out in a panic. What's happening to you? She slammed her hands on the table and screamed, Get under the table. Now. A memory ignited. In my past life. Sinsua protected me then, too. He dove under the table beside her, steeling himself. Focus. Didn't you swear you would change the future this time? The pain finally subsided. Suo was still shaken. What was that strange message just now? Destiny stats? Gangrim rose to his feet. It's better if I don't get involved with Sinsua, he decided, turning to leave. She immediately called after him, Hey, wait for me. His eyes darted around, searching for anything he could use as a weapon. There. Suo caught up to him, a look of bewilderment on her face. Where are you going? We need to evacuate. He grabbed her wrist and started pulling her into a sprint down the corridor. Hey, wait up. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from down the hall. Ah! Suo flinched. As Gangrim registered the sound, a terrified man sprinted right past them. Run! It's monsters, Suo repeated, dazed. Huh? Monsters? The man was suddenly swarmed by bizarre creatures. Get off me. Somebody help. They were giant insects with glowing, blood-red eyes. Suo stumbled back, her face drained of all color. Wait, I can't help him. But Gangrim stepped forward, wielding an iron pipe that glowed with a blue aura, and obliterated a monster with one clean swing. A confident smirk spread across his face. I knew they'd be here. A status window popped into view. Giant insectoid. Rank, intermediate, grade 3. Everyone, get to a safe place, he roared, charging into the fray. He moved like a blur, his decisive strikes felling the insectoids one after another. He grabbed the last one, ready to deliver the final blow. This should be the last of them, but just then, another scream pierced the air. Over there, help me. He realized there was another horde. He turned to the panicking crowd and bellowed, If you don't want to die, grab a weapon. These things aren't as strong as they look. But then, something caught him by surprise. Sinsua was standing there, holding a fire extinguisher with a radiant smile. I got one, too. For a second, Gangrim was speechless. Then he couldn't help but laugh. What, he thought? It's nothing. It's just hilarious seeing someone destined to slay dragons, so happy about finding a fire extinguisher. He pointed toward the stairwell. The stairs are clear for now. We should move before more of them show up. Thank you so much. The survivors scrambled down the stairs, leaving Gangrim standing alone. While I have a moment, I need to collect the spirit cores. He knelt down and began searching the insectoid corpses. Even though they were low grade, a pile of glittering cores materialized in his hand. More than I expected. Hey, aren't you coming down? Sua's voice called out from behind him. Startled, Gangrim spun around, hastily wiping his hands on his shirt and shoving the cores into his pocket. Why didn't you evacuate with the others? I couldn't just leave you here by yourself. She crossed her arms, her expression firm and resolute. You're worried about someone you literally just met today. He stared at her, a single thought echoing in his mind. This is dangerous. She hasn't changed at all. He turned to face her fully, his tone suddenly serious. Sinsua, is that the reason? That's exactly why I have to tell her. He stepped closer. Listen. There's something I need to tell you. What is it? Sua asked, a hint of confusion on her face. Name, Sin Sua. Class, Dragon Grade, Rank 3. She jolted backward. Wait a minute, what are you doing? Your attribute is wood, and you possess a skill called Leaf Arts. Instantly, a virtual screen materialized right in front of her, making her cry out in shock. Ah, so your destiny window opened. She stared blankly. My destiny. Well, I saw a glimpse of it, and a power called Leaf Arts. He explained, do you remember that system announcement we heard back in the room? It looks like everyone has awakened special abilities. Now that we're awakened, we're harder to kill, as long as we don't run into them. Sua was still trying to process everything. I do feel stronger, for some reason. Let's head downstairs now. As they walked, Sua's curiosity got the better of her. So, what kind of destiny do you have? He answered, without looking up from his phone. It's probably best if we don't share what's in our destiny windows. It seems like other people might be able to see them, too. Oh, all right then, Sua replied, surprised. He discreetly checked his own status window. My destiny window. It's the same as it was in my past life. It seems I didn't get to keep any of the abilities I stole before my regression. But there is one thing that's different. A new message glowed in the system. You have currently accumulated a massive amount of bad karma. This must be the price for stealing the destinies of 421 people. If I'm going to change the future, I'll have to use my destiny plunder ability again. But taking on more karma right now is incredibly dangerous. Karma accumulates from great sins like murder or by using a certain ability. If too much builds up, a person will cross the line. He watched Sua descend the stairs. Everyone who crossed that line met a miserable end. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Wait, I think someone's over there. Hey, he called out. At the end of the hall, a figure covered in bandages was dragging something. It froze. We'll get you out of here. Sua and Gangrim rushed forward, but the bandaged hand shot up. Wait, a massive insect burst from the cocoon it was dragging, letting out a savage roar. In a flash, Gangrim launched himself forward, sending the monster flying with a thunderous kick. He stood guard before the bandaged person, sighing in relief. Good, there's only one. Then he asked, is anyone still inside? There was one easy way to find out if they were alive. His eyes flashed as a blue aura enveloped his hand. The life-reaping ability activated. Current death count in the vicinity, 1. He shook his head, his voice low. They're already gone. He peered into the dead person's fate window. It seemed they had a pretty decent ability. If only they had awakened, they might have survived. Mid-rank, grade 3. Flame manipulation. I'll take this one. A flame ignited in his palm. You've acquired the flame manipulation ability as a penalty. You've accumulated more karma. He clenched his fist. Perfect. I need powers just like this. A loud bang echoed from the distance, startling them both. Sounds like something's happening over there. Down the hall, a blue-haired young man was effortlessly slaughtering monsters with a massive pitchfork. Ha ha, this is easy. It's just the tutorial stage. Bring on a real boss, he shouted, continuing his rampage through the bugs. He suddenly stopped, his eyes locking onto Gangrim. Oh, a silver-haired man appeared, along with a girl standing right beside him. More survivors? He asked, intrigued. Are you two the characters who were supposed to join my party? Sua muttered, completely confused. Characters? I'm Doc Gojun. A pleasure to meet you, he said with a dazzling smile. That's right. This is where he started, too, Gangrim replied with a confident smirk. I'm CO Gangrim. So, what's the name of our female lead? Gojun asked with a playful wink. Female lead? I'm Shin Sua, she answered, looking utterly bewildered. CO Gangrim and Shin Sua. Perfect. I'll remember that. Now that the ally event is over, the next stage should be starting soon. Sua was still lost. What are you even talking about? Don't most game tutorials follow a certain formula? Gojun explained, as his status card materialized before him. Doc Gojun. Class, Divine. Grade, 3. Attribute, Metal. Then his ability appeared. Ability, Dreamer. Rank, Divine. Grade, 1. Gangrim watched him, thinking to himself, Doc Gojun. Soon, he'll be the leader of one of the 5 great factions. Still, it's unbelievable he can do this before he's even awakened. He glanced at the pile of monster corpses as Gojun continued to ramble on. You either beat a boss with your allies, or you gain a powerful new ally mid-battle. Or maybe an awakening triggered by an ally's sacrifice, he said, pointing right at Gangrim. Huh. Gangrim thought, I know he's a famous web novelist, but this guy is seriously delusional. A blood-curdling scream echoed from down the hall. Another man came sprinting towards them, his face a mask of terror. Help me! Monsters! A giant insect appeared, larger than any they'd seen before. Giant insect. Mid-rank. Grade 1. The monster swatted the man away like a fly. He was immediately torn apart by a smaller bug. Blood splattered across Sua's face, her eyes widening in absolute horror. Gojin, however, just grinned with excitement. Haha, looks like the tutorial boss we have to beat has arrived, right? You want to fight that thing? We have to run, Sua screamed. But Gangram was already taking a stance, a fireball erupting in his hand. He launched the blazing sphere of fire. It exploded on impact with the monster. Gojin cheered. Magic! I knew I could count on you. What do you think? Can we kill it? Gojin asked. Gangram's reply was cold. No. The monster was still standing after the attack. At our current level, we can't kill that thing. I'm just burning it for now. The flaming monster roared and charged right at them. Run! Gangram yelled. The monster simply absorbed the fireball's flames. He realized it instantly. His attacks had no effect. The three of them scrambled down the corridor with the monster hot on their heels. Gangram spun around and slammed his fist into the wall beside them, triggering a massive explosion to block the monster's path. See you, Gangram, Sua screamed, her face pale with fright. Hurry, get over here, she cried as the monster emerged from the smoke. Don't stop, Shin Sua, Gangram yelled back. Gojin grabbed Sua's hand and pulled her along, despite her struggles. Hey, wait, let go of me. The giant insect turned its attention, its single, purple eye focusing on Gangram. He broke into a run, drawing the monster's aggro. The beast rose to its full height, staring down the lone figure ahead. He turned to face it and let out a defiant shout. Gangram, where do you think you're looking? He launched a fiery fist right at its eye. Your attention should be on me. The monster lunged down to attack, but he swiftly leaped aside, calculating the chaos unfolding around him. I'll have to buy some time. Gojin shouted back while dragging Sua away. See, Gangram, I won't forget your sacrifice. Sua continued to struggle. Wait, let me go. As Gangram charged forward, he thought to himself, I can do this. I just need to hold out until the Destiny Protection Agency arrives. But the monster swatted him away effortlessly. I can't believe I inflicted so little damage on it. The creature's eye blazed, preparing for another devastating strike. That's right, the mouth. He surged forward, shoving a sphere of fire straight down its throat. Did it work? The monster roared in agony, fire spewing from its mouth. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, but a smirk crossed his face. I guess not. So, what now? In that critical moment, Shin Sua hurled her wooden plank at the beast's head. Hurry up and run. Gangram snapped his head around, startled. Shin Sua. The monster's body split open, revealing three smaller worm-like heads inside. Sua used the shattered pieces of wood to fight back desperately. Hurry and use your leaf arts, she screamed. I can't. I need trees in this area. But I'm sure this will work on wood too. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up her eyes. Sprout, she yelled, pouring her energy into the wooden planks. Get bigger. The wood began to glow brilliantly, transforming into massive branches. The branches shot forward, impaling the insectoid and pinning it firmly against the wall. They both stared in awe at the scene before them. Let's go. Sua frantically grabbed his arm, but smaller worms began pouring out of the main creature's corpse. Ah, it's over. Sua collapsed to the ground in total despair. Gangram stood beside her, his fist still burning with flames. She looked up at him, her voice filled with anguish. I came here to save Gangram. Trees give life to fire. A system message popped up. The destinies of Sea Gangram and Shin Sua are intertwining. Shin Sua's destiny is breathing life into Sea Gangram's destiny. A radiant energy enveloped her. An enormous sea of fire suddenly erupted from Gangram's hand, engulfing the entire corridor in destructive heat. Flame manipulation has temporarily evolved from third-grade insect class to first-grade insect class. Gangram stood firm amidst the dying embers, a confident yet bitter smirk etched across his lips. He explained, his voice calm, our abilities are based on the 8 pillars of destiny. The logic of the pillars is now being applied to this battle. He clenched his trembling hand, his face twisting from the sudden surge of overwhelming power. Wood gives birth to fire. The giant insectoid was completely incinerated, dissolving into nothing but ash. You have defeated the first-grade insect class giant insectoid. Calculating achievements. We did it, Sua cried out, her eyes shining with joy and overwhelming relief as she caught Gangram, who was stumbling to the ground. We really did it. Say, Gangram, are you all right? He looked up at her, a weak but satisfied smile on his face despite his ragged breathing. Yeah, I'm fine. You have received an additional reward for defeating an opponent stronger than yourself. Sua and an exhausted Gangram, clutching his head, made their way down the stairs. Suddenly, her face lit up. It's the first floor. The exit looks safe. I'm low on mana. We can finally get out of here. His words were cut short. As the door swung open, they both froze, their relief instantly replaced by absolute shock and confusion. They were pulled through the doorway, finding themselves on a towering balcony that overlooked a vast, alien space. "Where are we?" Sua stammered, her voice trembling. They both looked around in utter bewilderment, trying to process their new reality. "This building is supposed to be in the middle of the city. Those totem poles in the lobby," Gangrim said, his eyes scanning the area below. "I never expected the first floor would be connected to this place. A third-grade dragon-class totem pole. A totem pole that contains the energies of suppression and fulfillment. It heals those who get near and repels demonic beasts." "Ah, the door." Sua screamed as it glowed brightly before disappearing, pure horror washing over her face. She turned to him, her voice riddled with panic. "What are we supposed to do now?" He replied with surprising calmness. "At least we can rest. There are no monsters here." A voice called out from behind them. "Huh, you two? How did you manage to survive?" Gozun stared at them, his face a mix of disbelief and confusion. He unconsciously stroked his chin. "It's strange that the heroine, Shin Sua, would abandon me. That means she's no heroine at all." Sua pointed a finger right in his face, her eyes blazing with fury. "You're just a minor villain, the kind that betrays his friends and is the only one left standing." "What?" Gozun staggered backward, his confident facade completely shattered. It was replaced by a look of pure, unfiltered shock. He clutched his head, his face contorting in panic. "No, that's impossible. It makes sense, but I can't be a villain." Gangrim simply watched Gozun's mental breakdown. He shook his head slightly. He's in even worse shape than before. Then he turned to Sua, his voice softening. "Sua, this way." Other survivors began to appear, all of them looking completely bewildered. "Where are we?" "Just a second ago." And on top of that, there were monsters. A young man stared at his own blood-soaked hands in disbelief as a brilliant green light began to heal them. "What? My wounds?" The others scrambled for their phones, but it was useless. No signal. Why did it suddenly cut out? Is it safe here? All eyes turned towards a lone figure standing on a raised platform. "Sir, what in the world is going on?" A man in a mask spoke, his voice echoing with authority. "It appears everyone from this sector has gathered. I am a Navi, from the central branch of the Destiny Protection Agency." He gazed down at the crowd, a smirk hidden behind his mask. "From this moment on, I will be managing all of you here." A strange glint flashed in his eyes. "What?" Sua whispered, her face a mask of disbelief. "The Destiny Protection Agency?" The crowd erupted into chaos. "Managing us? What are you talking about? This is a kidnapping. Let us go right now. What is the meaning of this hell?" Gangrim watched silently, a faint smile on his lips. "So this is the true beginning. In my last life, I was a total failure." He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with iron-willed determination. "But this time will be different. I will become as strong as I possibly can before I leave this place." "What is it?" Sua asked again. "What is the Destiny Protection Agency?" Hanavi explained. "We work to protect citizens from the cataclysm that is destined to occur one day." Someone from the crowd cut him off, their voice seething with rage. "Managing? What are you talking about? This is a kidnapping. Let us out of here." "What the hell is going on? The demon world will manifest and plunge everything into chaos," Hanavi continued calmly. Another person screamed, "Those insects from before. That was your doing, wasn't it? The director's prophetic knowledge. I'll sue you all. Let me go." Gun roared, his face twisted in a furious snarl. "Shut your mouths, you foolish extras." He turned on the crowd, his eyes blazing. "Don't you get it? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. This is exactly why all of you are nothing but background characters." Gangrim watched him, thinking to himself, he's the same as ever. But he's not wrong. He stared straight ahead, his focus sharp as a blade. "Being chosen to be here is a privilege," Anavi said in a placating tone, as if soothing panicked children. "I suppose it would be faster to just show you what's happening outside. Everyone, please calm down and take a seat." A massive screen flickered to life, showing a colossal insectoid creature tearing the city apart. "What you are witnessing now is a live feed of Soul." Anavi held a small remote control. All across the country, a different dimension known as the Demon World has appeared, and monsters have begun pouring out from it. The Destiny Protection Agency predicted this would happen. And so, several years ago, we, who awaken our abilities before any of you, Anavi brandished a pair of twin blades effortlessly slicing through a monster, began preparing for this day. He stood before a totem pole, his arms outstretched. "However, in a world of chaos, we need more awakened beings. We have summoned you all because we believe you have the most potential among the unawakened. We will help you awaken and grow stronger under the management of the Destiny Protection Agency." He held up a golden card, a smile playing on his lips. "You are free to leave whenever you wish, but I suggest you decide after you've checked your own potential first." He burned the card, revealing Gangrim's information. "You just might change your minds." Everyone stared at the virtual screens that appeared before them with looks of shock and confusion. What? This is my ability. What in the world is a first-class human rank? Gangrim stared at his status window, his gaze hardening. Now unsure of it, this isn't Anavi's power. I want to check Chea's fate too, but her face is hidden by that mask. A woman with pink hair stood up. You should now be able to see your abilities. You could think of them as what you might call supernatural powers or magic. Those who have awakened these abilities hunt monsters and raid the demon world to eliminate these threats. But this is an extremely dangerous line of work. And in the process, Anavi's eyes glinted from behind his mask. You could die. A nervous murmur spread through the crowd, fear evident on their faces. The training process is just as perilous, but if you wish to avoid such dangers and want to be protected, you should relinquish your abilities. Those who do not fight have no need for power. He raised a hand, his voice commanding. I will give you exactly 1 hour to consider your choice. You may rest on the second floor. Guidebooks have also been provided. I suggest you read them. After 1 hour, those who wish to stay may return here, and those who wish to leave can do so through the exit on the 3rd floor. But as I said, once you leave, you will never be able to look at your fate window again. Until then, with that, Anavi vanished. He glanced at his watch. The time has come. I will consider those who remain here as applicants for the training. A portal began to open. A colossal, glowing portal materialized. This was the very first gate. The survivors, including Gangrim and Sua, waited in a chamber that resembled a grand cathedral. Only a maximum of 3 people could enter at once, and if they succeeded in the raid, they'd return right back to this room. Each chamber required a different method of attack, one they could only figure out once they were inside. The first room offered unlimited attempts, but if they left before clearing it, they'd have to start all over from the beginning. A supply box would be provided for everyone. All they had to do was grab one before entering. If injured, they could either use their own healing items or return to the lobby to be healed by the totem poles. We already had you sign waivers stating that the protection agency holds no responsibility in the case of your death, but rest assured, we will do everything in our power to make sure that doesn't happen. The pink-haired woman smiled, then vanished. Then, good luck. The crowd immediately erupted, scrambling to find teammates. A young man shouted, his arm raised high, looking for a party. My power is a first-rate demon class. Who wants to join me? Gangrim walked through the chaos in silence, thinking with a weary expression, this is like a day labor market. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Gangrim. He turned to see Sua. She ran over, looking a bit embarrassed about what happened earlier at the building. Thank you, she said, and he replied with a faint smile. Her eyes lit up with hope as she asked, You don't have a team yet, right? Neither do I. She held out her hand, a radiant smile on her face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Do you want to go together? Gangrim just stared back in silence, and her expression turned to confusion. A dark shadow fell over Gangrim's face. His eyes widened, pure horror and agony swirling in their depths. He looked down at his own hand, a bitter smile twisting his lips. Thank you. A painful memory resurfaced, a voice echoing in his head. Everyone will live. As long as Gangrim dies. This is all my fault. He clutched his head, his face contorting in utter torment. Are you all right? Sua asked. Her voice and eyes were filled with genuine concern. He brushed her hand away, turning his face to hide his expression. I'm fine. He turned his back and walked away, his voice becoming cold and distant. I'll have to refuse. He glanced over his shoulder with a forced smile. I'm better off on my own. I have to decline your offer to party up, because I'm more comfortable alone. Oh, I see. Sua replied, her voice filled with disappointment as she looked down. I just thought we made a really good team, Gangrim. He walked away without looking back, muttering one last cold phrase. Sua, you'll be fine with someone else. Okay then, she called after him, her voice still managing to sound optimistic. Gangrim, even if we can't hunt together, I'll still look out for you. He answered softly, never breaking his stride. He reached the supply area. 1 box per person. Inside were a training sword, health potions, and mana potions. As he opened his box, a blue light emanated from within. It held a single sword and 2 vials of each potion. Intermediate grade training sword, quantity 2 health potions, quantity 2 mana potions. He strapped the sword to his hip. Items are hard to come by at the start, so being an intern isn't so bad. Health potions are insanely expensive, and they just keep selling them to us. Gangrim, wait. A familiar voice called out from behind. It was Gojin. He was waving cheerfully. You can't just ditch your one and only teammate. Gangrim looked bewildered. A cold sweat trickled down his temple. Huh, this didn't happen in my past life. Just pretend you didn't hear him. But Gojin caught up, slapping a hand on his shoulder. Hey Gangrim, wait. Gangrim turned back, his face a mask of annoyance. What is it? Gojin pointed at him, a dazzlingly confident smile on his face. If things keep going like this, you and I are destined to become the main characters of this story. So, let's clear the first room together. Gangram shook his head, trying to get away. I'm more comfortable going alone. But Gojin wouldn't give up. Don't worry. I'm not like those side characters who'll just drag you down. He slicked his hair back smugly, his smile widening. I'm strong. I'm the main character. Gangram thought to himself, main character, side character, and extra. This guy classifies people like they're in a novel. A main character, huh? In my past life, he treated me like I was completely disposable. Does he mistakenly think I'm strong or something? He sank into deep thought as tiny versions of Sua and Gojin appeared in his mind. Having a strong teammate would make things much easier. Sua is very strong, but if she's with me, she'll only face misfortune. I can't let her stay by my side. But what about Gojin? It doesn't really matter what happens to him, right? He turned back to Gojin with a sly smirk. Gojin asked eagerly, what do you think? Have you changed your mind? Gangram nodded. All right, let's go together. Gojin lit up. Really? Wait for me. I'll go get my supply box. Gojin bolted off excitedly, leaving Sua to watch him go with a sad, confused look. So that's a supply box. I want a mascot character too. Hey, can we talk about this later? Gojin slung an arm around Sua, holding his new box. A flicker of annoyance crossed Sua's face. Whoa, why the long face? Gojin asked with a sly grin. Is it because you're not one of the main heroes? Sua remained silent, her expression unreadable. She turned away, clutching her own box. See Gangram, I've got it. Let's move. The chilling presence of death filled the air. A metallic, ghostly aura could be felt all around them. Gangram and Doc Gojin passed through the entrance. You have entered Hell's Blade Mountain. A map materialized before them. All rooms were connected by 4 main corridors, and within each room and hallway lay demonic monsters, deadly traps, and a few safe zones. Please find the exit to leave. The Hell's Blade Mountain room will now begin. So, the goal of this raid is to find a way out. Awesome. Let's get started. Gojin shouted, brimming with energy. Gangram scanned his surroundings, his mind already calculating. I wonder if the structure is the same as my previous life. If so, this path is filled with monsters and traps. Humph. I wonder what's going to pop out. I can't wait to find out. Gojin said with a huge grin, then charged ahead recklessly. Gojin ran a short distance before stopping, looking back with a stunned expression. Gangram. Isn't he supposed to be the main character? He turned and walked on alone, muttering with regret. I really like stories with a regression plot twist. Too bad. What's going to happen to the story now? Meanwhile, Gangram dodged a series of sharp blades erupting from the floor. He drew his sword, plunging it into the wall to break his fall before landing gracefully on the ground. You've entered a secret area. Warning, monsters in the secret area are stronger than in the normal area. A confident smile played on his lips. Every path has either a trap or a monster to face. The path to the normal area has been activated. Once you return, the secret path will be sealed. You may request a rescue. Do you wish to give up and go back? Time remaining to request rescue. 2 minutes and 58 seconds. There's no way I'm giving up like that. Just then, an army of skeletons emerged from the shadows. I can gain more stats than I expected here. Well, it's all thanks to tagging along with Doc Gojin and hitting every room with monsters. I needed a chance to grow on my own. He summoned a fireball in his palm and launched it toward the skeletal horde. A skeleton raised its shield, blocking the blast. He charged in to attack. Your stats have increased by 10 points. Your strength has risen to stage 4. After using your stat points, your strength has risen to stage 5. He stood amidst a pile of shattered bones. Things are getting easier than they were at the start. Now that I've raised my stats, I can't believe I pushed my stats this far already. Gang, strength stage 5, stamina stage 4, agility stage 4, senses stage 4, magic stage 3. He stared at his stat window, a thoughtful expression on his face. I wonder just how strong they'll become. Regardless of stats, everyone begins at stage 1. The difference between each stage is the time and effort it takes to reach it. The next stage. Even with the same amount of experience, your growth rate is much higher if you have a better class. He thought of Gojin as a memory from his past life surfaced. Those with a divine tier class, like Doc Gojin, will grow immensely powerful at a much faster rate. Since I dragged him all over the place, he's probably much stronger than before. He found a hidden passage. Oh, there it is. This time, I'll be the one to get the first clear reward. To do that, he glanced outside as the sky began to darken. I'll need to finish things by the end of today. He entered a dark, damp area. It looked like it was time to face the final boss. He gazed down at a narrow bridge spanning a deep chasm. I can tell this place is different from the rest of the zone. A shiver ran down his spine, but an excited smirk spread across his face. It feels like I'm really in Hell's Blade Mountain now. He summoned a flame and stepped onto the bridge lined with sharp blades. From the shadows, a pair of twin swords, one red and one blue, emerged. Warlord of Hell's Blade Mountain. Human grade, rank 3. 2 demon soldiers appeared, clad in armor and brandishing their swords, so those are the warlords. I knew seeing them this close would be different. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress a tremor. Damn it, stop shaking. I can beat them if I just stick to the plan. One of the monsters lunged at him from the side. In a flash, he unleashed a piercing strike straight into the monster's face. The creature roared in a mix of fury and pain as he quickly retreated. I can't believe they found me first. At least I got their attention. The monster hit by his fire attack was now engulfed in flames. Since they're a metallic type, fire attacks seem to work well. I should be able to buy some time with that. But just then, the other demon soldier struck a devastating blow from behind. Unless they are defeated at the same time, they just keep regenerating. Then, one demon impales the other, absorbing its very essence. Unbelievable. They're cannibalizing each other just to heal. Your agility has risen to stage 7. Now that I've used my stat points, a head-on fight is pointless. He weaves through a storm of razor-sharp blades. I'm almost there. He sprints towards the end of the bridge, but a hidden trap sends him sprawling to the ground. Seeing its chance, the monster rushes in, but he was ready. Igniting a rope with fire, he springs a hanging trap, instantly taking one of them out. The remaining warlord roars in fury as its comrade is slain. The older warlord is regenerating. Perfect. I can feel the wind. He bursts forward with blinding speed. He sprints along the wall itself. The younger warlord is regenerating. The last monster snarls, baring its vicious fangs. Your strength has risen to stage 7. With his stats allocated, he dashes in and slams a devastating punch straight into the monster's chest. The blow sends it flying backwards. With a battle cry, he grabs the monster's head and shoves it toward the trap, right into the pit. Third-class demon warlord has been defeated. Your rewards are being calculated. You have received bonus stat points for defeating a stronger opponent. He pants, wiping the sweat from his brow. All I have to do now is exit the boss room and the stage is clear. But before that, there's one thing I need to confirm. He stares down at the bodies of the 2 warlords. The Fate Plunder ability has been activated. If it's the fate of a humanoid monster, couldn't I steal it? A massive purple magic circle materializes beneath him. 2 deceased targets currently in range. A sly grin spreads across his face. I knew it. If it's a humanoid monster, I can plunder its fate. In my past life, the reason I never used Fate Plunder before meeting Bai Qiang wasn't because I didn't want to. It was because I couldn't. Fate Plunder was cancelled due to insufficient mana, with a restriction that cost more mana the longer a target was dead. With my mana pool considered mid-tier, unless the target died right in front of me, using my ability was impossible. That's when the thought occurred to me. Couldn't I just steal the fate of a humanoid monster instead? But since I couldn't withstand the energy pouring from higher-level demon realms, I never got the chance to test my theory. You have successfully stolen a portion of the target's power. You have acquired the skill, Sword Draw. Skill, Sword Draw, 3rd class demon rank. Let's see. He swings the sword, and a brilliant blue aura envelops the blade. A satisfied smile graces his lips. The sword feels light as a feather. Warning, you have accumulated a large amount of karma. His expression instantly darkens. It's fine. Compared to stealing from humans, the karma from plundering their fates should be minimal. He clenches his fist, his face a mask of determination. Besides, the results will make it all worthwhile. A human who accumulates too much karma crosses a threshold, a state others call misery. He walks toward the exit, pausing before the gate. He wonders, how far am I from that threshold? First gate, Hell's Mountain of Nye's room. First clear objective achieved. The name displayed is Gangrim. Just one person. The crowd waiting in the lobby is stunned. What? It's already been cleared? He did it all by himself. Gangrim steps through the portal and is immediately met with an excited voice shouting his name. Gangrim goes and rushes toward him, leaping with his arms wide open. I knew you could do it. That's why you're my ally. Gangrim swiftly sidesteps, letting Gozen eat the floor. With an ice-cold expression, he states, I am not your ally, so don't put your faith in me. A familiar figure approaches. It's Anavi, a faint smile hidden behind her mask. Congratulations on being the first to clear the stage. Do you have a moment? The training facility. Gangrim's private room. He sits on his bed, holding a new leather pouch. It seems Anavi delivered his reward for the first clear. An item pouch. He attaches it to his hip. Since inventory items are so hard to come by, I couldn't pass up the chance to get one this early. When I think about who originally got this first, he pulls out a card and his phone. I don't want to attract too much attention from the Fate Protection Agency. Another first clear reward. He connects to the Wi-Fi, and a flood of news articles appears. A 5.8 magnitude earthquake rocks the nation, the largest tremor recorded since 2017. Massive damages, numerous casualties, and concerns about aftershocks. Is there no mention of the Fate Agency? He scrolls through the comments. A video. An announcement from the Fate Protection Agency's team leader, Seun Skachio-gu. To protect all the unawakened, the Protection Agency is doing everything in its power. The Fate Insight ability has been activated. The current Fate is being protected. He clicks his tongue. It seems they're using items to shield it. Even though events like this will continue to happen, there is no need to worry. We at the Destiny Agency will protect your future. Trust the Destiny Protection Agency, he mumbled sarcastically, lying flat on his back. That's what they say. The Destiny Protection Agency. A group composed of only the best of the best among the awakened. All members of the agency were known to hide their faces behind masks. An image flashed through his mind. A woman with platinum hair and eyes as cold as ice. His eyes shot open in horror. He sat bolt upright, drenched in a cold sweat. If that woman was a member of the agency, it would make perfect sense why no one knew just how powerful she really was. He clutched his head, his voice trembling. I still don't understand how you people are handling things. Didn't you say it would take at least a week to clear the stage? Gong Du, leader of the Soon Protection Agency's second team, demanded furiously. He slammed his hand on the table. But they cleared the secret zone in less than a day. And you're telling me their destiny level and abilities are both mid-level, third class? Du Sung-tae, you're in charge of this. Write up a report and clean up the trap that S. Gangram used. The rest of you, prepare to clean up the monsters. Dismissed. Yes, sir. Sung-tae was left alone, sighing in exhaustion. He stared at his laptop screen with a worried expression. It's unbelievable. He actually lured the monster into a trap. What if he clears the second gate in a single day, too? He grabbed his head as sweat beaded on his forehead. What would happen if the high-ranking officials found out the one who cleared the stage was just a mid-level nobody? First floor training area, Ansel Gangram's home. Not going to the second room today? Gozan asked, lounging across the table with a provocative smirk. Have you already forgotten our bet? To see who clears the second room first. If you don't even try, I might just clear it before you get the chance. Gangram replied calmly. I'll go at my own pace, so do whatever you want. And since I don't belong to you until you win, could you please leave? Gozan whined. Huh. No way. I want to get closer to you. He glanced outside, where a group was thanking Sua. Thanks to you, I made it back alive. Sua replied humbly, a faint blush on her cheeks. No, it was all thanks to you blocking the attack. I think we'll be able to clear it next time. Gangram watched her with a faint smile. He thought to himself, well, she seems to be doing okay. Gozan crossed his arms, looking at him with displeasure. I hate overly nice characters. S. Gangram, just get going already, he muttered. But then, a group of people invited Sua to their table. Wow, your hands are so small, so cute. Really? I never noticed. So, do you want to compare hand sizes? One of the guys suggested. Gangram sighed. Looks like I'll have to endure this again. See, isn't it small? Whoa, you're right. The group happily compare their hands. Actually, I'm really good at palm reading, the guy boasted. Another girl added, he read mine last time and it was pretty accurate. He turned to Sua. Miss Sua, please, let me read your palm. Sua politely refused, I'm okay. Come on. It's not every day you get a chance like this. Sua, I'm curious too. Another girl insisted, grabbing Sua's hand. Well. Sua hesitated, but Gangram suddenly stood up and placed a hand on her shoulder. Sua looked up, her expression full of surprise. Hey Gangram, you want me to read your palm? The guy asked. Gangram answered coldly, no. He looked at Sua, his voice serious. I have something to discuss with you. Can we talk for a moment? Yes, of course, Sua replied, startled. I'd like to speak with you in the empty waiting room. Okay. As they left together, someone called out, Hey, S. Gangram. Thanks for letting us use your Wi-Fi. After I managed to clear the Hell's Blade Mountain room by myself, I shared the Wi-Fi, one of the rewards. Everyone seemed friendly towards me, but this kind of friendliness felt alien. Because in my past life, at some point, people began to avoid and reject me. If S. Gangram is there, I'm not going. Hey, if you're going to say that, I'll just leave. He stood alone, shunned by everyone. Was it because my rank was low? Gangram. Are you going alone again today? Ah, yes. Even in that situation, John Gunham was the only one who treated me normally. If there was an open spot in my party, I'd have you join. Be careful. Yes, thank you. That's why, even knowing his abilities, I could have never imagined it. He had secretly looked at Gunham's destiny window. I nearly died when I went to the demon world with S. Gang. Did something happen to Gangram? Apparently, his ability is to steal powers from the dead. You mean he tried to steal your abilities after killing you? Probably. You should be careful too. The bitter memories of his past life came rushing back as if they had just happened. He remembered his own terrified expression as he heard the whispers behind his back. It was horrifying. He had confronted John Gunham, the man he once trusted. His voice trembled with betrayal. You promised you wouldn't tell anyone, but in response, Gunham just offered a sarcastic smirk. Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. You exposed my ability. Gangrym growled, but Gunham simply shrugged, his smile twisting into something sinister. Do you have any proof? What? Rage exploded within Gangrym's chest, his eyes turning bloodshot. It was obviously you bastard. Gunham leaned back, a grotesque smile spreading across his face as his eyes narrowed with pure delight. And it's true, isn't it? A card materialized, revealing his power, palm reading, a third-rate demon class ability. Because you're the only scumbag who knew what I could do. Gangrym's past words vanished into the air, leaving only a lingering helplessness. Back in the present, Gangrym stared directly into Sua's innocent eyes. His voice grew serious, heavy with a stark warning. Because John Gunham possesses an ability like that, you must keep your distance. Never let him see your palm or even touch you. He clenched his own fist to emphasize the point. Worry etched deep into his features. Sua's eyes widened in surprise, before a flicker of understanding crossed her face. Ah, so that's why he kept. She trailed off, recalling the moment Gunham had tried to grab her hand. Anyway, I just wanted to warn you. I'll be going now. Gangrym turned to leave, but a hurried voice called him back. Ah, CO Gangrym. He glanced over his shoulder, meeting her hesitant gaze. I also cleared the hell of the Blade Mountain room last time. She summoned all her courage, her eyes glowing with a brilliant hope. Would you want to challenge the second room together? He turned back to face her, but instead of an answer, his expression hardened into stone. It would be too difficult for you, Sua, he said, his voice strained. Huh? Why would it be difficult for me, she asked. The hopeful smile vanished from her lips, replaced by a look of confusion and hurt. Right now, He stared at her, his gaze complex. Before dropping the blunt truth, too inexperienced. Sua's face went completely blank, stunned silent by his sudden, harsh assessment. I don't think I'm that weak, she countered, her pride clearly stung. But your ability will be weakened in the next chamber, he explained. The next room has a fire attribute, he continued, his tone like a master instructing a novice. The metal energy will shatter your fate. The first room was already incompatible with you because of its metal attribute. That wood leaf method of yours won't save you this time. I'm certain you know what I'm talking about. Sua fell deep into thought, her hand unconsciously rising to her chin. The second room would definitely put me at a disadvantage. Do you understand now? He asked before turning to walk away. Yes, to a degree, she replied, still pondering his words. Ah, CO Gangrym. She suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. He flinched, his entire body going rigid. He immediately quickened his pace, leaving her behind. Why? He wondered. Why does she keep pushing to get closer? Even after everything I told her. He muttered, his fists tightening. The torment was obvious on his face. Thank you for the advice, her voice called out from behind him, surprisingly clear and sincere. She stood there alone, quietly watching his retreating back. She remembered his earlier rejection. I'm more comfortable by myself. He turned down my offer, but then he partied up with Dokun. So I thought he just wanted to keep his distance from me. A shadow of sadness crossed her face as a single bead of sweat trickled down her temple. But then he called me out here just to warn me about John Gunham. She brought a hand to her chin, her green eyes shimmering with intense thought. Perhaps he had another reason for refusing. Why else would he be so honest about the danger? She gazed at her own reflection in a glass door. Could it be he was worried about me? A small, hopeful smile unexpectedly bloomed on her lips. As Gangrym strode through the hall, John Gunham's voice echoed from behind. CO Gangrym. He turned, finding Gunham leaning casually against a wall. With his arms crossed, his eyes scanned Gangrym with a probing intensity. Are you planning to enter the second room with Sua? Gangrym shoved his hands in his pockets, his voice cold and absolute. No, I'm going alone. Gunham watched Gangrym's retreating back, his smile melting away into a mask of pure calculation. I have to get rid of that bastard before he drags me down. He quickly rushed after him, his voice suddenly earnest. Wait. In that case, do you want to form a party with me? Gunham clenched a fist, a supremely confident grin spreading across his face. It'll be a huge help for you, since my class is quite high. A class built on deception, Gangrym thought. A golden light flashed in his eyes as an invisible pressure radiated from his body. And what's your ability? The ability, Fate Comprehension, had been activated. Gunham raised his hands, conjuring small orbs of water. Water bomb. Pew pew. I can create guns made of water, he announced proudly. John Gunham. First-rate human class. Water attribute. Gangrim's response was curt. All right, let's go. We can leave right now. Gunham's eyes widened in surprise. Really? I'll get my things and be right down. Gunham exclaimed with a radiant smile before cheerfully running off. Gangrim watched him, a faint smirk of relief and calculation on his lips. What a relief that he approached me first. Second training ground. The room of Hellfire. Clear condition. Find the crystal. Ice and return to the lobby. With the time limit gone, Se-Gang and Gunham confirmed their entry. Gunham's jaw dropped in awe at the inferno of lava and fire raging before him. This place was a true vision of hell. You have entered the chamber of Hellfire. I was surprised you accepted my offer so easily. I guess it's thanks to my water attribute, Gunham said with a smug grin. Hemph. Anyway, have you spotted the clear condition? Is there really ice in a place like this? Gangrim muttered, gazing at the molten rocks. Gunham wiped the sweat from his brow, using his ability to conjure spheres of cool water. Man, it's scorching in here. But since I'm with you, we'll find it in no time, right? Gunham said, trying to project confidence. Gangrim's eyes narrowed with hidden intent. He unleashed his sword, the blade glowing with a blue aura as he activated his sword-drawing technique. Gunham spun around, his face a mask of pure shock. A fire frog had suddenly leaped from the lava, ambushing Gunham from behind. I didn't expect to run into a monster right at the start. They're coming, Gangrim said, his hand still gripping his sword's hilt. Gunham panicked. What? Gasping for air, he saw an entire horde of giant fire frogs rising from the molten sea. Mid-tier, rank 3 fire frogs. Frogs are a piece of cake, Gunham roared, summoning a powerful torrent of water between his hands. He fired countless water jets at the swarm. The jets blasted straight through the frogs, dropping them in heaps. Awesome, Gunham cheered, clenching his fist. My power is super effective in here. This will be a breeze, as long as we find that ice crystal, he said, with unearned optimism. Gangrim offered only a vague reply. Perhaps. I already know where it is. There's no need to rush, Gangrim thought, observing the distracted Gunham. What am I going to do with this guy? Gunham suddenly turned back. Huh, is he smiling? He had his arms crossed, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Does he really think teaming up with me was a good call? After slaughtering countless frogs, is this what they call mana exhaustion? Gunham staggered, clutching his head. There are way too many monsters compared to the Hell's Mountain of Knives room. He drew his sword. I have no other choice. I'll have to fight with my blade. Just like Se-Gangrim, he tried to imitate the master, but a frog's tongue immediately wrapped around his sword. Croak. The frog swelled up and then exploded, launching Gunham through the air. He shrieked in desperation as he was sent flying. So hot! Stay away from me. Se-Gangrim. But Gangrim just stood there, watching silently with cold, indifferent eyes. From the ground, Gunham furiously screamed at his uncaring partner. Why are you just standing there watching me? Gangrim only let out a faint sigh. He walked over and nudged Gunham with his foot. Go back if you can't keep up. His voice was ice. He turned with absolute confidence, his gaze unwavering. I can clear this stage by myself. Gunham struggled to his feet, his voice weak but still defiant. I'll be fine if I can just rest for a moment. Gangrim responded without a hint of concern. Fine. Gunham sat, muttering under his breath with a hateful expression. Arrogant bastard. Who the hell do you think you are? Just because you were the first to clear a raid? He got up, staring at Gangrim's bandaged hands, his mind racing with calculations. I teamed up with him to gauge his level and abilities, but I can't check a thing with his hands all wrapped up. As Gangrim walked away, his silhouette radiated an aura of profound mystery. Gunham's suspicion grew. Even trying to guess from his abilities, it feels like he's hiding something huge. Gunham's eyes narrowed with malice. I'll have to test him myself. He sat down, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, waiting patiently. There's bound to be a moment when his guard is down. That's when I'll make my move. Suddenly, a terrifying sense of danger made Gunham leap in alarm. He was thrown backward by a devastating force before he could even react. A colossal monster with skin like solid rock erupted from the ground. It let out a savage roar and charged at Gunham, who could only scream in helpless terror. Slash! A blinding flash of light tore through the air, cleaving the monster in two. Gangrim had made his move, felling the beast with a single, perfect strike. Gunham collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. He stammered. There are other monsters besides the frogs. I let my guard down. Gangrim walked over and called out his name. Gunham looked up and answered, yes. Gangrim stared directly into his eyes, his tone deadly serious. I have now saved you twice. With that, he turned, casually slicing another charging monster in half. These things are a pain to kill. We should move on before more of them swarm us. Gunham stared blankly for a second. What? Oh, okay. He forced a smile, but his mind was boiling with rage. Is he bragging about helping me a little? He clenched his fists on the hot ground, cursing him internally. He's not all that great. Gunam's eyes flashed with resentment as he gritted his teeth. Once my mana recovers, I could take you down easily. Gangrim suddenly spun around, cutting through his toxic thoughts. Did you have something you wanted to say? Gunam jumped, then quickly broke into a fake laugh. Ha ha, thanks for the help. To create a diversion, he pointed ahead, toward a nearby ravine. Wait, is that something over there? Gangrim turned, a flicker of surprise on his face. Ah, that's it, Gunam blurted out. Is that the ice crystal? Deep inside the crevice, a perfectly round orb of ice pulsed with a soft, blue light. Gunam's face lit up with pure ecstasy. It's the real deal. We just need to take that back to the hall, and we'll clear this stage, right? He continued, his voice trembling with excitement. Is there only one? If so, we'll be the first ones to clear this. Gangrim cut him off with a single, cold word. No. A flash of panic crossed Gunam's mind. If we clear it together, everyone back at the center will think I only passed because of Gangrim. Without a second's thought, Gunam bolted towards it. Gangrim hadn't even finished his sentence, but Gunam was already lunging forward, a silent roar echoing in his mind. If there's only one ice crystal. A savage grin spread across his face. Then the first person to grab it will be the one who clears the stage first. Visions of priceless items flashed through his mind. The rewards, followed by the adoring gazes of everyone back home. The honor, the respect. He reached out his hand, screaming inwardly, "It will all be mine." His fingers were inches away from the glowing blue sphere, a victorious smile already spreading across his lips. I'll be the first to clear this stage. His hand closed around it, but instead of solid ice, he felt something. Squishy. Gunam stared in shock at the object in his hand. It was soft and gelatinous. A system window suddenly popped up before his eyes. Fire frog egg sac. Rank, intermediate, 3rd grade. A sac containing countless fire frog eggs. Warning, fire frogs are always nearby. Instantly, the ground began to tremble violently. Hundreds of fire frogs erupted from the surrounding lava, drawn by the scent of the egg sac. The swarm descended upon Gunam without mercy, his terrified screams echoing through the cavern. From a distance, Gangrim simply turned his back, his expression cold as ice. That's what you get for trying to betray me, he muttered, hearing the desperate cries from behind. Sagangrim, Gunam shrieked in a panic. Help me, Sagangrim. Swarmed and torn apart by the frogs, he screamed in agony. Get off me, you bastards. Leaving Gunam to his fate, Gangrim calmly dragged a monster's corpse with him, venturing deeper into the crystal caves of the Hellfire Room. There, he found what he was truly looking for. An angular ice crystal, radiating a powerful, cold aura. Ice crystal. Rank, Demon. 3rd grade. A crystal formed from pure ice which increases the user's water attribute. Gangrim sat down and calmly opened his system interface before him, the shop window. He scrolled through the items, thinking to himself, the prerequisite for opening the shop is obtaining a soul gem. Normally, I never would have known about the shop's existence, or about soul gems. A memory from his past life surfaced in his mind, but this time is different. I was able to open it because I snagged a few soul gems beforehand. He used his bandaged hand to select an item. You have purchased an item, Yang Prayer Chest, 150 points. Gangrim now held a magnificent golden chest in his hands. Hump. I had to sacrifice some of my achievement stats since I was short on currency. Yang Prayer Chest. Rank, Demon, 1st grade. If you place an item inside and pray, you will receive an item that aligns with your wish. However, if your sacrifice is deemed insufficient, you will receive nothing at all. He opened the chest and placed the ice crystal inside. Prayer. What a ridiculous name. In the end, it's just a system to make you offer up a rare and expensive item. Gangrim clasped his hands and closed his eyes. The ice crystal is a demon grade, 3rd class item. The chest began to glow brightly. What I'm aiming for is a demon grade, 1st class item. You are now praying. He opened his eyes as the light intensified. There's a slight difference in rank, but it should be possible since they're both demon grade. The light faded, revealing a small vial of nectar. You have obtained insect nectar. Rank, insect. 3rd grade. He fell silent for a moment. Gangrim sat amidst a pile of ice crystals and frog corpses, his expression hardening with resolve. Fine. If I can't get it with quality, I'll win with quantity. With this much ice around me, there's no way I'll fail to get it. I'll keep trying until I get what I want. Meanwhile, Gunam, his face bruised and swollen, seethed with absolute hatred, grinding his teeth. See Gangrim, you bastard. He staggered to his feet, his body a canvas of wounds. You think you can just get away with leaving me for dead like that? Just wait until I find you. He limped forward, his venomous oath cut short by a strange object in his path. I'll run this sword right through your arrogant face. Huh. What's that? An egg? His eyes widened, his expression shifting from pure rage to absolute terror. No, it was a massive stone gate, slowly grinding open to reveal a blinding light. A system announcement echoed. The second gate to the Hellfire Room has been cleared. Gunham, his face battered but his eyes burning with a crazed, triumphant light, stepped through and roared in his mind. I did it. I was the first one to clear the stage. A crowd of trainees rushed forward to greet him, their cheers filled with admiration. Gunham, did you actually clear it? That's incredible. In just one day, Gunham flashed a self-satisfied smile, clutching a dead fire frog in his arms, and a fake ice crystal. A smug grin spread across his face. Yeah, that's right. This is the reaction I was looking for. He thought to himself, with this, I'm way better than that fool Seo Gang. But his self-satisfied train of thought was shattered when he spotted Gang Rim. Standing in another corner, Gonam immediately stormed over to Gang Rim, who looked like he'd just been through hell himself. Seo Gang Rim. So there you are. He stared Gang Rim down with a fake, accusatory look. How could you just run off on your own like that? I looked everywhere for you. Gang Rim hesitated, but before he could speak, a loud voice from the distance cut him off. About leaving me all alone. Jun Gonam, the first one to clear the Hellfire Room. Gonam glanced over in that direction. His eyes flashed with a calculated glint. Gonam waved back cheerfully. Yep, that's me. Meanwhile, Gang Rim just silently sat down on a nearby bench. He turned back to Gang Rim, patting his shoulder with false friendliness, and said, Well, I'll let it slide this one time. Shouldn't we shake on it as a symbol of our reconciliation? Gang Rim seemed a little surprised, hesitating at Gonam's outstretched hand. Gonam didn't wait for an answer, immediately grabbing Gang Rim's hand. A yellow energy enveloped them as a notification appeared, activating the palm reading ability. He squeezed Gang Rim's hand, a twisted smile on his face as he said, Don't be too scared. The system continued, reading the destiny of opponent Seo Gang Rim. Gonam turned away, gloating inwardly. I feel so much better now that I was the first one to clear the room, and seeing him look so pathetic. At that moment, an information panel appeared before his eyes. Seo Gang Rim, mid-tier 3rd rank, fire attribute. Mid-tier 3rd rank fire control, human rank 1st class sword draw. He shot Gang Rim a look of utter shock and contempt. He's a mid-tier 3rd rank. I thought he'd at least be human rank. Gonam gritted his teeth, his face contorted with bitterness. I went through all of that hell just for some mid-tier nobody. From a distance, Gang Rim just smirked. He placed a hand on his chest, thinking, Good thing I got this just in time. An item appeared in his mind. Demon rank 1st class Destiny Protection Talisman protects a portion of one's destiny in the status window, preventing others from being able to read it. Gang Rim recalled his actions back in the cave. I couldn't prepare much. There weren't many ice crystals left after I got the talisman, but it seems he found one of the crystals I shoved into a fire frog. Meanwhile, Gonam was being interviewed by a staff member. He boasted, I'm a water attribute, and I have an ability. The staffer asked, Can you tell me how you found the ice crystal? Dako Jun, an elite trainee with silver hair, sat nearby, lost in thought. Even Seo Gang came back looking that torn up. But to finish in a single day, Dako Jun waved Gonam over after the interview ended. Thanks for your cooperation. Gonam replied cheerfully. Of course. Dako Jun called out to him, Jun Gonam, then praised him. You're truly incredible. Gonam thought to himself, Dako Jun. I think he's a god-tier 3rd rank. Dako Jun continued with a serious expression. I tried that room a few days ago but kept failing. And Seo Gang Rim seems weaker than me. Is that so? Dako Jun confirmed it. Well, he's a mid-tier 3rd rank, so of course he's weak. He ran off alone just because of a few monsters. Gang Rim, in the distance, heard the entire conversation. Dako Jun looked at Gonam with admiration. In that case, you're more of a main character than he is. Gonam acted shy, but inside, he was bursting with pride. Main character. Well, I guess you're not wrong, are you? Should we talk for a bit? Gang Rim glanced over at them, a golden glint flashing in his eyes. A notification appeared. Dako Jun's destiny is intertwining. Seeing the two of them begin to chat intimately, he thought to himself, Dako Jun won't be paying any attention to me for a while. At the same time, red warning notifications appeared. Worst destiny combination. Vile energy is seeping into John Gonam's destiny. Gang Rim stood up and walked up the stairs, a relieved smile on his face. He'll take care of Jung Gonam for me, too. This is working out even better than I expected. In a luxurious meeting room, an emergency meeting of CM Team 2 was underway. A blonde man asked a woman in uniform, Anavi, is Gonam demon rank? She answered decisively, No, he is human rank. The blonde man asked again, Was anyone with him? Another woman replied, The trainee, Gangrim. A man in the room looked annoyed. Him again? A man with glasses, likely the team leader, rested his chin on his hand in deep thought. He went in with him, but Jun Go Nam was the only one to clear it. Something isn't right here, Anavi reported, recalling Go Nam's testimony. Yes, but trainee Go Nam said something strange. He said he was killing fire frogs and discovered one of them had swallowed an ice crystal. The team leader cut in. But the monsters can't approach the crystal cave. We set up a barrier, did we not? The red-haired woman replied, her hands flying across an electronic device. I checked just now. A holographic image materialized in the air. The barrier was shattered. Vile frogs swarmed the area, devouring the precious ice crystals. The defense had been completely breached, and the monsters consumed everything. The team leader exploded with rage. He spun on one of his subordinates, Du Sung Tae. How in the hell could you screw up this badly? Sung Tae flinched, desperately trying to defend himself. No, sir. I checked it over and over. I swear there wasn't a single issue. He forced a weak smile, trying to smooth things over. The fact that it was cleared faster than expected just means our trainees are more talented than we thought. Slam! The team leader's fist crashed onto the desk. Veins bulged on his hand, his fury reaching its absolute peak. He leaned forward, his face a mask of pure anger. Do Sung Tae, are you prepared to take full responsibility for that claim? He continued his interrogation, his eyes as sharp as blades. Are you saying your plan was completely flawless? And since our trainees are so talented, should they just proceed to the third chamber now? Sung Tae stammered, that's. He hung his head low, unable to meet the leader's piercing gaze. Can you take responsibility if they all die? The team leader sank into his chair, his voice turning deadly serious as he stared into the distance. Beyond the third gate lies the true demon realm. They will all be slaughtered if they enter unprepared. He clasped his hands, his voice filled with grim resolve. We have to make them far, far stronger than they are now. The leader issued one final command, and keep a much closer eye on Sale Gangyam. Elsewhere, Gangyam felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He let out a soft breath and glanced up at the colossal gate. It was bound by countless talismans and enchanted ropes. He thought to himself, I didn't see this coming. An official notice appeared. The opening of the third gate is postponed indefinitely. A new date will be announced once details are finalized. Soon Fate Protection Agency, Team 2. A few days later, in the cafeteria, Gangjin was grabbing a tray of food. He overheard a few other trainees talking. Are you sure that raid strategy John Gunham told us is legit? What if he's lying to all of us? Another trainee muttered, at this rate, I'm going to become an expert at dissecting frogs. One of them scoffed in disbelief. No way, what would he even gain from that? Still, something feels off. Think about it. Everyone else who cleared the chamber wasn't close to John Gunham. The other trainee paused. Huh, that's right. Doc Gozin and Seal Gangium cleared it way after he did, even though they were on the same team before. Their eyes drifted over to Gangium, sitting alone. Those two aren't even partnered up anymore. So should we just ignore his advice and figure it out ourselves? A smirk crept onto Gangium's face as he thought. So he's been running his mouth, spreading lies. And it looks like Doc Gozin finally ditched him for it. Gee. If they just stayed together, I could have dealt with two problems at once. Suddenly, a system window materialized before him. All personnel are to assemble in the main hall at 1800 hours today. Anavicha, he thought. So, it's time. In the main hall, Anavicha stood before the third gate, its seals now broken. She addressed the crowd of assembled trainees. Welcome. I summon you all here today for an announcement concerning the third gate. She raised a hand, her voice echoing through the massive hall. First, as of this moment, entry into the third gate is now permitted. The gate behind her pulsed with a brilliant crimson light. The trainees erupted in cheers at the sudden news. Anavicha elaborated. From the third gate onward, you will not be entering a training ground prepared by the agency. You will be stepping into the true demon realm. Standing in the crowd, Gangjim listened intently. Therefore, from this point forward, you will all proceed as one unit. The environment of the demon realm is infinitely more hostile. Visions of vicious monsters and blood-soaked battles flashed in their minds. And you will face monsters that are stronger and far more varied. The colossal shadow of a god loomed over a battlefield. Watching from on high, the gods themselves will observe your raids into the demon realm. Anavicha then offered a critical warning. When you hear the voice of a god, do not respond immediately. Check your newly updated handbooks first. A few trainees pulled out their devices. Whoa, the handbook really is different, she added. We have included various protocols for situations you may encounter in the demon realm. We strongly advise you to read it before entering. She stood before them, a solemn expression on her face. That is all the guidance I can offer. Her face grew grim, tinged with a deep sorrow. Please, she looked each of the trainees in the eye, her voice becoming hard as steel. Do not die. The trainees were stunned into a tense silence by her chilling words. Someone whispered, "Did she? Just tell us not to die." A nervous murmur rippled through the crowd. "If there's no party member limit, we should group up. Get as many people as we can. Yeah, let's read the handbook first." Amid the chatter, a cheerful blonde girl approached Gangnam. She popped up behind him, her voice bright and clear. "Hey there." Gangnam turned, his expression calm. "Yeah, hi Bomb. I see you." The girls were identical. One of them linked her arm with Gangnam's, asking in surprise, "Wait, you can actually tell us apart." The other sister pouted, "No fun. Everyone else gets us mixed up." Gangnam watched them with a steady gaze, his mind drifting to the past. "How could I ever forget," he thought. "You and Sinsua were the only ones who talked to me. Back when Gunnam spread those vicious rumors about me and my past life." As the sisters bickered, one said, "People wouldn't get us confused if you just cut your hair." The other shot back, "Hey, my hair is my choice." Gangjim thought to himself, "Besides, even if they're twins, their destinies are completely different." He activated his ability, Destiny Comprehension. Yunbom struck a confident pose, complaining, "Even our height is way too similar." Her status window materialized before him. Name, Yunbom. Rank, First Class Dragon. Element, Metal. Ability, Perfect Sharpshooter. First Class Demon rank. When using ranged weapons or abilities, you will hit the target no matter what. Mana consumption varies based on the target's class and distance. Yoon stretched decisively. "Just watch, I'll get taller." Her status window appeared as well. Name, Yoon. Rank, First Class Dragon. Element, Metal. Ability, Perfect Shot, First Class Demon rank. When using ranged weapons, you will hit the target no matter what. Mana consumption varies based on the target's class and distance. Gangjim's expression grew somber as he watched them. He thought, so, nothing has changed after all. A painful memory surfaced. A horrific scene from his previous life. Yunbom had survived, but Yoon had died in the third room. A crimson warning message flared to life. "You have detected the White Tiger's death energy from Yoon. A fatal danger will occur within the next few days." Without a moment's hesitation, Gangnam turned to the one in danger, even as the sisters continued to tease each other. "Yoon, do you want to enter the third room with me?" Yunbom happily chimed in, "Fine by me. I didn't want to hunt with you anyway." Yoon whirled around, shouting in disbelief, "What?" Gangjim added firmly, "Yunbom, you too." He vowed to himself, "This time, I'll make sure they both survive." The three of them stepped into a world of pure white snow. You have entered the Frost Room. Completion condition. Hunt more than one of each monster species in the Ice Valley. Number of monster species killed, 0 out of 10. Time limit, 14 days. But then, disadvantage notifications appeared. The current demonic realm is imbued with water energy. Water energy counters the user's destiny. Your stats are decreased by 10%. You have entered the Frost Room. Gangnam shivered from the cold. He muttered, "It's freezing." The sisters drew their weapons. One said, "Monster hunting. Must be the mission for this raid." The other complained into the blizzard, "I can't see a thing." Suddenly, cute, horned white rabbits appeared from the snow. The sisters cooed, "Look, they're so cute. I can't possibly kill them." Instantly, one of the rabbits transformed, its mouth filling with sharp teeth as it let out a savage roar. The monster collapsed, revealing its information panel, Horn Eye Rabbit. Rank, First Class Insectoid. One of the girls gasped, "What the heck? First Class Insectoid. It's way weaker than it looks." Gangnam was busy navigating the system shop, while the two sisters sat on a fallen log, complaining, "This shop is terrible. So many items, but no search function." Bomb watched him with admiration, asking, "How do you find everything so easily?" Gangjim explained, "Well, when you use it for years, it starts to feel like a game I used to play." Jiang came closer, showing him her screen. "Can you look at a weapon for me, too? I was thinking of getting a bow and arrow." While they were busy shopping, Gangjim fought off the monsters alone with masterful fireballs. He glanced back to see the sisters competing. One boasted proudly, "Ha, I got one more than you." Gangjim's memory flashed back. Yunbom, a pistol-wielding gunslinger with a sharp eye, and Yoon, an archer who was on the national team. Their hunting efficiency skyrocketed. Now that they were using weapons they were familiar with. In his past life, he remembered, Yunbom had become the highest-class sniper. He watched the sisters work in perfect sync, thinking Yoon could have achieved just as much if she had lived. No, he realized, they could be even greater. Together, an image of the Yunbom from his past surfaced. Cold, distant, and emotionless. In the previous timeline, Yunbom became a completely different person after her sister's death. She never smiled again, and as if to avenge Yoon's death, Bomb focused on nothing but hunting monsters. She grew stronger at an incredible rate. and was eventually scouted by the Asura sect, one of the 5 great sects. But she was never truly happy. Gangnam looked up at the falling snow, deep in thought. They both have good fortune. They can become incredibly powerful. His resolve hardened. I have to ensure Yoon Jeon survives. For Yoonbom's sake, I'll help them get into the Flying Tiger sect. A memory from his past returned, of the Flying Tiger sect's members being slaughtered. Back then, the members of the Flying Tiger sect were all killed by Yoonbom, the sniper from the Asura sect. The sect will survive. Back in the present, Gangnam smiled, watching Jeon practice. All right, I'll keep an eye on Yoon Jeon. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him. His smile vanished, replaced by a look of sheer horror as he spun around. Jeon was nowhere to be seen amidst the battlefield of monster corpses. Yoon Jeon, where did she go? Gangnam and Bon frantically tore through the snowy forest. They shouted her name over and over. Yoon Jeon, where are you? Yoon Jeon, Gangnam screamed, his voice cracking with raw panic. Yoon Jeon, Bon was just as terrified. Why would she go to the bathroom so far away? I heard a scream from over there. Gangnam was stunned. Huh. He hadn't heard a thing. Bon insisted. I'm sure of it. From the distance, a faint voice called out. Unni, Gangnam, I'm over here. Bon cried out in relief. Jeon. They found her at the edge of a massive sinkhole, she explained. The ground just suddenly gave way. We'll pull you up. Gangnam leaped down, only to find Jeon beside another person. He asked Yoon Gayan, Are you all right? She replied, I'm fine, but this person. Gangnam realized the injured man was John Gunham. Jeon was shocked. John Gunham. Gunham gritted his teeth, muttering bitterly. Damn it, of all the people to be his teammate. Say Gangnam. Gangnam sighed, looking down at Gunham. Do you need a hand? Gunham angrily swatted the offer away. No, I don't need help from someone like you. Gangnam turned back to Jeon. All right, let's go. Jeon was taken aback. What? We're just leaving him like this? On their way, Jeon explained Gunham's condition to Gangnam. He said his legs were paralyzed by a dangerous monster's attack. Gangnam asked. A paralysis poison? He quickly assessed the situation. It must be from the rabbits. It'll wear off on its own. Jeon asked innocently. Huh? Rabbits? But they're the weakest species here. Bomb quickly covered her mouth. Shish, Jeon, you can't say that. Meanwhile, Gunham was enduring the poison's effects, his face flushed as he ground his teeth in agony. He silently cursed that bastard, say Gangnam. He clenched his fists, his heart burning with humiliation that he was forced to endure. He remembered the moment he fell into the pit, with only one thought in his mind. That's right, the wicked must pay for their crimes. A mysterious figure appeared at the edge of the pit, its voice echoing down. Do you desire assistance? Gunham looked up, asking in terror, Who are you? As dusk began to fall, Gangnam told the 2 sisters, We should head back. The difficulty spikes when it gets dark, Jeon complained. But I raised my stats to get stronger, and I've already collected a bunch of achievement points. Gangnam reassured her. There's no need to rush. Today is only the first day. Guyan asked with a hopeful expression. So, you'll come with us tomorrow too? Gangnam smiled. Yeah, let's stick together until we clear this room. Deal? Bomb cheered with delight. Awesome. Yes, let's clear this room together. Suddenly, a long chime echoed throughout the valley. Gangnam froze. Wait, that sound. His eyes widened, recognizing the imminent danger. That voice. He shoved the 2 sisters toward an open gate. You two, get back to the lobby, now. Jeon asked worriedly. Huh? What about you? Gangnam replied, I forgot something while we were running. I'll be right back. Elsewhere, another group of trainees were surrounded by a pack of colossal wolves. A massive alpha wolf stared them down, its eyes glowing fiercely in the night. Shin Sua stood protectively in front of her group, drew her sword, and shouted, Everyone, stay calm. She gritted her teeth, trying to hold her ground. Against the ferocious onslaught of the wolf pack, she screamed, Everyone, get behind me. A green aura enveloped them all, activating her ability, the Yutmok method. She courageously stabbed at a wolf's face, the protective aura shielding those behind her. As she fought, she yelled, The Yutmok method is protecting everyone. She charged forward. She resolved to kill as many as she could now, to make things easier later. Tears of exhaustion welled in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and wished, If only I had one more person who could fight. As the words left her mouth, Gangrim's sword erupted in brilliant flames. Achievement points invested into pyrokinesis. Pyrokinesis has been upgraded to intermediate 2nd grade. He charged into the center of the wolf pack, right in front of the exhausted Shin Sua. Say Gangrim. Sua gasped in astonishment as he unleashed fiery slashes that sent the monsters reeling. He moved like a bolt of lightning, His flaming sword strokes created a deadly dance among the wolves. Empowered by his arrival, Sua used her remaining strength. She finished off a wolf with one precise strike. She breathed a sigh of relief, smiling gratefully. You were so fast. Thank you, say Gang Rim. Gang Rim remained silent. His gaze on her was complicated. After they returned to the main hall, Gang Rim sternly questioned Sua in front of her team. Why didn't you run? He looked directly into her eyes, his tone filled with condemnation. You should have known the situation was against you. He continued. You run when you can't win. You were more than capable of escaping without a scratch. Sua angrily retorted. You can call me weak, but you just got lucky this time. Gang Rim's voice dropped, painful memories flooding back. What if the monsters had a hidden ability you knew nothing about? What if no one came to help, and you died such a meaningless death? He said, his words haunted by images of past battles. His voice turned to ice, a chilling warning. This is the last time. It won't happen again. Rage and worry bled into his tone. Were you trying to get yourself killed protecting others? Helping others is a luxury only the strong can afford. He turned his back, leaving one final piece of advice. Don't you ever forget that. As his figure faded, his words echoed in the air. Drop your guard, and you'll be leaving this place as a corpse. Sua's party rushed to her side. Sua, are you all right? Seol Kang Rim was way too harsh. Is he saying you should have just let us die? Sua just smiled, trying to calm everyone down. Haha, he was just worried about me. What? I mean, he still came to help, didn't he? She gazed fondly after Kang Rim's retreating back. I don't get why he always plays the villain. He's actually a very warm person. Sua quickly chased after him, calling out, Seol Kang Rim. She caught up to him. Thank you for worrying about me. Kang Rim just sighed softly, turning away with a mumble. Whatever. Back in the Frost Room, Kang and the twin sisters were finishing off the final monster. Monster species hunted, 10 out of 10. You have cleared the Frost Room. One of the twins stared at the notification screen and said, someone already cleared the room. I thought for sure it would be us. The other cheered. I just cleared it too. That was close. Ji-yeon asked Kang, so, are you leaving now? He smiled back. I'll stick with you too until you're done, he explained. No one else will enter once it's cleared, so I can just come back later. The sisters cheered in delight. Kang Rim's mind was on his true goal. What I'm after is the hidden completion reward you get for hunting 11 monster types. Meanwhile, the twins were bickering. Yoon Ji-yeon, stop stealing my kills. Then maybe you should hit them first. Kang Rim activated his ability, a sense of unease creeping in. I'm a little worried this raid was cleared by a brute in my past life. Activating ability. Fate's Insight. 2 crimson warning messages flared to life. The White Tiger's death energy is approaching. Death energy is approaching. Kang Rim was confused. Someone other than Yoon Ji-yeon is about to die. Memories of Jeon Jeon Am and Dak Go Jun flashed in his mind. Ah, the worst combination of fates. An evil energy is seeping into Jeon Am's destiny. He remembered the scene back at the pit. It'll be a problem if I get involved with him again. Kang Rim's golden eyes glinted in the shadows. A deadly thought crossed his mind. Should I just kill him now? He turned to the twins. He pointed to a hill where a white tiger was faintly visible. Everyone, I'm going to check out that hill for a bit. You two keep hunting. Just stick together so you don't get lost. They happily replied in unison. Okay. As Kang Rim walked alone through the snowy landscape, he thought, I suppose it'll be fine as long as they're together. Suddenly, Jeon Jeon Am appeared before him, shrouded in a chilling blue aura. I finally found you, Seol Kang Rim. Kang Rim's guard went up. Why? Jeon Am held up a glowing ice crystal. I thought I'd return the favor. His face twisted into a venomous smirk, his eyes glowing red as he continued. For the humiliation you put me through last time. Kang Rim, a gash already bleeding on his head, glared at Jeon Am. And you have the power to do that, you bastard. Jeon Am roared with confidence. Of course. He unleashed a massive wave of blue energy, declaring, after all, the main character can hear the voice of a god. The ice crystal in his hand morphed into a razor-sharp spike, aimed right at Kang Rim. Get ready, Seol Kang Rim. This is the power of a god, he bellowed, as countless shards of ice shot toward Kang Rim. He raised his sword to block, thinking, I knew it. He recalled Anabi's warning. The gods will be watching during the Demon Realm raid. Kang Rim realized, a god has possessed you. His eyes flashed gold as the system announced the activation of Fate's Insight. Jeon Am's status window appeared. Jeon Jeon Am. Human class, first rate. God's name, the smallpox guest. He gloated, I'm the main character, so of course a god would choose me. The system explained, those who partner with a god are called apostles and gain immense power when possessed. Kang Rim readied his flaming sword. At least it's a low-level god. His manas increased slightly, and he gained a new ability. His new skill was displayed. Ability, Smallpox, Human Class, First Rate. Borrows a god's power to infect an opponent with smallpox. When struck by an attack while this ability is active, the affected area will become infected. Gangrim's expression soured. So I'll get smallpox if it even touches me. What an annoying ability. He decided on a strategy, dodging the ice shards and swinging his flaming sword at a nearby log. I'd better drain his mana first. Gangrim launched himself into the air, leaving a trail of fire. Geonam unleashed a volley of ice attacks from below, screaming, "It's useless to run." Flames from Gangrim's slash instantly ignited the dry trees, creating a raging sea of fire. Gunham was still in the middle of his arrogant threat. Divine retribution will chase you to the ends of the earth. But his words were cut short by the sight of giant wild boars stampeding directly towards him. In a panic, he unleashed a frantic barrage of ice shards at the herd. "Damn you, Gangrim, stop this." He desperately tried to clear a path, screaming, "Get out of my way, you vile beasts." But the massive alpha boar charged forward and slammed into him. He let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. As he collapsed, coughing up blood, a powerful, shadowy figure appeared. The newcomer surveyed the chaos with utter disdain. "I heard a human was possessed by a god, but this one is pathetically weak." Its blazing red eyes locked onto the fallen Gunham. "Well, I suppose that suits a low-grade deity. Don't you agree?" The creature continued its monologue. "It's not just you, Jung Gun. Other gods are watching me as well, aren't they? Is watching such a fragile human truly so entertaining?" Gunham roared in fury. "You find this amusing?" The being simply replied, "Precisely." In that same instant, a sword cruelly pierced through the mysterious creature's shoulder. It let out a piercing shriek of pain. "Damn it, he lost." The being mumbled as its form flickered. Gangrim stood coldly over the fallen Gunham, who pleaded desperately, "Master Joan Gun, please save me." Gangrim spoke his name with ice in his voice, "Joan Gunham." Then, he drove the sword deeper, drawing another agonizing scream. Gangrim pressed the blade against Gunham's throat, his golden eyes glowing with killing intent. "Are you satisfied with your little revenge plot now? You've been shadowing me for some time now. You must have known the risks when you decided to follow me, didn't you?" Just then, a distant voice shattered the tense silence. "Brother Gangrim." Gangrim looked up, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. He muttered, "You're lucky, Joan Gunham." He stood, pulling his sword free. "Next time, I will kill you for real," he told Gunham coldly. "Get your head straight." Bomb rushed over, her voice filled with panic. "I told you to stay put." "Brother, something's happened," she gasped, struggling to explain. "A herd of snow boars. They stampeded and took Yoonjeon with them." Bomb's words hit Gangrim like a physical blow. "What?" he demanded, whipping around. But she was already gone. She had vanished in an instant. A haunting voice echoed in Gangrim's mind, dredging up curses from his past. "Your fate is one of great misfortune, steeped in malevolent energy." He remembered the whispers that always followed him. So many people get hurt when they team up with that Gangrim. Even his own parents died because of him. Death follows him wherever he goes. Bomb's worried voice snapped him out of it. "Brother Gangrim, are you all right?" A wave of guilt crashed over him. Dark thoughts consumed his mind. "It's my fault. I knew this would happen, as if I could ever truly save anyone." Shaking off the despair, his voice hardened with resolve. "I'm going to find her." Bomb looked at him, surprised. Gangrim broke into a sprint, following the tracks. Bomb quickly ran after him. "Wait for me," he turned and commanded, "Bomb. You need to go back." Bomb stared, stunned. "What?" She refused, rushing forward to grab his arm. "I'm going with you." "But what if something happens to her too?" Gangrim snapped, trying to push her away. With tears welling in her eyes, Bomb yelled back, "You told me never to go anywhere alone." She stared at him, her gaze unwavering. "How can I possibly turn back when Jion could be in mortal danger?" Gangrim was quiet for a moment. "Fine," he finally said. "But I'm taking you back before nightfall. It's too dangerous." He gazed into the distance, waiting for her to agree. "Okay." With that, they pressed forward together. Gangrim thought to himself, "I don't know how Youngjeon died in my past life, but if she's in danger now, this has to be the place. Please, don't die." "There aren't any monsters around," Bomb observed. Gangrim explained, "That's because low-level monsters wouldn't dare enter an apex predator's territory." Suddenly, Gangrim's ears picked up a strange noise. What was that? He signaled for Bomb to be silent. "Shish. This way." Peeking through the trees, they saw a massive, snow-white beast growling. A grade 3 demon, the Yeti. A humanoid monster completely covered in white fur. It only reveals itself to humans on snowy days, and seeks to challenge any opponent it deems stronger than itself. Gangrim froze when he saw who the Yeti was holding, an unconscious Yoon Jaeon. Yoon Jaeon, Bomb screamed, starting to run forward. Bomb raised her firearm, her eyes blazing with determination as she took aim. The beast let out a menacing roar, clearly recognizing the threat. Gangrym lunged, clapping a hand over Bomb's mouth to stop her. "Wait," he hissed. With beads of sweat on his forehead, he activated another one of his abilities. Activate Fate Stealer. No deaths are predicted in this immediate area. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. If we attack recklessly now, we'll only put Yoonjeon in more danger. He carefully observed the Yeti's movements. I think it's taking her back to its lair. Besides, there are still snowboars on the other side. We have to wait until it puts Yoonjeon down safely. So we attack the second it puts her down, Bomb whispered. Gangrym shook his head. No. It's better if we can avoid a direct fight altogether. Take this flare gun. Once it puts Yoonjeon down, fire this to draw its attention, and run straight for the entrance. Keep firing as you go. He looked her straight in the eye, his tone grave. Don't fight, just run. Can you do that? Bomb gave a firm nod. Yes. I'll get Yoonjeon out while you handle it. With Bomb's agility, she could easily escape a single jetty. Besides, we have the terrain advantage, Gangrym thought. As Bomb leaped down the cliff, she used a small mirror to aim at the jetty that was setting Jeon down. She pulled the trigger, and a brilliant purple flare shot into the sky, seizing the jetty's attention. The moment the monster was distracted, Bomb started running, executing the plan perfectly. Gangrym rushed to Jeon's side. She was still unconscious on the freezing snow. Yoonjeon, he shook her desperately. Wake up, Yoonjeon! He lifted her into his arms, his face etched with worry. She's unconscious. I can't give her the medicine right now. He decided he had to carry her to the main hall. As he turned, a chilling sense of danger washed over him. He was stunned to see another jetty looming on the cliff. Damn it, I didn't know there was another one. The second jetty roared and dove down to attack, forcing Gangrym to curse his terrible luck. He summoned his power, and his boots erupted in flames. Gangrym launched a fiery kick, meeting the jetty's punch head-on. He then ducked low, sliding right past the beast. The two Yetis growled, turning on Gangrym at the same time, but he swiftly dodged both of their punches by a hair's breadth. He placed her in the jetty's warm nest. Right. I was planning on going hunting anyway. Jeon lay there, passed out amongst the dry branches. Gangrym looked at her, his voice full of determination. Just hold on a little longer, Yoonjeon. He turned back to face the two monsters, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. I'll kill them both before we leave. The two enraged Yetis charged him wildly. Gangrym rushed toward them, his blazing sword at the ready. A confident smile appeared on his lips. I see now. This just might work. He dove right into the fray between the two monsters. He moved with blinding speed, dodging their attacks and countering with precision. Your agility has increased to level 18. A powerful collision of ice and fire shook the entire area. He used the momentum to leap onto them. He jumped onto one jetty's back, using it as a springboard. He unleashed a fiery slash, cutting across the monster's back. Both Yetis collapsed and were instantly frozen solid. Blood splattered across the white snow. You have defeated a third-grade demon jetty. Gangrym breathed a sigh of relief. The demon world has plenty of territories covered in snow and ice. Jeon's call echoed from the distance. Gangrym, I'm over here. Gangrym figured these territories tended to collapse easily, just like the area Jeon fell into. He looked down at the frozen jetty, confident it couldn't climb back up. Suddenly, the ice began to crack with a horrifying sound. Gangrym spun around, his face turning pale with terror as the jetty broke free. Damn it! The ground beneath him crumbled, and he plunged into a dark pit, only to be caught by a net of glowing green roots. Shinya appeared from above, looking down on him with a stern expression. If you let your guard down, you'll leave this training facility as a corpse. Seal Gangrym, I'm glad I wasn't too late. Gangrym hung suspended in the roots, offering a grateful smile. Thank you. Sua stood at the edge of the pit, her arms crossed confidently. You can thank Bomb. She came to find me. She created a vine to pull him up. I'm pulling you up, so hold on tight. But he replied, no, please let me down first. There are a few things I need to check. They found Jeon lying motionless on the snow. Bomb and John Gunham were desperately trying to wake her. Gaon, Gaon, Jeon. Open your eyes. Gangrym and Sua stood frozen at the scene. A painful question surfaced in Gangrym's mind. Are we too late? He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists beside Sua as a feeling of helplessness washed over him. Can we not fight the fate we were born into? Jeon stirred slightly, her voice weak. It's so cold. Can you turn the heater back on? Sis? The young girl sat up, rubbing her eyes sleepily, to everyone's amazement. Ouch. Where are we? Bomb was overjoyed. She's alive. Yoonjeon is alive. Jeon responded, confused. Of course I'm alive. Was I supposed to die? At that moment, A red notification appeared before Kangrim's eyes. The white tiger's aura of death has vanished from Yoon. Bom cried while scolding her sister. You idiot, you absolute idiot. Jiyoon cried out, ow, I'm injured here. Another message appeared. A predestined fate has been changed. Kangrim was stunned as a flood of notifications appeared. Changing fate has been activated. The destiny class of Seal Kangrim has been upgraded to 2nd grade, from 3rd grade. His new status window appeared. Kangrim, mid-level 2nd grade, fire attribute. Abilities. Fate Comprehension, 3rd grade dragon level. Fate Plunder, 1st grade dragon level. Fire Control, mid-level, 2nd grade. Model, 3rd rank sword demon. He stared blankly at his status window, unable to believe his eyes. This can't be real. I thought you could never change your destiny's rank, Bom exclaimed with joy. Yoon is alive all thanks to you. Her brother, Yoon, carried on Bom's back, spoke weakly. Thank you. Gangrim walked on, his mind a storm of thoughts. I'll deal with the complicated stuff later. Behind him, Bom was tending to Yoon. How are you feeling now? Yoon replied, the pain is fading, but it tastes so bitter. Gangrim glanced back, a small smile of relief on his face. What a relief! All that matters now is that Yoon is alive. In a dark corner, John Gunham writhed in pain and humiliation. Are you okay? What should I do? What should I do? Just hold on. I'll try something. He roared in fury at the god who had forsaken him. You damned fraud. What kind of god are you? I never should have accepted a deity who curses me with this damned affliction. You've gone too far. Was the god's power truly leaving his body? He screamed in desperation. Young master. Young master. He collapsed onto the freezing snow, whispering the young master's name. A figure emerged from the blizzard. It was Doc Gojen. The moment John Gunham saw him, he started playing the victim, crawling towards him and begging for help. Seal Gangrim attacked me, so I had to escape here. He pointed toward Gangrim, shrieking like a madman. I'm certain of it. That bastard Seal Gangrim is the named villain. So stop spouting nonsense about some loser's awakening event or him hiding his true power or whatever. Let's just take that bastard down together. You said we were comrades. Doc Gojen stared down at John Gunham, his gaze like ice. If you were the main character, you should have easily overcome something like this, but you lost to someone like Seal Gangrim. John Gunham scrambled for an excuse. Well, that bastard fought dirty. Doc Gojen sighed, his face a mask of disappointment. I thought maybe you were hiding your true power because I was around. I guess you're not the main character after all. John Gunham screamed desperately. I'm telling you, I am the main character, so help me right now. But Doc Gojen simply replied, if you were the protagonist, shouldn't you be able to get back up on your own? John Gunham was stunned by the cold retort. What? He denied it in a panic. No, that's not it. I'm not the main character, so please, just help me. Doc Gojen only asked with indifference. You're not? He turned his back, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. If you're not the protagonist, why should I bother helping a mere side character? John Gunham's desperate screams echoed as Doc Gojen walked away. Wait, Doc Gojen, don't leave me. Please, help me. You crazy bastard, stop right there. His cries faded into the vast, white landscape, as Doc Gojen's silhouette vanished behind the mountain. Elsewhere, Gangrim was in the middle of battling demons. His movements flowed like water. His sword strokes drew a perfect circle, cutting down every enemy around him. The twin sisters ran up, cheerfully reporting, Gangrim, we're all done over here. They proudly showed off their work. I did everything myself. She just gave support from the back. Gangrim couldn't help but smile at their childish bickering. What are you two talking about? You only landed the first hit. Suddenly, his senses screamed danger, and he shouted. He shoved the girls out of the path of a searing blue energy beam. A woman with long, violet hair materialized from the blizzard. Sua, knocked to the ground, asked in shock, what the hell? Who are you? The woman answered coldly, her eyes fixed on one person. Seal Gangrim. The mysterious woman stared at Gangrim, her blue eyes gleaming with killing intent. Hand over Sua, and I will let the rest of you live. Sua angrily aimed her gun at the woman. What the hell are you talking about? No, stop, Gangrim yelled, trying to prevent a hopelessly one-sided fight. Yoon Jeon. He rushed forward to shield them, but suddenly, a clawed hand grabbed him from behind. Stop. A flash of violet light erupted from the hand. He found himself standing in a sea of blood, surrounded by the bodies of his comrades. A voice, filled with hatred, echoed all around him. Why did you have to appear in our lives? He was trapped in an illusion of death and bitter accusations. We could have lived, if it weren't for you. Why didn't you save us? We never should have brought you into the Fei Hu sect. A voice whispered right beside his ear. Never forget, Seal Gangrim. You're the one who killed us. Gangram snapped awake, cold water splashing from the faucet. He stared at his exhausted reflection, telling himself, it was just a dream. He braced his hands against the door, his resolve hardening. That future will not happen. I won't let it repeat itself. He recalled the chillingly real sensations from the nightmare. Was it a warning that that future is drawing near? Just then, system notifications appeared before him. Yunbom sees you as a savior. The fates of Seol, Gangram, and Yunbom have begun to intersect. The fates of Seol, Gangram, and Yoon Jeon have begun to intersect. He splashed more water on his face, trying to clear his head. I have to keep my distance from them. Bom peeked her head out. I've got something to take care of. Bom desperately tried to stop him, but Sua arrived just then. He shut the door without a second thought. They have Sua now, he figured, so I don't need to worry about them. Besides, she seems capable enough. Bom pleaded from the other side, begging him to come along. He just replied, yeah, next time. The two sisters stood heartbroken before the cold, closed door. As they walked away, one of them whispered, Gang has been keeping his distance since that day. Hasn't he? The other replied, he must have his reasons. Sua watched them from afar and sighed. We can't do anything about it. Let's head to the fourth room by ourselves. The three of them stood before the fourth gate, which pulsed with an eerie green light. The Blade Forest Room. Clear condition. Hunt monsters and collect spirit gems in the Razor Leaf Forest Maze. Current spirit gems, 0 out of 1,000. They stepped into a dense, mysterious jungle. The twin sisters gasped in excitement upon entering the new room. Whoa, it's a forest this time. The air feels amazing. Suddenly, Sua threw up a hand. Everyone, be careful. Something is coming. Bom asked nervously. A monster? From where? In that instant, a razor-sharp leaf sliced past Sua, drawing blood. She gritted her teeth against the sting of pain. No, not a monster. In this room, I think the forest itself is our enemy. The system's info panel explained, the Blade Forest Room is a demonic realm comprised of an endless forest. The terrain never changes, and reaching the end will only return you to where you began. Sua's eyes narrowed, focused on the mission. 1,000 spirit gems will take some time. Let's scout the area first. Bom warned Jeon. This time, we stick together. No wandering off. Jeon pouted, I'm not a kid. Bom shot back. Gang told us to stay together. Sua watched the two sisters, then gazed into the distance, whispering, it would have been great if he'd come, too. Bom nodded in agreement. Yes, Sua's also thinking about him. I guess he really looked out for them. She wondered, am I not good enough? Was I about to die trying to protect others? Helping other people is a luxury only the strong can afford. A faint smile touched her lips. He has his own way of speaking, but deep down, he's definitely a kind person. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened as she spotted something. There's something over there. Jian immediately sprinted toward it, making Bom and Sua scream. Jian, stop. Back in his room, Gangjin was inspecting a bizarre egg. It has teeth. My god. It's even more grotesque than I heard. A window popped up. Unidentified egg. Rank will be determined after hatching. It will hatch after a certain incubation period. Its form will change based on what it's fed. It's still unknown what will emerge. He explained to himself, an unidentified egg I received as a reward for killing the Yeti, the 11th monster type. What hatches depends on what I feed it. He carefully wrapped the egg. Well, I already know what I want to hatch. I can't just feed it anything. This isn't the only thing I earned. The memory of the battle returned as he stood over the Yeti's corpse. You have defeated a 3rd-grade demon-class Yeti. He activated his ability, activating Destiny Steel, stealing the combat instinct ability, stealing the water attribute. He ordered the system to change his attribute to water. A blue energy enveloped him. Cell Gang's attribute has been changed to water. Water overcomes, fire has been unlocked. The reduced stats have returned to normal. His new status window appeared. Cell Gang Rim. Rank, Intermediate 2nd grade. Attribute, Water. He sat on his bed eating and thinking. I couldn't even buy a proper weapon in the ice room because I had to constantly buy food with water attribute resistance. It's a good thing I know I can steal attributes now. I'll buy a weapon in the next demonic realm. The fire attribute will be superior there, so I'll just have to switch back. Checking Cell Gang Rim's entry. You have entered the Blade Forest Room. He stepped inside, muttering. The ice room was so boring. Maybe this one will be better. He heard whispering voices. Probably not. They're still newbies. Well, it's fun to watch the newbies grow up. Gangan was annoyed. Right as I step in. How low level are they to be talking like that? A screen appeared before him. No communication settings. One of the voices realized, huh? I think he noticed we're here. Gangan thought, what should I call these things? Phantoms? Demons? The screen asked, do you want to cancel the connection? The other voice remarked, he's not even surprised. An error message popped up. You do not have enough mental power. A tiny god appeared. He's got guts. I like you, Gang. Do you want to be possessed? The guardian of the Blade Forest has offered a possession. Gangnam realized it must be the territorial god of this demonic world. He opened the shop window. The system explained, territorial gods are deities that rule over a certain area. With the possession of a territorial god, you can become stronger than anyone else in that god's demonic world. The system continued its explanation, accompanied by an illustration of a cube-shaped god attacking another god, bound to this place. But that god's power is tied to its territory. The moment he leaves this area, that offer becomes completely useless. He recalled the room's nickname, the Labyrinth of the Sword Forest. Accepting the possession would mean never getting lost. But instead, he chose to buy an item. A glowing scroll materialized in his hand. He purchased the Demon World map. Unfurling the scroll, he declared with confidence, "This is all I need to find my way." Using the map revealed 1% of the area. He glanced down, only a rough outline was visible, but the entrance to this demonic realm was now marked. He deduced the map's function. The more he explored, the more it would reveal. A system message appeared. There were multiple entrances to this world. Gangman wondered, am I heading toward the fourth area? He remembered how it all worked. The agency's trainees were split into different sectors, but in the later rooms, where the dying began. The raids were joint operations with trainees from other areas. An update flashed on his map. The marked entrance had been changed to the Area 2 entrance. The territorial god's voice echoed again, trying to entice him. Gangman, are you looking for something? I can find it for you, if you just accept my possession. But Gangman was lost in thought. They're probably controlling the number of people entering to make us fight each other. The god persisted. Gangman, can't you hear me? He finally looked up and roared. A firm refusal. I will never accept, so give it up. Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy enveloped him. The Master of All Flames has used the item, Trace of the Gods. Emphasized messages will be active for 10 minutes. A grand notification appeared, accompanied by the image of a mighty fire deity. The Master of All Flames is offering you his sponsorship. Will you accept the possession? Golden messages swirled around Gangman relentlessly. The Master of All Flames states that the other gods connecting now are nothing. The deity continued its tempting offer. The Master of All Flames declares he can make a human with the fire attribute incomparably stronger. Gangman smirked as his fake status window appeared. How touching, he thought, especially since I'm only intermediate rank. Name: Gangman. Rank: intermediate, second class. Attribute: fire. He ignored the persistent messages, but I'm still not convinced. The Master of All Flames asks why you do not answer. The Master of All Flames insists this is a golden opportunity. The Master of All Flames is watching you. Without warning, a giant mantis with blazing red eyes lunged from the bushes. Gangman reacted instantly, a powerful slash cleaving the monster in two. He carefully retrieved a green gem from the mantis's corpse. Current soul gems, 36 out of 1,000. He thought to himself, I need to collect 1,000 intermediate rank soul gems. The system clarified. This didn't mean hunting 1,000 monsters, as soul gems had different grades. To gather 1,000 gems, he could hunt 1,000 third-class giant worms, 334 first-class scythe mantises, or 100 third-class phantoms. He stared ahead, recalling his past life. I killed hordes of these mantises because I wasn't skilled enough. But this time, it's different, he declared. Each phantom counts for 10, I'm heading deeper in. And then, his foot landed in a pool of blood. He scanned his surroundings, suspicion rising. The traces of a trap, but why? He looked at the mantis corpses nearby and noticed something wrong. Why is there red blood? Could it be? The chilling silhouette of a masked figure flashed in his mind. Has he already started making his move? In his past life, he was targeted by that masked killer right here. The memory flooded back of Singyu bravely shielding him. Singyu had saved his life, simply because she happened to be in the area. But the memory continued with the masked man attacking her. He recalled that horrifying moment she clutched her wounded eye. She lost an eye saving him. His thoughts raced as he started to run. The killer had fled, and they never found out who he was. Are Singyu's and Doc Gojin's groups the only ones here? A dreadful conclusion sparked in his mind. Then whose blood is this? He sprinted forward, only to discover a horrific scene. He saw a group of people gathered around. And Union was motionless on the ground, bleeding from a terrible wound. A terrified voice screamed, "Stay away from Yoon Jianza." Meanwhile, in a lavish meeting room, a blonde team leader asked, "Has the missing trainee from the ice room returned yet?" A female staffer reported, "No, sir. Trainee Cheon Gunnam has still not returned." The team leader concluded coldly, "Then he's probably dead." Elsewhere in the room, someone mused, "I expected more from him. Especially since he was the first to clear the Hellfire room." Ah Nabi. A worried red-haired woman offered. Should I go look for him? But the team leader dismissed it. No, it's fine. We can't, when it came to the demon world. And Avi bowed her head, accepting the grim reality. From the very beginning, they had all signed a death waiver. The team leader changed the subject, his voice laced with urgency. In the demon world sector, someone has already cleared the room. They were from Sector 1. The first to clear it from the even-numbered sectors must be one of us. We cannot lose to Sector 1. A male colleague placed a hand on Anavi's shoulder, offering a cold comfort. Anavi, how will you go on if you mourn over a single death? You already knew people were going to die, he continued, his expression troubled. Well, there's something else on my mind, the team leader asked. What is it? He recalled. I was checking the trainee lists from other sectors after I finished organizing the files. A disturbing profile flashed in his mind, marked with a blazing red warning. Attribute: history of serial murder, sentenced to life in prison. He spoke to the horrified trainees. There is a serial killer among us. Back in the forest, Gangrim roared when he saw strangers surrounding the injured Guyon. Get away from Yoon Guyon. A young man in the group tried to defuse the situation. Calm down first, let's talk. But Gangrim had already unleashed his ability. Ability activated. Destiny's Insight. The man held up a vial explaining, we're treating him right now. This is an antidote from the shop. His information panel appeared. Nam Yuzujun. Human rank, grade 3, fire attribute. He ordered his group, lower your weapons, 2. The status windows of the others appeared, revealing a mix of different ranks. Jeon lay motionless on the ground, his breathing faint. Gangrim stared at Yoon Jeon's status window. Jeon. Dragon rank, grade 1, metal attribute. Status: afflicted with paralyzing fever poison. He thought to himself, he's right, he needs the antidote. Still, he remained on guard. How can I trust you people? I have to take him. Just then, Sua and the twin sisters ran over. Gangrim C, they called out, rushing to his side. Gangrim C, they aren't our enemies. Gangrim kept his sword raised, demanding an answer. Then what is this situation? A muscular man from the group stepped forward. I will explain. He explained apologetically. He actually walked into a trap we set to hunt monsters. We had no idea someone from another sector was here. We are truly sorry. His information panel appeared. Du Haiyan, demon rank, grade 2, metal attribute, deity, guardian of the Du clan. He continued, we brought him here to treat him. I just got back from removing all the traps we placed in your area. His ability was then displayed. Trap setter, human rank, grade 1. Gangrim analyzed silently. That murdering bastard was also an expert in poison and traps. This woman seems to be the strongest in their group. She's also possessed by an ancestral god. He glanced at Nam Yuzujun, but based on abilities, he is more suspicious. Yuzujun's ability was revealed, sneak, human rank, grade 3, but he's far too weak to have harmed Sua. Gangrim thought, seeing Sua and the sisters running over, and finally lowered his sword. Fine, since I don't know who the killer is, I'll have to be wary of them all. Du Haiyan asked, is the treatment complete? Yuzujun replied, yes, it's done. Gangrim said, then we'll be taking him. Let's move. As Gangrim carried Jian away, he thought, even if none of them is the killer, traveling with people from Sector 4 is too dangerous. Bomb mumbled an apology, but he reassured her. Don't worry about it. As night fell, they set up camp and lit a fire. Gangrim remarked, it gets dark so fast out here. Jian leaned against Sua and said, I've never slept in the wilderness before. The sisters teased Sua, calling her a coward. Sua shot back, aren't you too scared? This place is crawling with monsters. Well, yeah, Sua admitted, pulling out a purple stone. The twins asked with curiosity, isn't it scary? The stone emitted a black smoke when it was placed near the fire. What is that? Sua asked. Gangrim explained, it's supposed to ward off monsters. I got it from the shop. The sisters looked on with admiration. You know so much. Yeah, you're strong and really knowledgeable. Bomb gazed at Gangrim with sparkling eyes, asking shyly, by the way, can I be your disciple? Gangrim was so stunned he stuttered, my disciple. Zhao excitedly jumped in. Me too, big brother. I'm definitely better than her. Bomb retorted angrily, I asked first. The sisters' bickering erupted around the campfire. I'm definitely better than she is. No way. Besides, I have 2 more soul gems than you do. That's because you stole a bunch of monsters I was targeting. Meanwhile, Gangrim meditated, a small smile on his face at their noise. What a chaotic bunch, he thought. He opened his eyes, trying to calm them with an awkward smile. Everyone, I'm not going to teach anyone, so let's not fight anymore. Suddenly, a glint of alarm flashed in his eyes. Sua noticed his sudden shift and called out anxiously, Gangrim-si. Gangrim shot to his feet. Where are you going, big brother? Jian asked. seeing him grab his sword. He only replied curtly, "It's too noisy here," and turned his back. He stepped into the forest's deep shadows. "I'm sleeping somewhere else. Don't wait up." Alone at last, he sank to the ground, his head in his hands. "What the hell am I doing? I swore I'd keep my distance." He pulled out the mysterious egg, recalling his recent actions. "Besides, I have a mission to complete." He spoke to the egg like a small child. There, you must be starving." He offered it a leafy branch. "Here, eat up." But the egg rejected it. System: unidentified egg has refused the substance. System: unidentified egg requires flesh. System: unidentified egg is on a hunger strike. Gangrim gritted his teeth, trying to force a piece of meat onto it. "Just eat it." The growth status bar barely moved. Growth status 0.4%. "You have to eat more than that." High above on a branch, two gods were observing him. Gangrim, why did he even come back? He must be worried about that pact of his. "Oh, I know what this is called. He's a tsundere." "A what, dear?" The first god began a very confusing explanation. "It's like, you know how spring potatoes are the best? A tsundere is the kind of person who'd toss you one while pretending they don't care." The other gods seemed to get it. "Ah, I understand now. That is exactly our tsundere Gangrim." Gangrim, annoyed by their chatter, thought to himself, "I need to level up and shut off this damn communication channel." He sighed, forced to listen to their gossip. He could just stay with them, but no, he has to play this push and pull game. "Hey, that's the whole point of a tsundere. Honestly, it's getting on my nerves." Down below, Suo was scolding Gaion. "Gaion, why can't you be more careful? You need to pay better attention." Gaion just pouted in response. "Ugh, stop nagging me. I'm already reflecting on what I did wrong." One of the gods shushed the other. "Shh. Be quiet, you two. I can't hear what Gangrim's party members are saying." From his perch above, Gangrim called down. "Reflection is meaningless without action." A faint smile touched his lips as he remembered his past. "This reminds me of my time at the Flying Tiger sect. You, Harang, and I used to bicker just like that." An image of Sinua flashed in his mind, her gentle smile, a scar over one eye. Shinua would just watch over us with that smile. It was always like that back then. He remembered that simpler time. That was our ordinary life. Things were always so hectic back then. But I have a feeling this life is about to get just as chaotic. Leaning against the tree, he gazed down at the campsite. The feeling was bittersweet. The scene below was so warm, so peaceful. Suddenly, he froze. His sharp senses picked up a strange scent. Wait, what is that sickly sweet smell? From the depths of the forest, red eyes began to glow. A pack of massive bears was closing in, drawn by the scent, heading straight for the camp. Gangrim leaped down, snuffing out the fire with a swing of his sword. A startled Gaian cried out, "Ah, master." Sua spun around, shocked by his sudden appearance. "Senior brother." He strode right past her. "Are you looking for something?" she called out. He turned back, his face grim, holding up a glowing peach. "Sua, did any of you leave this area while I was gone?" Sua answered, completely baffled, "No." He stared intently at the peach, his mind racing. "Did anyone else come by here?" he asked urgently. Just then, the item's info window popped up. Ghost peach. Grade, mid-tier, 3rd class. A fruit highly favored by demonic beasts. It lures them in with its powerful aroma. It possesses no noteworthy flavor. Gangrim's eyes scanned the ghost peaches scattered on the ground. He realized the terrifying truth. There are no fruit trees anywhere near here. Someone planted these here on purpose. It has to be that homicidal bastard. Bomb spoke up. "You mean that freak with the stealth skill?" Doc Gojin passed by a little while ago. Sua looked surprised. "Doc Gojin? Isn't he that stranger from the other zone?" "Yes," Bomb replied. "About an hour ago." Jian added, clearly annoyed. "Why? Did he do something?" "He was giving us some serious dirty looks." The new possibility threw Gangrim for a loop. Doc Gojin is the killer. And am I just some side story villain? He glanced back at the camp, thinking to himself, who knows what that psycho is planning? There's a pile of demon bait right here. Sua and Bomb were horrified. "You mean someone put us in danger on purpose? Why would anyone do that?" His expression hardening, Gangrim drew his sword. "Who knows? But I'm certain of one thing." His voice was low and heavy with warning. "From now on, we have to be more wary of people than monsters." He began gathering the dangerous fruit. Unaware of the predator, hiding in the shadows, "I'll get rid of all these peaches right now." Suddenly, Gangrim froze, his eyes narrowing. He felt a presence for just a split second, but it vanished instantly. "I sensed someone, but they're gone." Elsewhere in the forest, Doc Gojin cut down monster after monster. He let out a heavy sigh, his face a mask of pure boredom. Ugh, this is so tedious. He walked over a carpet of monster corpses, muttering to himself, "This storyline is absolute garbage. No rivals, no allies, no real enemies. There are no gods or heroes worth my time. I'm stuck here just hunting low-level grunts." He gazed up at the night sky. So, what exactly is my role in all of this? He remembered overhearing the girls talking about Gangrym. How is Gangrym so strong? I really didn't think he could take down Tig. Gojin's thoughts turned to Gangrym. What's this? Gangrym. He defeated a boss-level demon I never even ran into, and he was the first to clear the ice chamber. Model. He'd saved someone. Yet, a shadow of doubt clouded his mind. He remembered Gangrym's defeat in the Hellfire Room.
So, why would a man with that kind of power lose to John Gunham in the Hellfire Room? A chilling thought suddenly pierced his mind.
Wait a second. What if S-Gang Gangrym planned for me to fight John Gunham all along? The pieces started falling into place. What if S-Gang Gangrym is from the future? That would mean he knows every strategy and every reward, and he's just trying to get me out of the picture, so he can claim all the rewards for himself. His hand tightened around his sword as the terrifying truth settled in. It all makes sense now. With newfound determination, he took off. I have to find S-Gang Gangrym. Meanwhile, S-Gang Gangrym unfurled his map. Current exploration rate, 35%. The gods chimed in, their voices dripping with mockery. Hey, aren't you supposed to be hunting? You've only gathered 200 soul orbs, so why are you just staring at that map? That's my specialty. Just let me possess you for a bit. You still haven't told us who threw those peaches, either. Gangrym rolled up the map, muttering under his breath. Humph, we didn't see them either. I highly doubt that, he thought. The gods grew curious. But what are you even looking for? Are you searching for that thing? What thing? It's a secret. He'd been focused on his search for a while. His senses stat had already reached level 25. His heightened senses were on full alert. He suddenly froze. His nose caught a familiar scent, the unmistakable smell of human blood. A violet aura flared to life around Gangrym. He activated his ability. Skill activated. Steal Fate. Searching for the deceased in the area. Following the trail, sword at the ready, he quickly found a corpse. It was lying face down, covered in blood. Suddenly, a shadow lunged from the trees. Gangrym met the attack with his own flaming blade. Steel crashed against steel with a deafening roar. A system message appeared. Deceased in area 0. The attacker, Nam Yujun, yelled out. If you see someone on the ground, you should check on them. Ignoring the clash of blades, Gangrym roared in response. Shut your mouth, you murdering bastard. Gangrym's blade had left a small gash on his head. Yujun wore a lion mask, his voice dripping with scorn. Whoa, you're a sharp one. How'd you know I was the one who killed him? Behind the mask, his eyes glowed with a deadly green light. You understand I can't leave any witnesses behind. Nam Yujun. Rank, human, 3rd grade. Attribute, fire. Title, divine. The fear of the living and the dead, right? He sneered, lunging forward with a savage grin. Ability, murderous impulse. Rank, demon, 1st grade. Absorbs the stats of anyone killed by the user. Accumulates karma with use. Gangrym reeled back, sensing his opponent's overwhelming power. Damn it, this bastard's stats have doubled since I saw him last. The two clashed in a furious storm of steel. Just how many people have you killed? Gangrym yelled. Yujun let out a crazed laugh. Couldn't you tell I've killed a lot? Gangrym glared at him with pure disgust. You sound proud of it. Isn't hunting demons enough for you? Oh, hunting demons is fun too, Yujin replied casually. That's why I tried to keep it on the down low. He placed a hand over his heart, his voice filled with reverence. But Lord Nachin granted me this power, to kill humans. I can only activate it when I kill them. Rage boiled inside Gangrym as his knuckles turned white on his sword. It'd be a waste not to use it, right? Yujin's lips twisted into a smirk. Why are you so angry? If you had a power, you could only activate by killing people. Wouldn't you do the same thing? As he spoke, his body vanished into thin air. You talk as if anyone would do the same. Gangrym growled, his eyes blazing with fury. But you're dead wrong. Sharpened senses. Gangrym stood perfectly still, focusing his mind. That skill, invisibility, it renders the user's body invisible. You might be invisible, but that doesn't mean you've vanished completely, especially when you're leaking that much killing intent. He whirled around, his sword flashing upwards to block an attack from thin air. Did you really think I couldn't find you? Nam Yujin materialized, a look of pure shock on his face. Oh, how'd you block that? Not bad. He charged again, a psychotic grin spreading across his face. This is going to be fun. Their blades met in another shower of sparks. I wonder how much stronger I'll get when I kill you. Yujin asked with manic glee. Gangrym grit his teeth, knowing he was being overpowered. This isn't good. I'm hesitant to use it, since I never have before. But that ability I stole from the Yeti. His mind flashed back to the moment he defeated the beast. Ability: Combat Instinct. Rank: Demon, 3rd grade. The user's blood will boil with the instinct to fight. When facing a stronger opponent, the user's stats will rise to match them. The stronger the opponent, the greater the boost. A fire lit up in Gangrim's eyes. They blazed red as a violet aura exploded around him. Ability activated: Combat Instinct. Opponent confirmed to be stronger. Yujin flinched at the sudden surge of power. Seething with battle lust, Gangrim charged forward. Yujin gasped in shock. What the hell? Gangrim just smirked, his voice dripping with menace. Well, you're stronger than you look. A panicked Yujin staggered back. Why? Why did your aura suddenly shift? But Gangrim only taunted him further. Killing must feel pretty good, doesn't it? The two clashed once more. Gangrim unleashed a blazing fireball, a savage grin spreading across his face. You think you're stronger than me? He roared, launching another fiery assault. Yujin clutched his seared face, screaming in agony and disbelief. Damn it. Why? Yujin demanded. Why didn't you dodge? But Gangrim just stood his ground, his blade pulsing with a violet light. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Seo Gangrim, I'm here to back you up. Gojun leaped down from the trees. Gangrim's eyes flared crimson as he sensed the new arrival. He stared at Gojun, a maniacal grin twisting his lips. Gojun, another strong one appears. He charged toward Gojun, completely unhinged. Gojun was baffled. Is this some kind of party recruitment event? He parried Gangrim's wild strike. Now what should I do? Gojun stared into the man's frenzied eyes. You've been consumed by your own power. He slammed a powerful fist into Gangrim's face. Let me help you snap out of it. Gangrim was sent flying, landing unconscious on the ground. Was that really necessary? Gojun wondered, his hand still gripping his sword. He glanced down at the unconscious Gangrim with a smirk, but when he turned back, Yujin was already long gone. Ah, the villain makes his escape. Well, I guess it's for the plot. Come back when you're stronger, Gojun called out. Meanwhile, Gangrim remained motionless on the ground. Gojun walked over, nudging him lightly with his foot. Siu Gang, you alright? Gangrim slowly sat up, pulling out a potion and downing it in one go. Use an HP recovery potion, he stated, his face still weary. So, are we a team now? Gangrim looked up, his golden eyes flashing with cold resolve. Please, find someone else. Gojun feigned disappointment before his confidence returned. Spreading his arms wide, he declared, But I want you. Everyone else is just a boring side character. He continued his speech, circling Gangrim. They don't have unique traits, no backstory of their own. Gojun tossed a sword toward Gangrim, a clear offer. I want us to be the two main protagonists. Gangrim snatched the sword from the air, his sharp gaze never leaving Gojun. Think about it. Let's call a truce. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Yujin was running for his life. He was in a full-blown panic, clutching his face in terror. Damn it, I have to kill the witnesses. But there are two of them, and they're both too strong. Just then, he spotted a group in the distance, calling his name through the hazy drizzle. Yujun. Where are you? Yujun gritted his teeth, a sinister resolve hardening in his eyes. I know what to do. I just need to get stronger. His demeanor shifted instantly. Waving his hand, he ran toward the group with a look of pure relief. I'm over here, Yujun. I'm so glad. I was so worried. He rushed forward, putting on the performance of a lifetime to win over their trust. I found a body back in the woods. I think someone else did it. That's why I was trying to find you all. I saw the culprit. Over there. He suddenly collapsed right in front of them, sending the entire group rushing to his side in alarm. Yujun, one of them, cried, kneeling beside him. A gentle, green light glowed from their palm. Are you injured? Let me take a look. I have a healing skill. Yujun looked up, a cold, sinister smile hidden beneath his mask of gratitude. Thank you. Everyone. A dark splash of blood fills the screen. I mean it. In the middle of the clearing, Yujun stood alone. He stood amidst the corpses of his own party. Skill activated. Killing Impulse. You have absorbed 10% of your opponent's stats. Karma has been distributed. And just like that, the next chapter of his dark story begins. A system window materialized before him. The fear of the living and the dead has been satisfied by Nam Yujin's actions. A stunning, green necklace materialized around his neck. The fear of the living and the dead has bestowed upon Nam Yujin the Blade Choker. He could feel a new wave of power coursing through him. Strength has increased by 10% due to the Blade Choker's effect. My power, he whispered in ecstasy, a supremely confident smile spreading across his face. Now, he was certain he could kill Seo Gang. Thank you. The rain began to fall in earnest, washing away the blood. In the clearing, surrounded by bodies, a notification popped up. Water energy is rising in the surrounding area. Damn it, it's raining, he muttered, tightening his grip on his soaked sword hilt. Water energy conflicts with Nam Yujun's fate. Stats have been reduced by 10%. But the next message brought him some relief. The fear of the living and the dead says not to worry. The fear of the living and the dead reports that Seo Gang Rim's attribute is also fire. He must be weakened as well. What a relief, he sighed, glancing up at the overcast sky. Dark clouds rumbled with thunder. I have to find him before this storm gets worse. Meanwhile, in the downpour, Gang Rim relentlessly practiced his swordsmanship. He landed, breathing heavily, resting his head on his sword's pommel. Just one left now, he said, exhausted. But fate wouldn't give him a moment's rest. Yujun lunged forward once more with blinding speed. Their swords met in a furious clash, sending a brilliant spray of sparks into the pouring rain. What the hell? Yujun gasped, his eyes widening in utter disbelief at his opponent's unrelenting power. Gang Rim pushed back, a confident smirk playing on his lips that made Yujun laugh in confusion. Haha, what is this? Am I being completely overpowered? Yujun gritted his teeth against Gang Rim's immense pressure. He roared, "You're too weak." Their blades locked once more, the ringing sound of steel echoing through the night. I would have killed fewer people if I'd known you were this pathetic. Yujun screamed in fury as he was forced back. He launched a counterattack, yelling as he struck, "Why are you so weak? Where did your comrades go?" Gang Rim blocked the blow with ease, a sneer on his face as he replied, "Wandering around alone. You're just begging to be killed." "Why are you smiling?" Yujun demanded. His confidence began to shatter before Gang Rim's unshakable calm. A blue aura began to gather around Gang Rim's sword. Their blades met again, but this time, his weapon pulsed with the azure light of water. It flared against the fiery energy of Yujun's blade. Gang Rim's elemental attribute had shifted to water. The rain itself seemed to converge around him. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light. His reduced stats had returned to normal. Yujun grit his teeth, struggling against Gang Rim's ever-increasing power. The water energy in the area was surging. Water spirits danced around Gang Rim as he began to overwhelm his opponent. Gang Rim's stats rose by 10% from the water attribute bonus. The accumulating water energy debuffed Yujun's stats by 20%. What? I thought Gang Rim was supposed to be weakened too. Yujun staggered back, completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events. He screamed in desperation, questioning the entity that gave him false intel. "You told me Gang Rim had the fire attribute." A bolt of lightning split the sky behind Gang Rim as he calmly asked, "Is that what Nacha told you?" He braced himself as another message appeared to reassure him. The fear of the living and the dead advises you not to believe his lies. The fear of the living and the dead states that even with a restricted attribute, Yujun is still stronger than Gang Rim. A sinister, confident smile returned to Yujun's face. "Is that so?" With a determined gaze, Gang Rim tightened his grip, ready for the final showdown. "I don't know how you changed your attribute," Yujun roared, charging forward with an all-out assault. Gang Rim raised his weapon to defend, but it shattered into pieces under Yujun's overwhelming force. "But I'm still stronger," he yelled, unleashing a devastating blow against Gang Rim. The impact sent Gang Rim flying backward through the curtain of rain. Yujun closed the distance in a flash, giving him no time to recover. "The party's over. Gang Rim," he whispered, pinning him against a tree with his blade at his throat. "You won't be lonely, because I'm going to kill all of your comrades next." An image of Gang Rim's teammates flashed through his mind. His smile twisted into a cruel, manic grin. He swung his sword for the finishing blow. But a small, simple dagger suddenly blocked his blade. "Who's killing who?" Gang Rim asked, his voice as cold as ice. Yujun stammered in absolute shock. "How?" With just a tree branch. Yujun couldn't believe his eyes when he saw what had stopped his attack. "That's because," Gang Rim said, a violet aura enveloping the weapon in his hand. "It's not just a tree branch." "Damn it." He collapsed, gasping desperately for help. "Nacha, save me." "Too late," Gang Rim declared coldly, his gaze unwavering. The fear of the living and the dead has temporarily cut off communication. Lightning tore across the sky as the final strike fell, and Gang Rim spoke, standing over the body in a puddle of rain, his eyes on the corpse. "I have one of those, too," he said. A violet energy radiated from him, a power usable only through killing, activating the skill, Steal Fate. "The profits from this demon world are even better than expected," he mused, observing his rewards. First, the seven-branched lightning sword, an ancient, uniquely shaped blade materialized. Unforged seven-branched lightning sword, a third-class dragon-grade weapon, a sword forged from a divine tree struck by lightning. "I searched everywhere for this," Gang Rim muttered to himself. Glancing at an old map, he recalled his past efforts felling trees in the region, even setting up a lightning rod on one. "I also acquired Nam Yuzujun's stealth skill and equipment, and somehow, my fate class has leveled up as well." He paused as a strange feeling washed over him. He suddenly collapsed, clutching his head in agony. Flashes of the battle spun through his mind. A haunting voice echoed in his head. You have killed them. The sound of soft footsteps approached from behind. Gangrim, a familiar voice called out. Gozen appeared, holding a monster's head, looking slightly annoyed. Why are you killing these foolish things again? And what about you, Jun? Weren't you supposed to be guarding the 4th sector gate? What are you doing here? Gozen's face darkened with irritation as he recalled their earlier talk. Make peace. I just lost a cold-blooded killer because of you. Are you really siding with him? Gozen tried to smooth things over with a forced smile. What if I brought him to you? This is all just a huge misunderstanding. What do I have to do to make you trust me? Gozen's inner thoughts raced. I knew he'd be like this ever since Gunham died. I guess it would be no fun if we became allies that easily. I suppose I can keep him around, as an insurance policy. Then this time, do exactly as I say, Gangrim declared firmly. A flicker of excitement appeared in Gozen's eyes. All right, what should I do? Take out your map, Gangrim commanded, noticing Gozen's surprised expression. How did you know I had this? Is it because you're a regressor? The gods watching me like to talk. The investigation rate has been updated. There's an exit here that leads to another area. Go stand there so he can't escape. Back in the present, Gozen explained himself. I hadn't heard from you in days, so I came to check if you were finished. I couldn't find him either, so I've been focusing on my quest, Gangrim said. A blue soul gem resting in his palm. Just finish up. I'm assuming he's already fled. Gozen leaned in close to Gangrim, his face a mask of suspicion. I'm sure you already killed him. And I'm guessing this is the loot, he said, pointing to Gangrim's new gear. You even swapped out your weapon. A god gave me this necklace, and I bought this from the item shop since my other one broke. Gangrim shot back coldly. Really? Don't get lost in your own little fantasies. I honestly don't know what happened to him, Gangrim said, turning away. Well, if you say so, Gozen replied, his face still clouded with doubt. But if you did kill him? Gozen knelt, a bright, sincere smile spreading across his face. You could have just told me you were on my side. Gangrim remained silent. I didn't kill him, he stated flatly, turning his back to leave. And don't act like we're friends. Gozen remained seated, a cold smile plastered on his face. Then I guess I'll go collect some soul gems too, Gozen said, rising to his feet. Ah, he said, looking off into the distance. It seems Jinsuo was the first to complete the raid. Congratulations to him. Gangrim froze, whipping his head around with a razor-sharp glare as a system window appeared. Current number of soul gems collected, 100 out of 100. Gangrim glanced down at the final soul gem in his hand. A system notification materialized before him. You have completed the quest, the Sword Forest Chamber. Good, he muttered, returning to the main hall. A crowd was already swarming him, shouting, Master Gangrim, please take me as your disciple. Sitting alone, Gangrim took a sip of coffee and gave a firm reply. No. The twin sisters refused to give up, pleading, I'll do my absolute best. I'll do anything you say. I even got you that coffee. Is it because we're too weak? We've even received blessings from the gods. Gangrim raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Activate skill, destiny detection. Blessed by the goddess of the moon and the hunt, one girl said. And, bowstring soaked in sunlight, the other continued. Apollo and Artemis, Gangrim deduced. They're a perfect match for your attributes, he remarked, judging by their names. So, will you take us? The two girls asked hopefully. Actually, you should ask your gods instead of me. Gangrim spoke, his gaze sharp and his tone heavy with meaning. What? The two girls were stunned. Then which god have you been blessed by? The twins were now kneeling before him reverently. I haven't been blessed by anyone, he answered. Why not? He smiled, but it was a smile tinged with sadness. No god ever made me an offer. Huh? For real? One of the sisters gasped in shock, then quickly made a cheerful suggestion. Then what about the father of gods and mankind? Zeus, she continued, explaining excitedly. There's a synergy effect among those blessed by gods from the same faction. Her sister quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. The girl swatted her sister's hand away. Why'd you do that? She then turned back to Gangrim. Sua Annie isn't really interested in divine blessings either. Are you the same way? Yeah, I don't plan on getting one right now, Gangrim said, looking slightly uncomfortable. And I don't want to be an instructor, either. Did I hear that right? One girl whispered in disbelief. Is there some reason he wouldn't want a blessing? She wondered, her eyes filled with curiosity. Gangrim sighed. Like I said before, I'm not skilled enough to teach you. The two girls looked utterly crestfallen. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as someone fell face first out of a glowing portal. Ah, over there, one of the twins turned to look. Isn't that the first chamber? She recognized a man with glasses lying motionless on the floor. Are you okay, mister? Gangrim asked as they approached the man, who was now sitting up. I'm fine, thank you. Still having trouble beating a single monster? Gangram asked. He asked the man, who was clutching his head in exhaustion. Yeah, the man replied, letting out a heavy sigh. I still get terrified every time I have to face those monsters. Perfect timing, Gangjam thought as the man wallowed in self-pity. An awakened being who couldn't even slay a single monster. I'm just pathetic. Dad, a young girl called out. Do you want my help with the raid? Gangjam approached with a radiant, businesslike smile. Huh? You'd really help? The man asked, stunned. As Gangjam helped him up, Master will help too, the two girls cheered. You two go on and hunt, Gangjam commanded. I'll consider taking you in if you follow my orders precisely, Gangjam said with a look of utter indifference. The twin sisters behind him leaped for joy. I'm only considering it, remember. The man asked nervously, Are you sure about this? I feel like I'll just be a burden. That word made Gangjam recall the image of Di-jun from his past life. Another burden. It's as if I'm copying exactly what Doc Go-jun did for me in my previous life. With a mysterious smile and a glint in his eye, he said, People are supposed to help each other. The man was so moved, he broke down in tears. Johan, R rank, Dragon Grade 3, Earth Attribute, Patron Saint of Healers and Travelers. With a cunning grin, Gangjam asked, Well then, shall we get going? Ability, Hand of Healing. Demon rank, Beginner Grade. Cures wounds such as bleeding, paralysis, and poison. Mana consumption and healing time decrease as skill level increases. In a lavish office, an employee noted, Team Leader, you seem to be in a great mood today. The team leader, holding a cup of coffee, smirked. That's because the first person to complete the raid came from our sector. Much faster than anyone from Sector 1, he said with a satisfied grin. Yes, sir. It's a huge relief. He suddenly tensed, feeling another presence. Well. If it isn't the princess of a team leader herself. A woman with vibrant purple hair strode in. He and the other team leader exchanged glances. What brings team leader C in here? Oh, I heard some news and thought I'd come to congratulate you. I heard the first successful raider was from Sector 2. Congratulations, team leader Gong, she said with a confident smile. Now Sector 1 and Sector 2 will face each other in the next round. Indeed. She leaned forward, proposing a challenge. So, how about we make a bet? A bet. Who will be the first to successfully raid the next level on its highest difficulty? He looked at her seriously as she continued. Between your trainees and mine, who will win? His interest was piqued. All right. So what are we betting? Why don't we have the loser grant the winner one wish? One wish? She taunted him with a sly smirk. What's wrong? Are you scared? Scared? He yelled back. Are you crazy? Why would I be scared when it's a guaranteed win for my trainees? Of course, I accept the bet. She turned to leave with a triumphant smile. Good. I'll look forward to it. See you all next time. The door clicked shut, leaving a tense atmosphere in the room. He turned to his subordinate, his voice dangerously low. You heard her, didn't you? We have to win. His eyes turned cold as he thought, I'll have to take some special precautions. Back in the forest, Gangram dumped out a bag full of soul gems, completing the mission. Here, take this. Current soul gems collected. 135 out of 1,000. 597 out of 1,000. And 1,000 out of 1,000. Johan stared at the notification screen, his face a mask of disbelief. You have successfully raided the Sword Forest. I can't believe it. He said, looking at Gangjam standing near a swirling vortex of blue energy. In just 2 days. You really worked so hard. Gangjam replied, You also worked hard with your healing skills. I just healed a wound from an ice ferret, Johan said, hanging his head in dismay. It was nothing. I'm useless. That's enough, Gangjam interrupted. He put a hand on Johan's shoulder. Everyone just needs to do their part. The others just haven't realized your value yet. Johan was once again moved to tears, and Gangjam asked with a bright smile, So, old man, are we ready for the 5th chamber? Have you received the message from Anicaps? Gangjam asked. Yes. This won't end as quickly as the last one, so prepare yourself accordingly. A notification popped up. To all dear trainees, since the Sword Forest has been cleared, we will now open the 5th chamber. This demonic realm will require you to stay much longer than the others. Please prepare accordingly before you attempt to challenge this chamber. Gangjam said. The first team entered 5 days ago, so we'll go in tomorrow morning. All right, I'll meet you tomorrow in front of the totem poles. The two stepped through a portal of light, arriving on a sunny beach. Johan gasped in awe at the sight before him. Whoa, he yelled. This place is beautiful. I can't believe this is a demonic realm. This was the demon world. The system alerted them instantly. You have entered the room of spoken sins. A special condition applies here. Another window materialized. First, the reward for the first clear will scale with the difficulty. Second, access to shops is restricted in this room. Third, you cannot leave until the raid is complete. As another notification popped up, Gangyam thought to himself. That third condition was a massive thorn in his side during his past life. We have to meet the completion condition to get back to the hall, Johan stated. And Gangyam replied, it won't tell us what the completion condition is. Yeah, I guess we just have to figure things out as we go. So many secrets. Is that why this room is called the Spoken Sins? To find secrets and expose them, Gangyam said, with a cold smirk. It's not that kind of sin, he explained, a chilling expression crossing his face. It means your tongue will be cut out. Johan could only watch in awe as Gangyam expertly set up camp, built a fire, and prepared their site. Standing beside the resting Gangyam, Johan looked relieved. He said, I was worried about those extra conditions, but with a camp like this, we won't have to retreat. Wiping away some sweat, Gangyam replied. Buying this kit before we entered was the right call. Gangyam pointed toward the forest and told Johan, I'm going to scout the area for a bit, so please wait here until then. He tossed a strange fruit into the fire, explaining, this will release a scent that keeps monsters away. Johan looked up and asked, what is that? As Gangyam left the camp, he glanced back at Johan and thought to himself, shelter is taken care of. He stood on a cliff overlooking a shimmering river, planning his next move. Next up, finding food. He soon discovered a grove of trees heavy with green-colored fruit. He watched it with suspicion. This feels too artificial. It looked just like an orchard. A pair of vicious, hound-like beasts with glowing red eyes patrolled the grove, he noted grimly, and there are monsters guarding it, too. Elsewhere, another group of trainees was also watching the orchard. One of them worried aloud, is that really the problem? At this rate, we're going to starve to death. Or we could just go to Shinsua's camp. The group's leader, a man in a floral shirt, shot his subordinate a furious glare, and he yelled, I told you not to mention that woman's name. I'd rather bite my own tongue off and die than beg her for help. A flashback shows the leader sitting awkwardly beside Shinsua. He thought, filled with resentment, how could I ask for help from a woman who already rejected me? She had told him coldly, I see. Well, there's nothing to be done about incompatibility. Another memory surfaced of Shinsua looking at him with utter disdain and saying bluntly, I have no intention of dating you, so please leave. The memory made his blood boil. Ugh, just thinking about it drives me insane. Back in the present, he was hiding in the bushes with his team. He said with grim determination, whatever. Let's just eliminate those monsters and take the fruit. Another trainee added, we need to move while we still have the energy. One of the hired mercenaries asked their client, is it just us going in again? Then what did you buy all those weapons for? The leader shot back defensively, a smug look on his face. Why would I hire you guys if I was planning on fighting myself? The mercenaries charged toward the monster hounds as their leader yelled from the safety of the bushes. Go, go. You're getting paid for this. One of the mercs cut down a monster hound and yelled in victory. All right, these things are weaker than they look. After the battle was over, the leader finally stepped out of hiding and asked, are they all dead? One of the mercenaries wiped his blade and confirmed, looks like it. The leader clapped his hands eagerly and gave the order. Great. Grab all the fruit we can carry before more show up. One of the men bragged, they used to call me Monkey when I was a kid. Another one shot back, was that because of your face? The leader watched with a self-satisfied smirk as one of his men scaled a tree. The man called down, you just wait. But then, he noticed something was wrong and asked, what the? He looked down at one of the dead monster hounds. He saw how emaciated it was and wondered, why is this monster so skinny? He kept thinking, there's plenty of fruit here. So why? A sinister voice suddenly whispered in his mind, that is because, if you eat the fruit without permission, your tongue will be taken by the master. He glanced around nervously at the beast's corpse and called out, Master? The same chilling voice echoed again. As tiny, centipede-like creatures swarmed over his feet, he leaped back in terror. Not a gentleman. Are you? Then run. Singon. A monstrous, ape-like face with glowing red eyes materialized from the shadows. A menacing growl echoed through the air. Before anyone could react, towering, crimson-furred beasts emerged from the shadows. The leader shrieked in terror to his men, run for your lives. They scrambled to escape, but the crimson apes were far too swift. Their agonizing screams ripped through the forest. The leader fled desperately, his face a twisted mask of pure terror. He risked a glance over his shoulder, only to see the monsters closing in on him and his fleeing men. His voice cracked with desperation. Hey, wait, you're supposed to protect me. One of the monstrous apes lunged, grabbing him from behind. Its claws dug deep into his face as he let out a blood-curdling scream. He cursed his men one last time. Useless bastards. The beast slammed him to the ground as he looked up in horror just as a blade pierced the monster's skull. Gangrym gazed at the trembling Choi Seng, whose eyes welled with tears. It seems your fate, he said calmly, is to be saved by others. A slight smile touched his lips as he said, You're a lucky man. But you should be more careful from now on. A memory surfaced, showing Gangrym giving a grim consultation to Choi Sang and his wife. He had gasped in disbelief. Seo Gangrym. Gangrym's words echoed from the past. Your destiny also says, you will be the architect of your own ruin. Back in the present, Choi Sang collapsed to the ground. He buried his face in his hands, screaming, "What the hell was that? Who asked for your help?" He shot to his feet, his face flushed with fury. You think I'll forgive what you did to me? Just because you saved my life? Gangrym unsheathed his blade, his voice like ice. Don't worry. I wouldn't save you again, even if you begged me on your knees. Suddenly, a strange black mark appeared on the man's neck, causing him to shriek in terror. What did you do to me, you bastard? Gangrym then charged after the fleeing mercenaries, yelling back to Choi Sang. Shouldn't you be running? One of the mercenaries rushed back, apologizing frantically. Choi Sang, are you all right? I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you'd fallen behind. The mercenary knelt down beside Choi Sang. Clutching his wounds, he said, but you're alive, thanks to Seo Gangrym. Choi Sang gritted his teeth. A venomous smirk twisted his lips as he whispered with pure hatred, I will never forgive you for this, Seo Gangrym. Meanwhile, Gangrym was a whirlwind of destruction among the monsters, unleashing devastating slashes of brilliant fire. As one of the beasts lunged from above, he dispatched it with an almost casual flick of his fire skill. After felling the last one, he stood amid the smoldering corpses and wondered aloud, was that really all of them? Guess I have to feed it while no one's watching. Just then, a white, egg-shaped creature with large black eyes and a long tongue appeared. It began to happily slurp up the monster remains. Gangrym then offered the creature a green apple, saying, here's your food. He sighed, watching the little white creature nibble on the half-eaten apple. Back at the campsite, Johan noticed Gangrym roasting a huge slab of meat. Is that from the monster earlier? He asked. Gangrym nodded. It is. He then smiled at Johan. You remember me asking for your help, don't you? Johan answered hesitantly, yes, but how can I possibly help you? Suddenly, Gangrym coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing Johan to scream in horror. Gangrym. Wiping his mouth, Gangrym explained, all monsters in this demonic realm are poisonous. Poison, Johan repeated, his voice filled with panic. Gangrym looked at Johan with pleading eyes as blood began to trickle from his own. So please, he begged, heal me. Johan quickly produced a potion vial. Here, drink this if you need it. A mana recovery potion, Gangrym said confidently. I'm counting on you. Johan activated his skill, Healing Hand. As the light enveloped him, Gangrym suddenly said, Ah, someone's waving at me from across the river. Johan shrieked in panic. Don't you dare go with them. No matter what. Just then, Gangrym's body began to convulse violently. Johan poured all his strength into healing him, shouting, Why are you doing this to yourself? Young man, please, stop this. Skill activated, Healing Hand. Skill activated, Healing Hand. After a tense moment, Gangrym sat up, looking weary. Yes, I think that's enough for now, he said. Overjoyed, Johan asked, Really? You're okay? Gangrym explained, Yes. The poison is becoming too weak now that I've built a tolerance. Johan stared in disbelief. Excuse me? Gangrym then pulled out a piece of raw, slimy monster flesh, which means I have to eat it raw now. I had this ready just in case. The sight made Johan scream in absolute horror. As night fell, system messages began to flood the screen. Skill activated, Healing Hand. Skill activated, Healing Hand. Skill activated, Healing Hand. You have acquired the skill, Poison Resistance. A brilliant smile spread across Gangrym's face as a green aura enveloped his body. Ah, I'm fine now, he declared. Johan, still glowing with healing energy, asked weakly, Are you finally finished? He was about to praise him. Yes, you did well. But Gangrym froze as Johan suddenly collapsed from utter exhaustion. He cried out in panic, Johan. Later, Gangrym gently watched over Johan, who was sleeping peacefully in his lap. He whispered softly, Johan, you worked hard. In his sleep, Johan. The man muttered in a cold sweat, Kid, please tell me that's the last of the poison. Gangrym thought to himself, this is taking longer than I planned. He glanced at his new skill notifications. Poison resistance. Downgraded. The skill level is still too low, he mused. He thought with relief, good thing I prepared for this. It was smart to feed him mana-restoring items beforehand. A list of dishes appeared in his mind. 10 treasured duck soup, maximum mana plus 10%. Ginseng essence, mana recovery plus 5%. 5 colored dumplings, mana recovery speed plus 5%. If I hadn't, he concluded, he would have already passed out from mana depletion. Gangrym gently shook the sleeping priest. Father, wake up. He looked at Johan with a complicated gaze, thinking, I really want to let him rest after everything he's been through, but his eyes sharpen as he sensed danger. But our enemies won't grant us that peace. A sinister eye was spying on them through the tent's zipper. In an instant, a surprise attack exploded from the darkness. Gangrim moved immediately to block the blow. Johan jolted awake, crying out in panic, "Kid, what's happening?" Gangrim calmly stared outside, not a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I knew they would come," he stated with certainty. "It's an ambush." Gangrim turned back to the terrified Johan. "I'm going out to fight. Don't leave the tent for any reason. Yell if anything happens." Johan stammered in response, "Oh, okay, got it." Stepping outside, Gangrim saw attackers swarming the campfire. He frowned. "I thought they were asleep. I don't recognize them. Are they from Area 1? One of the thugs stood up, a crooked smile on his face as he made his demand. "Hey, hand over the food and we'll leave." Another one added, "That's right. We're thieves, not murderers." A cold smirk crept across Gangrim's face. He shot back, "We'll die without food out here. So you're not murderers, but you'll steal the very thing that keeps us alive." He remembered hearing that in his past life, the conflict with Area 1 had been brutal. Gangrim faced them down, his hand tightening on his sword as he challenged them. "And what if I refuse to give you anything?" The leader pointed his weapon straight at him. Then, he roared, charging forward with his crew. "We'll take it by force." Gangrim moved like lightning to evade a slash, his body weaving through his enemies. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his arm, grabbing the attacker's head and slamming his face violently into the ground. He narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off. But something here is strange. Effortlessly blocking another strike, he analyzed the situation. With their skills and levels, they could easily find food on their own. He leaped back, his sword igniting with flames, wondering, could it be they're just trying to start a fight? One of the men screamed as he parried Gangrim's fiery attack. "Hey, this bastard is too strong." The other one cursed, "Damn it. Let's fall back and report to the captain." Gangrim's ears perked up. Captain, he thought. He wasn't about to let them get away. He swung his sheathed sword like a club. Flames erupted from his other hand. Suddenly, a smoke bomb detonated, engulfing the area in a thick cloud. Inside the tent, Johan flinched at the noise, his trembling hands clasped in prayer. He looked up, his face a mask of confusion. An explosion? He scrambled toward the tent flap, shouting with worry, "Are you okay?" "I'm coming." But Gangrim's warning echoed in his mind. Don't leave the tent for any reason. He froze, torn by an internal battle. What could I even do if I went out there? Another voice of reason whispered, "Why do you think he told you to stay inside?" Johan clenched his fists, the harsh truth hitting him like a physical blow. "Because you'll only be a burden." He collapsed to his knees in despair, asking himself, but is it really okay to just hide like this? At that exact moment, a hand burst through the tent's fabric and grabbed him. Johan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief and terror. Gangrim stepped into the tent, waving the smoke away. He muttered, "I can't believe they used a smoke bomb to escape." Johan asked anxiously, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Gangrim replied, his voice still a bit hoarse from the smoke, "No, I'm fine." Johan, still kneeling, looked up at Gangrim and asked, "Why do you think they ambushed us?" Gangrim answered bluntly, "They wanted our food." Johan repeated, confused, "Food?" Conflicts between the different areas were just as bad in the demon world before. Gangrim explained. People were even killed over it. Johan shrank back in fear. "Killed. I think it will be the same this time," Gangrim warned. "So we have to be wary of anyone we don't know." Johan lowered his head, his voice filled with self-blame. Maybe it would be better if I weren't with you, then." Gangrim stared at him, confused. "Huh? What do you mean by that?" Johan's head sank lower, his voice laced with despair. "I'm just holding you back. Besides, what's the point of completing this training if I have to rely on someone else's help?" Gangrim listened with a grim expression, a flicker of anger in his eyes as Johan continued. "Wasn't Lady Anna right when she said that those without the will to fight have no need for power?" Gangrim thought to himself, what in the world is he talking about? He had to set him straight. Gangrim placed a hand on Johan's shoulder. He looked Johan dead in the eye, his voice grave. "Remember what I told you before. The others just haven't realized your true worth yet," he explained. "For now, everyone can go back and get healed, thanks to the totems and the daily healing potions. But what happens after the training ends?" Johan looked up, understanding Gangrim's point. From then on, Gangrim continued, "The real war begins." Gangrim's voice filled with passion. "Once they find out how expensive healing potions really are, the ones who cast you out will eat their words." Johan quickly corrected him. I left on my own." Gangrim waved it off, his resolve firm. "Either way, I fight and you heal." He offered a warm, reassuring smile. "I'm not one for fate or destiny. but I promise you this. You are going to save a great many people in the future. So, do you still want to give up? Gangram asked. A light of hope ignited within Johan. I can save people, he wondered, his voice trembling with emotion. Johan fell to his knees, his eyes burning with newfound determination. No, he declared, I won't give up. He looked up at Gangram, pleading. So please, help me. Gangram's reply was calm and simple. Of course. Besides, I still need your help, he added casually. I'll be eating more poison again tomorrow. Johan was speechless. You're what? 3 days later, at another camp bathed in morning light, 2 young girls ran up cheerfully. Suani, we're back. One of them waved. The other called out, we're home. Shinsua greeted them with a welcoming smile. Welcome back. Did you find it? The girl with the bow looked disappointed. No. I think we need to go deeper. Everyone else is too weak. They're no help at all. Her companion quickly chided her. You shouldn't say that. Everyone is trying their best. The first girl shot back, her tone sharp. You're thinking the same thing, so don't lie to me. The girl with the bow hesitated for a moment. Well, of course if we were with Master, we'd learn more, and it'd be easier. Her friend added, he's probably already deep inside by now. See, the first girl pointed out playfully. You think so, too. Sua concluded. We just have to do our best until Gangram-sai finishes checking the previous rooms. One of the girls asked, when do you think he'll be back? Sua smiled. I'm not sure. Maybe today. Suddenly, she gasped. How did you get in here? Sua shot to her feet, taking a defensive stance. A hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. A voice spoke. Well now? Seeing Suisi. Startled, Sua spun around, her eyes wide with surprise. Gunham smiled down at her. Have you seen Gangram? Sua glared at him. Her voice was stern. How did you get past all the traps? He answered nonchalantly. I disabled them all. You should really do a better job setting them up. Sua demanded. What are you doing here? You're always alone. He just smiled. To find Gangram, he mused. I thought he'd be here. The gods are all chattering about him being in this area. Sua's reply was ice cold. We haven't seen him. The strange man made a chilling suggestion. Do you think he'd show up if you got rid of the dead weight around here? The 2 girls behind her flinched. Are you talking about us? He scoffed. Well, no, you're just side characters. But there is a lot of useless baggage out there. Enraged, Sua spread her arms to shield the girls. Is that how you see people? She demanded. Suddenly, Gunham held out a strange blue fruit. Right here. Sua-sai, take this. You have obtained the item, passion fruit. You have cleared the quest, room of sins, low difficulty. Sua stared at the apple-like fruit in her hand, unimpressed. I already have enough of these. Gunham grinned. Oh, so you already know about it. I want to work with you. Sua was stunned. What? Gunham continued, unfazed as an arrow zipped past his neck. I can't find Gangram, and you guys are at least supporting characters. So, the archer, Jion, raised her bow, her eyes filled with hate. I have no intention of being your teammate. Her friend quickly tried to stop her. Jion, wait. Gunham just smirked as a dark aura began to radiate from him. Then I guess I'll just have to persuade you with force. Sua clenched her fists, green energy swirling around them. She warned, you'd better stop right now. Before I'm forced to get violent, too. Gunham licked a bit of the green substance from his hand where he'd blocked her attack. His eyes were filled with interest. Both drew their weapons, facing off in a battle stance. Gunham lunged forward, a look of delight on his face. Well, I think fighting you might be more fun than that kid. Anyway, the 2 clashed, creating a brilliant explosion of energy. As they fought, one of the girls tried to intervene. Everyone, please calm down. Just then, another girl ran in, completely out of breath. She yelled, Sua-si. I think someone is cooking a monster nearby. The tense standoff came to a halt. Jion repeated, completely baffled. Cooking. A brilliant smile spread across Gunham's face. He knew he'd found the right place. I knew I should have come here. So, where's that person now? Nearby, a massive cauldron bubbled intensely, over a roaring campfire. Deep in the forest, the fragrant steam of stew filled the air. This was the 10th day since the first teams had entered. Everyone else must have run out of rations by now. And the only edible things left were the fruits in the deadly orchard. Crawling with monsters and poisonous plants, Gangram sat by the stew, stirring slowly with a sly grin. The value of safe food was about to skyrocket. After all, the trainees only earned about 100 spirit orbs per day. Just then, Gunham and Shinsua rushed over, calling out his name. Seal Gangram, Seal Gangram C. Gangram smiled in greeting. Shinsua C. Hello, but she yelled in a panic. Seal Gangram C. You can't eat that. Gunham quickly elaborated. Almost everything in this demon world is poisonous. If that stew is made from ingredients found here. Unfazed, Gangrym calmly ladled a bowl of hot soup to reassure them. Don't worry, I've already neutralized the poison. I simply added an antidote. Shinsuo took the bowl, asking in disbelief, You neutralized the poison? Gunham cheered. Thanks for the meal, sealed Gangrym. But Gangrym held out his hand, and a transaction window popped up before them. 1,000 spirit orbs per serving. Without hesitation, Gunham paid up. Whoa, that's steep. But here you go. Shinsuo decided to buy one, too. I'll take a serving as well. Gunham was stunned to see her price was only 200 spirit orbs. Ha, why is the price different? Gangrym just shrugged. Because I felt like it. No refunds. Gunham muttered to himself, well, she is the female lead. After all, Shinsuo excitedly held up her steaming bowl, shouting to the others, soup for sale. 200 spirit orbs a serving. Gunham stood beside her, completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, a distant group recognized the soup vendor as their master. Gangrym looked at the pair and asked, You two are looking for items above intermediate grade, aren't you? Shinsuo's face lit up as she held her bowl forward hopefully. Yes, we were hoping you could help us. Gangrym turned to Gunham, who was lounging lazily on a folding chair. And what about you? Gunham replied, Things haven't been going smoothly because of Zone 1. But I have a feeling it'll all work out with you around. He added with confidence, We could probably clear everything much faster than babysitting those useless extras. Shinsuo frowned in protest. We need to work together in situations like this. Gangrym just grinned and joked, Have you ever seen a main character in a party with more than 10 people? We aren't characters in one of your novels. You two should team up. Gunham can head to a campsite and form a scouting party. Instantly, both Gunham and Shinsuo lunged forward, grabbing Gangrym's shoulders. They shouted in unison, I want to work with you. The scene shifts inside a tent. Gangrym stated flatly, I have no intention of partying up with either of you. No matter what you say, it's too hard to face the guys from Zone 1 alone. They're all weirdos who keep getting in our way. Shinsuo recalled their previous encounters with a worried look. We always end up in a fight whenever we cross paths with them. Gangrym rested his chin on his hand, thinking, Is that so? Then I should check out the situation in Zone 1 myself. He turned to Johan and said, It'll be difficult to bring the priest with me, so I think you should stay here at the camp. Johan asked, surprised by myself. He quickly protested, I can't let you go alone. Gangrym cut him off bluntly. Frankly, I can't focus if you're with me. He then turned to Shinsuo. Can I leave him with you? Shinsuo happily agreed. Of course. Johan stood behind them, looking utterly dejected. Gangrym explained to Johan, It will be safer for you here, and you'll have more opportunities to use your abilities. Johan was still worried, but Gangrym shook his head firmly. I'll be fine on my own. As Shinsuo saw him to the exit, she offered a parting word. All right, then. Please let me know if anything happens. Deep inside the orchard, Gangrym walked among monster corpses. A voice echoed in his mind. Hey, Sail Gangrym, you've gotten a lot stronger. He replied flatly, These monsters are just too weak, gang. Let's go deeper. The voice asked, Are the monsters there stronger? Gangrym confirmed, much stronger. He took a bite of a blue fruit, thinking to himself, The blue ones are finally appearing. That means they should be showing up soon, too. Suddenly, a skill activated, sharpening his every sense. He felt an unnatural presence. A colossal shadow loomed right behind him, taking him by complete surprise. Right next to me, it all happened in an instant as leaves scattered everywhere. He couldn't believe something got this close without him noticing. Impossible. Gangrym spun around, dagger at the ready, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He wondered where it came from. A giant ape with blood-red eyes roared and slammed its fist down, activating the loner skill. The ape's crimson eyes showed clear confusion. It looked around frantically, its target had vanished, leaving only a half-eaten fruit on the ground. The beast let out a low growl, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Gangrym had already entered a state of perfect stealth. A flash of blue appeared on a branch directly above. He plunged downward, his blade glowing, aimed straight for the ape staring blankly up at him. A lightning-fast slash left a blue arc in the air. Gangrym landed softly just as his attack found its mark. He thought in awe, so this is the power of a high-grade item. He withdrew his blade from the fallen beast's body, thinking to himself that he could never use this against the people from Area 1. I couldn't possibly wield this without killing them. He stood over the ape's corpse, considering his next move. So, what's the plan now? Should I check out where it came from? Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared before him. You have obtained the heavenly incense fruit. You have cleared the Chamber of Sin quest on medium difficulty. Gangrym perched on a branch, beginning to eat the blue fruit he just received. First things first, he thought, I need to raise my poison resistance. He wondered, Has Area 1 cleared this stage yet? A mysterious voice observed from afar. Why is he consuming a raid item directly? Notifications kept popping up as he ate. You have consumed the heavenly incense fruit. Mana and experience have increased. Poison resistance has increased. The mysterious voice continued its analysis. However, it does increase mana and poison resistance. I suppose that's why the Fate Protection Agency chose this place. Gangrim kept eating fruit after fruit, his face twisting in discomfort. The voice commented again, "Hey, just how many is he going to eat? Just watching him makes me sick of that fruit." Finally, a crucial notification appeared mid-bite. Poison resistance has reached the beginner level. Suddenly, a cry of pain echoed from below. The group from Area 1 had spotted him. One of them yelled, "What the hell? Did something just stab you?" The other guy recognized him. "Ah, you're S-Class Gangrim from Area 2, right?" Gangrim looked down from the tree. "How do you know my name?" The other man replied cryptically, "That's not important." His subordinate pointed up at Gangrim and spoke. "I think our leader has something to say to you. Will you come with us? If you do, we'll pretend this little incident never happened." Gangrim shot back. "That's for me to decide." He thought to himself, "Is their leader one of the guys who ambushed me on the first day? Isn't that the team I let escape? They said he was strong." The mysterious voice chimed in, "Humph. Gangrim certainly has a big ego, as if he'd ever go with them." But then, Gangrim suddenly leaped from the tree and said, "All right." He told the stunned men, "Okay, let's go." The mysterious voice was just as shocked. "He's actually going?" One man led the way. "This is our camp." Gangrim scanned his surroundings, observing, "I'll have to go in deeper. It seems they have twice as many people as our area." The campers whispered as they saw him pass by. Someone asked, "Who's that?" Another replied, "That's Gangrim from Area 2. The first person responded, "Oh, him." The guide ordered as they reached a large tent, "Get in." The moment Gangrim entered, a massive pike was aimed right at his face. A deep voice boomed, "You're S-Class Gangrim, aren't you?" Gangrim calmly asked back, "And who are you?" The muscular, blonde-haired man covered in tattoos introduced himself, "Area 1. Hongdae Hun." He flashed a confident smile. "A pleasure to meet you." An information panel appeared. Hongdae Hun, beginner class, gold attribute. Gangrim assessed him silently. He's already got a good weapon. Weapon information appeared. Heavenly Fire Blade, a grade 3 replica of the Dragon Clan. A long-range weapon with versatile uses like stabbing, slashing, and striking, possessing great attack power. Gangrim eyed Hongdae Hun and his men. It made sense, he thought, that Area 1 took first place, clearing all the demonic realms in his past life. He asked bluntly, "What do you want?" A pink glint flashed in Hongdae Hun's eyes. He flexed, a pink energy surrounding him, and said mockingly, "A little rude, aren't we?" Huh. The tip of his pike stopped just inches from Gangrim's face. Hongdae Hun raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Then, he lowered his weapon. "Well, all right then." A powerful aura erupted from Gangrim. His gaze was as sharp as a dagger. Hongdae Hun spoke. "Work with us, S-Class Gangrim." Gangrim scratched his ear, asking casually, "Is that all?" "It seems you haven't figured out the advancement conditions yet." He smiled and refused. "Too bad, but I plan on being the first to clear this stage, so I'll be on my way." Soldiers began to block Gangrim's path. The man spoke with an air of superiority, looking down at the vast camp surrounded by his people. "Hey, you seem to be mistaken. As long as you're here, you don't have a choice." Hongdae Hun blocked the exit and said, "If you don't want to cooperate with us." He flashed a wicked grin, his eyes glowing red. "Then you'll have to die right here." Gangrim held up a wooden tablet, warning him, "Things are about to get very annoying for you, if you kill me." Hongdae Hun froze, stunned by Gangrim's token. Gangrim explained the item in his hand, the Vengeance Tablet. Effect: if the owner of this item is killed by another person, a mark of vengeance will be branded onto the killer. This assassin was now on the radar of team leader Gong-du, from the notorious Fate Protection Agency. He wondered, if he killed this man, would Gong-du come for his head next? That's when it dawned on Hongdae Hun. They were pawns in the same power game. Team leader Seon Young Hyun, you promised me a reward for clearing this first, and you sent me this weapon with a message. Gangrim sighed. So, you got a message too? Hongdae Hun's eyes widened in surprise. The exact same message flashed through Gangrim's mind. A challenge directly from Gong-du. A test for the trainee with the best overall performance. Clear the Room of Sin on the highest difficulty, and be the first one to complete it. The message was clear. Not among the first, but the first. A reward would be granted upon success, and a temporary item was provided to aid him. Team Leader 2, from the Fate Protection Agency, Gong-du. A chilling thought crossed Gangrim's mind. So this guy got his weapon from the Area 1 leader? It seemed the team leaders were in a competition of their own. Just then, a man ran up shouting, "Wait, attention. There's an announcement," he yelled to the crowd. "You can't kill Gang Rim here," he frantically explained to the bewildered mob. "He's holding a bizarre item. If you kill him, even accidentally, the killer will die too." Han Dae-hun barked an order to his squad. "In that case, Team 4, stand down." Gang Rim, seeing the tide turn in his favor, asked casually, "Hey, am I free to go now?" Han Dae-hun roared in pure fury. Swinging his massive pike, he commanded, "The rest of you, beat this bastard to an inch of his life." He screamed, "Get him," and the entire mob surged forward. Gang Rim faced the rushing horde, his expression utterly fearless. He thought, "I wouldn't have come here if I planned on getting caught so easily." He swiftly dodged a blow and countered, slamming a powerful fist into one man's face. He spun around, a devastating kick taking down another attacker. In the next instant, he activated his skill, the loner. The crowd gasped as he vanished into thin air. One man screamed, "What? He's gone." Another commanded, "Form a circle so he can't escape." But Gang Rim suddenly materialized behind a thug, striking him down instantly. The group descended into utter chaos. "He's over there," one yelled. Another gasped in disbelief. "It's teleportation." Hong Dae-hun bellowed, "Damn it. Close ranks, don't spread out." Amid the pandemonium, Gang Rim reappeared, cloaked in a faint blue invisibility. He spoke calmly. Too late. His transparent hand dropped a small, red orb onto the ground. A curious thug asked, "Ha, what's that on the ground?" Another sniffed the air and said, "It smells sweet." At the same time, Gang Rim's invisible hand flicked a spark. The flame erupted in an instant, spreading across the entire camp and causing absolute panic. "Fire! It's a fire! The beasts are coming from over there. Put out the flames first." As chaos reigned, the invisible Gang Rim simply walked away. He gritted his teeth, a bitter truth surfacing in his mind. Sengyu had told him there were hostages and even murders. And that wasn't all. His face hardened with cold determination. All for a reward. He vowed to himself that he couldn't let his past life repeat itself, just for a simple reward. He paused, considering his options. So, what should I do? He then reached into his bag. Blue sky scent fruits fell to the ground. Back at the Area 2 campsite, Gang Rim stood on a wooden crate and called out, "Everyone, please listen up." Xinyu stood among the crowd. "As you all know, there are people from other areas here. But last night, I overheard their plans. They're going to ambush us right here." A nervous murmur spread through the group. "An ambush?" Gang Rim held up a sky-sent fruit and said, "Yes, which is why I'm making an offer. I will give everyone this fruit, called a sky scent. It will allow you to clear this room on medium difficulty." He emphasized the next words, "For free." The crowd couldn't believe their ears. "For free? But earlier you were selling soup for 200 jewels. Gang Rim urged them. "So why don't we get out of here before they arrive?" He added, "There are plenty to go around, so let the others know. I'm leaving before I change my mind." People scrambled to take the fruits, thanking him profusely. "Thank you so much." Just as Gang Rim turned to leave, Xinyu called out, "Wait." She asked, "Are you also going to clear this on medium difficulty?" Gang Rim replied coldly, "What I choose to do has nothing to do with you." He thought to himself, Xinyu isn't the type to put her comrades in danger. She acts for others, and certainly never out of greed. He turned his back and walked away, his voice trailing behind him. "I'm not even a member here, so just take your people and go." He thought, "In this life, I am not your comrade." Xinyu stood there, silently watching his retreating back. Once everyone else had gone, Gang Rim returned to the area where he'd fought the ape monster. He thought, "When I fought that monster here last time, it seemed to appear out of thin air." He crossed his arms, analyzing the situation. However, monsters can't just materialize from nothing. They're creatures from the demon world, so they must have a habitat, just like the Yeti's nest. So where did these guys come from? Following a trail of blood on the ground, he discovered a secret entrance hidden between two massive tree trunks. He found it. Staring at the entrance, he wondered, how did it get in here? Then a sudden realization hit him. Without hesitation, he leaped inside, discovering a space far larger than he imagined. Within the dark cavern, he conjured a fireball to light his path. He was stunned by the sight before him. A magical realm unfolded, dominated by a colossal tree glowing with a brilliant pink light. Kang Pang's voice echoed. "Whoa, what a magnificent view. To think a place like this existed here." Gleaming, multicolored orbs hung from the tree. Kang Pang asked, "Isn't this where the monsters live?" Kang Rim explained, "Stay sharp. One could appear out of thin air. No, they only use this place as a passage. They don't fight here." He scanned the area, his expression turning serious. A violet aura permeated the air. "This is the most dangerous place in this demonic realm." His gaze fell on a dark cave in the distance. and he wondered, are the monsters deep inside there? He reached out and plucked a multicolored orb from the tree. You have obtained the item, Fruit of 10,000 cents. You have fulfilled the conditions of the Sin Room, high difficulty. Now I just need to get out of here undetected, he thought. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted nearby, forcing him to turn. An explosion. And Hongdae Hun's group appeared. He smirked devilishly. Thanks. I couldn't have found this place without you. Kangrim's eyes narrowed with fury. You were following me? Hongdae Hun admitted it freely. That's right. And I found this. On my way to Area 2, he gestured towards Jian, his captive. Kangrim froze, unable to believe his eyes. The multicolored orb slipped from his grasp, shattering on the ground. Hongdae Hun and his crew emerged, and he sneered. Appreciate the help. Finding this place was all thanks to you, he taunted. Kangrim's eyes blazed. You tailed me? Of course, Hongdae Hun smirked. I picked someone up on the way to Area 2. He shoved Jian forward, who was clearly his prisoner. He grabbed Jian, his voice dripping with menace. I can't kill you, but I can kill your friend. How about it? He pressed a sharp halberd to Jian's throat, stating his terms. I'll let the kid live, if you give me that fruit. Kangrim's face darkened with rage and worry. He stood alone against the entire group, his voice cold as ice. I have nothing to give you. His gaze turned deadly. Clenching his fists, he declared, if you want it, come and take it yourself. Take as many as you like. Hongdae Hun ordered his lackeys. You hear that? I'll hold him here. You guys go get the fruit. His men cheered and rushed towards the tree. Let's go. As they ran, they chattered excitedly. We can finally go home. Hongdae Hun, you'll split the money when we get back, right? He replied dismissively. Yeah. Kangrim interrupted. Now, hand over Jian. Hongdae Hun laid out his condition. Drop your weapon first. He shoved Jian violently to the ground and said, and come get him yourself. Hongdae Hun planted his halberd in the ground, challenging him. If you have the guts, that is. Kangrim didn't hesitate for a second. He let his dagger fall to the ground. Fine. He approached, kneeling to support the unconscious Jian, calling his name. Jian Yun. Jian. He quickly prized open Jian's mouth and poured something in. Hongdae Hun watched from above, looking down on them. He demanded angrily, what did you just feed him? Cradling Jian, Kangrim calmly replied, an antidote. Hongdae Hun roared in fury. I didn't poison him. His words were cut short as his men, climbing the tree, suddenly began dropping like flies. He spun around, shocked by the sight, and yelled, what's wrong with you guys? One of his men clutched his head, groaning, my vision. I'm so dizzy. Hongdae Hun coughed up blood and screamed at Kangrim. What the hell did you do? A notification appeared. You have had prolonged exposure to the scent of the fruit of 10,000 cents. Kangrim held Jian, a cunning smile playing on his lips. He said, so, you're finally feeling the effects, are you? A blackish-green toxic energy spread through the area. The poisonous aroma of the fruit of 10,000 cents overwhelming Hongdae Hun. He thought in a panic. Toxic energy. He looked at Kangrim. But you're completely fine? He couldn't understand how he was okay. Did he know this would happen? He suddenly recalled Kangrim forcing something down Jian's throat. I get it now. Consumed by rage and poison, Hongdae Hun swung his halberd at Kangrim. He screamed like a madman. Kangrim, give me the antidote. Kangrim easily dodged the attack, still carrying Jian. He thought to himself, damn it, how is he still moving after being poisoned so badly? A dark mark appeared on Kangrim's neck, revealing the poison was affecting him too. Notifications appeared. The poison is entering your body through a wound. The toxin's level exceeds your poison resistance. You are being overcome by the toxic aroma. He bolted, carrying Jian. He knew he couldn't hesitate. He didn't have time to wait for the man to pass out. He swung his arm, creating a fireball and launching it at the tree. A notification appeared as the flames engulfed the fruits. The toxic aroma of the fruit of 10,000 cents is being amplified. Hongdae Hun screamed in agony as the poison intensified. He collapsed, roaring in fury. Damn you! Are you trying to kill us both? Perched on a branch with his blade already drawn, Kangrim stared down at his foe. His voice was cold steel as he replied, no, you're the only one who's going to die. Hongdun begged for his life. Spare me. I have to live to negotiate with the ones who ambushed Sector 2. Kangrim lunged downwards, a violet streak trailing his blade. Then you shouldn't have threatened me, he said, his voice like ice, using the people of Sector 2. Activating his skill, Destiny Plunder, Kangrim collapsed to his knees, utterly drained from the power he'd just unleashed. He had forcibly seized a fragment of Hongdun's power, stolen a portion of Sense's mana, and ripped away a piece of Sense's agility. Kangrim's destiny has been elevated to humanity level 3. Kangrim gazed at Hongdun's hand as it turned to dust. he whispered. You never should have come for me. Suddenly, Gangpang's voice echoed, Hey, hey, hey. Is this really the time for you to be loafing around? Gangram pulled the egg from his pouch, leaving Gangpang speechless. What the hell is that? He was feeding the egg. Energy from the fallen began to swirl and concentrate into the shell. Growth progress, 100%. Gangpang screamed, Damn it, is he burning it to create a diversion? The egg of unknown origin began to hatch. A creature burst forth from the light, an ivory-white baby unicorn with a magnificent green mane. Gangpang was in disbelief. Is that a unicorn? How? The newborn creature trotted over to Gangram, gently nuzzling his cheek. The skill, Purification, activated. A brilliant light radiated from the unicorn, cleansing every last trace of poison from Gangram's body. The purifying energy spread outward, healing not only Gangram, but the entire garden, restoring it to its original beauty. A system notification echoed through the purified air. The poison of the myriad scent fruit has been cleansed. The adorable unicorn let out a small cry, and Gangram smiled. Good job. Nearby, Jian slowly regained consciousness, groaning as he held his head. Meanwhile, Gangram eyed the burning orbs, knowing he had to retrieve them before they were consumed by the flames. Gangram called out, Yun Jion, if you're awake, get over here. Jion jumped in surprise. Huh? Master. Just then, a hand gripped the edge of the secret entrance, struggling to pull itself out. Sinya and another girl rushed toward them, shouting, Gangram, Jion. Sinya ran right up to him, relief washing over her face. I was so worried about you, Gangram asked, surprised. Sinya, what happened? Is everyone all right? Sua and the other girl replied cheerfully, Yes, Father Johan healed all of us. All this blood on us belongs to the enemy. The people from Sector 1 ambushed us, but we all managed to escape. The other girl turned to scold Gaion. Hey, Yoon Gaion. Why did you run off on your own like that? I thought you'd been captured. Jian could only offer a nervous laugh. He was captured, Gangram explained, by the Sector 1 captain. He then turned to Jian, chiding him, I told you to keep it a secret. Yoon Jion, the other girl shouted. Sinya looked at him with regret. I should have chased after you then. Gangram's tone turned serious. None of this would have happened if you had just cleared the trial on medium difficulty. Why didn't you leave? Sua offered a warm smile. How could we possibly leave without you? Gangram thought to himself. Sinya, it's good to help others, but putting yourself and your teammates in danger makes you just another liability. She looked him straight in the eye and said with absolute sincerity, You're not others. The rest of the group appeared behind her as she continued. There isn't a single person here who doesn't consider you a comrade. Sua beamed, her eyes filled with hope. So, next time, let's fight together. Gangram was speechless, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. A notification appeared. The destinies of Cell, Gangram, and Xingya are becoming intertwined. A flood of other messages appeared alongside flashbacks. Yun Bom considers you a savior. The destinies of Cell, Gangram, and Yun Bom are becoming intertwined. Yoon Jion considers you a savior. The destinies of Cell, Gangram, and Yoon Jion are becoming intertwined. Gangram scratched his cheek, completely flustered. Maybe it's too late to push them away now, he thought. He finally replied, I'll think about it. In the next moment, he found himself before a gate of light. You have cleared the Chamber of Sin. You have successfully cleared it on the highest difficulty. The notifications continued. First clear rewards will now be distributed. A compass-like item materialized before him. The Guide of Fate has been acquired. He took it in his hand. The Guide of Fate. Some kind of fortune teller? Does it work automatically? Why can't I seem to use it when I want to? Suddenly, the compass began to glow brightly, activating on its own. The item Guide of Fate is activating. He stared intently as the needle spun wildly. The fate of Selgang is being distorted. In a luxurious office, a man in a mask placed his hand on a table as a blue light scanned across it. Strange, he said. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Cell Gangram's trial results are peculiar. He recalled the man clearing the brutal Blade Mountain trial in a single day. And what happened in the Chamber of Hellfire was also highly suspicious. He even managed to kill the Yeti, he mumbled, completing the hidden quest in the Frost Chamber. He slightly lifted his mask, his voice filled with disbelief. And all of that was accomplished in just one attempt, by a mere third-rate insect. Leaning back in his chair, he tapped his fingers on the desk as another theory surfaced in his mind. Perhaps the disappearance of the seven-branched sword from the Forest of Blades was also his doing. He recalled the incident, his eyes sharpening as he stroked his chin in thought. Without it, defeating Hong Dae-hun in that Sin Room would have been impossible. I even gave him a replica of the Skyfire sword. And the thing that bothers me most. Another voice cut through his train of thought. It was a woman with long hair and a stern expression. You must be thrilled about getting a wish ticket. But even if you wanted to win that badly, wasn't telling him how to hatch a kill-in going a bit too far? His mind drifted back to the keel and egg. Hatching one of those was notoriously difficult. The attributes of its food had to be perfect, and it craved flesh. The natural hatching rate was practically 0%. He laced his fingers together on the desk, his mind a tangled mess. A god helping someone who accepts no gods. Both answers felt absurd. With his mind made up, he grabbed a golden key, his eyes gleaming with resolve behind his glasses. I'll have to test him myself, to see if he can truly read the threads of fate. At that very moment, Gang Rim was being led down a corridor. A voice called out, "This way, Gang Rim." His reflection danced across the polished walls. The blond man, now without his mask, appeared before Gang Rim, holding that same golden key and a smile. "I'm here to give you that extra reward I promised." Gang Rim looked back at him, clearly confused. The man inserted the key into a blank wall, and a door materialized out of thin air. Gang Rim gasped in amazement. Just seconds ago, that was nothing but solid wall. Inside was a massive armory. The blond man asked with a smug look, "Are you surprised? It's a pocket dimension that I use as my personal weapons cache. You can open it from anywhere, as long as you have the key." All Gang Rim could say in response was, "Incredible." The man gestured toward the arsenal. "I'll let you choose one item from in here." Gang Rim's eyes scanned the room, filled with both curiosity and caution. "Anything," the man smiled, a cryptic glint in his blue eyes. "That's right, anything." As Gang Rim stepped inside, the man thought to himself, key still in hand. "This is a test. I've tweaked the weapons just a little." He had set up an elaborate trap, displaying low-grade weapons with flashy descriptions as if they were priceless artifacts. At the same time, I took high-grade weapons with vague descriptions, swapped their hilts for plain ones, and put them on display like they were nothing special. He watched Gang Rim's back, a smirk playing on his lips. This was all to confirm whether he truly possessed the ability to read destiny. He was confident in his plan. Without the ability to read fate, there's no way he could know a weapon's true grade. The descriptions are simplified, so he'll never recognize their actual value. But it's a completely different story if he can read fate. The manager watched with his arms crossed. A faint aura swirled around Gang Rim, as if he could see through everything. He then turned back, his eyes glowing a brilliant gold, holding a simple-looking sword. He had made his choice. Moments earlier, inside the armory, Gang Rim had activated his ability. Orange information windows materialized around the weapons. He probably hid the really good stuff, he thought, but there are still a few demon-grade weapons here. A confident smile spread across Gang Rim's face as his golden eyes flashed. "This team manager is surprisingly generous," he noted. His gaze fell upon a pair of ornate, sparkling twin swords. "This one looks incredibly rare," he thought, but the info panel read, "Sturdy and fine blade, insect grade 1. A look of pure shock and disbelief crossed Gang Rim's face. Insect grade 1? He suddenly realized something was wrong, his eyes darting around the room. "Now that I think about it, their placement is bizarre." A system message popped up as the info windows began to fade. "Destiny detection cancelled." Gang Rim let out a quiet, mischievous laugh, glancing at the manager by the door. He thought, is he testing me? He recalled their meeting, and all the pieces started to click into place. I knew something was off when he was being so generous, but it makes perfect sense if his goal was to test my skills. He must have used an item that shields the Destiny windows. His expression grew serious. "That puts me in a tight spot." He considered his situation. Only a handful of people can read fate, and the Destiny Protection Bureau has a monopoly on all of them. He'll definitely try to recruit me if he finds out. He stood in the armory, weighing his options. Exposing my skills versus getting a good item. Which is more important? The manager's voice cut through his thoughts. "Have you decided yet?" Gang Rim turned, his face set with determination, and decisively raised the weapon he had chosen. Pointing directly at the manager, he stated, "What I want is..." The manager's eyes widened behind his glasses, his face a mask of pure shock. He shrieked in utter disbelief, You want ME." Gang Rim was just as surprised by his extreme reaction. What in the world is he talking about? The manager thought. He quickly composed himself, smoothing back his hair. Then, a smug smile spread across his face. "No, you're definitely a clever one." He puffed out his chest, radiating a sparkling aura as if he were the center of the universe. "You've realized I'm the most valuable thing in this room. I admit I'm quite the catch, but you can't have me." Gang Rim stared back, completely baffled by the man's overwhelming narcissism. He clarified his choice, his fingers still aimed past the manager. "The key that you're holding." With a sly grin and a sharp gaze, Gang Rim made a bold proposal, gesturing toward the armory. "Let me borrow the weapons you have here. This will be more beneficial for you, too," Gang Rim explained with a confident, calculating look. "You won't have to part with any of your precious weapons permanently, and you'll still allow Sector 2 to get the best possible score." The manager fell silent, stroking his chin, thoughtfully weighing Gang Rim's offer. The scene shifts back to Gangrim's apartment. He was smiling gently at the tiny Kirin, holding a box of food. "Kirin, it's dinner time," he cooed. "This is healthy ginseng. It's really tasty, too." The Kirin chirped back happily. "Q." The little Kirin eagerly dug into its meal. Gangrim continued. "It'll take about 3 days to get a copy of the key, so I'll make you as strong as possible until then," he said, reaching into his small red pouch. "Anyway," he sighed with a strange smile, looking at the now empty bag. "I never thought I'd see the day. I'd melt down 12,000 spirit beads in a single day. Raising a Kirin is expensive." He turned back to his pet cheerfully. "Was it good?" The Kirin cried out with joy. Gangrim smiled. "All right, eat up and grow strong." Suddenly, a brilliant blue light enveloped the Kirin. Gangrim's expression turned to one of pure shock as a flood of system notifications appeared. The Kirin glowed intensely. "Kirin has reached Demonic Beast Grade 2. Kirin has acquired a new skill. Water Control." The skill window popped up. Skill: Water Control, Demonic Beast Grade 2. Allows for free movement in water and enables the manipulation of water. Gangrim was stunned. "It can control water?" He pointed to a corner of the room. "Curious," he commanded. "Kirin, try using your water skill over there." The Kirin tilted its head, confused for a moment. Then suddenly, a massive sphere of water formed above its head and shot forward. Gangrim stuttered. "Huh?" He cried out in panic. "Wait, stop." The water blast rocketed forward with terrifying force. The wall exploded on impact, leaving a massive, gaping hole into the next room. From the other side of the ruined wall, a man with messy hair and rumpled clothes screamed in absolute fury. "Hey, you bastard, Gangrim." Meanwhile, in a large cafeteria, Yoon Jion and her teammates were eating. "Sigh, so that's the situation," she said. A girl with braided hair spoke with a satisfied sigh. "Rice is definitely the best." A guy in their group lamented. "I've been eating nothing but fruit for so long, if it weren't for the food Gangrim sold." Another person remarked. "He seemed a little cold before, but I think he's actually a really good person." The person across from him immediately replied. "Gangrim was always a good guy. You just didn't notice." He recounted. "He helped us once, when we were surrounded by monsters, and again when we got bitten inside that building, right before coming here to train." His friend asked in surprise, "That happened? Why didn't you team up with him back then?" The guy scratched his head, embarrassed. "Because he seemed kinda cold. I don't know," he said with a look of regret. "But we got those fruits for free to clear the medium difficulty room. I feel so bad now, for thinking he was cold." A voice suddenly cut in from behind them. "I'm glad to hear. You all like the new room." A man in a flashy floral shirt spoke, his arms crossed with a conceited look. He turned to Gangrim. "Ah, but I will pay for the food. I'm only being nice because you're a first clearer, too." Gangrim asked, surprised. "You were the first to clear a room, too?" The man laughed heartily, clapping him on the shoulder. "That's right. I was the first to clear the sin room on low difficulty." Someone in the group whispered to their friend. "So that's why I didn't see him again after that." "I get it. That's amazing, even if it was low difficulty." Right after nearly dying, too. The man held his head high with pride. "I figured you were worth talking to. The others are nowhere near my level." He looked back at Gangrim, suggesting chummily, "Hey, let's go get a drink instead of just eating." At the bar, Gangrim ordered 2 glasses from a quirky, box-shaped robot bartender. "Hey, 2 drinks, please." The other man tried to get his for free, but the robot simply pointed to the price board. "Based on the spirit orbs you have." Rejected. "Don't be like that, just give it to me." SW furiously swats the robot's hand away. "How dare you look down on me? You're nothing but a clay doll." Gangrim places a hand on his shoulder, trying to de-escalate. "Hey, SW. I'll pay for it. Then why don't you stop harassing this poor thing?" SW spins around to mock Gangrim, his face dripping with contempt. "With what money? You're just a part-timer at some fortune-telling cafe. You need to remember that spirit orbs are the currency here." Gangrim looks utterly exhausted by the drama. Ignoring him completely, Gangrim asks the robot bartender, "How much is it?" The robot simply points to a sign. "1 complimentary drink for VIPs?" SW asks in disbelief. "VIP?" Gangrim explains nonchalantly as other robots prepare a shimmering cocktail. "They started calling me that after I spent 12,000 spirit orbs here yesterday." SW stammers in absolute shock, pointing a trembling finger at Gangrim. "T12,000? The robot proudly presents the finished cocktail. It places the drink down in front of his stunned SW. Feeling utterly humiliated, SW slams his fists on the table in a rage. "Damn it, who do you think I am?" he bellows. The cocktail glass shatters into pieces. The sudden crash startles Yoon Jian and her twin sister, who whip. Gangrim demands, completely annoyed, "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? SW brushes him off, shouting in his face, "Shut up. You're a nobody." He storms off in a fury. Gangrim watches him go, bewildered, then turns to the robot. "What was that all about? Clay doll, are you okay?" Yoon Jion and her sister approach. One of them asks, "Master, are you close with that guy?" Gangrim's reply is blunt, "No." The girl adds, holding a broken piece of the robot, "I'll tell Anavi to give him a piece of her mind." The other twin asks, "Then why were you with him at all?" Gangrim crosses his arms and explains, "He's my next-door neighbor. But my Keelan destroyed the wall between our rooms. I was going to buy him a meal to apologize. I guess that's not necessary anymore." Hearing the word Keelan, the girls' eyes light up with curiosity. When Gangrim shows them the Keelan, both girls gasp in awe. "Wow, it's so cute. What's its name?" Gangrim's answer is simple, Keelan. One of the girls presses him. "Why?" He replies, "Because it's a Keelan." Both twins look completely unimpressed. One begins, and the other finishes the thought. "It's a spirit beast, not just some random Keelan. Would you like it if he just called you human?" Gangrim scratches his head, thinking it over. "You want me to name it?" he suggests. "How about Linny?" Instantly, the Keelan erupts in a brilliant light as system messages appear. Linny's rank has been upgraded to Demon Level 1. Linny has acquired the skill, Magnetic Horn. A skill window materializes, Skill, Magnetic Horn. Rank, Demon Level 1. Ability, attracts attacks with a cold attribute or alters their trajectory. Gangrim stares at the floating window, completely baffled. "Huh? What just happened? Did it evolve?" He looks down at the Kylan, which has its paw on the info panel. "It's not just any Kylan, it's my Kylan. You want to be my companion, too?" The twin sisters remind him in unison. "Master, you know we already did that, right?" One of them clears her throat playfully. Gangrim smiles. "Yeah, I know." He looks at the two girls and the Keelan with a warm expression. "Thank you." One of the girls suddenly proposes, "Master, if you really want to thank us, then come with us to the next demon world." Her sister quickly covers her mouth. Gangrim asks, surprised, "The next one?" The two sisters eagerly step towards him. "Aren't we all going in together when it opens anyway?" They gaze towards a massive, glowing magic portal at the end of the hall. 1 week later, the group gathers in a new area. A system announcement rings out. The Serpent's Chamber is beginning. Protection failure in 168 hours. Everyone looks around in awe. Someone asks, "What are we supposed to protect?" Another trainee points to a warehouse and a tree. "Maybe that crate or the tree." Suddenly, a masked man with green hair appears, waving cheerfully. "Hello, you must be the trainees from Siyuan's Area 2, right? I'm Seen, from the Bureau of Fate Protection. I'm in charge of this demon world." A trainee asks in surprise, "Huh?" A messenger. One of the twins explains, "We have a target window, just like in the Chamber of Hellfire and the Hell's Blade Mountain." Yoon Jion deduces, "Does that mean the objective is set by the Bureau of Fate Protection?" Gangrim frowns, a disturbing thought crossing his mind. Why isn't it Anna Vi? In my past life, it was her. The messenger, Seo Don Mi, hops onto a rock, waving to get their attention. "I've updated the details in the guidebook, so I'll just give a simple explanation. Listen up, everyone." A trainee pipes up. "The guidebook?" His friend replies, "That thing we got when we first arrived. Who even carries that around?" Dong Mi is holding an adorable white snake with a name tag. "Your mission in this chamber is to protect a snake." The entire group stares at the serpent with disbelief. Someone asks, "That specific snake?" Dong Mi replies, cheerfully, "Nope, one for each of you." He points towards a pile of boxes, filled with strips of red cloth. "You'll be using this friendly token here. Your task is simple. Tie this cloth onto a snake." Din tossed the cloth strips toward the crowd. "Here, grab one and find a snake. Get going." A notification board appeared. It outlined the mission's rules. Chamber of the Serpent mission rules. 1. One snake per person. Tame a snake using the friendly token, and protect it for 168 hours. 2. You may freely leave the demon world, but if your snake dies while you're away, the mission is a failure. 3. The snake cannot leave the demon world, but you can lead it with the messenger, Sionamin, for up to 6 hours a day. He will protect the snake during that time. And if something goes wrong, you can find a new snake to continue the mission. 4. If you encounter the Great Serpent, never call it a snake. In the forest, Yoon Jion was searching when a voice called out, "See any snakes over there?" She replied, "Nope." Father Johan was holding 2 white snakes, looking bored. "Aren't there any bigger ones?" Suddenly, a giant snake chased after a screaming priest. Sinua cried out in panic, "Father Johan." Elsewhere, Choi Sang struggled to tie the red cloth onto a writhing snake. "Hold still." The cloth was finally tied, emitting a soft glow. A message appeared. You are now protecting a snake. 0.03 seconds out of 168 hours. A smug SW told his lackey, "All right, your name is now Maggot. Take care of it," the man asked. Confused, "Isn't my mission to protect you?" SW replied, "Yeah, so protect my snake, too." He laughed, gloating, "I got here before Gangrim, so I must have caught one before him, right? I guess that means I might be the first to clear this chamber." One of his henchmen whispered to another, "Why does he keep bringing up CO Gangrim lately?" The other shrugged, "I have no idea." Meanwhile, SW thought with pure hatred, "You'll never look down on me again, CO Gangrim." Amidst the chaos, Gangrim and Leany walked calmly across a wooden bridge over pristine blue water. He paused, staring into the distance, his mind racing. I wonder what the Guide of Fate was warning me about. Recent events flashed through his mind. I don't know if it's because this chamber opened earlier than in my past life, but the fact that this demon world was closed for a while, and that the messenger in charge is slightly different, is deeply concerning. He looked down at the water, his expression grim. Too many things are different from my previous life. I can't figure out what the problem is. The system notification echoed in his head again. The fate of CO Gangrim is being distorted. Return fate to its proper course. Things will go your way only after you have realigned your destiny. He stared at the red cloth in his hand, the friendly token. Is this somehow connected to what I'm doing? Two spirits hovered around him, their voices chiming in. Gangrim, what's the plan? Aren't you going to find a snake? If you don't want to, how about you just let me possess you? Gangrim thought to himself, ugh, they're so annoying. He looked up, his eyes filled with resolve. Right, worrying about it won't give me any answers. I'm going. Gangrim shrugged off his coat, revealing a muscular physique. He spoke to his companion. Ready, Linny? The Keelan cheerfully nuzzled him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped from the bridge, plunging with Leany into the clear water below. Underwater, Gangrim closed his eyes, sensing the stillness of the aquatic world. The two spirits watched from above. One mused, I think he's looking for an underwater snake. How long can a human even hold their breath? A system window appeared beside Gangrim as he swam. Lung capacity has increased by 20% due to a water attribute bonus. Leany began to glow, activating her skill. Activating water control. A stream of turquoise energy enveloped Gangrim. CO Gangrim has received the effect of water control. You can now move and breathe freely underwater. Gangrim spread his arms, embracing his newfound ability. He was now completely one with the water. His eyes then caught sight of an emerald green snake hiding among the rocks. The spirits called out, Hey, where are you going? The snake's den is over there, but he swam in the opposite direction, heading deeper into the dark waters. He glided gracefully onward. There are no snakes down here. A confident smirk played on his lips. Did you think I'd dive this deep just to catch some random snake? What I'm after is, a horrified shriek echoed from the spirits. Holy crap, the great serpent. From the abyss, a colossal serpent lunged forward. Its massive jaws gaped wide open. Reacting in a split second, Gangrim summoned the Fire Heaven sword and jammed it into the beast's mouth, stopping it from closing. He braced himself against the serpent's immense power. I'm glad I brought the Fire Heaven sword. It's the only long-range weapon I have. The monster loomed, massive and terrifying. A creature that existed on the line between snake and dragon. Gangrim observed. It's too big to be a snake, and too small to be a dragon. Inside the serpent's mouth, Gangrim smiled with confidence, holding the Fire Heaven sword steady. This is the great serpent I was looking for. I got lucky. Time to place my bet, the friendly item onto its tongue. He deftly moved inside its massive jaws, aiming the red cloth right for the beast's tongue. Suddenly, a powerful torrent of water erupted from the serpent's throat, blasting Gangrim out of its mouth. Activating his water control skill, he encased himself in a sphere of water, surfing away from the danger. He praised his companion. Nice one, Leany. Leany stood before the great serpent, its tiny body unleashing a brilliant light, drawing the monster's full attention. The serpent lunged forward, ready to devour Leany whole. Seizing the perfect moment, Gangrim shot in from behind, activating the friendly token. A blinding light from the token engulfed them both. The great serpent fought desperately against its influence. Gritting his teeth, Gangrim poured all his strength into tightening the cloth around the colossal serpent's neck. The cloth was now a neat little bow, bearing Gangrim's name. The great serpent had been tamed. The once ferocious serpent now looked docile, its blood-red eyes losing their savage glint. The spirits were in awe. Whoa, did he actually tame the great serpent? I'm not sure, but look at its eyes. At least it doesn't see him as an enemy now. The massive creature gently lifted Gangrim from the water. Once on the shore, Gangrim patted the beast's head. Good boy. My job is to protect you for 1 week. He shot it a thumbs up and a brilliant smile. But you'll be just fine without me, won't you? I'll take this off in a week, so just stay in the water and live your life as usual, okay? The Great Serpent watched, bewildered, as Gangrim dove into the water and swam off. The spirits muttered, "He ditched it just 5 minutes after taming it, eh? It's a Great Serpent. It'll be fine." Standing on a nearby bridge, Gangrim burst out laughing. "Now I get a whole week off. Ha ha ha." The spirits realized the bitter truth. "So that's why you went after the Great Serpent, you sly devil." The scene shifts to a forest, where Gangrim is battling monsters. After felling the last one, a brilliant blue aura erupts from his body. His power had risen to level 26. A status window materialized before him. He let out a breath. Ah, the buff wore off. He sighed, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. "It's tough raising stats just by grinding, even with my high fate level." He sat down on a pile of monster corpses. "Leany, let's take a break, before we go again." The observing spirits whispered, "Kirin don't like blood, do they?" But it seemed fine when it buffed Gangrim earlier. Gangrim pulled out a spirit orb, thinking, "I guess it was a struggle for her, since she hates killing. Wait, that scumbag." He whipped his head around, surprised. "Ha! Trainees don't normally fight in this demonic realm." His eyes shot open as a dreadful thought struck him. Could it be? He immediately jumped to his feet and broke into a run. "Leany, let's go." At a nearby river, Choi Sing was berating his lackeys. "Are you guys completely useless? Give me my money back." One of them finally snapped. "I can't do this crap anymore." Sing yelled back, "I'll give you a refund as soon as we get back, so just do it yourself." The man looked completely floored. Another turned his back. "I'm out, too. All you do is insult us and compare us to him. It's Gangrim this, Gangrim that. So why don't you just go hire him yourself?" Gangrim, who had just arrived, overheard everything. He thought, confused, "What? Hire me?" The spirits whispered, "Gangrim, you should talk to him. He looks like he's in a tough spot. You could probably squeeze some spirit orbs out of him." Gangrim bit his thumb, weighing his options. The spirits chimed in, "That's right. You need money to feed Lenny." Gangrim remembered the bar incident, but he's completely broke. He ducked into the bushes and yelled out, "Anyone there?" One of Seng's ex-henchmen stepped forward, recognizing him. Then, Choi Seng appeared, a look of pure panic on his face. He clutched his chest, pleading, "Gangrim, help my snake." Gangrim grabbed his arm and started running. "So your snake's under attack?" Seng gasped, "Yes." As they ran, Gangrim's tone turned calculating as he laid out his conditions. "So, what's in it for me? You still haven't paid me for that meal last time." He stopped dead in his tracks, his face firm. "I don't work for free." Choi Seng thought to himself, "I'll pay for it when we get out of here." Seng screeched frantically, "What?" He desperately opened his status window. "Spirit orbs? I have spirit orbs. 2,000. Gangrim scoffed. "Wow, did you squeeze all that from your party members?" 2 system notifications popped up. Negotiation complete. HP of target with friendly token has fallen below 50%. Gangrim glanced at the alert as Seng grabbed his head in a panic. "Spirit orbs are being transferred. If you're done, then hurry up and save my snake." Up ahead, Seng's snake was gravely wounded by another trainee. Gangrim charged the attacker, his sword ablur as he roared, "It's over for you." A sharp clang of steel echoed as Gangrim blocked a fatal blow. The attacker was shocked. "What? Are you from another zone? I found this snake first. Go find your own." Gangrim's reply was ice cold. "Not happening." With a flick of his wrist, the injured snake flew toward them. Seng cried out in terror. "Gucci." He rushed to embrace his dying companion. "Don't die." Gu simply offered, "This is medicine." The attacker could only stare, his mind completely blank. The attacker roared in a rage. "Who are you to kill my serpent?" Gangrim fired back. "Your serpent?" The attacker pointed to a token on the dead snake, equally confused. "You can see the friendly marker here. Go find another snake to protect." "Why would I protect a snake?" the man asked, dumbfounded. "Isn't our mission in this demonic realm to protect the serpents?" The attacker shot back, "What are you even talking about?" He opened his own quest window, which clearly stated, "Objective, kill the serpent." He muttered, "Damn it, I knew this sounded way too easy." Behind him, Gangrim stood with a grim expression. A wave of unease washed over him. "The mission for Sector 3 is different from my past life. I guess this is what a twisted fate truly means." A hazy flashback appeared. In his previous life, both sectors were tasked with protecting the serpents. They worked together to defend them from monsters. That's why that bastard in Shinua. A flash of insight sparked in Gangrim's mind as a horrifying truth dawned on him. The color drained from his face. Wait a second. Just then, an urgent red system notification flashed before his eyes. Target of the friendly token is under attack. He jolted. It's being attacked. His head snapped towards the bridge. The great serpent was bursting from the water's surface. If it's someone from Sector 3, A man crackling with immense energy appeared. It was Gunham. He ground his teeth. It's definitely him. Gangrim's serpent shot a blast of water his way, but the man dodged it effortlessly. He landed at the water's edge, gazing in awe at the colossal beast. Whoa, is that a dragon? Gunham's lips curled into an excited grin. Let's find out. He launched himself across the water, aimed directly at the great serpent. I wonder if killing this thing will complete my mission. Meanwhile, Gangrim raced forward at maximum speed, his face a mask of tension. Gunham threw a punch straight at the serpent's head. He roared in delight. Yes. Almost got. He froze as Gangrim appeared in a flash, blocking his attack. Another fist flew, and the two men collided violently in midair. Their power exploded in a massive shockwave. Gunham screamed, "What the hell are you?" Gangrim threw him back, his eyes as cold as steel. "I knew it was you." He spoke his opponent's name, whose face was a picture of disbelief. Jang Tae-han. A faint memory flickered into view. A much younger Jang Tae-han was talking to a friend, Hyung. "You skipped out last time, so you have to come." His information panel materialized. Jang Tae-han, demonic rank 2. Affiliation, Flying Tiger sect. In another memory, Tae-han was trying to convince someone to join a party. "All right, fine, I'll go." But the next image was a hall filled with bodies. Tae-han whispered, "Everyone." Back in the present, Gangrim thought, "He's a member of the Flying Tiger sect. It's good to see him again. I never expected it would be here." Tae-han eyed Gangrim with pure suspicion. "I'll let this go since I've never seen your face before, but I already called dibs on that thing." Gangrim turned back to the great serpent. "Dive deep into the water, and don't come out, no matter what." The serpent plunged into the depths. Tae-han screamed, "Hey, it's getting away." He whirled on Gangrim, enraged. "Move. You're in my way." "I have to kill that thing," Gangrim thought. "I've never seen him this young. The first time we met in my past life was at the sect's headquarters." A memory of a cheerful and friendly Jiang Tae-han surfaced. It felt so different now. Another memory played. Tae-han smiled and said, "I'm glad I didn't meet you in the demonic realm." Gangrim asked, "Why not?" Tae-han gave a bitter laugh. "I was pretty aggressive back then. It was a bad phase." In the present, Tae-han stomped furiously on the bridge. "We probably wouldn't have become friends if we'd met here in my past." "Damn it, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said?" Gangrim flashed a provoking smirk. "Why don't you go find a different snake? That one belongs to me." Tae-han was stunned, silent. "Yours?" He let out a furious roar and charged. "Then I'll just have to crush you first." Tae-han threw a devastating punch. "Ha, think you can dodge?" But Gangrim's sword was already out, stopping the fist cold. Gangrim's golden eyes flared. "He's unbelievably strong. So what's next?" Tae-han leaped back, his face filled with surprise. "Are you?" Smiling. "You think this is some kind of game?" Gangrim's expression turned deadly serious. "Yeah, it's a blast." His sword burst into brilliant, roaring flames. "How could I not be happy? Seeing you alive and well, standing right here before me." Gangrim's sword attribute had shifted to fire. He lunged, his flaming blade meeting Tae-han's fist in a shower of sparks. He analyzed his foe. Jang Tae-han, demonic rank 2. He's higher than me in both level and stats. Tae-han gritted his teeth in confusion. "You're confused, aren't you? Wondering why you can't win even though you're stronger?" Tae-han roared back. "It's like, how do you know?" A sudden, brutal counter. Tae-han coughed up blood as the pommel of the sword slammed into his sternum. Gangrim stood over his collapsed form. His voice was ice. "I know every single one of your attack patterns." He rested the edge of his blade against Tae-han's throat. "Tae-han, I believe this is my victory." Tae-han scrambled away and fled into the distance, screaming, "I'll be back for you." Gangrim gave a small, sarcastic wave. Such a classic villain exit. But a moment later, the pain of his own wounds finally hit him. His expression darkened. This was terrible. At this rate, would he even meet Xenia? That would mean never joining the Flying Tiger sect. A painful memory seared through his mind. Xenia, sacrificing herself to block a fatal blow meant for him. If he joined the Black Demon sect instead, that was a death sentence. Panic flooded his face. "I can't let that happen." Gangrim shouted at the distant messenger, Seo Dongmin. "You should have told me that the other zones were tasked with eliminating the serpents." Jin replied with a casual air. "But is there really a difference between you protecting a serpent from monsters or from other people?" Enraged, Gangrim grabbed him by the collar. "What? Are you serious right now?" Jin swatted his hand away. Let's go, Gucci." He turned to leave with his serpent. Gangrim called out, excuse me." Jin turned back, his tone suddenly cheerful. Do you have a question?" Gangrim asked with dead seriousness. "Isn't the Fate Protection Bureau's purpose to create as many Awakeners as possible? I don't understand why you're making us compete against each other. Gang Rim pressed on, his face filled with doubt. To eliminate the unskilled who are just getting carried? Carried? Jin replied, his voice dripping with insinuation. For instance, clearing a demon realm by using an item from someone powerful. He shot a knowing glance at a startled Gang Rim. Are you saying this is my fault? Dongmin thought. Dongmin added, well, we don't have that many serpents this time around. He continued, his tone a clear challenge. So cooperating to pass this round is practically impossible. Gang Rim gritted his teeth as the harsh reality set in. He returned to the central area, where colorful banners fluttered in the wind. A notification popped up, protect the Great Serpent. 22 hours, 17 minutes, and 58 seconds remaining out of 168. The spirits greeted him. Whoa, it's Gang Rim. We've been waiting for you. I was so excited. Gang Rim asked, did anything happen while I was gone? He thought as he walked toward the bridge, I haven't received any alerts that the Great Serpent is under attack. Suddenly, he froze, drawing his sword and cautiously scanning the area. Something's coming. A massive explosion erupted from the far end of the bridge. Gang Rim raised his sword to brace for the impact. A figure shot out from the smoke and dust. Taehan stood there, the ground beneath him cracked. He declared, Rocio Gang Rim, I've finally found you, Gang Rim asked. And why were you looking for me? Taehan cracked his knuckles, a confident smirk spreading across his face. To settle a score, he charged forward, his expression filled with determination. I always pay back what I'm given. Gang Rim fell back, analyzing his opponent's movements. Next is the left. I'll just spar with him for a bit. But Taehan suddenly changed his attack pattern, kicking at Gang Rim's side. Damn it, his fighting style. Caught off guard, Gang Rim barely blocked a high kick to his face. He changed it. He must have realized that I knew. He stepped back, shaking his stinging hand. It must have been hard to break that old habit. Impressive. Taehan grinned with satisfaction. Finally, he pointed at Gang Rim. Why are you so determined to fight me? You could just find another serpent, Gang Rim replied, because I lost to you last time. Taehan threw his fist to the sky, roaring, and I hate losing. Gang Rim smirked as a memory of the old Taehan surfaced. That's right. You always loved fighting people stronger than you. That's why I never even considered it. Because in my previous life, I wasn't strong. Am I crazy for enjoying the fact that we're enemies? At that moment, his sword erupted in flames. Gang Rim said to Taehan, in any case, if I lose, the Great Serpent dies, so I'm counting on you. Taehan roared, what the hell are you talking about? Just come at me. A crimson light flashed in Gang Rim's eyes. All right then. Just try not to die. Skill activated. Combat Instinct. Taehan was instantly enveloped in a blue aura as well. Skill activated. Combat Instinct. He sneered, you think someone like you could ever kill me? Taehan bellowed, his fists clenched. You're dead wrong if you think today will be like yesterday. Gang Rim smirked, blocking Taehan's blow with one hand, his flaming sword stopping his opponent's fist. You do seem a little stronger. The two exchanged ferocious blows, flame and blue aura colliding. Taehan shouted, I love fighting the strong. Gang Rim dodged the assault with ease. A crazed grin spread across his face as his eyes glowed crimson. Killing the strong. He slashed across Taehan's chest, sending blood flying. He continued his merciless assault, savoring the thrill. This is so much fun. Taehan gritted his teeth, a look of horror on his face. What the hell is wrong with this guy? The two clashed again, their attacks creating shockwaves of raw energy. He's actually aiming for my vital points. Taehan thought in horror. Is he really trying to kill me? Is he insane? Gang Rim just gave him a terrifying smile. He wasn't like this yesterday. Taehan felt the pressure mounting. No, at this rate. I'm going to lose again. He threw one last, desperate punch. But Gang Rim effortlessly met the blow with his sword. The skill Combat Instinct has evolved to demonic level 2. His sanity returned in a sudden rush. He lay on the ground, bleeding. Even so, a satisfied smile was on his face. Finally, my consciousness returns. Taehan stared at the scene unfolding before him, utterly stunned. Flames erupted around Gang Rim as he forced himself to stand. Taehan stammered. What? What is happening? A twisted smile appeared on Gang Rim's face, his blade once again burning with fire. I finally figured out how to kill you. Taehan screamed in pure disbelief. How can you even move? I shattered your bones. Doesn't it hurt? Gang Rim stalked forward, his sword carving a fiery arc through the air. A little pain like this won't be enough to stop me. Taehan yelled back. Are you some kind of psychopath? Gang Rim let out a crazed roar. Just die already. Taehan gritted his teeth, bracing for the absolute worst. He collapsed to his knees, utterly exhausted and defeated. Fine. I lose. Gang Rim laughed manically, but then his powers began to fade. The skill Battle Instinct is deactivating due to a lack of mana. The fire on his sword flickered and died. The skill, fire control, is deactivating due to a lack of mana. He spoke. I'm not going to kill you. You made a wise decision. He sheathed his sword and turned away. Now give up and find another snake to hunt. Taehan remained kneeling on the sand. He swore an oath of vengeance. I'll be back tomorrow. And if I lose again, I'll be back the day after that. Gangrim walked away, a complex look on his face. In the end, he thought, I will be the one who wins. The spirit gods watched from above. They're going to fight again tomorrow? I'm so excited. That was such a close match. It seems only one of them will clear their mission. Can't Gang Taehan just find another snake? He won't do it. Gangrim glanced over his shoulder, his expression hardened with resolve. Yeah, that's not who Gang Taehan is. But for one of us to fail, I can't let that happen. Back in the central area, the other trainees were complaining to the messenger. Is that really it for us? This is so unfair. All Sector 3 had to do was kill a snake. Can't we just find another one to protect? The messenger, Anavi, coldly informed the failed trainees. Sector 2's objective was to protect the serpent, and you have failed. You will be sent back when the mission timer ends, so just keep that in mind. In the waiting room, a failed trainee grumbled. Why can't they just let us out now? They're just trying to mess with us. Gangrim sat lost in thought, pondering Sector 2's objective. He suddenly spotted Anavi and called out, Anavi. He whispered something into her ear. Anavi was silent for a moment, then gave a slight nod. A smile touched Gangrim's lips. All right then. He stood up, his face a mask of determination. Now I have one more reason why I absolutely cannot lose. He dashed into the forest, calling out behind him. Come on, Linny. It's time to hunt. Linny happily responded. As days passed, Gangrim and Taehan continued their endless war. The mission clock ticked relentlessly onward. Protect the Great Serpent. 52 of 168 hours. Protect the Great Serpent. 75 of 168 hours. Sword and fist collided, sending sparks flying through the air. Protect the Great Serpent. 100 of 168 hours. Both men were on their last legs, but neither would give an inch. Protect the Great Serpent. 119 of 168 hours. Gangrim grit his teeth, pouring every last ounce of his strength into each blow. Finally, after days of brutal combat, they both collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Protect the Great Serpent. 145 of 168 hours. Taehan gasped for air, screaming, This is completely unfair. How is it fair that you can just set your entire body on fire? Gangrim warily replied, It's my skill. I can use it however I want. Did you have to act like a complete madman? Gangrim got to his feet and crossed his arms. You're not exactly sane for charging at a man who's literally on fire. Taehan stormed off in a rage, yelling, I'll be back tomorrow. You just wait. The spirits watched the scene unfold. I think they both lost their minds. Leave them be. This is entertaining. The Great Serpent nodded in agreement. Gangrim turned and saw the serpent had emerged from the water. He asked in surprise, Huh? I told you to stay in the water. Why are you out here? He then asked, Are you hungry? The Great Serpent nodded. Gangrim knelt down, pouring out food from his pouch. I'll give you this, so get back in the water. Humans are far more dangerous than any monster. He whispered to the serpent. Oh, and keep this a secret from Lini. The serpent ate obediently. Today is the final day, Gangrim said. Looking into the distance, he saw Gang Taehan appear. Gangrim asked, What will you do if you lose again? Tian replied with a determined look. Are you going to find another snake to kill? I won't do something so pathetic. If I lose, I simply fail. A smirk appeared on Gangrim's face. I knew it, he asked again. Really? Gangrim then made a proposal. Then, since this is our final battle, want to make a wager. If I win again this time, you will obey one command from me. Taehan demanded, And what if I win? Gangrim replied with a confident grin. You're not going to win. Taehan was pushed to the absolute edge of his rage. Taehan's taunt. Provocation. So, you really think you have this in the bag? Taehan suddenly realized something. That skill, he roared. That fist cloaked in green energy. It won't work on me anymore. He charged forward with blinding speed. Is he going to charge straight through? Is that even possible? Gangrim wondered as he braced for the impact. Activate Destiny Detection. Taehan's status window appeared. Taehan Jiang, Rank 2 Demonic Beast. Earth Attribute. Sacred Title, 1 in a million. Gangrim smirked. Ha! Just as I predicted. He's gained fire resistance. Tian shattered through Gangrim's flames. What will you do now? Was that your ultimate technique? He smiled with pure arrogance. I told you before. I will be the final victor. Suddenly, a dark sword pierced straight through his body. Tan stared, stunned at the blade, then back at Gangrim's wild grin. Damn it, what the hell is this? Gangrim thought to himself. I will win. Tian muttered. Ah, this bastard has lost his mind again. He must think that's your secret weapon or something. But did you really think you were the only one with a secret weapon? A powerful green aura began to swirl around his hand. Taehan pointed toward Gangram, his whole body wrapped in a furious green energy. You're the one who started this. A system notification rang out. Skill activated. Invisible spear. Gangram's crimson eyes shot open as a wave of extreme danger washed over him. His danger sense screamed. A spear of shimmering green light materialized in Taehan's hand. The spirits watching gasped in horror. Isn't that the 8-branched serpent spear? That's right. He must have been granted a divine weapon, just like in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Taehan swung the sacred spear. He launched it forward, creating a colossal explosion of green energy that tore the earth apart. Gangram somehow managed to block the incoming spear. Skill cancelled. Combat instinct. He gritted his teeth, fighting against the skill's decay. Damn it, don't cancel now. Stay active. Combat instinct. Clutching his dark sword, he roared at the approaching spear. Today, I have to win, no matter what it takes. A glint appeared in his eyes. Skill. Combat instinct has responded to your competitive spirit and has evolved to demon rank 1. A grid of yellow and blue light suddenly materialized around Gangram. He was astonished. What is this light? The glowing lines revealed attack trajectories and paths of movement. A clear road. He could see everything perfectly.
I can see the attack vectors. And Taehan Jiang's weaknesses. Gangram moved flawlessly, dodging every strike from the spear, with impossible ease.
His focus was absolute, his eyes tracking every single one of his opponent's moves. Taehan screamed in utter disbelief. You were still hiding another skill. Gangram closed the distance and brought his sword down hard on Taehan. Dark energy engulfed Taehan, choking him. He collapsed, unconscious. Gangram stood panting over his defeated foe. The spirits whispered, "No way." Did Gangram actually win? Deactivating skill. Combat instinct. Taehan lay motionless on the ground, the spirits still in shock. What? How did he pull that off? He won, even with the 8-branched serpent spear. I guess it's a bad idea to use a weapon you aren't familiar with. Gangram looked down at Taehan, a worried look crossing his face. But, is he going to die? He scrambled to Taehan's side in a panic. Damn it, I went too far. I have to get him to Father Johan Han. Suddenly, a small golden object flew toward him. He looked up, instantly wary of an ambush. A group of trainees burst from the woods, shouting, "Attack him." He's definitely exhausted. Gangram pulled out a healing potion. First, I'll give Taehan Jiang some of this potion. But his hand was knocked aside. The potion tumbled to the ground. He looked at his hand, now caked in mud. Mud! One of the ambushers was using some kind of magic. Is that an earth attribute spell? The ground beneath Gangram's feet turned into a mire, pulling him down. Damn it, I have to get out. More attackers appeared. Who are these guys? Skill. Fire control is being cancelled due to a lack of mana. Gangram gritted his teeth, exhausted and trapped. The spirits worried. Is Gangram going to lose after all that? Suddenly, the massive head of a great serpent shot out, sending the attackers flying. Gangram cried out in surprise, "You!" The great serpent charged into the mob, snatching an attacker in its jaws. The others screamed in terror, "What the hell is that thing? Why is there a snake that big? Is that even a snake?" The great serpent roared, its red eyes blazing with fury. Is it a snake? What else could it be if not a snake? Gangram shouted at the foolish attackers. What are you all doing? That's an Orochi. Didn't these morons even check the guidebook? He remembered the instructions he gave the beast. I told it to stay underwater because I was worried something like this might happen. The mission's 4th rule was crystal clear. 4. If you meet the Orochi, never call it a snake. One of the attackers yelled, "This must be Gangram's snake. Kill it." Gangram screamed in desperation. No, run. He knew what was coming, because the idiotic attacker shouted, "Die, you damn snake." The Orochi let out an earth-shattering roar as its body began to transform. The attacker finally realized his mistake. Wait, something's not right with this snake. Gangram watched in sheer horror. An Orochi that is called a snake can no longer become a dragon. It is consumed by rage and resentment, becoming a monster. The monster's name was Gang Chiori. A blazing dragon beast appeared. The Gang Chiori unleashed a brutal massacre on its attackers. Gangram stared at his updated mission notification. Protect Gang Chiori. ID 1550149. Duration 168 hours. Watching the monster's destructive rampage, he thought to himself, there might still be a chance, if it recognizes me. But the Gang Chiori unleashed a torrent of flame, showing no sign of recognition at all. Yeah, that's not happening. The spirits were terrified. Didn't these fools read the manual? Who knows? I've never even seen a Gang Chiori before. The monster let out a ferocious roar. Its information panel materialized. Gang Chiori. Draconic Rank 3. The Gang Chiori spewed fire across the forest. 2 trainees and their serpents could only watch in sheer horror. We're done for. A voice boomed from a loudspeaker. This is the Fate Protection Bureau. A Draconic-class Gang Chiori has been spotted. The twin sisters watched the burning forest with deep concern. Wildfires raged everywhere the monster had passed. One trainee fled from the inferno. It's coming this way. Another collapsed, coughing up blood. Wait, my poison resistance isn't high enough. The voice from the loudspeaker continued. All trainees are ordered to evacuate to the sacred tree for their own safety. Amidst the chaos, Cha Johan was aiding a wounded trainee. Sinua was leading another group to safety. Hurry and get to the sacred tree. The others thanked her profusely. Gang Rim observed the unfolding chaos, then addressed the others once more. Looks like the Bureau is finally stepping in. Messenger Dong Min was speaking into the loudspeaker, but he suddenly stopped. All trainees in the Serpent Chamber, disregard that. A new quest has been issued by the Fate Protection Bureau. Slaying the Gang Chiori will count as mission completion. Cha Johan overheard the announcement. Additional rewards will also be granted. Another trainee turned to Cha Johan. You heard that, right? He cheered. Looks like it's time for a boss raid. The Gang Chiori roared, preparing for an even more devastating assault. Gang Rim, carrying Taehan on his shoulders, made his way toward the sacred tree. Everyone's here, he called out. Is Cha Johan around? Cha Johan responded, I'm right here. Gang Rim gently set Taehan down. Please, heal him. Cha Johan was stunned. What on earth happened to him? Gang Rim answered bluntly, I did it. Cha Johan was completely baffled. Shinua rushed over, alarmed. Gang Rim, are you okay? You have blood on your back. Gang Rim reassured her. Shinua, I'm fine. He's the one who's hurt. As Cha Johan began his treatment, Shinua recognized the man. Oh, isn't he the one from Sector 3 who's always trying to fight you? Gang Rim replied, Yeah, Shinua said. Then I guess your great serpent is okay. She then asked, So what are you going to do about the mission to kill the Gang Chiori? Gang Rim gazed toward the blazing forest. I think I have to go check on it first. He revealed the truth. That Gang Chiori is the great serpent I was supposed to be protecting. Sinua was floored. She asked in disbelief. They're the same great serpent? Then you can't kill it, she declared. Gang Rim replied, Exactly. But I can't just let it continue on like this either. Suddenly, Taehan woke up. No, Gang Rim, get back here. You're awake? Taehan looked at Gang Rim with a pleading expression. You can't kill it. Gang Rim scoffed. You were going to kill it anyway. Taehan yelled. It's different if I'm the one to kill it. Gang Rim thought to himself, is it because he values loyalty? No, that's not it. Then I have to find a way. Messenger Dong Min appeared. That's not going to work. Gang Rim asked. Messenger, Dong Min explained. A fallen great serpent must be slain. The heat and poison radiating from its body could destroy the entire spirit world. Taehan added, Normally the Protection Bureau would handle it, but I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. He muttered with a pained look. A failure that can't become a true dragon is a massive problem. Taehan thought bitterly. A failure. Dong Min told Gang Rim, regardless, it needs to be stopped. This isn't something you can handle on your own. Gang Rim replied, I understand. He turned to Shinua and his teammates. I think I'll have to take care of the Gang Chiori. Can I count on your help? Shinua answered with firm resolve. Of course. The twin sisters spoke in unison. We're with you, too. We're comrades, they said. Gang Rim was taken aback. Comrades. Taehan glared at them furiously. What about the Great Serpent? Does it mean nothing to you? He screamed as Gang Rim and his group prepared to leave. Wait, are you really going to kill it? Taehan was desperate. It's your Great Serpent. You're not allowed to kill it. Gang Rim turned back and called out, Hey, Taehan. He looked at Taehan with a grave expression, the sacred tree glowing brilliantly against the twilight sky. Taehan remembered the messenger's words. A failure that can't become a dragon is a massive problem. His own father's venomous words echoed in his mind. You are a failure. Are you trying to bring shame upon my name? I'm ashamed to have a son like you. Taehan recalled his painful past. I've spent 20 years doing everything he told me to, but I guess it was never enough for him. Why is this all I'm capable of? They said I was. My father was a great man, which meant I could never measure up. I just couldn't become the perfect child my parents wanted me to be. And in their eyes, anything less than perfect is a failure. I could never escape the crushing thought that I would forever be a disappointment. That feeling twisted me, making me lash out and fight at every turn. To me, the whole world looked like the enemy. The great beast, Gang Chiori, wept tears of fire. Maybe that's why I could understand the great serpent's pain so well. Perched high on a tree branch, Taehan looked down at Gangnam and his comrades with a hint of disappointment. I really thought you, of all people, would be different, sailed Gangnam. He remembered a conversation from their past. Why are you helping me? Don't you think I stabbed you in the back by using the 3-star zone? Gangnam's reply had been absolute. I don't believe you would. You're not that kind of person. I know exactly who you are. I trust you. Taehan recalled how just hearing those words had lifted a mountain from his shoulders. Taehan gazed at the rampaging gang Chiori. I'm aware that we can't just let the great serpent destroy the demon world, but it would be amazing if you could save it, just like you did for me. Down below, Ganjim gripped the key to the armory. The twin sisters spoke excitedly. You can borrow weapons? Does that mean we can finally kill Gang Chiori? Gangjim turned to them with a serious expression. Let's make one thing clear. I will be the one to take care of Gang Chiori. He smiled with confidence, the key glinting in his hand. And I'll do it without killing it. That is my plan. Shinua and the twins exchanged hopeful glances. I think that's definitely worth a try. Should we tell the others not to kill it? Gangjim replied, I have no idea who will try to land the killing blow. They could get the mission achievement if they finish it off. One of the twins grumbled, that bastard will definitely try. They all recalled Doc Gojin, another trainee. Ah, Doc Gojin, Cha Johan said. How did he react to the announcement? He was thrilled, saying a boss raid had just started. Gangnam asked with a worried look, where is he right now? In another part of the forest, Doc Gojun and his group were confronting Choi Sang. Where do you all think you're going? Doc Gojun asked. Sang answered, we're falling back to the main hall. You actually want to fight that thing? Doc Gojun shot back. Run? Doc Gojun explained. We'll automatically clear the mission if we just survive today. Why would we gamble on fighting it? Sang declared. I'm taking Gucci somewhere safe, so you can fight that monster yourself if you want. Doc Gojun sneered. Oh, is that so? In a flash, Doc Gojun unleashed a skill on SWAT's companion snake. The decomposition skill activated, and the serpent dissolved into ash. SWAT screamed in sheer horror. No, what? Doc Gojun scoffed. Don't be so dramatic. He shot a cold, hard look at his followers. The same thing will happen to all of you. The others stared at their own serpents in pure panic. Doc Gojun attacked again, turning their companions to dust. One person screamed, why are you doing this? No, don't kill it. But it was already too late, another complained. That's not fair. You let your own snake live, but killed all of ours. Doc Gojun asked. Ah, my snake? Doc Gojun's own serpent disintegrated into nothing. Well, if it bothers you that much, then you simply failed to protect your own. He smiled, a terrifying sight, as the others looked on in horror. With utter contempt, Doc Gojun asked, are you all satisfied now? A wicked grin spread across his face, his hands glowing with dark energy. Now we have no other choice but to kill Gang Chiori. Let's fight together. Leading his new party, Doc Gojun waved to Gangnam. Hey, sail Gangnam, shall we go kill Gang Chiori? Gangnam calmly replied, I was just looking for you. He then asked, why do you have so many people following you? Doc Gojun laughed with delight. They're my support squad, here to help the main character. He asked with pure arrogance. I'm sure you have a plan to kill that thing, don't you? The crowd behind Doc Gojun whispered in a panic. Just agree with him. Please, Gangjim. We can't let that psycho become our party leader. In response, Gangjim simply held out his hand. That's right. In fact, I was hoping for your cooperation. I have a way to resolve this Gang Chiori situation. Meanwhile, officials from the Destiny Protection Bureau were entering the demon world. One of them spoke. I don't know what the director is thinking. Team manager Gong Du said worriedly, the trainees could be wiped out. That's why we're here, just in case something goes wrong. A woman with purple hair appeared. Team leader Gong, you're late. Gong Du thought to himself, Kaika, why is she here? This isn't her designated area. Gong Du then greeted another man. Team leader Y, it's been a while. The man simply yawned. Yeah. A powerful laser suddenly struck Gang Chiori. Team leader Y looked at a holographic monitor. Who's fighting Gang Chiori now? His subordinate answered, it is team leader C. Gangram's trainees, and everyone else from Sector 2. Gong Du stated, say Gangram's trainees can't kill that thing anyway. Can't we just handle it and get out of here? Team leader Y tosses the talismans aside in frustration. The purple-haired woman says, hold on. That is what the director ordered us to do. She continues, glancing toward the raging battle. However, I do hope they give up soon. She turns to Gong Du with a sly smirk. If Gang Rim fails, I'll be recruiting him for Area 1. Gong Du's face darkens. Is that the only reason you came here? She replies with a casual shrug. I'm just curious where such a powerful awakener came from. Honestly, I'm quite jealous. Gong Du's subordinate stares intently at the fight. A massive round slams into the Gang Chiori. It was Yoon Jeon, taking aim with his sniper rifle, the Ghost Slayer. borrowed from Gongdu's own armory. The gang Chiori roars, preparing a fire blast, but Cha Johan erects a barrier. Skill activated. Protective shield. From another direction, a crimson laser beam streaks through the air. Yunyun's twin sister, Yumbom, is drawing a massive bow, the crimson bow, also on loan from Gongdu's armory. Lini and Yoon Jian combine their powers. Skill activated. Water control. Gongdu is stunned. What in the world are those kids doing? Their attacks keep missing the mark. Their defense is solid, but he realizes those aren't weapons meant for rookies with such poor skills. At this rate, they'll never be able to defeat the gang Chiori. The gang Chiori roars, trying to breathe fire again, but it's completely exhausted and can't produce a flame. A voice shouts, "It's out of fire. Everyone, charge." Dozens of trainees rush the colossal beast. They swarm the gang Chiori, striking with swords and magic. Someone screams, "Damn it, its heat and poison are bad enough. Get those with high poison and fire resistance to the front. Can we actually pull this off? Should we try to pin it against a wall?" A trainee uses a talisman. Skill activated. Ice wall summon. A massive wall of ice erupts, blocking the gang Chiori's escape. All right, keep pushing it toward the target point. But the monster is too powerful, throwing its attackers aside. This is too hard. Sin Sua cries out, "All water-type ability users. I'll try to restrain its movements. So please, just cool down its flames a little." She unleashes her skills. Giant vines erupt from the ground, ensnaring the gang Chiori. Skill activated. Leaf binding method. Skill activated. Water bomb. Skill activated. Water cannon. The others roar. Push harder. They activate their enhancement skills. Skill activated. Monstrous strength. Skill activated. Physical boost. They've almost forced the gang Chiori to the cliff's edge. We're almost there. Just a little more. The gang Chiori lets out one final, desperate roar. It shatters the ice wall and the vines, sending everyone flying. We can't push it any further. Damn it. What do we do now? Someone says, "Gang Rimc said we had to push it off the cliff." Doc goes and steps forward, dark energy swirling around him. "Get behind me, you extras." He places a hand on the ground. Skill activated. Decompose. The ground beneath the gang Cherry crumbles to dust. The colossal monster plunges into the abyss. Its eyes flash with a blue light as it falls. High above, a bird with a camera for an eye has been watching the entire battle. Team leader Y gasps. "Huh?" He stares at his monitor. So that's where C Gang Rim was? Somewhere deep down the cliff face, Gang Rim stands on the gang Chiori's head, right in a concave area in the center of its skull. The indentation. He found its weak point and plunged his sword in. Found it. Team manager Gongdu cheers. "I knew it. What do you think? They're going to get it, right?" The purple-haired team leader curses under her breath. "Damn it." She thinks to herself, "I was planning to poach Se Gang Rim for my side after he failed this mission, since I've already lost useful trainees from Area 1. I need to bring in some talent from other areas. My plans will be ruined if they actually succeed in killing the gang Chiori. Let's see. Should I do something to ensure he fails?" Suddenly, Gongdu is shocked. "Wait, what is he doing?" Gang Rim whispers, a concave area in the center of its head. The indentation. Found it. He pulls his sword out. In a flashback, Gang Rim speaks with Teen. "I think this is definitely worth a try. The problem is, it's lost its mind, so it doesn't recognize me. But there's a solution for that. Just strike its Baihui acupoint. It should be able to recognize you then." Gang Rim strikes the pressure point on the gang Chiori's head. The beast roars in pain. Gang Rim shouts, "It's okay. Calm down. It's me, Gang Rim." Slowly, the gang Chiori calms down, its eyes locking onto Gang Rim. Gang Rim pants. "Do you recognize me?" He pulls out the friendship token. Then, "Do you remember this? I'll tie the friendship token on you again." Team leader Y asks, "Is he taming it to make it easier to kill?" "That's impressive." The purple-haired woman remarks, "He's ruthless, just like you." She pauses, then issues an order to her subordinate. "Record this for the report. Area 1's team leader, Ian, handled the gang Chiori himself after judging that the trainees were incapable of killing it." Team manager Gong Du furiously shouts at team leader Sion. "What the hell do you mean by that?" Team leader Sion. "This area falls under my authority and team leader Iang lives. We have the final say here." A smug grin played on Moon Io's lips as crackling energy enveloped her. The director said, "No such thing. To me, it just looks like Gang Rim is in trouble." Gong Du roared, "Are your eyes just for decoration?" But it was too late. Moon Io had already called down a massive thunderbolt from the heavens. The lightning crashed into the gang Chiori, the shockwave sending Gang Rim flying. Gong Du grabbed Siyun by the collar, his voice seething with rage. "Have you completely lost your mind? You just called down a lightning strike right next to a trainee." Seimun replied with a dismissive air, "Oh? How did it hit the head?" "I was aiming for its legs, you know." She glanced over at Gangrim. Looks like he dodged it, so it's fine. Are you kidding me? That was a mistake. It would be a problem if Gangrim died, so I guess I'll just have to get closer. She shot forward, ignoring Gong Du's furious shouts. What do you think you're doing now? He's in danger, so I'm going to save him, she declared, activating her skill. Air Walk. She soared towards the colossal Gang Cherry. Team leader Seimun activated her skill, Lightning. A confident smirk appeared on her face. This time, my aim is true. But the bolt of lightning was suddenly diverted. Huh? If anything happens to Gangrim, I will hold you personally responsible. Why didn't it connect? Just then, 2 system windows materialized in the air. The Gang Chiori has failed to resist the mark of friendship. The Gang Chiori has been subjugated by CO Gangrim. Gritting his teeth, Gangrim looked up. Damn it. Was this the messenger's doing? A look of understanding dawned on Seimun's face. It seems that weapon CO Gangrim is using, it has a lightning attraction effect, so it wasn't my aim after all. Just then, the other team leaders arrived on the scene. Gangrim's eyes widened. Team leader Gongdu. He recognized Moon Io and the other woman from the video. My apologies, CO Gangrim, Seimun said with a false smile. I was only trying to help, but it seems I just got in your way. Gangrim retorted, I'm just glad you weren't hit by that blast. But the Gang Chiori's internal injuries look severe. She continued, I'll return this to you, but leave the Gang Cherry to me. But she was cut off. No one is killing this Gang Chiori. What are you talking about? Gongdu demanded. Gangrim stepped in front of the wounded creature, shielding it. I have no intention of killing it, and I won't let any of you kill it either. He declared with absolute certainty. This is my dragon. Seimun scoffed. That's no dragon. It's a Gang Chiori. Gongdu cut in. Seo Gangrim. Even if it's docile now, it's still a monster. The poison and flames radiating from its body. That's not something it can just turn off. Gangrim stood his ground. I'm still not killing it, you stubborn fool. Gongdu yelled. But, Gangrim added, I will take care of it. He placed a hand on the Gang Chiori's head. I'm entrusting this to you. Linny floated into the air, radiating a gentle, azure light. The light enveloped the massive creature, healing its wounds and purging the poison from its system. Liney's serene blue glow washed over the Gang Chiori. The other team leaders and trainees could only stare at the unbelievable scene. T-Han gently stroked the small dragon's head.
You're not a monster. And you're not a failure. He looked at the dragon in astonishment. It had shrunk, becoming a fraction of its former size.
A smile touched Gangrim's lips. You're simply a dragon. As the cleansing light enveloped them both, a system window chimed, beginning purification of the Gang Chiori's resentment. The small dragon now slept peacefully in Gangrim's arms. See, it's been taken care of. Gongdu and Seimun could only stare. What? How can a unicorn do something like that? Team leader Yi let out a hearty laugh, patting the dragon. That's a dragon? All right. No doubt about it. A notification popped up. You have defeated the monster Gang Chiori. The twin sisters cheered. Ah, it says the quest is complete. Hyuk. Me too. I got the notification. A wave of relief washed over the other trainees. Gangrim turned to the team leaders, messengers. Am I allowed to take this dragon with me? It could still suffer from the after effects. Do what you want, Gongdu replied. But you should worry about yourself first, Seo Gangrim. A smile formed on Gangrim's face. Ah, thank you. I couldn't see it from afar, but you're covered in wounds. Seimun scoffed. Yeah, he'll probably die if we just leave him here. Gongdu's anger flared. Watch your damn mouth. Seimun sighed and gave an order. Go heal him. You have the item, don't you? Her subordinate bowed. I do. Seimun let out a little chuckle. It's incredibly expensive, you know? I was saving it for a real emergency. She tossed a healing item to her subordinate. There. All settled. Understood. Tae-Han stepped forward. So, is it my turn to fight him now? He glanced from Gangrim to the small dragon. No, he's no snake. He's a dragon. He scratched his head. I don't even know if there are any snakes left. He faced Gangrim and the dragon, and I have no intention of looking for one. He raised his hands in surrender. Like I said before, I've already lost here. I give up. Gangrim smiled. First, you have to follow my command. Right, Tae-Han replied. What is it? Gangrim gestured for him to come closer. Let's talk somewhere more private. Come with me. Tae-Han looked confused. What's this about? Gangrim just smiled mysteriously as the little dragon grumbled on his shoulder. You. It's nothing serious, he said, starting to walk away. This doesn't feel like nothing serious. Tae-Han called after him. Hey, let's just talk here. Gangrim. A moment later, Tae-Han's voice was filled with disbelief. Is something like that even possible? Gangrim gave a slight nod. He said to Tan, if you don't want to. But Tae-Han cut him off. I'll do as you say. A bright smile spread across Taehan's face. I look forward to working with you. As their hands clasped, a series of system notifications flooded their vision. The destinies of S-Gang, Gangram, and Jang Taehan are now intertwined. The deviated fate of S-Gang Gangram has been corrected. S-Gang Gangram's destiny level is now human grade, Tier 2. Gangram awoke in his bed, a heavy pressure crushing his chest. What is this? My chest feels so heavy. Is it sleep paralysis again? Damn it, it hurts. I thought I'd gotten used to the nightmares. He tried to move, and found that he could. Ah, I can move. Looking down, he saw Lini sleeping on his chest, emitting a soft, gentle light. I guess I can get up now. Hearing his voice, Lini jumped up with a happy cry. Gangram whispered its name. He gently tried to push Lini off. Get down. Skill. Purify has been activated. A golden light suddenly enveloped Gangram's head. Why are you using that on me? He sat up, realizing the room was dark. What? It's already night? Wait, is it the next day already? Lini began licking a wound on his body. What are you doing? It was cleansing the residual toxic energy. Gangram gently stroked Lini's head. Thanks, Lini. He sat on the edge of his bed, feeling an immense exhaustion. Still, I slept the entire day. I must have been completely drained. Just then, he spotted a pair of golden eyes staring at him from under the bed. A small, black and red dragon crawled out. Its information window popped up. Black-red dragon. Demonic grade. Tier 3. A memory surfaced. But I sent it back to the spirit realm. It kept trying to bite Jang Taehan. He picked up the tiny dragon. Don't tell me I summoned it in my sleep. There. Be good now. What should I even call it? David? Lucky? The dragon whined, clearly displeased. Gangram headed outside. All right, let's get John fed first. Lini, you too. He sighed, looking at the 2 food trays. Wow. Now I have to pay double for all this food. Just then, Doc Gozen appeared. Ah, S-Gang Gangram. There you are. His eyes fell on the small creature. So this is the dragon. What's its name? The dragon growled protectively. John. Doc Gozen looked baffled. Isn't that the name of a snake? John lunged, trying to bite him. It's the name of a dragon. If I name a dragon John. Doc Gozen just watched the 2 creatures eat. Then he asked, come to think of it, didn't you pick up something else? 2? Gangram fell silent. He recalled his promise to Tian. He's right. I brought back more than just John. What was your command? Gangram had told him to go to Area 2. There was a reason NAV assigned Area 2's mission to trainees who had lost their snakes. Even if you fail your mission, you get another chance if you transfer to a different area. You have to start the mission over from scratch, but it's not impossible. Doc Gozen pressed him. So why did you do it? The little dragon finished its meal and licked its lips. Gangram finally answered. He seemed pretty useful. There are people like him in other areas, you know, Doc Gozen said. Maybe it's because he's actually a reasonable person, unlike someone else. Ah, is this someone destined to become great in the future or something? You still think I'm a regressor? Well, you certainly act like the main character of a fantasy manhwa. Remembering all of Gangram's actions, Doc Gozen smiled. Because of that, I've done a bit of self-reflection. Gangram asked, about what? Just that I've been lacking, Doc Gozen replied. Gangram scoffed. You? Lacking. I think you've done more than enough crazy things already. You were a huge help with the Gangchol incident. Doc Gozen quickly tried to explain. No, I mean in helping you. He clenched his fist. At this rate, I'm just. His words trailed off as he saw Sinua approaching in the distance. Doc Gozen shot to his feet. I'm leaving. I've rested long enough. Time to get back to work. Gangram watched him scurry away. I guess he's still active in his writing career. Sinua and Doc Gozen passed each other without a word. She asked Gangram, Are you okay? Doc Gozen thought to himself. Is he avoiding Sinua? Gangram replied, Yeah, I'm fine. What about you? I'm fine, Sinua answered. But she leaned in, asking worriedly, He didn't do anything strange again, did he? So many more people have failed because of him. The atmosphere has gotten a little tense because of it. And a lot of people are wary of Jang Taehan's Sai, since he's from another area. Gangram told Sinua, Don't worry about Taehan. He's not a bad guy. He gave her a small smile and turned to leave. Just as Taehan walked in, waving cheerfully, Taehan called out, Hey, hi young Nim. Talking about me? Ah, introduce yourselves. This is Sinua C. Sinua managed to smile. Hello, I'm S-Gang Gangram's teammate. Sinua. Taehan replied, Ah, hello. I'm Jang Taehan. I'm from Area 3. It's nice to meet you. He sat down, and the little dragon John immediately growled at him. Sinua said, Well then, enjoy your meal. I'll see you later, Gangram replied. Okay, see you. He thought to himself, I thought she might talk a little longer, Taehan whispered. Is that your girlfriend? Gangram immediately shot it down. No. By the way, Hyung Nim. Taehan grinned. Right, you're older than me. Funny, you were cursing me out just yesterday. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Well, it's easier to say than your name, Taehan said. To be honest, you seemed familiar to me from the very beginning. Gangram was surprised. Really? Yeah, Taehan continued, so I just figured you were someone I'd picked a fight with at some point, to meet me. And just like with Sinsua, I got the feeling we'd be working together again someday. Gangjim thought to himself, is this deja vu? Taehan spoke up, it feels like I've seen you two before. Like destiny, you mean? Gangjim asked. Taehan shot back. That's kind of an embarrassing way to put it. But still, he said, I feel like we were meant to be comrades. Gangjim glanced down at their firmly clasped hands. Was this feeling just a coincidence? He wondered if he was truly steering the future down the right path. Taehan then said, by the way, I pegged you for a lone wolf, but it turns out you have a lot of friends. I want to get close to them too, not just Shinsua, but everyone else. He added with a look of pure disgust. Well, not that bastard. Gangjim raised an eyebrow. Who? Gozun? Taehan let out a low growl. Yeah, the scumbag who slaughtered all the snakes in the Viper Room. I despise scum like him. Taehan roared, his face twisting in fury. How could anyone kill a creature they swore to protect? Gangjim replied calmly. Yeah, I figured you'd hate his guts. I'll never see eye to eye with a monster like that, Taehan declared. I get it, Gangjim advised, but don't go picking a fight with him. Gangjim thought to himself, a hint of worry in his eyes. He'll definitely get along with Sinsua and Father Johan. He smiled, relieved. He's the same age as Yoon Bom and Yoon Jaeon, so they should get along just fine, right? Gangjim then added, oh, and one more thing. Taehan cracked his knuckles, a sly grin spreading across his face. I have a proposition for you. The scene suddenly cuts to a ruined training room. Taehan and Yoon Gyeon were in a fierce battle, using a table for cover. Yoon Bom unleashed a powerful energy blast, forcing Taehan back. Wiping a trickle of blood from his lip, his expression was pure defiance. Yoon Bom leveled her weapon at him, her voice ice cold. Now, why don't you tell me exactly why you attacked us? I cannot accept you, she screamed, her gaze unwavering. Taehan just smirked. And who are you to accept me or not? The one who brought me here was the master himself. Yoon Bom shot back, her golden eyes blazing, because I am the master's #1 disciple. Besides, she declared, my patron god doesn't exactly like you. A spectral image of a divine being materialized behind her. He says you have no honor, appearing out of nowhere, trying to steal our master away from us. The divine aura of Olympus flared around Yoon Bom and Yoon Gyeon, the Olympus faction. Yoon Gyeon added, I heard you offered him the Peach Garden oath yesterday, Jang Taehan. The heroic aura of the Shuhan generals surrounded Taehan, the Shuhan faction. Taehan scoffed. Well, if your god is so fond of him, why didn't he make a move sooner? Why take it out on me just because your side couldn't seal the deal? Yoon Gyeon cut in coldly. The master isn't even interested. Why don't you just drop it? But Yoon Bom was resolute. No. Yoon Gyeon warned her. Hey, don't you realize the situation we're in? We're holding back because we don't think you'd survive a real fight. And by the way, Nuna, I'm the #1 disciple. You want a piece of this? Yoon Bom snapped at her brother. No, stay out of it. This is my fight. She glared at Taehan. You must be pretty shameless, crawling back here after failing your mission. What took you so long? She taunted. Taehan was stunned. What? You want to go? Besides, you both look weak to me. Are your eyes just for show? He sneered. You can try me, she challenged. Gangjim, meanwhile, looked completely lost. What in the world are you all doing? Gangjim demanded, stepping into the room. Are you seriously fighting? You were all perfectly fine when I introduced you yesterday, he said, bewildered. One of them explained, that's because he kept pestering you about getting a patron. This is all happening because our patron gods told us to make Jang Taehan back off. He roared in disbelief. Your patrons told you to fight him. He whirled to face the Yoon siblings. Is Zeus still trying to get me under his patronage? He then turned to Taehan. And yours too, Jiang Taehan. Taehan nodded sheepishly. Yeah, they really want you. Gangjim cracked his knuckles, his expression hardening as he made a decision. All right, fine, we'll settle this my way. He declared, I will accept the patronage of whoever wins this fight. All three of them froze in shock. Gangjim turned to Taehan. Draw your sword. You're fighting me. If I beat all of you, then you all have to give up on this. And I expect to be compensated by your patron gods for my trouble. Gangjim added, the sword on his shoulder glowing with an eerie blue light. He stated firmly, I'll require at least one demonic-grade item. Relay that message to them. Immediately, the three began communicating with their respective gods. Virtual status windows materialized in front of them. Yunbom and Yunjian whispered frantically to each other, while Taehan calmly relayed the master's ultimatum. Gangjim thought to himself, the commands of the gods. A memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was the image of a mysterious, cloaked figure explaining something to him. With a god's patronage, you can borrow their power, but in return, you must obey their will. A divine revelation. But not every order from a god is a true oracle. An image flashes through his mind. It's a vision of a figure tangled in countless strings. This is what happens when you blindly follow a god's command. Without thinking for yourself, you just become a puppet. The vision shatters, pulling Gangrim back to reality. His eyes narrow with grim determination. I will never risk becoming that, Taehan stammers, trying to relay a message. He speaks the words of the gods. The gods are saying it isn't fair, because you're overwhelmingly strong. Gangrim immediately offers another proposal. Fine, none of us will use skills, and you can all attack me at the same time. He then adds an unbelievable condition. If I get hit even a single time, I lose. Yunbom stares at him, her shock mixed with resolve. We accept those terms. Then let's begin immediately, Gangrim says, raising his sword. Yunjian eagerly agrees to the fight. All right, Yunbom mutters, but one hit won't decide this. Before the words fade, she's already in motion. With a sharp hum, she draws her bow, blue energy crackling at the tip of her arrow. But Gangrim is faster. He closes the distance in an instant, a blur of motion. You don't have the luxury of worrying about me, he says, his gaze piercing. Gangrim's focus is absolute, his golden eyes blazing with intensity. He growls. To me, this is no game. Yunbom cries out, but Gangrim has already zipped past her. He lands a devastating elbow strike on Yunjian. Horror twists Yunbom's face, her eyes blown wide. Her pupils shrink as she watches her brother fall in an instant. The next moment, Gangrim is right behind her. A hand shoots out, grabbing her by the collar. His voice is ice. Take your shot. You better make it count. He simultaneously dodges an attack from Taehan, shoving Yunjian toward Yunbom. Taehan presses forward with another kick. Did you forget about me? A wild, ecstatic grin spreads across Taehan's face, his eyes alight with battle fever. Gangrim meets his charge. His own expression is a mask of cold composure. What are you so excited about? Gangrim elegantly dodges. He weaves under Taehan's powerful high kick, planting one hand on the floor to balance and launch a counter. In a flash, he's behind Taehan, locking his wrist in an iron grip. Huh? Are you going easy on me? Gangrim whispers, his voice dripping with condescension. At this rate, this will be over far too quickly. His golden eyes turn cold and sharp. He analyzes his opponent's every move. Just then, a blast of energy erupts at the point of impact. Taehan stumbles back, turning to yell at the siblings in the distance. Hey, why are you shooting at me? Using that single moment of distraction, Gangrim moves like a phantom, grabbing Taehan's head and slamming it into the floor. Yunbom watches, her face hardening with resolve. As Yunjian struggles on the ground, she declares, I refuse to let you win. Gangrim glances at Taehan's motionless form before turning back to the siblings. He moves with blinding speed, weaving through the storm of arrows flying from every direction. His body leaves faint blue after images in the air. From outside the room, Manhwa and her group happen to be passing by. They freeze, stunned by the chaotic battle raging inside. One of them asks nervously, Manhwa, shouldn't we stop them? But she simply observes the fight in silence. The three of them begin a coordinated assault. Taehan yells out, You never said we couldn't team up. To which Yunbom retorts, Who's being obvious now? Gangrim effortlessly shatters their pincer attack. You can't be that predictable. Meanwhile, Manhwa smirks, a small, mysterious smile on her lips, completely unconcerned by the situation. She calmly raises a phone to her ear, causing a nearby Doc Gojun to cry out in surprise, Manhwa. She speaks politely into the phone, completely ignoring the intense battle unfolding behind her. Hello? Yes, thank you. The address is. Back in the training room, Gangrim stands over two bodies sprawled on the wrecked floor. I believe this is over now. He stares down at them, his face devoid of emotion. There's no reason to continue this pointless battle. But Taehan pushes himself up, his face battered but his eyes still blazing with defiance. No, not yet. Gangrim looks from Taehan to Yunbom slumped against the wall and lets out a weary sigh. You're not going to keep trying this for another week, are you? His expression hardens. I'm willing to spar if that's what you want. But fighting on the orders of some gods? I have no interest in that. In fact, I'm actually getting angry now. Gangrim surveys the destruction, his voice laced with bitter disappointment. It would have been better if you were enemies from the start. You acted like comrades, only to turn on each other because your precious gods told you to. He gives them one last, piercing glare. I still have my own preparations to make. A flash of annoyance crossed his face. I really don't like this. Yunbom tried to argue, her voice trembling with confusion. But the guardian, if that guardian. Gangrim cut her off cold, his question brutally direct. Told you to kill Yunbom. Would you do it? The question landed like a hammer blow. Yoonjeon froze, his eyes wide with horror. He straightened up, looking down on the three of them, his voice booming with authority and a harsh lesson. You all need to make your own decisions, he stressed, his gaze unyielding. Instead of just doing what you're told. Hearing those words, Taehan lowered his head, a look of shame and understanding on his face. Yunbom slowly got to her feet, facing Gangrim and admitting defeat. We've lost. We'll give up. Then, she turned to Taehan, bowing sincerely. Mr. Jiang, Taehan, I apologize for attacking you so suddenly. She looked up, her eyes filled with remorse. For what I said earlier. I'm sorry. You're a pretty skilled fighter. The unexpected praise made Taehan blush. He awkwardly scratched his head while Gangrim watched from a distance, arms crossed. It's all right. I'm no saint myself. A gentle, slightly hesitant voice came from the doorway. Everyone? Cha Johan peeked his head in, and seeing him, the group cheered with relief. May I come in and start the healing? Cha Johan asked. As he tended to everyone's wounds, Taehan sidled up to Gangrim and whispered, So, it's finally over. Huh. Yeah, Gangrim replied. Taehan continued his analysis, his eyes full of admiration. But back there, when I broke her balance, the way she shot towards my shoulder, that was incredible, though it would have been even better if she'd been in front. Gangrim gave a slight smile, pleased with the outcome. They started off fighting each other, but ended up working together. I'm glad this pushed them to get closer. Tian asked, stunned. You planned this from the start. Gangrim just turned and walked away, casually stuffing his hands in his pockets. A voice called out from behind him, making friends through battle is a good thing. He spun around, startled. Miss Shin Sua. I brought the father, she explained. It looked like you were fighting pretty intensely. Ah, thank you, Gangrim replied. He hesitated, then asked with a hint of concern, Oh. Do you also feel uncomfortable around Mr. Jiang Taehan? Shin Sua quickly waved her hands, shaking her head. No, it's not that. She looked at him, a bit flustered. It's just. In a weird way, he feels really familiar. Her words made Gangrim freeze. He remembered what Taehan had said earlier. So Sin Sua feels it too. And it was the same with Miss Sin Sua just now. I got this feeling I'd be working with her in the future. He smiled, placing a friendly hand on her shoulder. That's a good thing. Be nice to him. Think of it positively. At least they won't fall apart if I disappear. Meanwhile, in another office, a woman with long braids was giving a report. The trainees who failed in Area 3 have started the tests in Area 1. Sion, sitting behind her desk, replied nonchalantly. All right. Not that I have high hopes for them. She propped her chin on her hand, sighing playfully. Gangrim passed easily. And then there's that Jiang Taehan, right. He's pretty good, but he transferred to Area 2. The masked woman asked, So you'll give up on Gangrim? Seon scoffed. Give up. Seon's violet eyes flashed with amusement and greed. Now I want him more than ever. She pointed a finger up cheerfully. A virtual screen materialized, and there's another pretty skilled trainee in Area 2 as well. Sion rested her chin on her hand, staring at the blinking red virtual screen. Has he responded yet? A notification popped up. I accept the offer. She burst into a delighted laugh, covering her mouth. Ah ha ha. Sion leaned back in her chair, a smug look on her face. I wonder how team leader Gong will react when he finds out. I'm so excited. A wooden card burst into crimson flames, revealing ancient characters, and Jiang spread her arms wide as a massive, glowing red magic gate opened behind them. The 7th gate is now open, she announced to the trainees. Once you pass through this demon world, you can leave, just as we promised. But it will be difficult, she warned the crowd gathered below. This is the final room. You won't be able to escape before finishing. Not like last time. Looks like I was worried for nothing, a trainee thought. The masked woman bowed formally to the group. I hope to see you all again. Good luck. Without a moment's hesitation, the groups of trainees began to enter the blue portal at the end of the hall. Yunbom looked around nervously. Why is it just us? Taehan wondered the same thing. Yeah? Where's the father? Yoonjan explained. Miss Sinsue said she needed to check on a few things. She told us to go on ahead if she was late. I have a feeling the father will show up with Doc goes in, Yunbom thought. He's probably still busy writing his novel. Taehan pouted. Phumph. Who cares about him? Suddenly, Yunbom's face lit up. Ah, there's the master. Taehan waved and shouted, 2. Master, the gate's open. Let's go. From his high vantage point, Gangrim smiled and pointed towards them. All right, I'm on my way in. He turned away, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Yunbom asked, what are you going to do? Gangrim simply replied, that's a secret. Yunbom hesitated, a confused look on his face. So should we wait for you? Gangrim just waved him off. I won't be long, just head in first. Yunbom had no choice but to agree. All right, but hurry back. He waved goodbye with a brilliant smile. Tihan thought to himself, he seems really excited today. He must be dying to get out of this place. See you later, Gangrim called back. But instead of heading for the main gate, he quietly slipped toward a side door. He stopped. A familiar figure was already waiting for him there. A faint smile touched his lips, showing no surprise at all. Shinua turned and called out cheerfully, Hey, Gremmy, I heard the final room is open. Aren't you going in? Gangrim shot back. What about you? She beamed, stepping closer. I'm on my way there now. Let's go together. Gangrim's smile became a little more complicated. You can go on ahead. I have a few things to take care of first. But suddenly, she blocked his path. He looked at her, startled. Sinua. Her voice turned cold. Come to think of it, I don't have your number. He pulled out his phone. I already exchanged numbers with the others. He took her phone, his voice too low for her to hear. Will you give me yours? He paused for a moment, then clenched his fist, as if he just made a difficult decision. You're not going to do it, are you? Sinua's voice was now icy and laced with hurt. She stared directly into his eyes, her voice trembling with anger and pain. You're planning on never seeing me again once we get out of here, aren't you? Gangrim stood in complete silence. His face was shrouded in shadow, unable to utter a single word. Tears welled in Shinua's eyes as she shouted, Is that why you've always kept such a distance between us? Gangrim. She called his name in desperation, but he could only lower his head, unable to meet her gaze. Shinua repeated his name once more, her voice now firm and resolute, her eyes locked on him without wavering. Well, Gangrim. He rubbed his forehead, his expression a mask of pain and conflict. No, he muttered, finally holding out his hand. Give me your phone. She watched him suspiciously as he began typing. You're not just going to enter a fake number, are you? A faint, almost imperceptible smile crossed his lips. He handed the phone back, looking her straight in the eye with sincerity. It's real. Sinua narrowed her eyes, studying him carefully. She glanced down at the phone in her hand, then looked back up, her voice much steadier now. I'll trust you. I'll contact you when we get out of here. So let's meet up then. As she turned and walked away, Gangrim watched her go. His expression darkened. He thought with a bitter heart, there won't be a next time. The moment she vanished from sight, he unleashed his sword, which blazed with fire and lightning. With his two spirit beasts, he began a hellish training regimen. He sat in deep meditation while John relentlessly practiced its firebomb skill. A notification popped up. John's skill, Firebomb, had been upgraded to demonic rank 2. Suddenly, the little Kulin activated its magnetic horn skill. It violently pulled the sword towards it, taking Gangrim completely by surprise. 4 days later, John and the little Keelan were sprawled out on the floor. They were utterly drained from the non-stop training. Gangrim, equally exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. With a wave of his hand, a light smoke appeared. Good work. Get some rest. He fell back onto the floor, completely spent. I need to get to the demon world, and fast. Just then, 2 system notifications appeared. Lying on the floor, he looked at the messages and breathed. Finally, he wondered aloud, just how good are these items if they took this long to arrive? 3 items materialized before him. The Boots of Hermes, the Book of Mencius, and a Potion of Life. He shot up, his eyes widening in pure astonishment. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he saw the dragon-grade items. They actually gave me dragon-grade items. If the gods are going to compete with each other like this, I have no problem with it, he thought. Though it pisses me off that they made the kids fight. A sudden voice from behind made him jump. Were you waiting for those things this whole time? It was the messenger, Anavi. Gangrim greeted her. Ah, Messenger Anavi. Hello, she replied. Training here again today, I see. Aren't you going to enter the final demon world? Gangrim gave her a sly grin. Well, not yet. Then, something occurred to him. Ah, he asked. Are the others finished yet? Anavi replied. I cannot disclose the progress of other participants. He pressed on. Can't you at least tell me if someone has finished first? Anavi simply shook her head. I'm sorry. He sat down with a sigh. All right, he thought. I'm not getting any straight answers from her. He stood up. I guess I'll have to check for myself. Anavi asked, Are you heading out now? He smiled. After I train my spirit beasts, just a little more. For now, I'm going to rest. See you later. Back in his room, he lay down on the bed. His mind drifted back to his past life. In his previous timeline, The moment people started emerging from the training center, the media went into a frenzy. Back then, Shinhwa had cleared the demon world on the third morning, but he hadn't seen any signs of a battle anywhere. 4 days had passed with nothing but silence. He sat up, his gaze falling on the two spirit beasts sleeping soundly, a pit of doubt growing in his stomach. Why was there no word about the raid? Could it be that no one had cleared it yet? He stared at the message he'd sent to Shinsu. Please reply when you clear the demon realm. Suddenly, a thought ignited in his mind, and the terrible truth dawned on him. He shot to his feet, his eyes hardening with resolve. The only way in was after Shinsu's team had already finished their run. In that instant, the little Keelan and John suddenly sprang to their feet. A brilliant golden arrow whistled past Gangrim's neck, embedding itself in the wall behind him. He flinched, his head snapping up as his system window materialized. Messenger of space and time. An arrow forged from spiritual power, capable of delivering messages regardless of location. The arrow dissolved into a radiant orange cube, hovering right in front of Gangrim. He eyed it with suspicion, as his two spirit beasts crept closer with curiosity. A blood-red notification flared to life. A message has arrived. Gangrim's eyes reflected the crimson glow, his face tightening with tension. A vision flashed through his mind. A stranger sneered at him with pure malice, surrounded by shadowy figures with judging eyes. Do you really believe that? Who would ever want to be on your team? A painful memory surged forth, an image of him running desperately from an enraged mob. Everything he did only brought death to those around him. The ghosts of his past swarmed him, attacking from all sides, forcing him to clutch his head in agony. Just like everyone else, a tear-streaked face of a former comrade sobbed. You're so much better than me. Why did you bring someone like me along? Back in reality, the dragon tried to snap him out of it, nipping at his hand. He sat on the bed, the red message screen still floating before him. John and the little Keelan sensed their master's turmoil, letting out worried cries. Gangrim's face was pale with horror. A single thought consumed him. Do I have to go save Xingsu? He stood, but then froze, turning away. No, he told himself. He ran his hands through his hair, drowning in torment. Have you forgotten why you stayed behind? You'll only put her in more danger if you go in. He collapsed onto the bed, burying his head in his hands. As John and the little Cheelin tried to comfort him, he knew his fate was to endanger others. That's right. It's definitely better for her if I do nothing. He gripped his arm, trying desperately to believe his own words. Shinsu is strong enough on her own. At that same moment, somewhere else, a gate opened. The chamber of stitched skeletons was beginning, and in the end, he still stepped through. The excited voices of the gods echoed all around him. Hey, 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 Gangrim is here. I'm definitely getting chosen this time, he thought with a bitter sneer. In the end, I still came. He stood in a dilapidated room as a god spoke from the shadows. Why are you so late? Did something happen? Do you know where Shinsu went? John flinched. Another god's voice continued the mockery. Is that the first thing you ask? And why should we tell you? Yet another god spoke with a tempting tone. We'll tell you, if you accept one of us as your patron. But you should be more worried about yourself. Gangrim saw his own reflection in a blood-stained blade. Looking down, he realized strange red rings had appeared on his body, on his neck, his wrists, and his ankles. These rings were cursed shackles. The god's voice laughed. My, he's awfully calm. Your head is going to fly if you don't clear this place in 7 days. Gangrim calmly pulled a small item from the collar of his jacket. His golden eyes blazed with a deathly light as he growled out each word. You don't know where Shinsu is? The gods giggled, giving him conflicting directions, maybe east or west, or north, or south. Gangrim, go north. No, don't lie to him. Go east. Gangrim unfurled a map scroll. I guess I have no choice but to find her myself. The Chamber of Stitched Skeletons has been registered to the Demon Realm map. Current exploration rate, 0%. He moved forward, his sharp eyes scanning the area. Noticing dark bloodstains on the wall, he paused. There was a fight here, he concluded. He spotted a glint on the ground and bent down, picking up a broken golden cross. A soft light pulsed from the gem in its center. This is definitely Father Johan's. Gangrim moved down the hall, seeing arrows buried deep in a wooden door. These marks on the wall, they must be from Bam and Gion. Was Shinsu with them? From another dimension, the gods watched him with amusement. Whoa, he figured all that out? Is he a detective or something? But isn't he supposed to be looking for his nameplate? I don't care, as long as it's fun to watch. Suddenly, a massive door at the end of the hall slammed shut with an ominous boom. Gangrim spun around, on high alert, as the mocking laughter of the gods echoed through the chamber. Gangrim was in serious trouble. He was trapped in a vast space, surrounded by countless, identical doors. It seemed this trial would force him to pass through them all. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something on the floor. He knelt down to examine a large X drawn on the ground. Could this be a clue to where they went? He thought logically, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard. If X means they didn't take this path, then there must be another sign on one of the 3 remaining doors. He crouched, searching desperately, but found nothing else. The gods were playing with him again. Not all of them are X's. Had he made a mistake? A triumphant god's voice echoed from above. You were tricked by Sinua. Gangrim's head snapped up in disbelief. Sinua glanced towards a throne in the center of the room. The gods whispered among themselves. Is that bastard planning to sit on the throne? He's stepping on it. Instead of sitting, Gangrim defiantly placed his foot on the throne. He then leaned down, flipping a loose floorboard hidden beneath it. He'd found it. A bracelet. Instantly, the world shifted, teleporting him to a chaotic room littered with books. John and the little Keelan looked around, bewildered. Gangrim stood up, taking in the absolute mess. This place was a disaster. A strange sound put him on high alert. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he drew his sword and commanded his 2 spirits. Everyone, get ready. A god explained. That's the sound of approaching demons. Shadowy figures with glowing red eyes began to materialize. In a flash, Gangrim and his spirits were surrounded by a horde of shadowed demons. John didn't hesitate for a second, unleashing a powerful stream of fire at the enemy. A shadow demon charged, swinging a sword that pulsed with deadly purple light. The little Keelan quickly conjured shimmering water orbs. The orbs swelled, trapping the shadowed demons inside their watery prisons. A smug smile formed on Gangrim's face. My training paid off. He assessed the situation. There were plenty of them, but it seemed none of them were particularly powerful. Suddenly, a beam of light shot past his face. He whipped his head around in surprise. Yunbom. A shadow clone of Yunbom was aiming a gun at him from a distance. He swiftly parried the bullet with his sword. No, this was just a shadow demon. A shadow arrow slammed into his blade, forcing him back a step. A system message appeared. All attacks will hit their target, no matter what. He saw 2 shadow clones, Yunbom and Yunjeon. Yunbom. Yunjeon. Seeing them like this, he let out a cold, bitter smirk. This wasn't a happy reunion. A system window explained that in the room of sewn skeletons, there's only one type of monster. Class, Shadow Thief. Rank, low-level humanoid. Ability, can copy human skills. This monster possesses the ability to replicate the appearance and skills of those who enter the demon world, but it cannot copy things like personality and beliefs. Gangrim gritted his teeth, realizing their weakness. This kind of reckless shooting isn't something the real Yunjeon would ever do. He shielded his face as a rain of arrows flew toward him. He stared down the Yunjeon clone, a plan flashing in his mind. The good news is, if I take him out. He moved with terrifying speed, cleaving the shadow in 2. All the arrows suddenly stopped in mid-air, just as he thought. The arrows disappear once the caster is dead. A notification popped up. Skill activated. Execution squad. Gangrim froze, staring at the shadow clone of Yunbom, now surrounded by countless levitating shadow guns. The shadow clone looked supremely confident, with its arsenal of heavy weaponry aimed directly at him. Looks like Yunbom learned a new skill, Gangrim thought. He took a defensive stance, his sword ready as he weighed his options. How should I handle this? His face tightened in concentration, a strange smile playing on his lips. My sword won't reach her from here, but it's too close to dodge everything. I'd be tracked even with my stealth skill. How many of these can I even block? Suddenly, an arrow pierced through the shadow demon. A familiar voice called out from above. Master! He looked up to see the real Yunbom and Taehan on a balcony. Taehan shouted, extending a hand urgently. Hi Mim, up here. They quickly pulled Gangrim up, who was clutching his wounded side. Taehan asked worriedly, Wait, you're hurt. Master, are you okay? Gangrim leaned on Taehan, reassuring them. I'm fine. It's nothing serious. The young Yunbom asked with concern, Do you want some medicine? Gangrim replied, No, I have some of my own. He stood up straight, observing the new area. It was dark and damp. Where are we? He told the other 2. I think the room next to this one is a prison. Taehan asked, surprised, A prison? A memory of an injured Shinua flashed in his mind. He asked. A wave of concern washed over him. Is Shinua here? The scene before them was a dark prison corridor, lit by flickering torches. And then they saw her. Shinua was slumped against a pillar, covered in wounds and blood. He softly called her name, Shinua. He rushed her aside. Shinua. Yunbom tried to explain, her voice trembling. What happened was... Shinua looked up, her voice faint. You must have seen it. The monsters in this demon world. They can copy our skills. She continued. Exhaustion etched onto her face. And even if we manage to eliminate them, they reappear the moment the next drum sounds. Her gaze fell, her tone laced with bitterness. But then, we discovered something on the second day. A flashback rips across the screen. Yunbom screams in horror as her sister, Jion, is impaled by her own shadow clone. In the memory, Taehan fights desperately, yelling, "Just hold on a little longer. I'll get rid of these guys." Taehan came to a horrifying realization. The damage inflicted on the real person was perfectly mirrored on their shadow. The flashback shows the real Yoon Jion wounded, and her shadow clone bearing the exact same injury. Gangrim glanced from Sinua to the potion in his hand. He understood now. Her wound wasn't from any monster. The camera zooms in on the deep gash in Shinua's thigh. Gangrim's face darkened as he came to a chilling conclusion. "I assume you did that to yourself." Yunbom confirmed it, her voice shaking. "Yes." She said it was the best solution we had. None of us could defeat her shadow. Yunbom choked back a sob. She said she'd handle it. After everyone else had left, she screamed in desperation, "Please, stop her. Master. She's too kind, terrifyingly kind." Gangrim stared at the potion, his expression unreadable. "Kind?" he muttered. "She's not kind. She's insane." Yunbom collapsed to the floor, sobbing with regret. "I knew we shouldn't have let her. I knew we had to stop her somehow." Gangrim crouched beside the broken girl. His voice was cold, but it held no blame. How could ordinary people possibly stop a mad woman? He gently patted her head. "Did you find your card?" Yunbom sobbed, fresh tears streaming from her eyes. "Annie, Jion, and Father Johan. They still haven't found theirs." Suddenly, she cried out in pain, clutching her chest. Gangrim's head snapped toward her, his eyes sharp as a blade. "Yunbom, can you give us some space?" She flinched at his sudden request. He uncorked the potion. He looked at Yunbom, his tone firm. "I need to speak with her." As she left, he turned his full attention back to Shinwa. She lay there, unconscious, a green healing light enveloping her. He brought the potion to her lips, but her eyes flew open, and she grabbed his hand. Panic flashed in her eyes. "Sel Gangrim, what are you doing?" He tightened his grip on her wrist. "We need to talk." She met his gaze, her voice weak but resolute. "I understand, but put the medicine away." She reached for her blood-stained dagger. "If I recover, the others will be in danger." A terrifying resolve burned in her eyes. She raised the dagger, ready to finish the job. But in a flash, he caught the sharp blade with his bare hand. I said, "We're going to talk." Blood dripped from his palm onto the steel. Sinua stared, horrified and utterly confused. "What are you doing?" she screamed. "Let go." He locked eyes with her, completely unflinching. "You let go first. We still have some time before the next drum sounds." After a tense standoff, they both released their grip. He tossed the dagger aside and sat across from her, gently taking her hand. "You said you weren't coming." Shinua avoided his gaze. "I didn't say that. I just said I'd be late." She sighed, looking completely drained. "Why are you doing all of this?" He looked directly into her eyes, his voice filled with sincerity. "You could have defeated your own shadow." She shook her head, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. "No, I could never win against myself. I'm sure you can guess the reason why." She looked up, her eyes swimming with anguish. "You can see my destiny window." A notification appeared, activating his skill, Destiny Detection. Gangrim's eyes glowed gold as he peered into her fate. Sinua's destiny window is. The color drained from his face in pure shock. Why? Has it changed this much? A new skill had appeared in her window. Bloodthirst. Class. Demonic 3rd grade. Skill power increases upon consuming human blood. The more it is used, the more dependent the user becomes. If an opponent dies from this skill, your karma will be affected. Why this skill, and why now? Then, an even more terrifying ability appeared. Burden of Karma. Class. Divine 3rd grade. The more karma you accumulate, the higher your base stats will increase. Gangrim's thoughts raced. These two skills. They appeared for Shinwa much later in my past life. He recognized a chilling parallel. It was just like his own destiny plunder, and his urge to kill. Just like Nam Yujin's path to power. An image of Nam Yujin's crazed smile flashed through his mind. He realized this skill set only grew stronger with every use. He looked at the red ribbons wrapped around Shinwa's hands, and an image of her from the past resurfaced in his memory. But her collection of stitched skeletons was smaller than in her past life. He ran a hand over his face, sighing. It seemed she hadn't tapped into those abilities. He pictured her shadow clone, standing amidst a mountain of corpses, radiating a sinister, violet aura. Then again, her spectral double would have no reason to hold back. He looked down at Shinua's bowed head, his voice laced with grim certainty. "I have to assume. Her phantom grows stronger with each appearance." He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze clouded with worry. A monster that can unleash its bloodlust without restraint. Now that's a truly terrifying thought. He stared at her, their reflection captured in his resolute gaze. Shinua finally looked up, her eyes filled with utter desperation.
So, please, just leave me behind and go with the others. He shot back. And what about you?
She covered her face, her voice choked with anguish. I'll handle my own fate. He grabbed her by the shoulders, forcing her to face him. Sinua, look at me. Sinua. He shouted her name, but she just squeezed her eyes shut. He shook her hard, his voice a torrent of anger and fear. Are you just planning to die here? She slumped against his shoulder, her voice a faint whisper. Master Gangrim, I just want to sleep for a bit. I'll leave after that. She murmured, her body going limp as she collapsed to the floor. After the others had gone, Gangrim's expression hardened with resolve. Just then, Yunbom returned with Father Johan and another person. She called out joyfully, Master, brother. Father Johan offered a warm smile. It's so good to see you again. Gangrim replied, You too. I was able to find you because of this. He handed the cross back to Father Johan. Ah, thank you. I thought I'd never see this again. Father Johan said, his voice filled with relief. But I'm just glad we're all back together. He slung an arm around Gangrim's shoulder. I was so worried when we got separated. But here we are, reunited, even after ending up in different rooms. Gangrim suddenly cut in. Didn't you enter with Dako Jun? Taehan explained. No, I couldn't find anyone at all. We would have waited if we'd known the starting point changes if you don't enter at the same time. Dako Jun appeared from nowhere, placing a hand on Father Johan's shoulder. Oh, right, I'll go check on Sinua. Father Johan jumped, but Gangrim held him back. Ah, she just fell asleep. I gave her some medicine, so she'll be okay. Father Johan looked surprised. So you already found her. Yunbom clenched her fists, full of optimism. We'll definitely get out of here soon, right? Especially now that Master is here. Dako Jun held his head, worried. I hope so. But if we face Master Gangrim's phantom, it's bound to be insanely powerful. Yungjian told her sister. As long as it's not stronger than the original, like Sua's was. My phantom is pretty much just like me. Dako Jun added, I think it depends on what kind of skills we possess. Gangrim spun around, startled. Suddenly, Dako Jun was everywhere at once, surrounding him. He leaned in close, whispering alluringly into Gangrim's ear. Master Gang, you got something pretty nasty on your neck. Yunbom and Yunjian gasped in horror. It's on your neck? Master. Gangrim confirmed it. Yeah, the sisters shrieked. But that means you'll die. He replied calmly. I just have to get out before that happens. It's only been a day since I got here. Father Johan urged. Then we have to start searching right now. The group agreed in unison. Yeah, let's go. Gangrim stopped them. Wait, the ones who just got back should rest. Those who were already here can go. Yunbom protested. You're injured. He clutched his side, growling through the pain. You stay here and stand guard. If anyone from the other zone shows up, we need someone to protect Shinua. He glanced at Dako Jun. I think we should leave 2 people behind, just like before. Dako Jun thought to himself. Hey, I'll just stay here with Gangrim. I'm a bit tired anyway. Yoon Jun agreed. All right, then we're counting on you, Dako Jun. As the group was leaving, Gangrim called out. Wait, Yunbom, he yelled. We need to sync our maps first. Then, he slammed the door shut. He let out a long sigh, slumping to the floor. Dako Jun, since it's just us now, why don't you answer my question? Dako Jun leaned against the wall, arms crossed. What is it you want to know? Why I chose this room as our base? Gangrim looked up, his eyes as sharp as blades. You didn't have to keep Sinua locked up in a prison. She chose this place herself. She said her phantom would be weaker here. Because there are no trees. Gangrim recalled the 5 elements principle. Metal conquers wood. He had to admit, Dako Jun was right. A place like this would weaken Shinua, whose element is wood. He glared at Dako Jun, still not satisfied. But to leave her in that state on a cold stone floor, Dako Jun just smirked. Is that really all you wanted to ask? He started to walk away. And here I thought you were the main character. He turned back, his blue eyes glinting with disappointment. I expected you to ask about something far more important. Gangrim's golden eyes narrowed, studying him. He spoke, his voice low and heavy with authority. Why did you send me that message? A look of satisfaction crossed Dako Jun's face. Yes, a question like that. He crossed his arms. So you figured out it was me. Gangrim pressed. Just tell me why. Dako Jun gave him a charming smile. Well, we can't have the main character just wandering around, can we? I was getting worried since you hadn't shown up for 4 days. He leaned forward, his tone taunting. Are you angry? Gangrim just ran a hand over his face and sighed. Hey, but I only knew Shin-Swa was in trouble thanks to you. Dako Jun grinned from ear to ear. I knew you'd be grateful. Gangrim changed the subject. Hey, how'd you get the time and space messenger? It's pretty expensive for an intern to afford. Dako Jun gave him a mischievous wink. That's a secret. Gangram flinched, quickly backing down. Well, if you really want to know, I guess I could tell you. Dako-jun flashed a peace sign. But I did hear something interesting. Want to know what it is? Gangram coldly shot him down. No. Dako-jun leaned back, stretching out on the stone slab. Ah, I guess you already knew since you're a regressor. But it seems you didn't see the situation coming. I wonder what changed. I suppose you just got too strong. Gangram cut him off, his voice sharp as steel. If you're just going to keep spouting nonsense, be my guest. Dako-jun hummed happily, completely unfazed by the chainsaws surrounding him. He pushed himself up, looking Gangram dead in the eye. Just how much karma have you accumulated? The two sat facing each other in silence as the air grew thick with tension. Gangram's voice was a low growl. What are you talking about? Dako-jun replied, Oh, you know exactly what I'm talking about, he explained. The position of a stitched skeleton's ribbon changes based on what you've done in your life. The more evil deeds you commit, the higher the ribbon is tied, closer to a fatal position. He glanced down at his own hands, where red ribbons were tied. I've done my fair share of bad things. 2. That's why they want to end my career as a writer and rack up even more karma. He stood up, a dark purple aura enveloping his body. The stronger your ghost becomes. Gangram lowered his head, his hair shadowing his eyes. So what are you trying to say? Dako-jun fell back, letting out a wild, delighted laugh. Kahaha, nothing. It's just interesting. He grabbed his own neck, a wicked smile playing on his lips. To think you've done such terrible things while always pretending to be a good guy. A cold wind swept through the empty chamber. Dako-jun whispered, I wonder what happened. He stared at Gangram, his gaze piercing and thoughtful. I wonder what happened in your past life. Dako-jun sighed and stood up. Husel Gangram. He turned back, his bright smile filled with insatiable curiosity. I'm just so curious. He stared intently at Gangram, who kept his head bowed in silence. Who are you, really? Gangram looked up, his eyes overflowing with torment and confession. I'm a criminal. Dako-jun burst out laughing. What? No way. You really think I'd believe that? Gangram gritted his teeth, his expression twisting with bitterness. Of course, something like that would be the original story. Most of the time, the main character is the victim. Dako-jun leaned back, buzzing with excitement. Ah, I really want to meet your ghost. I'll bet it's incredibly strong. You're hiding so much, so it must be. Gangram clutched his head and snapped. Just shut up, please. Dako-jun asked teasingly. Should I? I could be quiet. If you tell me an interesting story. Gangram rubbed his temples, exhausted. Dako-jun suggested eagerly. Tell me, your past life experiences that predict the future. Gangram sighed. I told you, I'm not a returner or anything like that. Dako-jun pressed on. Fine, then I'll just guess, and you can tell me if I'm right. Gangram interrupted him. Let's talk about my childhood instead, cutting away to a control room elsewhere. Anivi, I'm glad we received permission to monitor the final underworld. Team leader Gong stared intently at the screen. The woman asked, You're most worried about S-Class Gangram too, right? You're right about that, he replied. An employee entered the room. Team leader, I brought the files you requested. Du Sungtae, another employee, spoke with a troubled expression. But the more we try to learn about S-Class Gangram, the more of a mystery he becomes. Team leader Gong asked, What did you find? Sungtae replied, Nothing. Absolutely nothing. He has no criminal record whatsoever. He's completely ordinary. Team leader Gong reviewed the file. The only thing that stands out is that he lost his parents at a young age and was adopted by a shaman. But he never channeled a spirit into his body, and after that, well, he just lived a perfectly normal life of his own. Anivi wondered aloud, then what could he have done to accumulate so much karma? Maybe murder, Sungtae answered. There wouldn't be a criminal record if it was an unsolved case. Team leader Gong dismissed the idea. No, I don't think so. 1 or 2 lives wouldn't be enough to create that level of karma. He would have had to kill hundreds of people, at the very least. He crossed his arms, his face a mask of deep thought. I can't even begin to imagine what he did, but it couldn't have been anything good. Sungtae pointed a shaky finger at the monitor, his voice rising in panic. And you want to bring someone like that onto our side? Team leader Gong said his name with chilling calm. Du Sungtae. Why do you think the director specifically asked us to include the karma assessment in the final underworld? He continued. It was to check the karma they possess, to weed out those with serious personality issues. He held out his hand. If that was the case, shouldn't we have done that in the first stage? He grumbled. We even accepted a murderer as an intern. Personality, my foot. And isn't the Destiny Protection Bureau putting the interns' lives on the line to make them stronger anyway? Since when were we the good guys? Risking it all in that final chamber. Was there one chance to prove they weren't just criminals? Suddenly, Gangram and Doc Gozin were ambushed. The attackers were from other zones, and they were on a completely different level. A voice roared through the chaos, "Take out the strong ones, or you'll be stuck fighting the same phantoms forever." They realized the attackers had a point. 6 days after opening the chamber of stitched skeletons, absolute pandemonium erupted. Blood trickled from Yunbom's ear. He clutched his head, crying out in agony. Gangjim spun around in alarm. Taehan stared with worried eyes, his own hands stained red. "Damn it, that hurts. Are you two all right?" Taehan tried to brush it off. "I'm fine." Gangjim pulled out 2 syringes for the deep wounds. "Use these to stop the bleeding, and take these painkillers." He warned them, "Don't use any healing potions. It'll be worse if the skin seals up wrong." Yunbom urged, "You guys need to get out of this room. Now." But Taehan cut him off. "We still haven't found Shin Sua or her card. We can't leave yet." "We can't," she screamed. Gangjim stepped in. "Then rest here until the painkillers kick in." Gangjim turned, hoisting his sword onto his shoulder. "I'll check the rooms ahead. You two stay put." "No, master. It's nothing," Yunbom insisted. Taehan agreed. "We have to stick together." Gangjim pointed to the small unicorn. "Linny, you stay here and watch over them. I'll be back before the next drum sounds." He walked off alone, a thought echoing in his mind. "I've found it. If the cards are in the same place as my past life." Just then, he spotted the lingering phantoms, the remnants. The number of times they'd had to flee from these things had grown with each passing day. This time, he charged in without hesitation. They just respawn anyway, no point in holding back. In the very room they'd been searching for, the voices of the gods echoed with admiration. Go-sang Gangjim is quite powerful now. He's simply slaughtering them all. It's terrifying. I wonder how strong his phantom will be. Gangjim swung his blade, his eyes burning with resolve. That's what I'm worried about, too. He stood amidst the dissolving corpses of the shadow beasts. I still haven't encountered my own phantom. He froze, his eyes widening in shock. There, floating inside a shimmering blue barrier, was a single card. Could that be it? He pressed his hand against the field, staring intently. It was the same color as the one Shin Sua had in his past life. He tried to push his hand through. A card protected by a barrier that only its true owner can touch. His hand passed through the barrier effortlessly and closed around the card. "You have obtained the card of Go-sang Gangjim." He leaned back against a bookshelf, letting out a sharp exhale. "Ha!" A bitter laugh escaped his lips. "Ha! Ha ha!" He slumped back, his weight heavy against the shelves. "Damn it. The only thing I'm ever lucky with is the absolute worst outcome." 2 system messages appeared. "You have met the conditions for completion. The training will conclude once you leave with the card." Suddenly, he shot to his feet, senses screaming. "Someone's here." He spun around, eyes sharp as daggers. "Get up, now. There's someone outside." A familiar voice cried out in the distance. "Damn it. You were supposed to protect me. Where the hell did you go?" Gangjim recognized that voice. He threw the door open to find a massive brawl raging just outside. He called out, "Hey." Every head turned, and one person's face lit up. "Ah, it's Gangjim." A girl spoke up. "We haven't seen you this whole time. You must have come in late." Gangjim just nodded. "Yeah, I did." "Well, want to team up with us?" she offered. The others quickly agreed. "Yeah, we know we can trust you. It'd be great to have you with us." But Gangjim held up a hand, declining. "Actually, I'm looking for Shin Sua's card," he asked. "Has anyone seen it?" Someone piped up. "Huh. She's still in here?" Another added, "Didn't someone say they just saw her? I guess we just missed her." Gangjim pressed, "Who saw her?" "Ah, but that person already left." Someone shouted, "Sengwol. That guy was on Subyu's team. Did you mark their position?" Swu, a man with stylish hair, nodded. "On the first day." "No. I think it started appearing a few days ago. It had to be Wednesday night. Most importantly, it has red lines on all its limbs and neck, so you can't mistake it for anything else." He stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes locked on Gang. "Gang Seo, when did you get here?" His gaze swept over him, noticing the bandages on both his ankles and on his wrists. Jian stared at Gang, rendered utterly speechless. He pointed a shaky finger, his voice trembling with shock and terror. "Gangram, show me your neck." He screamed at the others. "Didn't you hear what I said?" A girl asked in confusion. "What is going on?" Another one whispered. "Are you saying that Phantom is Gangram's shadow?" Jian stammered. "No, it can't be." Someone else demanded, "How can you possibly be so sure?" Jian shrieked, pointing out the damning coincidences. "The timing lines up. He's just as strong as it is, and he has bandages everywhere just like that Phantom. If you have one on your neck." A shadow fell over Gangram's eyes. Another person asked hesitantly, Gangram, Could you just show us your neck once, just to clear up any misunderstanding? Gangrim's reply was ice cold. Even if I did have a bandage on my neck, there's no guarantee that Phantom is mine. Jian roared with fury. Shut up and show us. We'll be the judge of that. The others began to chime in, their voices laced with suspicion and fear. Is it really so hard to just show us your neck? Haha, it's not yours, right? What's the matter, Gangrim? Gangrim glared at them as a sinister violet aura began to seep from his hand. You've had that kind of skill, too? Jian pressed. Why won't you answer me? Gangrim. A woman gasped in horror. It really must be him, so that's why he's so strong. He's been killing others and stealing their skills. A girl tried to pacify the crowd. Everyone, calm down. How can he answer if you all keep attacking him? Another man tried a sickeningly sweet approach. Gangrim. It's okay, everyone is just scared. If you'll just show us your neck. A notification popped up, unexpectedly activating the Man in Solitude skill. One of the men screamed as he was dragged into the shadows. What? Where did he go? Horrified shouts filled the air. The mob started to give chase. After him. We need to catch the original. He couldn't have gotten far. Gangrim stood in the darkness, panting heavily. He caressed his hand, remembering the reactions of everyone in his past life. I knew it would eventually come to this. This is how they all reacted in my previous life when they discovered my skill. He stood up and looked ahead. But I never thought things would turn this quickly. Maybe they feel even more betrayed because they thought I was a good person. He then thought about his comrades. How will they feel when they learn about this skill? Will they accept it without any issue, just like in my past life? Or will they feel betrayed and angry that I hid it from them? He remembered Shin Sua's words. I like that you didn't choose the coward's path, even though you were in a situation where it would have been so easy. What would the Shin Sua of this life think? About me, the one who used fate stealing. He returned to the base where the others were waiting. Yun Bom and Taeyeon called out, Master. Hayumnim. He held up the scroll. I ran into a few people and found out where Shin Sua's card is. Taeyeon excitedly raised the map. Awesome. Let's go find it. Gangrim grabbed his shoulder, his voice turning stern. Come with me. He looked forward, his heart filled with resolve. I will tell everyone, after we get out of the demon realm. They entered a new space, a vast and brightly lit indoor garden. Taeyeon asked in surprise, What? Are we outside? Yun Bom remarked, It looks like an indoor garden. A really huge one, though. Gangrim hurried them along. We don't have time. Let's find it. The voices of the gods echoed, filled with amusement. This place is huge. It's going to take them a while to find it. It would be really interesting if they ran into the people from the second area here. I wonder what Yun Bom and Taehan Jang will say when they find out about Gangrim. I wonder too. I have a feeling it's going to be fun. You all better not tell them, right? Things like this are much more fun when people find out naturally. Suddenly, Yun Bom shouted from high up in a tree. I found it. It's Sister Sua's card. Gangrim's eyes sharpened. The girl pointed to a hollow in the tree. It's inside this hollow. Taeyeon cheered. Nice job, Gangrim said. Now we just have to get it back. Yun Bom suddenly froze, her face turning pale with fear. The phantoms had appeared again, surrounding them. Taeyeon remarked, The intervals are getting shorter and shorter. He glared at the approaching phantoms. At least there aren't many of them. Let's eliminate them quickly and head back. Gangrim recognized a familiar phantom, the red band on its left arm. It was Shin Sua's shadow. He lunged forward but then froze in astonishment. Huh? Why did her phantom just collapse on its own? He stood there, utterly baffled, as the other phantoms swarmed him. He cut through them with a single thought, I have to reach Shin Sua. Now. Suddenly, Father Johan's specter appeared. It activated Healing Hand, unleashing a powerful torrent of restorative light. Gangrim's eyes widened in shock. Father Johan's ghost was radiating an intense earth energy that saturated the entire area. The environment was amplifying the skill's power, making Father Johan's phantom even stronger. The environment? His eyes darted to the lush garden surrounding them as he activated his own skill, Leaf Method. Another surge of earth energy erupted from him, supercharged by his surroundings. With the skill's effects enhanced by the terrain, countless thorny, violet vines burst from the ground in a vicious assault. Screams of terror filled the air. Gangrim roared at the others, Run, now, as he slashed wildly, severing the lunging vines. Yun Bom cried out, Master. Gangrim yelled back, What are you doing? Run. Behind you. But as he warned him, a massive vine slammed into his back. Hi Young Nim, Taeyeon screamed, as the impact sent Gangrim flying toward another waiting phantom. The ghost grinned sinisterly, reaching out for him. But Gangrim dove straight into the massive vines, his blade a blur of masterful cuts. He charged forward, his sword flashing, carving a path through the shadowy tendrils that blocked his way. Shin Sua's phantom recoiled, its eyes glowing crimson. Skill activated. Bloodlust. The Shadow Thief monster's stats began to skyrocket. Taehan's voice was filled with worry. "Hyam Nim, are you alright?" Gangrem grunted while helping Yunbom up. "I'm fine. I can still move." They watched in horror as Father Johan's specters began glowing with a green light, healing each other's wounds. Yunbom's face went pale. He stammered, "Ghosts can heal themselves?" Taehan's expression was grim. "Apparently, if they have the skill. Then we have to take out Father Johan's phantoms first." But he was stunned, thinking. He healed that instantly. Gangrem cut him off sharply. "No, it's too late for that." Just then, another phantom erected a complex energy barrier, shielding the healers from attack. Gangrem yelled to the group, "I have a plan. Don't fight them, just run." Yunbom hesitated, unwilling to retreat, but as he braced against another powerful blow, he screamed, "He's right, we can't win this." Back in the safe zone, the group had regrouped, and Father Johan was tending to Gangrem's injuries. He finished his work, and the gentle green light faded. "It's done." Gangrem nodded. "Thank you, Father." Father Johan sighed, his face etched with worry. "But what are we going to do? About my ghost?" He asked anxiously. "Should I injure myself, like Sinsua did?" Gangrem raised a hand, stopping him cold. "No." A rare, confident smile touched his lips. "I think the best plan is to get out of here. As fast as we can. The ghosts can only copy people who are currently here." Yoonjeon chimed in, and Yunbom and the others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a critical realization hit Taehan. At the same time, Yunbom shot to his feet, his voice laced with frustration. "So what about Suayan's card?" he demanded. "Are we just going to leave her to handle this alone?" Gangrem looked down, muttering to himself. He had made the right call. He looked up, his gaze firm. "No way." He rose to his feet, turning his back to the group and walked towards Singsua. "I'm going to defeat her ghost." He stood before her as she sat slumped against the wall. Looking her straight in the eyes, he said with absolute resolve, "You're leaving this place with me." Shinsua reached for her dagger again, her voice wavering. "Look, I don't doubt your skills, but..." He quickly stopped her hand. "Stop. You don't have to do that." He gripped her wrist, his gaze intense. "I have a plan, so let go of the dagger." She stared at him, her eyes wide with surprise. A plan? Back in the garden, the remaining phantoms stood waiting, with Sinsue's double perched high on a tree branch. Gangrem observed the scene cautiously. "Looks like everyone else made it out safely. All their ghosts are gone." He turned to Sinsua. "I should have had Doc Gojun leave too, but I have no idea where he went. If things go wrong, I'll just stab myself." Shinsua looked at him, curious. "No, seriously. Where do you keep getting all those knives?" Gangrem answered bluntly. "I have plenty left." He pulled out another one, but she stopped his hand. "Don't." He met her gaze with a serious expression. "I know," he said. "You don't think I can do this." She fell silent, unsure how to respond, her eyes still filled with doubt. He gently took her hand, his voice warm and sincere. "I trust you. And we're going to get out of here. Together." At his words, a radiant, hopeful smile blossomed on her face. As he looked at her, a strange feeling welled up in his chest, and his heart began to pound. He turned away, his focus shifting back to the fight. "I'll end this as fast as I can." Activating the skill. Man in solitude, he exploded into a streak of blue light, hurtling forward at an insane speed. He shot straight for Shinsua's phantom in the tree. The specter spun around instantly, sensing his overwhelming presence. His sword clashed against its own in a piercing shriek of metal on metal. He wouldn't give his enemy a single moment to breathe. He smashed the pommel of his sword into its head. He unleashed a relentless assault, his swift and powerful strikes completely overwhelming the phantom. He muttered with a confident smirk, "I saw that coming. I knew she used the leaf defense method." Without hesitation, he spent achievement points to boost his power. "You have used achievement points. Agility is being upgraded to 30. With his speed enhanced, he blazed through the dense thicket of thorny vines, dodging them spectacularly. He landed on one of the vines, using it as a foothold to swing his sword in a powerful, cleaving arc. He maintained perfect balance within the maze of vines, facing off directly against the phantom of Shinsua hovering above. He smirked, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Seriously, you're actually making me nervous." Activating his fire manipulation skill. A flame dragon appeared beside him with a mighty roar. Activating the firebomb skill. The dragon opened its jaws as a brilliant, destructive orb of fire rapidly formed. The phantom of Sinsua was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. It seemed to realize something was wrong. Everything was going far too smoothly. The roaring inferno consumed the phantom's form in a flash of shock. Gangrem swung his flaming sword, his razor-sharp gaze locked firmly on his target. The final blow tore through the phantom, causing it to disintegrate in the fierce flames. He smiled in satisfaction, wiping away a non-existent bead of sweat. All right, the shadow is dealt with. He looked toward the tree. Now I just need to wait for it to disappear and grab Shinsua's card. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy hit him from behind. He wondered in shock, is that someone from the second area? A figure landed firmly on the ground. Found you, Gang Rim. One of the group cried out in fear, but their leader just laughed sinisterly and commanded, just hold your ground for a moment. I'm sure Gang Rim will try to escape. Another man yelled with greed. 500 million if we catch him. 500 million. 500 million? Gang Rim was stunned. A bounty? Are you guys from the first area? The leader flashed a confident smirk. Come with us. I'm sure you don't want to fight here. He turned his back and walked away with an air of superiority. It won't be as easy as last time. Gang Rim gritted his teeth, trying to remember. Bloodthirsty. Was there a guy like that in the first area? A familiar yet haunting voice echoed from the darkness. Hey, what's wrong, gang? Doc Gozen appeared with a sinister smile. So, good to see you again. Gang Rim turned, his face a mask of utter confusion. No, I don't get it. There's no reason for you to be doing this. He stared directly at the newcomer, his golden eyes blazing with rage. Why did you transfer to the first area? Doc Gozen let out a loud laugh, feigning disappointment. Oh my god, you need to act more surprised if you want this to be fun. He pointed toward the vanishing shadow, but the way you killed that thing was seriously entertaining. That was Shinsua's shadow, right? He continued, his tone dripping with mockery. There was a much easier way, but you chose the hard route, just like a main character. His face lit up with a crazed excitement. I love the way the blood splatters. His eyes turn as cold as ice. You do things differently than I do. A henchman gasped, his eyes bulging as Doc Gozen cut him down with a single slash. Doc Gozen's smile bloomed into a savage grin, the streak of blood on his cheek adding to his insane look. And that's why I gave up on the idea of having two top main characters. He laughed with glee, dramatically placing his sword against his own neck. I've decided to become your side character. He winked, raising a finger as if sharing a delightful secret. So this is some kind of double agent ploy? The messenger of space and time must be part of it too. Gang Rim stared him down, his voice cold and decisive. Nonsense. I could feel your bloodlust all the way from the hallway. Doc Gozen's smile grew even more demonic, while his henchmen stared at each other in absolute terror. Oh, you noticed? He took a step forward, expertly twirling the sword in his hand. Well, if you're the one who made Shinsua hurt herself for this mission, I was going to fight you anyway. Just a little side note, that's not something a main character would do. Gang Rim froze, his mind racing to make sense of the rapidly changing situation. Doc Gozen suddenly turned and attacked his own men. I'm on your side. One of them screamed in utter betrayal. Traitor. He moved like a whirlwind. A series of precise strikes cut down the men who were his allies just moments before. As Gang Rim could only watch, stunned, Doc Gozen yelled to get his attention. Hey, Gang Rim. He grabbed the last man, a dark energy enveloping his hand. Activating skill. Disintegration. The henchman screamed in agony as his body began to crumble to pieces. Gang Rim was frozen, watching the horrific scene unfold. The henchman collapsed, no longer in one piece. Doc Gozen smiled cheerfully, looking at the dark energy still swirling around his hand. You have to finish the job cleanly if you want to use the skill. Gang Rim's eyes narrowed, his senses on high alert. He heard that name before. But Doc Gozen just waved it off, completely unconcerned. Don't get bogged down in pointless details. A skill that can steal another's very destiny. His eyes blazed with a manic excitement. I want to see you use it. Gang Rim roared, his voice filled with fury and conviction. I will not use it. I never have. Suddenly, shadows erupted from the ground, coiling around Doc Gozen. A new threat had emerged. He looked disappointed as only a single, small shadow took form. What? It was just getting good. Well, I guess it's only one shadow after all. A powerful wave of dark sword energy exploded outward, sending his men flying as blood painted the ground. Doc Gozen moved to defend himself. I'll handle this. Wait. But he froze mid-motion, his eyes widening in pure shock as he realized the truth. Wait, you're a much bigger shadow. It was Gang Rim's own shadow, lunging from the void and striking Doc Gozen with terrifying speed. In a single instant, Doc Gozen was defeated. He fell to one knee amidst the corpses of his men, utterly stunned. Gang Rim stared at the scene before him, unable to believe his eyes. Doc Gozen, defeated in a single blow. His own shadow stood over the carnage, muttering coldly. The smoke obscured the red lines of fate, but a dark, terrifying aura radiated from it. I could feel it, in my very bones. A horrifying realization washed over Gang Rim. That thing is my own shadow. Doc Gozen cried out weakly from the ground, his voice a desperate warning. Hey, Gang Rim, don't space out. His voice was thick with urgency. You have to steal its fate. How else can you possibly defeat your own shadow? The shadow gestured mockingly toward the wounded Dak Gozen. Gangrim gritted his teeth, the brutal truth hitting him like a physical blow. Damn it. He's right. He focused his energy, his face tightening with resolve as a violet aura flared to life around him. I have to steal its destiny before it steals mine. Activate Destiny Plunder. Steal all fate within this area. He stared down his doppelganger, his will hardening. I have to destroy that thing. Invest achievement points to increase stats. Agility, now at level 30. Senses, now at level 30. Strength, now at level 29. Power surged through his veins as he prepared for this fateful battle. He faced his double with newfound confidence. I can do this, he thought, activating his combat instinct skill. A smirk played on his lips, born of a misplaced confidence. After all, how can my own shadow kill me? I'm the original. But then, an overwhelming sense of danger slammed into his consciousness. His combat instinct screamed a warning. Enemy strength, overwhelming. Weakness, not found. The shadow stood there, an untouchable, overwhelming presence. He scowled, a cold sweat breaking across his brow. No weaknesses at all? Damn it. His senses, sharpened by his instinct, screamed at him. His entire body froze under the crushing, invisible pressure as the shadow slowly raised its hand. I can't move. He desperately raised his dagger to block, but the shadow's weapon phased right through it as if it were mere air. A massive explosion of energy erupted at the point of impact, completely engulfing Gangrim. Shadow Thief. Class, Humanoid. Novice grade. Ability. Can copy the skills of humans. The shadow smirked. It mirrors the abilities of its opponent. The shadow's hand pressed against his face, attempting to absorb the original. Gangrim realized with dawning horror what this monster was. A haunting voice echoed in his mind. Well, Gangrim, is this really my own shadow? He wondered, lost in confusion. Another voice echoed in his mind, cold and judging, pulling him back to the scene of a funeral from years ago, because a child rejected a god. That god allowed only him to live. They were the first to die because of you. The shadow stood as a silent testament to his past. It seems you have accumulated quite a bit of karma since then. Countless memorial tablets materialized, surrounding them both. Its voice was merciless and direct. Look at the consequences of your choices. Your parents died for you. The Flying Tiger sect was annihilated. Even those who entered this demonic realm with you are now dead. Gangrim collapsed, clutching his head under the crushing weight of his sins. All of this has already happened. The shadow thundered, because you rejected your god. Then it whispered, its tone as seductive as a devil's. Child. It embraced him in a sea of blood-red water. Do you still refuse to accept me? Then there is one way to save your comrades without accepting me. You can still make the right choice by falling into an eternal sleep right here. That way, you can stop accumulating more karma. More karma, he mumbled, sinking into unconsciousness. He let go, closing his eyes. Well, I guess if I die here, the Flying Tiger sect won't be massacred in the future, the voice whispered. Yes, that is your wisdom. It's comfortable here, unlike the outside world. He admitted with a peaceful smile. Yes, this place is so peaceful. But, do I deserve to feel this at ease after everything I've done? Forget the past, the voice tempted. But amidst the battlefield of his own painful memories, Gangrim's mind fought back. Forget? How could I? I can still see the faces of everyone who died right in front of me. I must atone for my sins. The thought of the others snaps him awake. They fought to get their lives back. But what about Ixinua? He reaches out in desperation, his eyes wide with fear. I didn't get to check if she was safe. I have to. He roars against the pull of oblivion. Get Ixinua out of this demonic realm. The shadow's voice rings out, cold and merciless. Child, why do you insist on making the wrong choice again? Dying here is the only good you can do. Countless crimson hands reached from the darkness, trying to drag him back. He screamed with every last shred of his willpower. Even if I have to die. He roared against the sinful hands holding him down. I will get Ixinua out of here before I do. His own shadow loomed above, its voice dripping with mockery. You're going to save Ixinua? That's just an excuse. Its words were like daggers plunging straight into his heart. Ixinua doesn't even want you to live. I'm certain she regrets ever bringing you to this place. He gritted his teeth, planting his sword in the ground, trying to withstand the weight of the cruel truth. I'm sure she wishes she'd never even met you. He collapsed, falling to his knees in despair as the shadow placed a hand on his shoulder. It delivered the final blow. I'm sure she wishes you would just die. But even in that abyss of hopelessness, a spark of determination flashed in his eyes. Even so, I still have to get out of here. The shadow pressed down harder, cracking the very ground beneath him. You'll only experience more pain out there. With a furious roar, he swung his weapon, blasting the shadow away. I don't care, the shadow warned coldly. You will regret this. He stared right back at it, defiance burning in his eyes. I never will. The shadow's voice echoed, filled with disbelief. Why would you make this choice? He charged forward, his body enveloped in his own powerful energy. Because I made a promise. He raised his weapon high, focusing all of his will for Xnua into a single blow, and with all his might, he slashed down, shattering the illusory space around him, that we would escape this place together. The light of reality returned as Xnua shook him desperately. Seol Gangrim, wake up. His eyes slowly fluttered open, and the first image he saw was her worried face. A voice called out, He's over there. Her face lit up with a relieved smile. I'm so glad. The gods spoke. We thought you were dead for sure. You need to thank Xnua. She fought desperately to save you from that shadow. He glanced down, a subtle smile on his lips as he spoke to his shadow in his mind. See, you were wrong. He looked at her. You're still by my side? Xnua waited for me. She asked with concern. Can you move? He replied. I'm fine, thanks to you. She cut him off, recounting the terrifying event with fear still in her eyes. God, you scared me to death. A drum sounded and a shadow appeared at the door. You were being devoured by your own shadow, and Dok Gojun was there, trying to stop it. Hearing that, he suddenly grabbed her injured wrist, his eyes wide with anger and worry. Why didn't you leave? Realizing he was hurting her, he quickly let go, murmuring, That hurts. They both sat in a heavy silence, the air thick with tension. He asked, his voice full of exhaustion, Why are you still here? She looked him straight in the eyes, resolute. I already told you. You were being eaten by your shadow and Dok Gojun was trying to hold it back. He clutched his head, trying to make sense of it all. Where is he? She looked away, a flicker of sadness on her face. He left before his time was up. He said he needed his hands to write novels. Fury flared up again, and he grabbed her by the shoulders. You should have left with him. She yelled back, unable to hold back her emotions. You were being consumed by your own shadow. How could I possibly just leave? She shoved his hands off, furious. Of course, that was the most logical thing to do. She screamed, tears welling in her eyes. How could I? A trickle of blood ran from her nose, mixing with tears of helplessness and pain. She choked on her words, unable to speak. In her last moment of consciousness, Xnua collapsed, falling into Gangrim's arms. He looked down, stunned and bewildered, at a complete loss for words. Xnua? The voices of the gods echoed in his mind, full of fury and blame. Seol Gangrim, you fool. Why are you yelling at the person who just saved your life? She held onto that sword, even after losing her other hand. The memory of her battle flashed vividly. She's no ordinary person. She stabbed the shadow and then collapsed. Then she woke up and stabbed it again, over and over and over. Back in the present, he gently held her close. He stared at his own blood-covered hands. Dok Gojun's voice continued to echo in his head. Seol Gangrim, you damn idiot. Why did you take your anger out on Xnua? He looked up, his expression changed, the anger replaced by a new resolve. There's no time to waste. He managed a slight smile, trying to reassure them both. Well, I guess at least it's finally over. He carefully lifted her into his arms as a dark aura enveloped them both. Let's get out of here. An imperious voice thundered through the void, commanding him to return. He spun around, eyes wide with caution. His own shadow materialized, its voice deceptively gentle. I don't wish to harm you. But then, it roared, its face twisted in pure fury. But if you refuse to come back, skill activated. Beast creation. Vicious shadow wolves erupted from the darkness, lunging straight for him. The god's voice declared his sentence, then you will die here. Gangrim looked up in sheer horror. He clutched Sinsua tightly, gritting his teeth. This time, I'll make sure it's dead for good. He summoned his own spirit beasts, Liney, John. The dragon John and the beast Liney appeared, shielding the unconscious Shinsua. Protect Shinsua. He shot forward, a streak of blue and purple light crashing into the pack of shadow wolves. Skill. Beast creation activated. Skill. Beast creation activated. Skill. Beast creation activated. His shadow countered with its own wolf pack, igniting a chaotic battle. He faced his clone, both of them already wounded. If you attack me, he warned with grim resolve, you'll be injured, too. The shadow merely smiled as its wounds began to close. Skill activated. Regeneration. Gangrim was stunned. He gasped in disbelief. It even stole my healing skill. The god's voice echoed again, dripping with sarcasm. Child, why do you struggle so pointlessly? Why do you insist on worsening your karma? Why bother trying to do anything at all? His shadow dove, commanding the wolves to attack with wild abandon. After all, no one is going to praise you. He swung his weapon, unleashing a massive wave of energy to counter the incoming shadow claws. From behind him, Shinsua's desperate scream tore through the air as she awoke to the horrifying scene. Gangrim, don't die. Her cry infused him with an unexpected surge of power as he braced against the searing pain. Strength has been upgraded to 30. A burst of power erupted, pushing back the assault. All stats have reached level 30. You have fulfilled the game's conditions. An entirely new sensation flooded his body. A hidden power was on the verge of being unlocked. Second trait, Zodiac unlocked. 12 brilliant golden scrolls materialized from the void, circling him in a divine aura. It signaled a permanent shift in his destiny. He gazed at the gleaming Zodiac scrolls with a spark of hope. A Zodiac skill. With this, can I finally defeat my shadow? The god's voice cut in, cold and contemptuous. Child, do you still cling to such a thing as hope? All this, in a space where time itself seemed to stand still. He looked up at the radiant Zodiac scrolls. The voice continued, unaffected by the frozen time. The voice dripped with pity. My poor child, just look at what a pathetic Zodiac you've been given. Your Zodiac is the rat. You can now receive a new skill related to it. The scrolls revealed the image of a mouse. The voice continued its mockery. The weakest of the Zodiacs is the rat. A skill from it won't make you any stronger. But Gangrim's resolve didn't waver. He realized a crucial truth. His Zodiac had been chosen from the very beginning. He placed his hand on a golden scroll, accepting his fate. He would fight against the misfortune he was given. You have acquired this skill. Cry of a cornered rat. A torrent of golden energy burst forth around him. It formed the silhouette of an enraged rat. Struggling is one thing I do best. He smirked, his golden eyes blazing with fierce defiance. The shadow and its pack of wolves charged forward. You can't escape. With a pathetic skill like that, he raised his weapon, ready to face the onslaught. Shadowy claws ripped into his body, forcing a scream of pain from his lips. The voice asked in disbelief, "Why are you smiling?" He smirked, even as blood trickled from his mouth. Your HP is below 10%. Activating skill, Cry of a cornered rat. A golden circle of energy exploded from his position, blasting the wolves away. Skill, Cry of a cornered rat. Rank, elementary. Humanity grows stronger when facing true danger. There's a heavy penalty for using this skill. He murmured, as new power surged through his veins. The rat may be the weakest animal of the Zodiac, but there is nothing more terrifying than a rat that has been cornered. He charged forward with unbelievable speed. His now glowing sword clashed against the Shadow's weapon in a ferocious duel. The Shadow roared, "Child, you're going to die anyway." Gangrim shot back, "I already told you." Skill activated. Combat instinct. His eyes blaze with a primal crimson light. Even if I die, I will make sure Shinsua gets out of here. He unleashed a brilliant golden attack, slashing clean through the Shadow's body. The Shadow howled in agony as the attack tore through it. It roared. A struggling rat is still nothing. Skill activated. Dragon transformation. A colossal, terrifying shadow dragon emerged from its form. He felt true fear as he faced the dragon. Primal fear gripped him as he stared down the dragon. A god's voice echoed, dripping with arrogance. Even a human wielding the power of a dragon fell before me. So what makes you, a mere mortal, think you can possibly win? As a mouse? Gangrim felt crushed by the dragon's overwhelming aura. He muttered, exhausted. Damn it. I just grabbed the weapon that looked the coolest in the armory. Who knew a frickin' dragon would show up? He glanced at his weapon. The generation-dominating blade, a weapon feared by all dragon kind, with a dragon's head carved into its hilt. It clicked. The generation-dominating blade grew stronger against dragons. He gritted his teeth, a defiant grin spreading across his face. Then you better hope I'm a dragon-slaying mouse. The blade's attack power surged dramatically. He roared as the blade exploded with brilliant light, because this is a dragon slayer. He charged the shadow dragon head-on, his sword the only beacon in an abyss of darkness. Skill. Cornered Rat's cry has been cancelled. A pillar of pure light erupted skyward, obliterating the dragon and its shadow. Bonus rewards will be distributed for defeating a superior opponent. CO Gangrim's destiny rank has been upgraded. From second-class humanity to first-class humanity. CO Gangrim's destiny rank has been upgraded from first-class humanity to third-class demonic. He collapsed, bloody and spent. But the voice returned. Child. He could only mutter, damn it. Do you wish to live? Then accept me, and I shall grant you life. Through the haze of pain, he knew it had to be a hallucination. Considering he'd already killed his own shadow, yet the voice remained. He stared at his hands. So, this is how it ends. If I knew I'd go through all that just to die anyway, I would have ended it myself. His thoughts drifted to Senya. Will she make it out? Well, at least she won't have to worry about me anymore. She'll be okay. A gentle female figure appeared, her hand resting softly on his head. A warm voice washed over him. It's time to come back. He shot upright, tearing the oxygen mask from his face, his eyes darting around an unfamiliar hospital room. He cried out her name in a panic, ripping the IV from his hand as blood sprayed. He scrambled out of bed, tumbling to the floor. But when he looked up, she was standing right there. A wave of relief washed over him, a smile breaking through. Sinya, I'm so glad you're safe. But the words died in his throat as her face twisted into a blood-soaked, eyeless nightmare, a haunting specter from his past. He scrambled back in terror, unable to comprehend why he was seeing these things again. A cold system notification materialized. You are approaching the boundary once again because of your karma. He trembled as the horrifying truth dawned on him, as another spirit manifested behind her. Is this happening because I'm getting closer to the boundary? Memories flooded his mind. Kneeling amidst a sea of bodies, his parents turning their backs on him. After I went to live with Grandma, the spirits disappeared. He stared in horror at the grotesque phantoms now swarming around him. The voice explained, but as your karma deepens, pushing you closer to the boundary, you begin to see what should not be seen and hear what should not be heard. And once you cross that line, you will die. He felt himself plummeting into a crimson abyss. A voice whispered, closer now. A colossal shadow loomed over him, extending a hand. Come to me, child. He lay in bed, eyes wide, staring at the ceiling. Linny and John nudged him anxiously. He whispered, a dream. Liney's voice chirped. It wasn't a dream, sailed Gangram Nim. A nurse entered the room. You've finally woken up after a month. Of course you get dizzy moving so suddenly. Gangram urgently asked, what about Sinya? The nurse smiled, relieved. She's doing just fine, too. He let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. I'm so glad. The nurse said, if you'll just wait a moment, I'll get the doctor in charge. She offered a bright smile as she turned to leave. Oh, and also, congratulations on your recovery. But behind her, gruesome spirits of the dead lingered, a sight visible only to him. His test results looked good. After all, awakeners recover much faster than normal people. What worries me is his destiny window. He stared at his own status window. Seal Gangram, 3rd class, demonic, fire attribute. He was stunned. What? I jumped 2 ranks at once. He wondered if it was the price for swapping his fate with Sinya's. Still, how did we even escape that demon realm? Just then, the door swung open, and 2 men in suits entered. Gong stepped forward, his voice sharp and accusatory. Why didn't you report that you can steal the fates of others? Gangram sighed, a look of resignation on his face. Here we go. Captain Gong crossed his arms, his expression demanding. Explain why you concealed this ability. Gangram just pointed a thumb at him casually. Because I was worried about this exact kind of reaction. The blonde man beside him pushed up his glasses, trying to stay calm. All right. Fine. I'll play along. The man asked him directly, have you ever killed someone with the intent to steal their destiny? Gangram's answer was sharp, no. The man pressed on, and what about unintentionally? Gangram admitted it. Only in self-defense. But we all signed a contract when we came here. We agreed to the possibility of injury or death, whether from other trainees or from monsters. I have never killed without just cause. The other man seethed. Murder is still murder. Gangram watched him trying to contain his rage, thinking to himself, that must be the expected response. Well, I suppose that's a normal reaction. So, what happens to me now? He stared directly at Gong, asking, will I be punished? But against all expectations, Gong simply smiled. Congratulations, Seo Gangrim. Du Sung Tae erupted in protest. Team leader, you can't possibly let a dangerous man like him, but he was cut off with an icy glare. Be quiet, Du Sung Tae. The team leader smiled, holding out a file. I have an offer for you, Seo Gangrim. Gangrim was taken aback. An offer? The man laid it out plainly. We're proposing an official position for you. He added with a confident smirk. On Team 2 of the Destiny Protection Bureau. The words hit Gangrim like a physical blow. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. His hands tightened into fists, a decision crystallizing in his mind instantly. He refused without a moment's hesitation. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of accepting. The team leader's confident mask shattered into pure disbelief. Du Sung Tae exploded, his voice raw with fury. Do you have any idea what a golden opportunity you're throwing away? Team leader Gong turned, his voice like the edge of a blade. Du Sung Tae. Du Sung Tae froze, instantly silenced. The leader smoothly regained his professional smile. My apologies. I understand we may have presented this too suddenly, especially for someone just recovering. He offered Gangrim a business card. Take a few days to rest. And then give us a call. I'm sure you're eager to see your family. To breathe the outside air again. As they turned to leave, Gangrim's mind was made up. I can't work for a man like that. But the leader paused, calling back over his shoulder. Stop by the training room once you're discharged. There's something you should know. Before you officially leave this place, he finished with a disarming wink. I'll see you around, Seo Gangrim. Gangrim watched them leave in silence. His eyes fell to his status window. his mind racing. Work for the Destiny Protection Bureau. But given how hard they were pushing, a critical realization dawned on him. They couldn't possibly know about my ability to detect destiny. Du Sung Tae, third ranked in the Dragon Clan. A heavy sigh escaped him, a faint heat rising in his chest. If they knew, they would have used any means necessary to force my hand. He stood, pulling on his jacket. First things first. I need to find Shin Sua. He opened the door to another room, his voice soft. Shin Sua? He stepped inside and saw her lying perfectly still on the bed, trapped in a deep coma. He walked quietly to her bedside, his expression a storm of complicated emotions. But then, it happened. A blazing, murderous red aura erupted from her destiny window, a clear omen of death. Staring at the murderous aura pouring from Shin Sua's destiny, he looked at her information window in absolute horror. Murderous aura. Why? In his past life, Shin Sua never had an energy of death this powerful surrounding her. He scrambled to pull out an item, activating it immediately. The guidepost of fate, a mystical compass, materialized in his hand. Its needle whirled uncontrollably. A system message appeared. The guidepost of fate's power is being amplified by the barrier. A vision flooded his senses. He saw Shin Sua, bound in chains, facing a shadowy female figure. I just don't understand you, the woman said. Seo Gang Rim left you behind the second he walked out of that facility. So why are you so determined to die for his sake? He watched, frozen, struggling to process the scene. Is this the future? The woman's voice was chilling and devoid of pity. No matter what you do, Seo Gang Rim is going to die. The woman raised her hand for the final, killing strike. Stop. Shin Sua gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with pure defiance. Don't you lay a single finger on Seo Gang Rim. The woman's reply was simple. Then farewell. A blast of dark energy tore through her body. The vision shattered, leaving Gang Rim staring into nothing, his face a mask of horror. He crumbled to the floor, his mind a chaotic storm. In some unknown place. He looked up, an agonizing question burning through him. Is Shin Sua going to die because of me? Again, he shook his head, refusing to accept it. No. His eyes locked onto the spinning compass in his hand. I can't prevent this with this item alone. I need to find out exactly what's going on and where. A memory slammed into him. A desperate scream from his past. Gang Rim, run. He was a child again, kneeling on the pavement. Amid the chaos of a wreck, the young Gang Rim turned, his eyes blazing with defiance. No, I'm not running away. I'll get everyone out of here. A man's voice shouted from the overturned car. Gang Rim, you can't save us by yourself. There have to be other adults nearby. Go, get help. The boy finally turned, walking away from the burning wreckage. His parents' final words echoed in his memory. We're so glad. We could at least get you out in time. What was the boy supposed to do? All alone. He was now truly on his own. A horrific explosion engulfed the car, but his parents had promised he would be okay. He looked up to see the silhouette of a woman standing in the flames. A woman with long, platinum hair, icy blue eyes, and a sword that radiated a chilling aura. The image was seared into his memory. Back in the present, the vision faded from his hospital room. The item, the compass of fate, was shutting down. He whispered the name that had haunted him for years. Ice. He stared down at the compass, his mind racing. What in the world was that just now? That was no ordinary car crash. He lowered his head, trying to piece the events together. So, Ice was the one who attacked the car. He gripped the bed railing, anger and confusion surging through him. Does that mean Ice is also the one who murders Sua? In the future I just witnessed? Sua stirred softly in her bed, pulling him from his dark train of thought. He watched her for a long moment as she slept peacefully. He stepped into the waiting area, the compass still in his hand. A voice called out, I knew you'd be here. A woman with vibrant purple hair held a large bouquet, smiling as she greeted him. Hello, Gang Rim. He recognized her with a start. Team leader Seo just laughed. Oh, you remember me. I stopped by to visit, but you weren't here. She glanced towards Sua's room. You really do care about Sua, don't you? You rushed to see her the moment you woke up. Well, it seems Sua cares about you just as much. A memory of them escaping the demon world flashed in her mind. I was truly shocked when you two emerged from that place. She was missing an arm and covered in injuries, but she carried you out on her back. It must have been so difficult. She smiled gracefully. I don't want to interrupt you too. I'll leave as soon as I've said what I came to say. She got straight to the point, a job offer with the Bureau of Fate Management on Team 1 instead of Team 2. Gang Rim began to refuse. I have no intention of working for you. She cut him off, her gaze turning sharp. In that case, I'll bring back Sua's arm. Gang Rim froze, completely blindsided by her proposal. He stammered, How? She offered a mysterious smile. I can't tell you how, but I can do it. The very moment you join our team, he looked down at the bouquet, his mind spinning. She can just restore Sua's arm like that.
There are omnipotent gods who can regenerate body parts after a few years. But right now, gods like that don't exist.
He thought to himself, confusion written all over his face. I know a way to get her arm back using an item, but that method takes an incredibly long time. He weighed the offer. But if I work for the Bureau, my own plans will be ruined. And how many years would I have to sign on for? She replied with a pleasant smile. 1 year. Though longer would be better. She added cheerfully. Normally, we'd require you to start immediately, but we'll make a special exception and give you a few months' grace period. Then she looked him directly in the eyes, her voice dead serious. You will give me your answer right now. A hand suddenly reached out and took the bouquet from him. A determined voice cut through the tension. All right then. He rejects the offer. Sua was awake, standing there with the flowers in her grasp. Why would Gangrim not work for the Bureau? Gangrim stared at her, astonished. Sua. She looked Team Leader CO square in the eye. What do you think you're doing? Are you using my arm as a carrot to try and recruit him? It's not like you're offering the deal to me. Team Leader CO turned to her. Then would you work for us? I would love to have you. Sua refused flatly. No, thank you. Our values don't align. Team Leader CO smiled and pulled 2 cards from the bouquet. What a pity. She handed one to each of them. Call me if you change your minds. After Team Leader CO had left, Sua turned to Gang Rim, her voice earnest. If you are going to say yes just because of my arm, then don't even think about it. This is my burden to bear, not yours. He rushed to explain. I was going to say yes, even if it wasn't for your arm. Sua placed a hand on his chest, stopping him. Gang Rim. She looked him right in the eyes. You're a terrible liar, so don't even try. He gently took hold of her wrist. Why? He tightened his grip, his voice raw with emotion, his golden eyes blazing with anguish. Why did you sacrifice your arm for me? He pressed on, trying to cling to logic. We're not even that close. We've only known each other for a few months. She replied, flustered. Well, it's because. You looked like you were in danger. He cut her off sharply. That doesn't matter. Why? She ducked her head, avoiding his intense gaze, and whispered faintly. I don't know. He was about to argue against the sheer absurdity of it. How could that possibly be a reason? But she interrupted him, her voice gaining strength. She simply looked him in the eye, an undeniable sincerity shining through. I care about you, she explained, her voice softening. Even back in that room of sawed-up skeletons, I felt awful that you were in danger because of me. She took a deep breath, about to confess a feeling that was strange, and ran so much deeper. But to be honest, that's not the only reason. This might sound crazy, but it feels like I've known you forever. Gangjin froze. Her words struck him like lightning, shaking something deep within his very soul. He closed his eyes, her confession echoing in his mind, stirring memories that had been buried for an eternity. She went on, a sad smile gracing her lips. When I saw you were in danger, my body moved on its own. She asked, a hint of blush on her cheeks. It's weird, right? We've only known each other for a few months. A terrifying thought pierced his mind. Could my regression be affecting Sua, too? A memory from his past life flashed before his eyes. A young girl, her gaze full of hope, saying, I'm going to create a guild of my own. You'll fight alongside us, won't you? I hope we can keep working together from now on. Sua's voice pulled him back to the present. Can't we at least stay in touch as friends? He turned away, his thoughts a chaotic storm. What is the right way to save Sua? What am I supposed to do? That familiar dread washed over him again. If she stays with me, things could end up exactly like they did before. Or worse, she could be murdered by Bai Young, just like her parents were. He looked at her, a heartbreaking decision taking root in his mind. But what happens if I just leave? Sua sensed the distance, growing between them instantly. The vision from the compass of fate flooded his mind again. The sight of her, shackled and tortured. If that future comes to pass, if it happens somewhere I can't reach, while I know nothing about it. He gritted his teeth, pure agony etched on his face. Sua. Dying again? All because of me. I will not let that happen. He turned back to her, his resolve now firm. All right. Instantly, Sua's face lit up with a brilliant smile. She said cheerfully, I heard that when hunters are admitted here, they sometimes form guilds with people they get along with. Oh, right, they call awakeners hunters here. Hey, why don't we join the same guild? He answered non-committally, if I feel like it. Undeterred, she beamed, great, I'll just keep asking until you say yes. She added with a playful glint in her eye. Oh, and just so you know, once you're in, you can't just leave anytime you want. Got it? A wave of déjà vu hit him. This is just like back then. He remembered how she'd always refused to let him go, burdened by her own guilt. I know I won't be able to refuse. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed down the hall. Gangjim. Father Johan hurried over, his face beaming with relief. You're really awake. Gangjim managed to smile. Father, it's been a while. Father Johan gripped his hands tightly. I'm so relieved you're awake, he said, explaining. I came up alone. I had to see if it was really true, but I'm certain the others are desperate to see you. At that, Sua's face lit up, and a soft blue light emanated from her hands. Oh, that's right. Everyone must be waiting, she said in a rush. Ah, I'll get changed and come right down. She turned to Father Johan. Could you take Gangjim down ahead of me? He nodded with a warm smile. Of course. Following Father Johan, Gangjim was lost in thought. A sense of urgency pressed down on him. I have to find a solution. And fast. Father Johan gestured ahead, leading the way. This way, he explained softly. There's a training facility downstairs from where we were staying. I'm sure everyone's waiting there. We were all so worried. You know, he continued, his voice heavy with concern. It was just like that time you returned, half dead. And when the topic of your unique ability came up, Father Johan trailed off, his expression turning apologetic. Oh, my apologies, he said quickly. You're probably not comfortable discussing that, are you? Not at all, Gangjim replied firmly. But a flicker of worry crossed his mind as he pictured his friends.
Now that I think about it, everyone knows about my unique ability. Now, don't they?
Father Johan asked directly, his voice full of sincerity. More importantly, are you all right with that? Gangjim admitted. Well, I did hide the fact that I had these powers. Father Johan offered a warm, trusting smile. Of course, I've already seen what a good man you are. His words left Gangjim speechless. A warmth spread through his chest at such unconditional acceptance. When they entered the lounge, he saw the others gathered around a table. Taehan seemed to be in the middle of explaining something. So, we should enter this demonic realm first. Taehan was the first to spot him, shouting with joy, Big bro. Yunbom and Yoon Jaeon cried out in unison, Master. Yunbom rushed forward, throwing her arms around him with tears in her eyes. We were so worried you were going to die. Taehan let out a heavy sigh of relief, clapping him on the shoulder. Thank God you're awake. With his own power, he told Yunbom, you should leave with the others. But she cut him off, her voice filled with fury. No, I'm not even going to say goodbye to those people. She pouted, her expression a mask of indignation. They're just awful. Even after everything they saw? Gangjim asked, his brow furrowed. Did something happen? And so, Yunbom began to recount the incident. The timeline rewinds 2 weeks, a memory of an apprentice being brutally beaten by another student. The attacker grabbed his victim by the collar, his face twisted with malice. The Yunbom of the past stood watching, her eyes blazing with righteous anger. Don't you dare speak of our master that way. Not after he helped you so much. Back in the present, Gangjim listened, his expression growing heavy. So that's what happened. Yunbom clenched her fists, declaring with absolute loyalty, don't worry about it. No matter what they say, we'll follow you. I am still your disciple. Gangjim was taken aback. What? Taehan just laughed. It's better if you join us anyway, right? Cha Johan nodded in agreement. Taehan continued, we can all train together for the opening day. Those words brought Gangjim's focus back into sharp relief. That's right, opening day. It begins on the Day of Awakening, giving humans a chance to awaken their 4 pillars and 8 characters of destiny. Your stats are calculated based on these pillars and characters. And after opening day, the awakened can progress even faster. Opening day signals the arrival of the first great demon realm. Far more difficult and dangerous than any normal one. Still, countless awakened ones join the raids, chasing immense rewards and a chance at greater fame. Yunbom added excitedly, her eyes sparkling. We're going to raid a normal demon realm and take on a beast extermination quest. The whole team looked at him, their eyes full of hope as Yunbom asked, Master, you'll train with us too, won't you? But Gangjim had a different plan. His gaze was resolute. My goal is to raid the first great demon realm before anyone else. The team was stunned into silence by his declaration. No, he held up a hand, creating a distance between them. I don't plan on training with you, because I have to find that person without anyone knowing. Yunbom stammered, tears welling in her eyes from the sheer shock. So, is this how you're cutting us off? Taehan and Cha Johan also tried to reason with him, their voices laced with worry. Is that it? You're not like that, are you, Mr. Seo Gangjim? He sighed, trying to calm them down. It's not that. I really have something I need to do. Then we'll wait, Yunbom said, her fingers flying across her phone. When will you be finished? Gangjim hesitated. He turned away, unable to meet their eyes. his voice filled with helplessness. I don't know. Taehan quickly spoke up, trying to hold on. That's our group chat. Don't leave it, Master. Just then, a notification popped up on his phone. Yunbom has invited you. Yunbom texted, I invited you, Master. Taehan sent a welcome sticker right after. I was going to invite you when I woke up, but I forgot, she added. Sorry. He stared at his screen, a faint smile touching his lips at their warm welcome. All right. In Anna Vi's office, she looked at him with deep concern. Are you really going to be okay? She pressed on, her tone serious. You don't have a god's revelation. It might be better to just join the Bureau of Fate Protection. He refused so bluntly it startled her, causing her to spill her glass of water. I refuse. A revelation is essentially a quest, a blessing from a deity. While shamans borrow the power of gods, they can never ignore a god's revelation. It is their absolute command. A shaman. A hunter class awakened who has been possessed. Requirements: raise all classes to 30, clear at least 3 demon realms, and raise their god's fame above a certain level. The goal of the gods is to make their names widely known. The more famous a shaman becomes, the more their divine name spreads. The divine name, the very name of a god. So, gods issue quests and rewards to help a shaman grow. He looked out at the city, his resolve hardening. Because I don't have a god's protection. There's a lot I need to prepare. I'd better get moving. He looked down at his weapon. Lightning struck 7-branched sword. Damaged. Repair needed. Rank 3. Dragon kin. A sword forged from a sacred tree struck by lightning. First, I need to find a proper weapon. He arrived at an ancient house in the countryside, bathed in the light of the setting sun. He called out, Hello, is anyone here? A voice echoed from inside. Ah, just a moment. An old man stepped out. It's been a while since a customer came all the way out to the country, let alone someone so young. But Gangrim's gaze went past him, locking onto the young woman working inside. His voice was firm. I came for you, Handra. Good, he thought. The bureau hasn't gotten to her yet. The young woman turned around, her eyes wide with surprise. Excuse me. For me, blacksmith Handra, granddaughter of the late master artisan Han Chun, who was designated an intangible cultural asset for his craft. A spirit's voice whispered in his ear. Hurry now. You came here to open my granddaughter's window of fate, didn't you? Yes. I heard that master artisan Han Chun had a successor, but she's not even to be at the peak of my craft. Only to be forced to endure the searing flames every single day. It's nothing, really. Han Roya offered a sheepish smile. I'm still a long way from reaching my grandfather's level. Gangrim's gaze was unwavering. No. He looked directly into her eyes, pulling up her status window. His voice held absolute authority. I need your power, Han Roya. Rank 3. Demonic. Attribute: Fire. Skill: Blacksmith's Flame. A rank 3 dragonic ability. A sacred fire capable of forging magic-infused items. It even grants a bonus stat when processing metals. Cannot be used on items of the same rank. She read the contract, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is this really all there is to it? From now on, she would work directly under S-Gang Dream, with no affiliation to the Fate Protection Bureau. She beamed, saying, You sponsored my awakening and even gave me a possession-type item. I never imagined you'd offer so much each month. He clarified. I helped you awaken, but the item wasn't from me. That was the work of the master craftsman, Han Chun. You've become his vessel. He placed a sword on the table. Your task is to reforge this 7-branched sword. Follow the divine revelation and grow stronger until I return. She answered brightly, I understand. Then she hesitated, scratching the back of her neck. My family's grave is on the mountain. Could I start after I pay my grandfather a visit? He glanced outside at the deepening darkness, his mind racing. Visiting a cemetery at this hour. The demonic energy near graves intensifies after dark, which means demonic beasts are more likely to appear. He said aloud, It's dangerous at night. Demonic beasts could show up. I'll go with you. She panicked. Demonic beasts. He reassured her calmly. They likely won't be strong. And if any do appear, I can take care of them. Relieved, she led the way. Oh, okay. It's not far from here. Under the fading light of dusk, they reached a small, solitary grave. This is it, she said softly. It really is close, he thought. Just then, Han Chun's probing voice echoed in his mind again. Who are you? Snooping around my granddaughter's shop. Wait, you're a powerful, awakened one. Take my granddaughter to the Fate Protection Bureau, so she can be one too. He muttered to himself as a realization dawned. I can hear Han Chun's voice so clearly in this timeline. I thought it was because of my karma.
But looking at the tombstone, it hit him. But it might be because I'm this close to his physical grave. The pieces were starting to connect.
Normally, Communication with the divine is weak in this world, making it difficult to hear the voices of the gods. But in sacred places like temples or tombs, the connection to a specific deity becomes much clearer. Hanroya smiled gently as she poured out some liquor. "Grandpa, thank you for watching over me," he asked curiously. "But can't you already communicate with him without coming here, now that you're his vessel and all?" Hanroya replied, a nostalgic look in her eyes. "Yes, but only when I'm here does it feel like I'm truly talking with him." She added, "It's close, so I come here often to talk. Thankfully, I've only ever come in the mornings until now." Something clicked in Gangrim's mind. "Right. He passed away recently, didn't he?" "Yes, less than half a year ago," she confirmed. "When a person dies, their soul departs, but their very essence lingers for a time. Fate stealing works by extracting information from that lingering spirit. Attempting to steal fate from a long-dead or incomplete corpse would cost far more mana," he thought, calculating the possibilities. "It's only been 4 to 5 months, so I could probably steal it with mana?" He immediately shut down the thought. Of course not. Even if it's possible, I can't just desecrate her grandfather's grave right in front of her. Suddenly, his expression hardened. "Stay alert. We're leaving." A tide of dark, demonic energy suddenly flooded the area. Without hesitation, he pulled Hanroya behind him. "Miss Hanroya, stay back." His weapon was already in his hand. As pairs of glowing red eyes materialized from the shadows, Hanroya gasped in terror. "They're real. Demonic beasts." His eyes never left the enemy. "Since you live near the cemetery, I should give you an item to ward off beasts like these. That way, you can focus on your forging." Hanroya could only hold her breath, frozen in fear as he raised his sword. But in a flash of light, a mysterious figure produced talismans pulsing with brilliant mana. The paper charms shot forward, pinning the charging beasts in place. In the next instant, a powerful slash of energy swept through, annihilating the entire pack in a single blow. Gangrim froze, his eyes widening in shock. That talisman. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows, holding a single golden chrysanthemum. A chiding voice cut through the silence. "Weren't you taught that places like this are dangerous at night?" The masked man continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "And to think you drag a minor into it." Gangrim turned to Hanroya, his tone deadly serious. "Miss Hanroya, you need to leave. Now." And wait, once he was sure Hanroya was at a safe distance, he faced the stranger, his voice turning ice cold. "What are you doing here?" "Hyun." The man slowly reached for his mask. "So, you haven't forgotten the sound of my voice? It's been over 5 years, hasn't it?" He pulled off the mask, revealing a face from the past. "It's been a while." Gangrim. A smirk played on Gangrim's lips, his composure unbroken. "Well, it hasn't been that long. We saw each other during the training mission," he clarified. The man let out an exasperated sigh, rattling the belled staff in his hand. "If you knew it was me, why didn't you say anything?" Gangrim's reply was nonchalant, cutting through the memory of that deadly haze. It wasn't exactly the right time for a friendly reunion. Much like right now. Gangrim cut straight to the chase. "Are you tailing me on the Bureau's orders? Or is this your own decision?" The man looked surprised. "That's the first thing you ask me?" Gangrim's voice was laced with meaning. "I was thinking." The man continued, his tone pointed. "I was thinking you'd ask about Mother first." Gangrim's gaze lifted, a complicated light flickering in his golden eyes. He hesitated. Teacher. Well? A memory of the woman he once called Mother surfaced in his mind. The man's face twisted with pain. "She passed away 2 years ago." Gangrim's head fell, his hair shadowing his eyes. His voice, barely a whisper, was heavy with grief. "So, teacher is really gone," he thought to himself, remembering her warm smile. Amidst a blazing inferno, it was the same in his past life. She passed a few years before the awakening. He looked up, his voice cracking with pain and accusation. "Why wasn't I called to the funeral?" The other man was stunned. "The funeral?" He grabbed Gangrim by the collar, roaring with fury. "You were the one who walked out on us. How dare you even ask?" The memory hit him like a tidal wave. A younger Gangrim, broken and sobbing in utter despair. "The only people who aren't cursed by my presence are you and Mom." The small boy collapsed onto the desolate school grounds, his body racked with sobs. His older brother gently lifted him to his feet, his voice firm. "Don't call her Mom. She is my mother." Gangrim fell silent. His brother continued, deadly serious. "If you call her teacher, then I will be your Hin." And from that day forward, little by little, Gangrim's life started to change for the better, just as teacher said it would. With an older brother by his side, they were able to perform the ancestral suppression rituals. In her traditional robes, teacher's voice was gentle. "My son." But a different, solemn voice echoed in young Gangrim's mind. "Did you think running from me would change your fate, even without my presence? You will only bring ruin to everyone around you." The boy looked up, his golden eyes blazing with defiance. "No, from now on, things will be different." And after that day, the god's voice fell silent. The ghosts vanished, and the nightmares finally stopped. A peaceful memory. The three of them walking beneath blooming cherry blossoms. For the first time, I thought maybe I could be happy too. An old man grabbed Gang Rim, his voice dripping with anger. "Senior Weijin, you're still keeping this thing by your side? You've performed the suppression ritual countless times. And still, he spreads misfortune wherever he goes." He shrieked, "If you don't cast him out this instant, you'll be next." But a sharp slap silenced his rant. Teacher Wajon's voice was deadly calm. "Lai Hun, say one more word, and I will tear that tongue from your mouth." Her golden eyes burned with absolute fury. She snarled, "Never speak of my son that way again." But later that night, his brother carried an unconscious Gang Rim on his back. His voice was laced with bitter envy. "Why? Why does mother care more about you than her own flesh and blood? Why did the god choose to descend upon you, and not me?" He then violently threw Gang Rim to the floor. Lying there, Gang Rim stared at the ceiling as tears streamed down his face, his heart shattering. How could he say that? He knows what I've been through because of that god. I wasn't surprised by Hyun. Lying in bed, a thought consumed me. If his desire to possess the god was as strong as my desire to be free of it, huddled and trembling in a dark corner, he must have been living in his own personal hell. So, I was the cause of Hyun's misery. Young Gang Rim looked up, a new resolve hardening his gaze. If I, the harbinger of misfortune, just disappear, then Hyun and teacher can finally be happy. Back in the present, Gang Rim didn't resist as his brother held him by the collar. His brother demanded, his voice seething with anger, "Why aren't you fighting back?" His grip tightened. "You could throw me off in an instant, couldn't you? You're the top trainee, after all. Are you pitying me right now?" Gang Rim tilted his head, a deep weariness in his golden eyes. "I don't want to fight you." Effortlessly, Gang Rim brushed his hand away. His voice turned to ice. "Don't look down on me. I'm not who I was back then." His brother ground his teeth, eyes blazing with a mix of fury and resentment. "That god, it came to me, too." Gang Rim froze. A brutal truth crashed into his mind. How is this possible? In his past life, the only reason they ever got along. A painful memory surged forth. His older brother, screaming at a much weaker Gang Rim. "I can't stand seeing you this pathetic. If you're this weak, then what does that make me? The one who's jealous of you. It was because I was weak." Back in the present, Gang Rim's eyes turned sharp and resolute. He thought to himself, "There's something I have to tell him." Inside a lavish office, Seo Moon, Ian Neil, a woman with striking purple hair, was throwing darts when a man in a suit entered to give a report. "Did you meet with Seo Gang Rim?" She answered bluntly. "I did." The man pressed on. "And did he agree to join our team?" "No," she said. "He refused." The man was none other than Gang Down, Gang Rim's older brother. He explained, he said he had other business to attend to, but he didn't specify what. Seom and Ian Neil looked disappointed. "I had high hopes, considering your connection to him." Down cut her off. "We're not that close." She raised an eyebrow, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Not close? And yet you spent a fortune on him? Just how much was that special ointment, anyway?" Down fell silent, the memory flashing in his mind of handing that priceless item to Gang Rim. Seom and Ian Neil playfully threw another dart. "Go try and convince Seo Gang Rim one more time." Down's voice was hesitant. "I doubt going back will change his mind." Seom and Ion Neil's fingers danced across a holographic keyboard. A plan began to form in her mind. If we explore a demon world together, perhaps Seo Gang Rim will finally let his guard down. Don't you think? She smiled slyly, her purple eyes gleaming with desire. "Please, I really want him on our team." At that very moment, Gang Rim's device buzzed. A notification popped up, a request for Seo Gang Rim to join a demon world expedition. Gang Rim stared at the screen, a faint smile playing on his lips. The message from Seom and Ian Neil read, "Our team will assist you." He thought, well, I guess I've found my reason to see him. He read the details of the request: the ruined city, an uncharted demon world, requesting Seo Gang Rim's participation in a demon world expedition. Target: the ruined city in OO, a Tier 1 demon world. While not a high-tier gate, it hasn't been explored in months, causing problems due to the number of hunters who never return. We hope to borrow the strength of Seo Gang Rim, who has successfully conquered numerous demon worlds using a variety of strategies. Our team's Kang Hyun will support the first squad's captain, Soon Selman Ian Neil. Standing before the meeting point, Gang Rim was lost in thought. Well, it's not like all regressors remember everything. I only recall the major demon worlds, the unique ones. or the places where some huge incident occurred. He scanned the area, his eyes narrowed in thought. This one isn't a high-tier gate. As he walked, he continued his inner monologue. If it's not well known, it was probably cleared without any major trouble. This isn't just about the demon world. It's about the conversation I need to have with my brother. At that moment, Du Hein emerged from a luxury car. Du Hyun waved cheerfully. "See you, Gang Rim. You're here early." A woman with vibrant red hair stepped out with him. She announced excitedly, "I'm joining this expedition too." Gang Rim was surprised to see a familiar face. Anabi Cha. Anabi cheerfully extended her hand. "Long time no see." Gang Rim shook it, still taken aback. "I didn't expect Anabi Cha to be here." Anabi gave a slightly forced laugh, as a quick flashback shows another group in a panic. "What? Gang Rim and Gang Doyu know each other? We absolutely cannot let the first squad recruit him," Down explained. "I decided to join as well. It seemed like it might be too much for just the two of you." Gang Rim stared right at him, cutting in. "You're probably here to recruit me." Down froze. Gang Rim just smiled. "I won't deny that's what I was thinking. We can discuss it later." He thought to himself, "This is good. Having someone else here will keep my brother in check." The trio entered a crumbling, old building covered in ceiling talismans. As they ascended the dark staircase, Down asked a question. "Since we're outside, you don't really need the mask, do you?" Gang Rim replied, "Ah, but I accepted this request as an individual hunter." Suddenly, they came across another party of hunters who had arrived before them. Down noted, "Looks like we're not the only ones here." A hunter from the other group spoke up. "What's this? You guys hunters, too?" Anabi replied with a friendly tone. "Yes, we're hunters as well. Do you think we could maybe explore together?" The man shot her down instantly. "You know the unwritten rule, don't you? We were here first. You wait an hour or two before going in. We don't want you stealing the boss loot from under our noses." Du Haiyan crossed his arms, scoffing. "That's ridiculous. You guys barely even look like hunters. Don't hang around dangerous places like this. Why don't you go play in some tier 3 gates?" A younger hunter on their team yelled back in anger. "What did you say?" "Our team leader is a tier 1. What are your ranks?" "Huh?" Anabi tried to de-escalate the situation. Now, when it comes to exploring demon worlds, experience is everything," the guy snapped. "Just answer the question. The system ranks you as dragon, demon, human, or insect. It seems our party's leader is ranked lower than theirs." Down looked absolutely furious, enraged. The team leader just sneered. "Humph. They don't even dare to speak up. What a bunch of losers. Let's go." Du Hyun's brow furrowed. Anabi asked, her voice laced with concern. "I didn't realize there were rules like that among civilian hunters. Should we wait for them? Why should we wait?" "Just ignore them, Anabi," Ganjim thought as he spoke. "Let's head in." Du Hyun figured, well, if things get messy, he could always reveal their identities. They stepped into the demon realm known as the Ruined City. The scene before them was one of utter devastation. Du Hyun observed, "This city has been completely annihilated. Our mission is to destroy the statue that acts as a medium for the barrier." The demon gate sealed shut behind them. Ganjim noted, "Ah, the entrance. This is one of those demon realms you can only escape by succeeding. There's no time limit." Anabi analyzed, pointing a finger at a virtual map that appeared. "It looks like we have to find that statue to get out, but no one's ever escaped before. That must mean this demon realm is massive." Ganjim added, "We don't even know what the statue looks like." Du Hyun spoke with confidence. "If it's connected to the barrier, we'll be able to sense its magical aura. We might just find it sooner than we think." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. "Help me!" The group of hunters who went in first were fleeing in a panic. One of them yelled, "This way, run!" while another member stumbled and fell, crying out desperately. "Brother!" Snatched by a creature made of mud, the young hunter reached out in terror, screaming, "Save me, please!" The mud monster rose up as another team member shrieked in fear, "Team leader!" The woman in their group was grabbed by a different monster. She tried to fight back with her sword, yelling in desperation, "What are you all doing? Somebody help me!" The team leader's face went pale with fear as he ground his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, we've made a terrible mistake." They were cornered in a dead end, completely surrounded by the mud monsters. A massive creature loomed over the female hunter. She screamed in absolute despair. "No, I don't want to die like this." Just then, Anabi moved like a flash of lightning, a single powerful attack freeing the female hunter. She asked calmly, "Are you all right?" The hunter, still in shock with tears streaming down her face, stammered out, "Thank you." Ganjim had also sprung into action, his sword glowing with a faint blue light, effortlessly cleaving through the mud monsters. Du Hyun wasn't standing idly by either. He swung his bell staff, unleashing countless exploding talismans, creating a rain of fire that annihilated their enemies. The female hunter could only stare, completely overwhelmed by their immense power. How did they defeat those monsters so easily? Are all high-rank hunters really like this? After the battle ended, Anabi leaned on her staff and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it looks like we managed to catch up to them. The bewildered hunter asked, "What just happened in the last few minutes?" "A few minutes? What are you talking about?" she continued, her face a mask of confusion. "Didn't you guys enter hours after we did?" Anabi explained. "We followed you in almost immediately." The other hunter team was completely stunned. The female hunter cried out, "That's impossible." Anabi looked towards where the demon gate had vanished, her expression turning serious. "It seems the flow of time inside this demon realm is different from the outside. I'm worried about the hunters who still haven't returned. The very first team entered this place months ago, according to outside time." Gangyam crossed his arms, lost in thought. If they're still alive, they must be surviving on supplies purchased from the shop. And Abby then noticed Do Hyun inspecting something. "Just how long have they been in here?" "Wait a second. Hunter Do Hyun," she asked curiously. "Did you find something?" Do Hyun looked contemplative. Do Hyun turned back to the group, his voice serious. "I was just checking the monsters we defeated." "Ah," he suddenly puffed out his chest, smiling proudly within a sparkling aura. "It turns out I killed more monsters than Gangjim did, and he's supposed to be the top-ranked hunter." Gangjim put a hand over his face, and Abby just gave him a look of sheer exhaustion. She said, "All right, let's just start the search." Gangjim unrolled an ancient scroll, activating the Demon Realm map. Current search rate, 0.03%. He glanced from the massive map to the ruined city outside. "This place is unbelievably huge. Do we have to search every single corner, inside and out?" He summoned a wisp of white smoke in his palm. "Let's send Rini to scout from the sky first." A tiny, shimmering spirit deer emerged from the smoke. Anabi stepped forward, orange energy flaring to life around her hands. "Then I'll search the interiors of the buildings." Activating her controller TU ability from magic cubes, she created countless small, clay-like humanoid figures. Anabi pointed forward, commanding her army to search inside every building for any survivors. "Find the statue or anything else suspicious, and report back to me." The tiny TU army surged forward like a tide. They flooded into the alleyways and crumbling buildings. The rescued hunters watched on, completely flabbergasted. One of them muttered, "That's truly incredible. Real hunters are on a completely different level." Gangyam remarked, "So many TUs, it's a bit noisy." Anabi smiled. "I can make them quiet if needed." Gangyam replied, "Oh, there's no need for that." Faced with the gods of the demon realm, he froze as a thought struck him like lightning. "Huh?" he murmured, his brow furrowed in confusion. Now that he thought about it, why were the gods so unnervingly silent? He tried to access the system, but the connection failed. An error window flashed into existence. Anabi turned to Sae-gang, her voice laced with worry. His face darkened as he replied, "The connection is dead." Anabi's eyes widened in panic. "I can't connect either, not even to the item shop." Then, a system message materialized before them. "Connection to the divine beings has been severed. Connection to the item shop system has been severed." Sae-gang's voice was grim. "If this keeps up, we can't call for backup, let alone get any supplies." Horror washed over Anabi as she covered her mouth, a terrifying realization dawning on her. That means the hunters who haven't returned yet. Do Hyun placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to steady her. "Hey, Anabi." The rescued hunter looked on, concerned. "Is something wrong?" Sae-gang stared at the error message, his mind racing, putting the pieces together. "Hold on. If the connection is severed, does that mean the gods can't hear us right now?" He shot a quick glance at Do Hyun, a determined glint in his eye. He realized an opportunity like this might never come again. Do Hyun seemed to grasp his unspoken intention. "I need to have a word with him," Sae-gang declared. "Right here." Rini, his unicorn companion, took to the sky. It radiated a guiding light as the party followed Sae-gang's lead. The other hunter trailed behind, her hand tight on her sword. "Where exactly are we headed?" she asked nervously. Ruined buildings loomed on all sides, and the fog grew thicker with every step. Rini hovered ahead, its light cutting through the dense mist. Suddenly, both Sae-gang and Do Hyun froze in their tracks, utterly stunned by the scene before them. In stark contrast to the surrounding devastation, lay a pristine courtyard with a glittering fountain. A magnificent mansion stood untouched, encircled by vibrant, perfectly manicured flower beds. Sae-gang peered curiously through the bars of an iron gate. Rini perched on his shoulder. "What in the world is this place?" He stepped inside a luxurious grand hall, where a plush red carpet swept up a grand staircase. How is a place like this so perfectly preserved? The whole party entered, awestruck by the sheer opulence. Then, Do Hyun's nose twitched. "I smell something." The others recoiled from a foul stench, but the three hunters from the other party suddenly yelled, "Food!" and charged forward like madmen. Sae-gang called out, "Hey, Wait up. But it was too late. They had discovered a magnificent banquet table, groaning under the weight of a feast. The trio was ecstatic. I knew it. One of them cheered. We don't have to worry about supplies anymore. Another one said, snatching up an apple, while the woman grabbed a loaf of bread. It's still warm. It must have been baked just moments ago. Just as she raised the bread to her lips, Sae-gang lunged forward and smacked it out of her hand, roaring, "Don't eat that." The other group's leader spun around, furious. Who the hell are you to tell us what to do? Are you trying to keep all this for yourself? Sae-gang's voice was ice. You're an absolute fool. Do-hyun sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. It's pathetic. You're willing to devour this obviously suspicious feast, and you have the nerve to call yourselves hunters. The rescued hunter gave a nervous laugh, trying to diffuse the tension. Well, he does have a point. It is a little suspicious. Maybe we should check the area first, she suggested, as Anabi turned to Do-hyun. Do-hyun, that was a bit harsh, she said. He just shrugged. What? It's the truth. The other team's leader snapped at his companions. Are you still thinking about that food? Put it down. Anabi stepped in, suggesting, let's just split up and search the area. 3 doors stood before them. Do-hyun pointed. I'll take this path. He then added, let's all meet back at the main entrance. That smell is driving me crazy. The woman from the other team grumbled. We'll go check the path we came in on. As Do-hyun disappeared through his chosen doorway, Sae-gang watched him go. This was it. This was his chance. But just as he was about to move, Anabi quickly stepped in his way. Wait, Sae-gang. He turned, slightly surprised as she met his gaze directly. Yes, he asked. Is there something you need? Anabi's voice was sincere, full of concern. Have you reconsidered working for the Bureau of Destiny's protection? Hunters operating without a god's patronage are always in much more danger. I know you could just join a guild, but the Bureau has access to so much more information. And I'm sorry, Sae-gang cut her off firmly. But I have no intention of working for them. Anabi's face fell with disappointment. Oh, I see. Sae-gang tried to let her down gently. There are plenty of hunters far more skilled than I am. Really. Thank you for the offer, but your time would be better spent recruiting them. Anabi's voice suddenly rose, cutting through his polite refusal. I've never seen a hunter better than you. Memories of Sae-gang in battle flashed through her mind. From everything I've seen, you might have a lower rank, but you fight harder than anyone else. She remembered how he saved Cha-jo Han, never backing down for a second. You're a person who understands others. You rush to help anyone in trouble, and you never abandon your comrades, even when facing impossible odds. That's why I want you on our team. Her voice was filled with genuine admiration and a desperate sincerity. Anabi's direct, heartfelt words caught Gang Rim off guard, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks. She continued excitedly, her plan clearly laid out. That's why I already set up a desk for you and prepared a welcome party. I even made a list of the best restaurants near the Bureau. Anabi sighed, resigning herself. But I guess I shouldn't be so pushy. Gang Rim offered a slight smile, certain that she already knew about his abilities. She turned away cheerfully. All right then, let's take a look around and come back. I'll see you in a little bit. Gang Rim watched her go, a quiet sense of gratitude filling him. After Anabi left, he ascended the mansion's grand staircase alone. He paused at the top, gazing down the desolate hall. I'm sure he went this way. There, at the end of the corridor, stood Do-hyun, his silhouette cast long by the pale moonlight filtering through a massive window. Do-hyun turned slowly, his eyes glinting ominously in the dark. Gang Rim cursed internally, his discomfort obvious. Damn it, he doesn't look like he's in the mood to listen to anything I have to say. He stepped closer, attempting to break the crushing silence. Why are you glaring at me like that? Are you also waiting here to recruit me? Do-hyun strode past him, his voice as cold as ice. I saw the karma bands on your body. Gang Rim froze mid-step. Do-hyun spun back to face him. You know that the more karma you accumulate, the more of those bands you'll have, don't you? Gang Rim said nothing. Do-hyun's voice suddenly cracked with fury. What the hell did you do? He roared, lunging forward to grab Gang Rim by the collar. After leaving home, Gang's eyes began to glow with a terrifying golden light. He asked again, his voice low and chilling. What did you do to gather so much karma? Do-hyun's rage only intensified. What kind of person do you take me for? Their confrontation was violently interrupted by the appearance of a dark, looming figure. The shadow advanced from the end of the hall. Both brothers turned, shocked by the creature that had just materialized. A statue, Do-hyun exclaimed. A humanoid figure, carved from some dark material, stood imposing before them. Is that the statue we need to find? Do-hyun asked uncertainly, drawing his weapons a pair of golden ceremonial daggers. He wondered why it had stopped moving. In the next moment, the statue shattered, and from within, countless other shadows burst out at horrifying speed. Du Hyun and Gangrim snapped into combat stances simultaneously. I guess we'll find out once we destroy it, Du Hyun said. The piercing shriek of metal rang out as a golden sword and an azure one clashed violently. A fiery battle ignited between the two brothers. Just as Du Hyun prepared to strike the statue, Gangrim screamed in a panic, "Don't destroy it." Seeing the statue lunge, Du Hyun shoved Gang into a nearby room, taking the blow himself. Du Hyun staggered to his feet, clutching his impacted shoulder and cursing through gritted teeth. That bastard. He spun around, his face flushed with fury as he roared at Gang. "Are you insane? Why did you stop me? Were you trying to get yourself killed?" Du Hyun's rage seemed to suck the air out of the room. Gangrim pushed himself up from a desk, covering his face. His voice was weary and trembling. That thing. Du Hyun, still seething, grabbed a talisman and his daggers. Clicking his tongue, he said, "Take another look." He pointed to the statue, now standing motionless in the hall. "Does that look human to you?" Gangrim peered through the broken doorframe, his golden eyes activating their special ability. He replied bitterly, "It still looks the same." But the status window he could see revealed a different truth. Yang Sira, novice-level aberration. Element, Earth. Status, shape-shifting curse. The statue remained perfectly still, showing no intent to attack. What? It's not attacking? Du Hyun wondered aloud. Gangrim analyzed the situation. Maybe they can't go beyond the hallway. A human wouldn't have that kind of restriction. Du Hyun shot back, his shoulders still aching. Gangrim thought to himself, I can't tell him about my ability to see status windows. He glanced down at Rini, who was glowing gently at his side. "You know I have a Kirin, right? I can tell because of him, so trust me." He pointed to the spirit deer. "Spirit beast Rini," he commanded with an air of authority. "Purify them." Rini unleashed a powerful wave of light. The spirit deer leaped forward, a cleansing green light enveloping the statue. Activating purification, Rini gently made contact with the figure. The light spread, shattering the hard, rock-like shell. A crack appeared, and a golden radiance spilled from within. The stone exterior crumbled to dust, revealing a woman with silver-blue hair inside. The curse on the target has been lifted. A faint green smoke swirled around the girl as she slowly regained consciousness. Du Hyun was stunned, his face a mask of utter disbelief. "It really was a person," he stammered. Gangrim rushed to support the staggering woman. "Hey, can you hear me?" She could only manage an unconscious groan. Du Hyun stood frozen, his fists clenched as a storm of conflict raged within him. How could Gangrim have known? But I awakened earlier than almost anyone, and even became an emissary of the Protection Bureau. Du Hyun covered his face, a crushing sense of inadequacy washing over him. "I still can't even come close to Gangrim. I think we need to get this person somewhere safe," Gangrim declared, noticing the strange tension coming from his older brother. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Du Hyun brushed him off, his voice ice-cold. "Stay out of it." With the woman secured on his back, Gangrim stated, "Let's head back down. We need to tell Anabi and the other hunters what we found." He glanced at Du Hyun, who was completely lost in his own thoughts and only managed a reluctant grunt in response. "Right." The two of them descended the stairs together. As soon as they reached the bottom, Anabi was already waiting. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight of the stranger on Gangrim's back. "What did you find?" Anabi rushed over, her voice filled with concern for the unconscious woman. "There's a survivor," Du Hyun explained to his stunned Anabi, "and she might not be the only one." "You mean there are more people here?" she asked, her voice trembling. "They were turned into monsters by a curse. There could be many more." Suddenly, Gangrim realized Rini had vanished. "Rini," he called out. He found the small spirit deer in the dining room, standing right on the banquet table. Gangrim rushed in, sighing in relief. "Ah, there you are." He quickly scooped Rini into his arms, scolding gently, "You can't just eat suspicious food like this." In that moment, he felt a powerful killing intent. Cold sweat trickled down his temple. His eyes darted to the banquet table, where some of the food had clearly been eaten. Instantly, the stone statues from the hall stormed the dining room like a hurricane. Gangrim dodged desperately, holding Rini tight against his chest. The stone statues swarmed him, their eyes glowing with a deadly light. He had no choice but to activate his power. As he scanned each statue, a horrifying truth was revealed. He could see the faces of the missing hunters, trapped within the cold stone. The statues attacked with ferocious power, flipping the massive banquet table. As he dodged the assault, Gangrim muttered, "Damn it, it's the hunters." He looked down at the trembling spirit in his arms. "Rini, do you think you can purify them?" Rini simply shook her head weakly. Gangrim sighed. It seemed there was no other way. He carefully set Rini down and prepared for battle. "I have to take them down first," he thought. "But if they're strong enough to cause this much destruction, I'm not sure if my attacks can even break them." He unleashed a powerful punch, shattering one of the statues into countless fragments. Just then, Anabi and Do-hyun rushed into the room. "We told you not to eat the food," Anabi yelled, seeing the other hunters. The three of them looked terrified and full of regret. Holding up a piece of pudding, Do-hyun explained, "So this is it. You turn into a monster if you eat the food here. I suspect the aroma itself acts as a lure, some kind of charm to draw people in, though I can't be certain." Anabi glanced at the rescued woman cowering in the corner, her voice full of sympathy. "I guess those who were trapped here longer had no choice but to eat." The woman clutched her head, mumbling in a panic-stricken voice, "Upstairs, upstairs." Gangrim turned to Anabi. "Were you able to get anything out of her? I tried asking her a few questions earlier." "No," Anabi replied. "All she'll say is that there's something on the 5th floor." Do-hyun then turned to the other hunters, giving a sharp command. "You all wait here with the woman." He then faced Gangrim and Anabi, his voice firm. "We're going to the 5th floor." But when they reached the 4th floor, a horrifying sight met their eyes. The floor was covered in small, beast-like statues. Every single one had once been human. All of these were people. Do-hyun's voice was devoid of emotion. He then asked coldly, "Can we just kill them all? We just saved all those people on the floors below." Anabi cried out in horror. "Envoy Do-hyun, please don't make a joke like that." Do-hyun turned, his gaze as sharp as ice. "I'm not joking. We were never obligated to save them in the first place. Our mission is to raid this place, nothing more." Gangrim placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. "I don't think we need to fight all of them. Some of them are monsters. In fact, most of them are," Do-hyun retorted. He smirked. "Fine, I'll be the bad guy. Then which ones are human?" A confident smile played on Do-hyun's lips as he held up several talismans. "I have an idea. Just point them out to me." Gangrim pulled out a vial of what looked like insect honey. "There are too many. I'll mark the humans with this." Anabi and Do-hyun watched in absolute horror as Gangrim prepared to move. "What are you doing?" Anabi screamed. Without a moment of hesitation, Gangrim charged into the swarm of statues, swiftly dabbing the honey onto the ones that were still human. You reckless fool," Do-hyun roared, his voice a mix of fury and terror. Gangrim snapped back over his shoulder. "Is this really the best time to be yelling at me?" Do-hyun gritted his teeth. There was no other option. "Damn it, Anabi, let's go," he yelled. He hurled the talismans forward. They erupted into chains of fire, binding the marked statues and yanking them out of the battle. With the humans secured, Do-hyun and Anabi charged into the fray, wiping out the remaining monstrous statues. After the brutal battle, the 4th floor was a complete wreck. Do-hyun looked at the humans bound by the fiery chains and said, "Now, if we can just break the curse, we just need to purify them." Anabi cut in. "But Gangrim, wait. I think it's better if we purify them after we complete the raid. It'll be too chaotic with all these people awake," she reasoned. Just then, a sudden wave of nausea hit Do-hyun. Do-hyun whispered urgently. He covered his mouth, muttering, "What is that smell?" Anabi and Gangrim caught the strange scent as well. A smell? They both froze as they recognized the odor. The overwhelming stench of blood drifted up from the stairs, leading to the 5th floor. Gangrim peered into the deep darkness. His senses screamed that this was something far worse. It was the smell of death itself. A wave of dark, malevolent energy washed down from above, putting all three on guard. Gangrim's mind raced. They entered a dark room where charred skeletons and remains littered the tables. Anabi gasped in horror. These hunters. She knelt down to inspect a helmet, her voice thick with sorrow. They died as humans. We could have saved them if they just turned into monsters from the food downstairs. Do-hyun turned away, unable to stomach the scene. Gangrim summoned a flame to his hand, incinerating a skull. Do-hyun and Anabi could only watch, their hearts filled with rage. From the end of the hall, a figure staggered into view. It was a man with tangled hair and blood-red eyes. Anabi and Do-hyun realized it at the same time. Do-hyun exclaimed, "It's a survivor." As Anabi rushed forward, Gangrim held her back. "Wait." He watched the man approach, then asked Anabi, "When was the last time a hunter party came through here?" Anabi was taken aback. "Huh? Why are you asking that now? Don't you know?" She tried to recall the report. "From what I've read, it was definitely a week ago." Gangrim's voice became grave. Then at least 4 days have passed. He looked at the man, who appeared to have aged decades. If they came here any earlier, it might as well have been years. A terrifying thought struck Gangrim. What if he didn't become a monster? Then what has he been eating? The man lifted his head, revealing a gaunt face, crimson eyes, and a crazed smile. He opened his mouth wide and let out an inhuman shriek. Do-hyun was adamant. He's still human, right? He readied an attack. "Let's just take him down first and figure it out later." He launched 3 talismans, but they fluttered to the ground, completely useless. The man swiped his hand, and a blast of dark energy obliterated the papers. He lunged toward Inabi with terrifying speed, his red eyes burning with madness. Inabi screamed in terror as Doyun intercepted the madman's attack, taking a deep bite to his own arm. Messenger Kang Doyun. She immediately countered, sending the attacker flying with her staff. The man stumbled backward, his strength astonishing. Doyun checked his wound, assuring a worried Inabi, "I'm fine." Gangram observed their foe. He was clearly far more powerful than he appeared. He activated his ability, but the information it revealed sent a chill down his spine. The man let out a savage roar. He summoned a ball of fire, his white hair whipping in the wind. Anabi and Doyun joined forces to block the blazing attack. Anabi gritted her teeth, stunned by the enemy's raw power. How can a human possess demonic energy like that? Doyun wasn't holding up much better. He roared in frustration. "Damn it, do I look weaker than Anabi?" He and Anabi coordinated their attacks, but the man dodged them with ease. Anabi screamed a warning. Messenger Gangram. Gangram stood perfectly still, a strange glint in his golden eyes. He was reading the information left behind by the dead hunters. Their agonizing memories flooded his mind. "Li Shengsheng, let's be the first to clear this demon world. Is there any food left?" "There's nothing." "What are we supposed to do?" "Brother Xiu and the others. They've all turned into monsters, everyone is dead. Get a grip. I'm sure someone will come rescue us." "No. I can't hold on any longer," Doyun yelled, trying to snap Gangram back to reality. "What are you doing, Messenger Gangram?" He threw himself in front of Gangram, blocking the madman's fatal strike. Doyun shouted, his voice desperate. "Draw the seven-branched sword." A realization dawned on him. He went to the forge. Gangram drew his reforged blade. That's right, it has been refined. The seven-branched sword, unmelted by lightning. Grade, low-level dragon tribe. A blade forged from a sacred tree struck by lightning. It holds immense holy energy and repels all evil. Its golden light sent the man reeling back in agony. Anabi shouted as he turned to flee. "He's running away." Gangram stopped her. "Don't pursue him." He turned to Doyun and Anabi, his tone serious. "I think it's time I told you two something." Doyun theorized about the man. Was it because he was too close to the barrier? Gangram explained. "You mean this happened to him because he accumulated too much bad karma?" "Essentially, yes." Anabi asked with concern. "Do you think we can turn him back to normal?" Doyun immediately shot the idea down. "You want to capture him alive? That interferes with our mission." Anabi argued back, "But it was an accident that gave him all that karma. We can't just kill him." Gangram clutched his chest as a dreadful question entered his mind. But just how much karma does it take to break through the barrier? He thought of his own past sins. "I, too, have accumulated karma as the price for my ability. Originally, that power was supposed to accumulate based on the sinful acts one commits, things like robbery, assault, torture, and murder. The more heinous the crime, the more karma that person would amass." He recalled the blood-soaked visions he'd witnessed in the man's memories. If that carnage was truly his past, then he committed some of the worst sins imaginable and is still walking this earth. A chilling fear crept into his heart. Just how much karma would a man like that possess? And what about my own? How close am I to that threshold? A cold sweat trickled down his spine at the terrifying thought. Suddenly, Doyun shook his shoulder, snapping him out of it. "Hey, Seal Gangram." "Seal Gangram," he snapped. "Why do you keep spacing out?" Gangram quickly reassured him. "I'm fine." "Then let's head back up," Doyun said. "We need to figure out how to clear this mission." Gangram asked. "What about him?" Doyun replied. "He won't come near us as long as we have the seven-branched sword." But Gangram wasn't satisfied. "You want to just leave him be?" he challenged. "Maybe we can purify him, just like we did with the other creature. I was planning to ask the team leader for help after we cleared this area. But if we wait any longer..." Doyun cut him off, his voice laced with frustration. "He's too powerful. What other choice do we have? Do you want all three of us to die trying to save that thing?" he demanded. Gangram responded with calm certainty. "I have a plan." Anabi and Doyun both shot him a skeptical look. With unwavering eyes that radiated confidence, Gangram declared, "We can do this." Doyun turned away, placing talismans on the wall. He grumbled, "I don't like this." It reminded him of the last time he was forced to follow Gangram's lead. In the end, we're doing things Seal Gang's way again. He lightly punched the talisman-covered door. Why is it always like this? Why is his solution always the right one? He leaned against the door with a heavy sigh. "No, that's not it. Who can I blame? When I'm just not as good as Seal Gangram." Gangram approached from behind, dark energy swirling around him. "Hyung, Sister Anabi says everything's ready. I just finished my part, too." He smiled. "All right, then let's go lure it out." As he walked past, Doyun called out to him. "Hey, Seal Gangram. You really think this is going to be enough?" he asked, his voice dripping with doubt. If this isn't enough to catch our target, this whole operation is pointless. Do you really trust me that much? Gangram only offered a cryptic smile as he walked away. That talisman. You're the one who wrote it. He's trusting in your skill. Doyen touched the seal on the wall, his expression unreadable. He trusts. My skills, he wondered to himself. He let out a long breath. You've gotten much better at handling things since I last saw you. Seal Gangram. Or are you just pitying me in a world where divine power has become the new normal? It was no longer a curse that powerful gods were drawn to Seal Gangram. He smirked, but there was no joy in it. Even so, I still can't stand you. Beneath the full moon, Gangram stood alone, facing the enemy in the gloomy hall. He was surrounded by the charred remains of fallen hunters. The crazed creature crawled along the floor, snarling incoherently. Gangram spoke calmly. There's no need to be so on guard. Spreading his arms wide, he offered a smile. I didn't bring it with me. The creature's crimson eyes narrowed, its distrust palpable. Instantly, it lunged forward to strike. Its razor-sharp claws radiated a chilling aura. But instead of dodging, Gangram allowed the attack to phase right through him. An illusion. He reappeared from behind, swinging the seven-branched sword in a deadly arc. The creature deftly dodged the blow and tried to flee, but it ran straight into a glowing pink array formed from Doyun's talismans. The trap had been sprung. Countless seals now surrounded the enemy. Chains of light erupted, binding the creature completely. But with a surge of raw power, it shattered the fire talismans. Its ascension ability had activated. Doyun clicked his tongue in frustration. I can't believe it broke through in a single hit, he muttered, preparing his next move. Anabe's clay soldiers, now empowered by the talismans, swarmed forward. They crashed into the enemy, detonating in fiery explosions. Following the logic of fire feeding earth, the empowered soldiers merged into a massive earthen giant enveloping their foe. The creature roared in fury, struggling to escape. But chains of fire once again wrapped around its form, holding it fast. Doyun raised his ceremonial staff, shouting, It's no use. The target's magic is sealed. Its ascension ability has been neutralized. Anabe cried out in triumph. It worked, but their victory was short-lived. A flash of brilliant blue and pink light ripped through the air, shattering the seal completely. The three of them stood frozen, stunned by this sudden turn of events. With the fire feed's earth logic, the guardian statue in the hall's center began to glow with power. The hall has been activated. A rare-grade guardian statue. A protector of this specific area. Its purpose, to punish all intruders. And until this guardian is defeated, no one can leave this sealed space. Its power grows with every invader it strikes down. The statue, a blindfolded woman, began to stir. Do-hyun cried out, No way! That's our target. The mission objective, destroy the barrier's medium. As if on cue, the statue raised its blade. It unleashed a devastating slash, sending out a wave of crimson energy. Do-hyun roared, Damn it, intercept it. Don't let it escape. At the same moment, Gangram confronted the madman, blocking his path with a seven-branched sword. Anabe slid across the floor, yelling, I'll tank the boss. The statue unleashed a relentless barrage, rocking the hall with massive explosions. Gritting her teeth, Anabe barely held against the crushing pressure. Meanwhile, Do-hyun and Gangram tag-teamed the berserker. Gangram muttered, This is wrong. I'm not supposed to be here. Then, he lunged forward, shoving Anabe out of a lethal strike's path. Sister Anabe, I'll handle the statue. She looked stunned. What? But Gangram was already giving her a new command. While I draw its aggro, I'll lure it to the opposite side of the hall. Sister, get the survivors first, please. Anabe didn't hesitate, orange energy flaring around her. Got it. Ability, Earth Controller activated. She gave the command, Get them. Her army of golems, red eyes glowing and talismans on their chests, advanced as one. The colossal earthen soldiers surrounded the frenzied man, buying time for Do-hyun to prepare his next move. They merged, forming an earthen prison bound by fiery chains to trap the foe within. Do-hyun began to chant, shaking his ceremonial staff. A blinding crimson light enveloped their target. Ability, Binding activated. Chains of turquoise light coiled tightly around the enemy's body. But with a furious roar, he erupted with dark power, shattering the seal in an instant. Swords of orange light pierced his form, attempting to pin him down. A talisman shot through the air, slapping directly onto his forehead. Bound target has been put into a state of slumber. Do-hyun smirked, victorious, sealing the unconscious man inside a crystal block. We're done here. Let's get to Gangram now. He and Anabe sprinted back towards the main hall, back where Gangram was fighting. The two of them froze, stunned by the sight. A massive explosion had torn apart an entire section of the hall. Do-hyun screamed in a panic. Seal Gangram. Anabe cried out, her voice filled with worry. Seal Gangram, are you all right? Anabi started to say, "We'll go find help," but the words died in her throat. Standing before them was Gangram, his eyes glowing a menacing red. A crazed smile stretched across his face as he delivered the final, fatal blow to the Guardian. "You have defeated the Amiti statue. Bonus reward granted for defeating a higher-ranked opponent. Skill, Battle Instinct is now deactivating." Do-hyun and Anabi rushed to Gangram, who stood calmly amidst the rubble. He turned, casually wiping a smear of blood from his face with a small smile. "So, what about the survivors?" Anabi gave a cheerful thumbs up. "We secured every last one." Right on cue, a spatial gate tore open. The barrier surrounding the demonic realm was lifting. An escape route had appeared. "Ah, that must be the exit." Do-hyun covered his mouth, whispering to Anabi, "Good grief. We never would have pulled this off without him." Gangram answered humbly, "No, I just got lucky." But Anabi insisted gratefully, "This was all you. You're the reason we broke the curse and got the survivors back." Do-hyun stared at Gangram, a terrifying thought crossing his mind. If I let my own karma draw me closer to the barrier, could I become that powerful too? Activating skill, Purification. Lini attempted to purify the captured man, but an error message flashed. "Target has crossed the barrier. Selected target cannot be purified." Anabi asked, her voice laced with concern. "Is something wrong?" Staring at the unconscious man, Gangram said, "He's already crossed the barrier." He explained, a bitter edge to his voice. "What's left here is just an empty vessel. A soulless husk. There's no bringing him back." Do-hyun was speechless, without a soul. "He can't return?" He stared into the shadows, muttering, "Seriously, wait a second. If that's the price for that kind of karma, then what about you, Seal Gangram?" At that moment, a dark red aura flared around Gangram. For a split second, Gangram's eyes flashed crimson and a terrifying smirk touched his lips before he instantly regained his usual calm composure. "In that case, I'll take Lini and head to the 4th floor, he said. "Wait," Anabi interjected. "If you don't mind, I can go. You don't look so good." Gangram tried to wave her off. "No, I'm fine. I should return with the survivors. You should rest here for a bit." Anabi gently lifted Lini, saying, "I'd rather you leave first, but I'm the one who needs Lini. Please protect them." Emissary Kang Do-hyun. Do-hyun could only watch in silence as Anabi walked away. As she departed, Gangram called after her, "Emissary Anabi." Do-hyun muttered to himself, his expression deeply troubled. "Damn it. I'm not comfortable around him. Being near him just makes me think of the karma I've built up." Suddenly, a ghostly voice echoed, "Son, you need to come to this side, too." Do-hyun placed a hand on his shoulder. "Seal Gangram." Do-hyun's hand rested on the silent Gangram's shoulder. Gangram thought to himself, avoiding his brother's gaze. "I don't really want to hear this either. I need to talk to you." Do-hyun's voice was laced with panic. "Hey, Gangram, you can't just ignore me like this." Gangram shoved his hand away, his voice ice cold. "What do you want?" He wondered what his brother was scheming this time. Do-hyun grabbed Gangram by the shoulders, his voice desperate. "You have to stop being a hunter, right now. Think of all the terrible karma you're building up with this life. I know you don't want to end up like him." But Gangram remained silent, his face an unreadable mask. A bitter smirk twisted his lips. "Why the sudden act? Pretending you actually care about me. You've always treated me like I was less than a stranger. And now you're worried? Don't make me laugh." Do-hyun froze at Gangram's sharp words. "You hate me." Then, rage exploded as he grabbed Gangram's collar. "That's right, I do hate you. How could I not? You had everything I never did, and you even stole our mother from me. I still hate you, even now." But he let go, turning away to gesture at the unconscious, bound man. "But that doesn't mean I want you to become like him." Gangram stared at his brother, a bead of sweat tracing down his temple. Do-hyun buried his face in his hands, his voice cracking with pain. "What kind of monster do you think I am?" Gangram hesitated. "You mean, you don't want me to die?" "Of course I don't." Do-hyun screamed, tears flooding his eyes. "Then listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you." Gangram's voice was now filled with authority. Do-hyun was taken aback. Before he could speak, Gangram cut in. "I know the future." Meanwhile, after escaping the demon realm, Anabi was on the phone giving a report as the survivors received care. "Yes, we secured a total of 24 survivors." Do-hyun turned to Gangram, who was standing beside him. "How did you even get here?" Gangram shot back. "What do you mean? You drove, right?" When Gangram shook his head, Do-hyun paused. "Okay, hold on," Do-hyun decided. "Let's get these people to the Protection Bureau first. Then we can finish this conversation back at the house." Gangram stared up at the old family home, a place that held all his childhood memories. He stood frozen for a moment, bathed in the light of the setting sun. Do-hyun called from the doorway. "What are you doing just standing there?" He beckoned him forward. This way, standing before their mother's altar, Du Hyan spoke. I suppose the reason you never asked about her is because you already knew. He slapped a talisman onto the door. So you must also know how she died, right? Self-immolation. A memory flashed through his mind, of flames engulfing the house, and his mother's serene smile. From across the room, Du Hyun's voice was low. Do you know why? Gangrim's answer was sharp. No. Du Hyun pressed another talisman to the door, and a hexagonal turquoise energy barrier instantly enveloped the entire house. Gangrim watched, stunned by his brother's sudden move. Du Hyun turned back, his face illuminated by the barrier's ethereal glow. She said she saw the future, just like you do. A vision of their mother surfaced. A powerful shaman, with piercing, golden eyes. She could see the past, present, and future, all of it consumed by fiery visions of total destruction. And she endured the torment in silence. When the words of destiny seared themselves into her mind, this is your child's fate. With blazing resolve, she made her choice. She chose the best possible path. Du Hyun remembered his mother's final letter, with the words, of all the fates I was shown. He had collapsed in despair, screaming without a sound. How? How could this be the best choice? Back in the present, Du Hyun stared at the framed letter, his fists clenched tight. I could never accept what she wrote in that letter. His head hung low, his voice thick with regret and helplessness. But I was clueless. I couldn't do anything to help her. He looked up, his gaze hardened with resolve. I won't let that happen ever again. He stared directly at Gangrim. So, tell me, what were you about to say before? Gangrim repeated his earlier statement. A humorless smile touched his lips. I can see the future. Du Hyun was stunned. The future? What about the future? Then, Gangrim dropped a bombshell. In 5 years, I'm going to be assassinated. Du Hyun's eyes widened in horror. Wait, I thought you couldn't see those things anymore. Gangrim explained, Mother suppressed my divine power with a ritual. But I've been getting closer to the boundary, and the conductor of fate has started showing me multiple versions of the future and the past. Du Hyun grabbed him, shouting, You're that close to the boundary? How close? Gangrim answered, I don't know. He admitted, his voice laced with defeat. To be honest, I don't think I can change the future on my own. He looked his brother dead in the eye, making his plea. So, help me. Du Hyun was completely floored. What could I possibly do? Du Hyun felt completely useless. I know even less than you about the boundary, karma, or the future. You'd be better off talking to your patron deity. Gangrim's words were sharp. I never accepted a patron. Du Hyun yelled in disbelief. You haven't. Why not? Gangrim shot back. Did you forget? One of them killed our parents. A fire of pure hatred burned in Gangrim's eyes. He covered his face, his voice dripping with venom. How different could any of the others possibly be? I don't trust them. I never will. He pointed to the talisman on the door. If we do this, so your god can't listen in on us now? That's right. This talisman completely seals off this space. Then, I'll tell you everything. I laid out the catastrophic events of my past life for him, starting from my earliest childhood, to my grueling days as a trainee, to the time we spent together in the Flying Tiger sect. I ended my tale with what happened with Bai Young in the Demon Realm, right at the moment where everyone was slaughtered. Du Hyun collapsed to the floor, completely shattered. What? The entire Joint Raid team was annihilated. That wasn't any ordinary power, Gangrim explained calmly. She promised to spare the others, as long as I died. He leaned back, speaking with a chilling casualness. So don't worry, even if the worst-case scenario comes to pass, it'll all be over the moment I die. Du Hyun clutched his chest, his gut twisting in knots. He grabbed his head, demanding, But you have no idea why she wants you dead? Gangrim's reply was blunt. No, and that's exactly why I have to find her. Du Hyun pressed. And how do you plan on doing that? You only have her face and a name. That woman holds a minor divine rank. Suddenly, a realization struck Du Hyun, his eyes widening in horror. Her destiny rank is minor divine. Gangrim, sitting opposite him, began to lay out his theory. Isn't it strange? Her rank is incredibly rare and she's overwhelmingly powerful. Yet she's completely unknown. Do you have any ideas who it could be? Gangrim hesitated for a moment. I have a few people in mind, and one of them is the director of the Bureau of Destiny Preservation. Du Hyun was floored by Gangrim's audacious speculation. At least, that's my working hypothesis, he said, scrambling to find the logic. The director's name and face are kept secret. That part is true. Only the team leaders have ever been granted an audience. Du Hyun suddenly leaped to his feet, panicked. Wait a minute. Are you telling me to investigate the director's identity? Hey, I'm not some high-ranking official in the Bureau. There's no way I have the clearance to dig into the director's information. Gangrym just stared back with an unnervingly calm expression. Du Hyun threw his hands up. Ah, I guess it's impossible then. Gangrym's voice was a clear challenge. If you can't do it, then I'll just have to investigate myself. Du Hyun snapped. What are you trying to pull? A sly smirk crept across Gangrym's face. Or are you scared? He then handed Du Hyun a photograph. If that's not it, then at least memorize Bai Young's face. I printed it out beforehand with a memory projector. Du Hyun snatched the photo, muttering, "You've gotten real shameless. You know that." Gangrym shot back. "I'll take that as a compliment. I'm only doing this because I pity you." Du Hyun was taken aback. Huh. He glanced down at the picture, and then froze as recognition washed over him. I've met this woman before. Gangrym's voice was sharp. You have? Who is she? I don't know. But she had this bizarre aura about her. That's why I remember her, even from just a single glance. Gangrym pressed him urgently. When? Where? Was it at the Bureau of Destiny Preservation? Du Hyun held up a hand. Hold on. His eyes darted from the photo, up to his mother's memorial altar. Oh. He breathed, his voice laced with pure horror. I saw her near my house. A few days before my mother died. Gangrym was stunned into silence. What? He whispered. Wait a minute. Du Hyun's hand clenched, crushing the photograph. His voice trembled with a terrible realization. There were so many strange things about my mother's death, like the contents of her suicide note, and how she burned down the entire building. He stared at the altar as a horrifying thought ignited in both their minds. Then maybe, it's possible, that Bai Young was the one who murdered her. A tidal wave of loss crashed over Gangrym. My friends, my family, my parents, that woman who came for me. She stole everything I ever loved, right before my very eyes, while I was completely oblivious. It was all her. Pure rage and agony erupted from the depths of his soul. He gritted his teeth, forging a silent, unbreakable vow. I will find you, and I will have my revenge. Back in the main hall, Gangrym addressed the others. All right, everyone. You can come in now. The group stared in awe at their new headquarters. Whoa, is this really our sect's building? Having a whole building for our sect really makes us feel like an actual sect. Gangrym smiled, pleased with their reaction. It feels much more settled now, doesn't it? Taehan and Yeonbam approached him, their voices filled with hope and a hint of worry. You're going to settle down here too, right? Why do you keep putting so much distance between us? Gangrym scratched the back of his neck, looking away. Ah, that's... The painful memory flooded his mind, because you'll only bring misery to everyone around you. The ghostly voice of a past enemy echoed in his ears. An image of himself, beaten and bloodied, flashed before his eyes. Bai Young, with her ice-cold blue eyes, spoke with chilling finality. So just accept me. How much longer will you drag the people around you to their deaths? She taunted him, while a desperate Gangrym denied it. No, that's not me. Bai Young simply retorted. Do you really think they would agree? Look, they're all saying it's your fault. Her words were like daggers in his mind, causing him to clutch his head in agony. No, they would. But then he stood tall, facing her illusion, his voice filled with unbreakable resolve. I won't be fooled by your words, or these illusions, any longer. Bai Young just sneered. Do you really think it will end with mere illusions? Just accept your fate. He raised his sword, his gaze turning deadly serious. The end was decisive. He stood firm, his face caked in blood, but his eyes, they held no fear. I've changed destiny once, and I'll do it again. Gangrym shot awake, the digital clock glowing 4:44. The nightmare still clung to him like a shadow. Later, he was eating with Down, who teased him. Don't you feel sorry for the table? Gangrym shot back. What do you mean? I barely cooked anything. Down asked. Anyway, what are you going to do about joining a guild? Are you planning to join the Flying Tiger Guild, like you saw in the future? Gangrym answered with a hint of hesitation. I don't know. Down advised him like an older brother, a hunter like you is going to get flooded with recruitment offers. Don't you dare sign any contracts before I've had a look. And don't get suckered into some bizarre guild. Gangrym protested. I'm not a kid, you know. Down just smirked. Yeah, but don't you think I'd know more about this stuff? Since, you know, it's my area of expertise, I also doubt you can just keep seeing the future on command. Down continued. Like the future of the Asura Guild, for example. Asura, that name made Gangrym freeze. He remembered. That's where Yeonbam had joined in the past. He thought to himself, is he trying to recommend that guild to me? But that guild. They're enemies of the Flying Tigers. Well, it might not be a bad idea, since it wouldn't put everyone around me in danger. Just then, Down gave a sudden warning. That guild is shady as hell, so don't get involved with them. His words made Gangrym choke on his water. Down asked teasingly, What Were you actually thinking about joining them? Down concluded, look, some guilds just smell fishy, so don't join one without thinking it through. Got it? The scene shifts to a modern, high-end apartment building. Gangyam stood in the elevator, trying to remember Sua's apartment number. His phone buzzed. A message from Seoma and Ionio popped up. Gangyam, well done. Thanks to you, we were able to save quite a few survivors yesterday. I am sending you a gift to show my desire to stay in touch. A gift. And remember my offer, won't you? I will be waiting for a positive response. He wondered what on earth she could have sent him. A system notification appeared. You have received an item, fragment of a secret manual. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he held the ancient parchment. She's certainly good at picking gifts. A new skill is the ultimate prize for someone trying to get stronger. Though, there's no way I'm joining her, he thought. Arriving at a door, he mused, I wish team leader Gongdu and the other guilds would send me bribes like this too. Yunbom cheerfully opened the door. Master, welcome. A small, red dragon darted out from behind her neck. The little dragon leaped onto him, pawing at him excitedly. Gangjim laughed, hugging it close. Ah, I'm sorry for leaving you behind. With the little dragon still clinging to his shoulder, Gangjim asked Yunbom, what are you up to? She replied, I'm gathering information on all the guilds. Several have already established themselves. It's been a few months since the awakening. He asked curiously, which guild do you want to join? Yunbom hesitated. I'm still not sure. If you or Sua started a guild, I'd join in a heartbeat. Gangjim smiled, glancing over at Sua, who was sitting on her bed. Just wait a bit. I'm sure Sua is already thinking about it. As they entered the room, Sua looked up from her tablet. Hey, Gangjim. The entire community is buzzing about you. Gangjim asked, surprised. About me? Sua confirmed, yep. There's an article about the Demon Realm raid. Yunbom excitedly held up her phone. Wanna see? I bookmarked it. She handed him the phone to see. The screen displayed the headlines, Mass rescue of survivors trapped in the Demon Realm. Due to the time distortion, they were trapped for years. An awaken broke the curse for the survivors and then vanished. Who is Hunter X? Yunbom grinned teasingly. I was a little sad you went without us this time, but I'll let it slide, since you did something so amazing. Gangjim scrolled through the comments on the screen, then paused. He asked, what? Did Doc Gojin say something about me? A talk show was playing on the screen. The title read, Shaman West, Episode 13, I was a $1 million web novelist, and now I'm a god-tier shaman post-awakening. Two hosts wearing rabbit and cat masks began. The shaman we're meeting today was already a famous author. He's known for his regression novels. The other host jumped in excitedly. That's right, web novelist Doc Gojin. He swept the million-view charts with his regression series. He awakened as a god-tier shaman and even founded a new guild. He has quite the impressive background. Doc Gojin answered politely. But I'm here today as a shaman, so that's what we'll be focusing on, if that's all right with you. Of course, the host replied. First question, do you have to be high ranked to join the Miracle Guild? Doc Gojin smiled with confidence. Enough. I'm searching for something beyond just rank. I guess you could say I want someone worthy of being a true protagonist. Sua noted with a bored expression. He really hasn't changed one bit. Yunbom wondered, what kind of person would he even consider worthy of being the main character? On the screen, Doc Gojin said, take Gangrim, for instance. Rank is irrelevant. Gangrim realized, I guess this is the part where he talked about me. The host asked, pointing at Gang's photo. Isn't that the intern who was chosen as the top of his class this year? Doc Gojin replied, correct. He is a protagonist, but he's stuck at the insect level. Both hosts stared in disbelief. He's at the insect level? Doc Gojin waved at the camera, beaming with a wide smile. Ah, perhaps my dear friend is watching right now. Gangrim. He winked. I heard the news. I'll be coming to see you very soon. Yunbom burst into tears, throwing her arms around Gang. Are you really joining the Miracle Sect? I never even told him about that. At that exact moment, Gang's phone began to ring. He panicked. Is this call from him, too? No way. Sua held up the ringing phone and asked, then who is it? Gangrim answered, I don't know. It's not a number I have saved. Suddenly, the color drained from Sua's face. In a flash, Gangrim slammed his hand over the phone, stopping her from answering. Don't answer it, he said sharply. Do not take that call. Sua asked, completely bewildered. Do you know this number? Gangrim remained silent. Yunbom spoke up. Oh, that must be Jian. Sua, are you all right? In an instant, a glowing red card materialized in Gangrim's hand. Only he could see the aura of death darkening over Sua's fate. He thought in a panic, why, of all times, why now? Both Gang and Sua looked up, stunned by an unexpected presence. Sua stammered, who are you? A sweet voice rang out. Thank you for opening the door. A beautiful woman in a flowing orange dress smiled warmly. Dazzling roses seemed to bloom around her. I am the leader of the Asura sect, Shin Ara. Yunbom and Jion, who had just entered, froze in their tracks. The Asura sect, Sua asked. What brings you here? She stepped forward, shielding Yunbom, her voice on high alert. Why are you here? She questioned, moving toward the door. How do you know my address? Sua confronted Shin Ara head-on. I never told you where I live. And how did you get Gangrim's number? Her anger began to flare. She screamed, answer me, sister. Shin Ara just smiled, a smile so calm it was terrifying. Her voice dripped with honey. Oh, Sua. Shin Ara feigned innocence. I apologize for showing up unannounced. But Sua cut her off, her face a mask of rage and suspicion. Answer my questions first. Shin Ara sighed, finally giving in. All right. I found out where you were by following Gangrim. I got his number from the Bureau of Fate Protection. Shin Ara gently took Sua's hand, her voice thick with sincerity. But Sua, I did all of this because I was worried about you. I heard what happened to you from the Bureau. With tears welling in her eyes, she cried, why haven't you contacted your family all this time, especially after losing an arm like this? Shin Ara pulled her sister into an embrace. She whispered, her voice pleading, come home, Sua. Everyone is worried sick. Her hand rested gently on her sister's shoulder. We'll find a way to restore your arm, I promise. Sua violently shoved her sister away, her voice as cold as steel. Don't touch me. Shin Ara collapsed onto the floor. As Sua stared down with a frigid expression, Yunbom rushed over, asking frantically, are you okay? She helped Shin Ara up. Are you hurt anywhere? Sitting on the floor, Shin Ara looked up at Sua, her voice filled with anguish. I know you hate me. Tears streamed down her face as she begged, please, just listen to me this one time. Shin Ara suddenly screamed a devastating piece of news. Father is in critical condition, too. Sua grit her teeth, a small trail of blood escaping her lips. Her face darkened, her voice turning to ice. Is that all you have to say? Shin Ara hesitated, then confessed. I also intended to recruit Gangrim. Sua bluntly cut through the lie. No, Gang has already agreed to join the same sect as me. Sua turned her back, leaving her sister with one final, chilling remark. She addressed Yunbom, her gaze razor sharp. Bom, I'm sorry, but could you please escort my sister to the lobby? I'm certain someone is waiting for her there. She added a warning. Make sure you don't follow them outside the hotel. And then to Gangrim, she turned. Can we talk for a minute? The two of them sat facing each other at a table. Gangrim asked, is this about the Asura sect? Sua lowered her head, looking remorseful. I'm sorry for making that up. The whole story about you joining a sect with me. Gangrim looked her straight in the eyes. Do you want to join the Asura sect? He calmly analyzed the group. They appear to be a promising sect to join. I know they have finances, and above all else, they seem to trust one another. He stated firmly, I have no intention of joining the Asura sect. Sua breathed a massive sigh of relief, placing a hand over her heart. What a relief. Gangrim asked, was that all you wanted to talk about? She looked up to meet his gaze. Actually, Gangrim, there's something I need you to do for me. The scene shifts to a desolate street, in front of a seedy basement karaoke joint. As they descended the dark staircase, Gangrim asked, is this really the place you're meeting your sister? Sua linked her arm through his. Yeah, this is the address she sent. Inside, a karaoke room exploded with gaudy lights, where Shin Ara stood with a mic, cheering for their arrival. She commanded the others, all right, all of you can get out now. In perfect unison, they replied, yes, divine leader. Perched on a table with a microphone and maracas, Shin Ara beamed. So, Gangrim, care to sing a song? Gangrim's refusal was polite but firm. I don't believe this is an appropriate place to talk. Shin Ara just giggled. Huh, why not? It's gorgeous and completely private, isn't it? Sua's patience snapped. Watching her sister play with the karaoke controls, she demanded, what game are you playing? Hurry up and tell me where Dad's hospital is. Shin Ara erupted in laughter, a sound dripping with falseness. Oh, the hospital? Her voice turned chillingly cold. That was a lie. Sua froze, the color draining from her face in pure shock and rage. Shin Ara lit a cigarette, exhaling a veil of smoke. I just figured it was the only way to get you to come. As Sua turned to storm out, Shin Ara's voice became desperate. Where are you going? Sua, can I just say I'm sorry? I really just wanted to talk to you. But Sua ignored her completely. Her words to Gangrim final. We're leaving. Shin Ara grabbed the microphone, trying to lure her back with a tempting offer. Join the Asura sect, Sua. Everything you could ever need is in the Asura sect. Sua spun around, roaring with fury. You mean the Asura gang? I'm not becoming a thug. She slammed the door and stormed away. Shin Ara and Gangrim rushed after her, shouting, "Sua, wait." The Asura ability activated. An invisible wave of power radiated from Sua. If that's how it's going to be, she thought. Shinara, now standing before the magically locked door, called out, "Can I borrow Gang Rim for a minute?" Sua was stunned. "What?" Sua pounded on the solid door. "Open up, sister." But it was sealed by a dark, sinister energy. Shinara's voice turned sickly sweet as she spoke to Gang Rim. "Gang Rim, you're Sue's friend, right?" A cunning, manipulative smile spread across her face. "Then I assume you wouldn't dare harm your friend's older sister, would you?" The door slammed shut. Shinara turned to the men in the hallway, ordering, "Please, go calm my little sister down." Gang Rim yelled as he saw the men grab Sua. "Sua." Shinara's voice was deceptively calm. "Don't worry. They know she's my sister. They won't actually hurt her." Gang Rim roared, trying to stop her plan. "Don't use your ability. Those men, they aren't awakened." Shinara just scoffed, revealing her wicked scheme. "What? How did you know?" "I plan to blackmail Sua into joining our sect, right after she attacks them with her powers." On the other side of the door, Sua summoned Twisting Vines, determined to break through. "Sister, just you wait. I'm getting out of here." Shinara turned back to Gang Rim with a seductive smile. "Did you really think you could just leave? Don't tell me you're planning to make me join the sect, too?" She feigned a cute expression. "Oh, that's right. I even brought you a present." She held up a small, silver key. "I'm sure you'll like it, so much that you'll be begging to join the Asura sect," Shinara said. While Sua was still fighting the men outside, Gang Rim asked with an icy calm, "If I don't like it, am I free to leave?" Shinara laughed with absolute confidence. "Of course, though I guarantee that won't happen." Gang Rim accepted the challenge. "Fine, where is it?" Shinara pointed to the red velvet sofa. "It's inside the very sofa you were sitting on." A cold dread ran down Gang Rim's spine. "I have a very bad feeling about this." He realized Shinara's energy was the polar opposite of Sua's. "I need to get out of here fast," he thought, searching under the cushions. He froze, his eyes widening in absolute horror as his hand touched something. He fell to his knees, staring at what he'd uncovered, completely speechless. "What is this?" A twisted, haunting smile crept across Shinara's face, her eyes gleaming with pure madness as she gloated over her prize. "I heard about your unique ability, so I found a little something for you." Gang Rim was paralyzed, horror dawning as he recognized the victim imprisoned within the sofa. That guy. It was a man, bound and gagged, but one who possessed a special power. He has a rather useful ability. Shinara leaned in close, her beautiful but deadly face next to his, whispering provocatively, "So, what do you think?" Gang Rim's expression darkened into a thunderous storm. Masking his rising disgust, he growled to confirm the unthinkable. "Are you telling me?" 2. Shinara moved behind him, placing her hands on his shoulders like a devil whispering in his ear. "Kill this man and steal his ability?" "Precisely." Her voice was like poisonous honey. "This power is a part of the 4 pillars of destiny, you see." She attempted to appeal to his dark side. "You're just like us, aren't you?" And with those words, forgotten, dark memories came flooding back. Haunting memories of his isolation flooded Gang Rim's mind, a time when vicious rumors swirled around him. Was it so hard, pretending to be normal? They whispered that Gang Rim had murdered a man and stolen his power. The image of his former comrades staring at him in terror was burned into his memory, a constant reminder of his solitude. "Weren't they all afraid of you?" Shinara's arms wrapped around Gang Rim's neck from behind. Her voice dripped with temptation, promising him a place where he belonged. "In the Asura sect, no one will ever judge you. If you become one of us, you'll have far more opportunities to unleash your power." She smiled, a bewitching and confident look, certain she had him in her grasp. "So accept my gift and join us, Gang Rim." But contrary to her expectations, Gang Rim coldly brushed her hands away, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "How annoying." He shoved her back, rising to confront her with a look of pure contempt that stunned Shinara. "Is that what you told Shinwa, too?" "What? You don't like my gift?" Gang Rim turned away, the sharp line of his jaw revealing an unshakable resolve and unbreakable moral code. "I don't consider human lives to be gifts," he stated firmly, turning his back on Shinara with a blunt refusal. "I have nothing more to say to you." Sua rushed over to support Gang Rim. Her face was etched with worry and guilt for dragging him into this mess. "Gang Rim, are you okay?" "I'm so sorry. Let's just get out of here." Shinara watched them leave, her tone shifting to something childishly cruel as she glanced down at the corpse in the chair. "Aw, I worked so hard to prepare this gift, but I guess I'll just have to throw it away." She pulled out a yellow talisman. Her eyes sharpened as she decided on a new target. "Well, just Sua will do." The talisman in Shinara's hand erupted in an eerie, blue flame, startling both Gang Rim and Sua. "A teleportation item?" Suddenly, a strange voice echoed from the air itself, shattering the tense atmosphere and making them both look up in confusion. Ah, mic check. The space around them warped with static. An emotionless, electronic voice boomed out, blocking their escape. As thugs surrounded them with weapons drawn, the voice declared, "You cannot leave." Gangrim narrowed his eyes at the closing mob, quickly analyzing the situation and realizing the nature of his opponents. These guys are all unawakened. The mysterious voice continued with smug satisfaction, confirming their disadvantage, as the leader grinned savagely, raising a sharp knife. "That's right. Which means you can't use your powers or any weapons. Take them down. Don't hold back. Kill them." Sua anxiously warned her companion. "Be careful, Gangrim." But Gangrim responded with unnerving calm. "Don't worry. I'll make sure not to kill them." Instantly, Gangrim dove into the crowd, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast strikes that made Sua gasp, realizing he misunderstood her. "Huh? That's not what I meant." With superior combat skills, Gangrim moved like a phantom, effortlessly taking down his attackers without using any weapons or special abilities. Realizing they couldn't even touch Gangrim, a thug with a bloody face turned and yelled an order to his cronies. "Damn it. Focus on Sua instead of him." Sua blocked an attack from behind, her eyes becoming sharp and resilient. "To you, I'm not just Sua," she snapped, delivering a powerful high kick to her attacker's face, asserting her own strength. "Besides, I'm not weak enough to be beaten like this." However, watching Sua relentlessly pummel an already downed opponent, Gangrim sensed something was terribly wrong with her actions. "This isn't right." Sua looked up at the observation window above, screaming in rage toward her hidden sister. "Are you still watching us?" In the control room, Sin Ara smiled with delight, tapping a key on the console and replying over the speakers. "Yes, Sua, your big sister is still watching, so show them your true self." Ara's voice was like a curse, seeping into Sua's mind as she fought. "You possess the destiny of a beast that loves to fight and kill, don't you?" Ara's eyes glowed with a bewitching green light as she whispered, utterly convinced of her sister's corruption. "Well, I'm sure your instincts will awaken as you continue to fight." Sua screamed in desperation, trying to deny her sister's words, but her fists never stopped raining down on her opponent. She slammed her knee into the enemy's face, blood splattering everywhere, as she kept muttering, denying the exhilaration that was rising within her. "I don't like this at all." But deep inside, another voice began to rise, questioning her own weak resistance. A thought surfaced. "Do I really not want to fight?" Sua's face was smeared with blood, but a demonic grin began to spread across her lips, her eyes completely transformed. "No, this is actually a little fun." She swung her arm for a brutal finishing blow, screaming with a crazed pleasure she had long tried to suppress. "Fun?" The system immediately flashed a red alert, bloodlust activated. Gangrim lunged forward in a panic to stop her from losing control. "Shin Sua." She gasped for air, her face smeared with blood and her eyes burning with pure panic. She mumbled, lost in the haze. "Let me go. It's all over." But Gangrim's calm voice cut through the chaos, pulling her back to reality. "You don't want to kill people, do you?" His words made her freeze. "Huh?" Sua stared in shock at the room, filled with unconscious bodies lying inside a glowing magic circle. She stammered, What did I just do?" But Gangrim cut her off immediately. "Don't worry, no one is dead." Just as Gang turned to leave, Ara's voice boomed from a loudspeaker, interrogating him. "What in the world do you think you're doing?" Shin Ara's voice exploded with rage at the interference. "How dare you get in my way? Her destiny is mine to decide." But Gangrim coldly cut in. "Sin Sua's destiny." He turned back to Sua, analyzing her calmly. "Makes it easy for her to harm others. She also has a high affinity for metal-based tools." Staring at her own trembling, blood-soaked hands, Sua was forced to face the devastating truth. "Yes, you're right. Her destiny was to become a criminal. That's simply my fate." Tears streamed down her face as the young woman clutched her chest, whispering a desperate, broken denial. "No." Gangrim watched her with understanding eyes, as an image of him in a doctor's coat came to mind. Many doctors share this kind of destiny. He placed a hand on her shoulder, gently wiping away her tears as he spoke. "Every coin has two sides." Standing behind Sua like a pillar of support, Gangrim declared, "It is up to Shin Sua to decide which path she will walk." Then he looked up, glaring directly at the security camera, and roared with indignation. "So stop trying to force her down the path you want for her." Ignoring Shin Ara completely, he turned to Sua. "Let's get out of here." As they walked out of the room filled with their defeated foes, Ara's desperate scream echoed behind them. "Stop, Zin Sua." Their footsteps echoed steadily on the stairs. Sua thought to herself, that was the first time. She glanced at the back of the young man walking beside her and hesitated. Someone has said something like that about me before. But Gangrim's reply was simple. "I only stated the obvious." Sua stared at his back, an indescribable feeling swelling in her heart. But no one has ever said it that way. Gangrim glanced back at her, his gaze firm yet full of empathy. You don't want to live like that. He continued walking towards the light at the end of the stairs, a faint smile on his face. I don't want to live according to my destiny, either. As they stepped out of the building, the afternoon sun washed over them. Sua said softly, "Thank you. I'm really so happy." She tucked her hair back, a smile more radiant and sincere than ever before on her lips. "That you were here with me today." Gangrim scratched his head, flustered, trying to break the awkward romantic tension. It was really no big deal. Suddenly, a strange sound erupted. Both of their phones began to ring at once. They called out each other's names in pure shock. Gangrim, Sua. An emergency alert materialized, bathing the area in a crimson glow. The Great Demon Realm will open in 1 week. Meanwhile, at a luxurious estate, Shin Era stepped out of her car with a bright smile, a complete contrast to her recent failure. A long line of subordinates in black suits bowed deeply, greeting her with reverence. "Welcome back, Master." "Welcome, Master." Shin Ara walked between the two rows, offering a short, smiling reply. "Thank you." She stopped in front of one young man. Placing a hand on his shoulder with fake warmth, she asked, "You're new, aren't you? I have high expectations for you." The young recruit flushed with excitement and joy. "I will do my absolute best." As those around them whispered in admiration, "He's so lucky he joined the Asura cult." "Yeah, the master seems like a good person." But the moment she entered the dark hallway, the smile vanished from Shin Ara's face. Her voice turned as cold as ice as she gave her command. "Senior managers, to my office." Now, in a room both lavish and cold, Shin Ara stared down at the men kneeling before her. A murderous aura poured from her. "You all know what it means that I returned alone today, don't you?" Beneath the sharp stiletto heel grinding his face into the floor, the subordinate could only scream in absolute pain and terror. "Yes, ma'am." Shin Ara glared down, her eyes blazing with fury. She demanded to know who orchestrated that foolish plan. Who was it that suggested we surround them with civilians for blackmail? Before the line of trembling, kneeling subordinates, one of them stammered out a confession. It was me, ma'am." But she wasn't finished. Shin Ara stomped hard on another man's back, demanding accountability for the lack of information. Then who was in charge of the background check on Gangrim? A terrified reply came at once. "That was me, ma'am." Shin Ara's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light. She looked down on these failures with absolute contempt. "Because of you all." A vicious kick landed. Blood splattered as Shin Ara unleashed her fury on the useless trash. "Model, useless," she roared, as the victim gasped out his final words. "I have failed." She stomped furiously on her underlings, screaming about the mission they had just ruined, to bring Sua back. After venting her rage, Shin Ara swept back her messy hair, taking a sharp breath to regain composure amidst the bruised bodies. She began to rethink her strategy. Realizing the massive power gap between rogue awakeners and the formerly trained, it was clear the former trainees were far more talented. Pressing a hand to her forehead, Shin Ara recalled information about the opponent she just faced, especially the fact that he graduated at the top of his class. She turned to her battered subordinates as they struggled to their feet. "There are 5 training facilities in the Bureau of Destiny Management, correct?" A henchman with a swollen face hastily confirmed, listing the locations. "Yes, ma'am. There's the main branch in Seoul, and then 1 each in Guangdong, Hoseo, Honam, and Yeonnam." Shin Ara gave a chilling command to the survivors. "All of you, get on your feet." A sinister, calculating smile spread across her face as she devised a new plan to deal with Seol Gang Gyeom. "We need someone who can defeat Seol Gang Gyeom." She pointed towards the door, giving a sharp order as her subordinates scrambled to obey. "Go and recruit the top-ranking trainees to join our Asura Guild." "Yes, ma'am," they roared in unison. Meanwhile, at a luxurious resort under a brilliant sun, Gang Gyeom was explaining his plan to the team. "Is that right?" He raised a finger, confidently assuring his party. "If we do this, we'll be able to clear this demon realm with ease." Sua and her blonde friend stared at Gang Gyeom, their eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Sua wondered aloud, "How did you figure all of this out?" Gang Gyeom fabricated a plausible excuse to hide his true ability. "Well, I just happened to glimpse the future through Destiny's guidance." This made the blonde girl exclaim, "You're so lucky." Another team member asked excitedly, "Since we know how to clear it, we'll be the first ones, right?" But Gang Gyeom immediately stressed the urgency of taking the lead. "No, we absolutely have to be the first." An illustration appeared, showing the mechanics of the demon realm. Gang Gyeom explained, "My deity told me that once a demon realm is cleared, it vanishes. Then after a set period, a new great demon realm appears in the same location." Hearing this, Sua and her blonde friend exchanged worried glances. They understood the gravity of the situation. So if we're not the first to clear it, we'll lose our chance forever. Gangayam continued, explaining to the entire group, including a priest and others who were listening intently. There will be a limit on how many people can enter. He held out his hand as if inviting them to seize this opportunity, but the reward will be greater than anything we've ever seen. The scene shifts to an elevator descending underground, the display showing floor B6. The doors are opening. The elevator doors slid open, and Gang Guillaume stepped out to lead the way. Sua and her friends followed close behind. Sua whispered, "There are going to be a lot of people, aren't there?" Yunbom sighed with regret. "It's a shame Cha Johan couldn't come with us." The young man beside her explained, "Well, he had other business to attend to." As they entered the massive hall, the noisy crowd fell silent, then erupted into whispers at the sight of Gang Guillaume's party. Gang Guillaume walked forward with an icy expression, ignoring the curious stares from all around, while another group recognized him. "Isn't that Seol Gang Guillaume?" The murmurs began to spread, a mix of awe and skepticism. "He's the top-ranked trainee from Seoul, right? So, is he actually strong? I heard he's only at the insect level. But I also heard he saved those people trapped in the demon realm with the apostles last time." Yeonbom nudged Gang Guillaume's arm with a teasing smile. "You're certainly famous, aren't you?" Suddenly, a malicious voice cut through the crowd. "Then why did I hear he's a murderer?" Hearing the slander, Taehan and Yeonbom flared up instantly. They whipped around, shouting, "Who just said that? Who are you calling a murderer?" Gang Guillaume held his friends back, his own face surprisingly calm. "It's fine. But those guys?" Yeonbom protested, still furious. Gang Guillaume flashed a confident smile to reassure his team. "Let's not waste our energy here. We just need to focus on the raid." Sua turned to rally the group, asking with a serious look, "Does everyone have the items I mentioned yesterday?" Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Seol Gang Guillaume." This caught the crowd's attention, and they began whispering again. "Huh? That's Dako Jun. He must be pretty close with Seol Gang Guillaume." Dako Jun pushed through the crowd with an enthusiastic greeting. "Gang Guillaume, how have you been? It's been too long." One of Gang Guillaume's teammates cut in warily. "He's not going to join the Miracle Guild." Dako Jun just asked curiously, "Did you watch the show I was on?" He crossed his arms with a confident smirk. "Instead of shutting me down immediately, why don't you hear about the gift I prepared?" Gang Guillaume's brow furrowed as an unpleasant memory surfaced. The offer echoed in his mind. A gift? What kind of gift? He wondered if this was another twisted present, just like the one from that woman. Director Gozun gestured grandly, presenting his extravagant offer with a flourish. "I've purchased a building in Gangnam. Just for you, my star player. It's a prime location, only a 2-minute walk from Line 2. Join my faction, and it's all yours." The offer was so insane. Gang Rim and Suo were left speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief. "A whole building?" Suo whispered his name, Gang Rim. But he quickly hardened his expression, raising a hand to cut him off. "I'm not joining, and I have no intention of working with you on this raid." Director Gozun just let out a booming laugh. "It seems we're on the same page. I have my own plans, you see." Gang Rim's guard went up instantly. "What kind of plans?" He leaned in close, his voice a mysterious whisper in Gang Rim's ear. "Don't worry. I won't interfere with the first reggressor's precious raid." He added, "I'm planning something far more efficient. Besides, I have complete faith you can handle this on your own." A cold sweat trickled down Gang Rim's back as his mind raced, cursing this unpredictable regressor. As Director Gozun turned to leave, he called out, "I'll be watching you." He waved, not even bothering to look back. "I expect great things." Gang Rim and his team watched him disappear. Yeonbom broke the silence. "What did he say to you?" Gang Rim sighed, a weary look on his face. "Just a bunch of nonsense." But inwardly, he felt a nagging sense of dread about what the man was plotting. He tried to push the thought aside, watching Director Gozun's back fade into the crowd. "Still, I doubt he'll be a problem for us. At least, not during this raid." Suddenly, a formal voice boomed throughout the massive lobby. A system announcement for all challengers at the Demon World's entrance. The message echoed, "The gate to the Great Demon World will open shortly." All around them, other parties huddled together, trying to bolster their courage. "Don't worry, we can clear any realm as long as we stick together. Yeah, all that matters is that we have each other's backs." The system concluded, "All challengers, prepare for entry." Gang Rim's team steeled themselves for what was to come. Their small spirit companions began to glow, circling their masters in the air. Sua gasped in amazement. "Huh. When could you guys fly?" Just then, another message blared through the hall. "Gate activated. Portal opening." The floor beneath everyone's feet vanished without warning. Panic erupted as they were all violently sucked downward. The entire crowd, Gang Rim's team included, plunged into a colossal, swirling purple vortex that had opened beneath them. They were all in a freefall, tumbling through a tear in space itself. A system window materialized before them. You have entered the great demon world. Amidst the chaos, Gangnam executed a perfect landing, planting one hand on the cracked earth to steady himself instantly. He rose to his feet, dusting off his coat, calmly observing the others who were still tumbling to the ground. All right, first things first. Find my team and get moving. A man nearby stumbled to his feet, his face a mask of confusion as he surveyed the desolate wasteland. This is the great demon world? Sua fell to her knees, clutching her chest and gasping for air. Her face was pale with terror. I can't breathe. Another challenger on the ground looked up, seeing Gangnam standing alone. He yelled in a panic. Huh. Why is it just you two? What the hell? Where did everyone else go? Gangnam glanced down at him with a weary smirk. Of course, he thought. My luck is the absolute worst. I ended up here completely alone. A blue aura enveloped Gangnam as another system window popped up, activating a unique trait. But he remained unfazed. This was all within his expectations. I didn't expect to be dropped in solo, but I knew the party would be split into 3 separate zones. A confident smile touched his lips as he recalled the plan. You have to activate a device in each zone to clear the realm. I explained all of this to the team yesterday. He stood calmly amidst the chaos as others scrambled in fear. Instead of panicking, they should be looking for each other. He thought to himself as panicked shouts of "Where's our party leader?" echoed around him. Why are we the only ones here? Unbothered, Gangnam calmly retrieved a golden communication earring and placed it on his ear. He tapped it once, a smirk playing on his lips. Can everyone hear me? He continued, issuing his first command. Give me a status report. Who's with who? The connection was instantaneous. A display split into 2 feeds, showing Sua with Jang Taehan and her spirit, Linny, while Yeonbom was paired with John. Sua's voice came through first. This is Sua. I'm with Jang Tan and Linny. Yeonbom followed up. And I'm here with John. One of the girls immediately complained. Hey, can you turn the volume down a bit? Gangnam shot back. This artifact doesn't have a volume control. An item description window popped up for the private talk hearing. After confirming everyone's status, Gangnam allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Not a bad pairing at all, he thought to himself. I'm wondering if I should summon one of the spirit beasts here. Through the communicator, a worried Tian asks, clutching the spirit beast, Linny. Wait, does that mean you're all alone right now? Gangnam calmly replies, I am. Tian's voice rises in panic. Isn't that incredibly dangerous? You know Sua isn't cut out for close quarters combat. In another location, the girl traveling with Yeonbom is just as concerned. The spirit beast John speaks up from her arms. Master, can't you just summon one of the beasts to your location? The girl adds, He's right, you should have John with you. It's not safe to be alone, she thought to herself. The twin sisters would be much safer if John were with them, since they were both long-range attackers, but Gangnam's response was sharp and decisive. It's fine. Sua, still unconvinced, presses on. Are you absolutely sure you'll be okay by yourself? Gangnam answers while striding toward a colossal stone gate. I'll summon a beast if things go south. Sua reluctantly caves. All right, just be careful. Standing before the imposing gate, Gangnam declares, then we're sticking to the plan. I'll contact everyone later. He places a hand on the door, stealing his resolve. Yeah, this will be fine. With a look of grim determination, Gangnam throws his weight against the gate. He reminded himself that he was nothing like the man he used to be in his past life. As the heavy doors groaned open, a system notification chimed. The first great demon realm is beginning. The mission objective materialized before him, defeat the ruler of the realm, alongside the menacing silhouette of a powerful demon. No time limit, a smirk curved Gangnam's lips. I already know the perfect way to clear these demon realms. And anyway, our meeting was inevitable. Though a single bead of sweat traced a path down his cheek, he maintained a confident facade. It'll be fine, even on my own. From a distant cliff, a mysterious man witnessed the entire scene unfold. Hiding behind a large boulder, he muttered with pure venom. Excellent. He's all by himself, his face twisted into a mask of seething hatred. Grinding his teeth, he swore a dark oath. I will be the one to bring judgment upon you, S-Class Gangnam. Just as he stepped through the portal, Gangnam was swarmed by a pack of stone lizards. An info panel popped up. Rock Dragon King, beginner human level. A species of giant lizard that evolved based on its environment. They always travel in packs and are extremely hostile. The Rock Dragon Kings let out a deafening roar, their crimson eyes blazing with hunger, ready to tear their prey limb from limb. But in the face of their aggression, Gangnam simply let out a derisive smirk, completely unfazed by the threat. He gripped his sword as a blazing aura enveloped the blade. He thought, even for a great demon realm, monsters this strong shouldn't appear right at the entrance. He plunged into the heart of the horde, his flaming sword carving lethal arcs through the air. With razor-sharp focus, Gangnam moved like a phantom. He vowed to himself, I'll end this as quickly as possible. In moments, the ground was littered with the corpses of the stone dragons. Gangrim knelt among the carnage, lost in thought. He pulled a shimmering gem from the mouth of a fallen monster. This isn't good. He recalled his primary objective. To activate the device, I have to find the key that breaks the seal first. Glancing back at the bloody trail leading from the gate, he worried. But at this pace, everyone will find out where I went. And I'm not confident I can trigger the device before they catch up to me. Not when I'm alone. Gangrim stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Does this mean I have to use that method? The man still watching from the shadows was perplexed. What method? He narrowed his eyes, studying Gangrim's strange behavior with the corpses. What in the world is he doing with those monster bodies? He watched as Gangrim began dragging the carcasses into a pile. A chilling realization dawned on him. He can definitely see that next wave of monsters heading his way. And sure enough, an even larger swarm of rock dragon kings was charging toward them. The man's eyes widened in horror as he saw another person being chased by the horde, running directly toward Gangrim. Is he using the monsters to set a trap? To eliminate anyone who gets near him? He envisioned a demonic, blood-soaked Gangrim, a murderer who steals the destinies of his victims, he thought, utterly horrified. I thought he was just here to hunt monsters. But of course, it was something far more sinister. The shadowy figure gritted his teeth, his rage reaching its boiling point. S-Class, Gangrim. He rose to his feet, hand gripping the hilt of his sword, his eyes fixed on Gangrim with deadly resolve. I will put an end to your wicked ways. Meanwhile, Gangrim knelt by a corpse as a dark, swirling energy enveloped it. He tore a piece of hide from the dead monster, grimacing. I need a part of the monster's body. The condition is poor, but I have to hurry before the next horde gets here. Without a shred of hesitation, he brought the piece of monster flesh to his lips. A system window appeared as his eyes began to glow with an eerie light. Activating Thieving Rat. A thick black smoke instantly shrouded Gangrim's body. His form began to warp and change, sprouting scales and razor-sharp claws identical to the rock dragons. When the smoke finally cleared, he stood transformed into an upright, blue-scaled rock dragon. A triumphant roar escaped his lips. I actually did it. He turned to the 7 stone dragons lumbering toward him and attempted to make contact. I'm your friend, he said, causing them to ask blankly. Friend? Seeing that they weren't attacking, he breathed a sigh of relief. All right, they're not hostile, he noted. He then began to walk and move in a bizarre way, making the stone dragons think amongst themselves. Why is he walking like that? He must be a little slow. A smirk crossed Gangrim's face as he recalled the gift that gave him this power. Captain Mun's gift was proving to be incredibly useful. It was an item that allowed the user to obtain any skill they desired. He had used the secret skill fragment to acquire the ability. The system prompt read, select the skill you desire, and the result was, you have acquired Thieving Mouse, a skill that allows you to mimic a target's appearance by eating one of their body parts. He thought with satisfaction, thanks to this, I managed to get a pretty decent transformation skill. He told himself to get through this before the transformation ended, but then his eyes widened in shock. What the hell is that? A blindfolded man had appeared out of nowhere, roaring. Where did Shinua go? Gangrim, still in his dragon disguise, panicked internally. The others are getting here way faster than I planned. I have to hurry. He quickly led the pack of stone dragons deeper into the cave. There it is. At the end of the path was the key-wielding monster, a humanoid stone dragon that looked far more intelligent, holding a scepter. It let out an authoritative roar as a status window appeared. Stone Dragon King Tribe Chieftain, 3rd class aberration. A lizard with divine power, it leads its tribe and empowers them with magic. Hearing their chieftain's roar, the entire pack of stone dragons raised their arms to the sky and bellowed in response. Gangrim, still in disguise, blended right in, raising his own arms and screaming with wild enthusiasm. The chieftain stared intently at the overacting Gangrim, its eyes filled with suspicion. Suddenly, it fired a beam of purple poison energy straight at him. He instantly reverted to his human form to dodge the blast. It wasn't fooled, just as I thought, he muttered. It is the chieftain, after all. The leader raised its scepter high, unleashing a wave of red energy that enveloped the entire dragon pack. Gangrim immediately recognized it as an area of effect buff. A confident smirk played on his lips. Now that's a pretty good skill. He gripped his flaming sword, his gaze defiant. Good. This is absolutely perfect for me. He charged into the horde of empowered stone dragons. They were now bigger and far more ferocious. Purple poison energy enveloped the monster's fists as they lunged to attack. Gangrim expertly dodged and countered. They're not that hard to deal with without the poison, he thought, moving like a phantom through the enemy ranks. His sword severed their limbs with every arc. One final, fiery slash ended the battle, clearing out all 7 of the monsters. The creature's toxic blood splattered on Gangrim's face, but he didn't flinch as a system notification appeared. Poison resistance activated. He He dove back into the fray, thinking confidently, their venom is nothing compared to Gang Chiori's. His flaming sword drew a perfect curve, sweeping through the onrushing monsters. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the creature's thick hide with ease, finishing it in an instant. Seeing the chieftain turn to flee, Gangnam leaped into the air, his mocking voice echoing, "What's this? Trying to run away all by yourself?" He casually put his hands behind his head, a contemptuous smile on his face. "That's not very leader-like of you." A flash of light streaked through the cavern. His sword had flown straight into the chieftain's chest, pinning the key to its body. Silence fell, leaving only Gangjim kneeling beside the chieftain's corpse in a battlefield littered with bodies. He glanced at the surrounding corpses and smiled with satisfaction. At least my time in the training facility was useful. In my past life, I nearly died here. He calmly reached out and plucked the key from the chieftain's corpse. Securing it around his neck, Gangjim thought, I can't afford to fall behind the others. He touched the key to his communication earring and reported, I've secured the key. What's your team's status? On the other end, Taehan's astonished voice cut through the sounds of chaos. You already got it. We found our leader, but we're still chasing it down. Meanwhile, Ion Bomb's team was also struggling in a desperate fight. A girl grumbled over the comms, I told you we should have just left these people behind. But Ion Bomb firmly disagreed. How could we even do that? With his gun in hand and his face spattered with blood, Ion Bomb shouted with conviction. We can't just leave these people to die. Hearing that, Gangjim simply smiled softly. That's the kind of thing I'd expect Sinua to say. A scream suddenly erupted from the communication device. Damn it, why are these people so weak? Gangjim replied calmly, sitting beside a monster's corpse. It's not that those people are weak, it's just that you guys are strong. The call was cut short by frantic yelling. What? I can't hear you. Ah, get away from there. Anyway, we'll let you know when we get our key. He paused, lost in thought. I guess this will take far longer than I expected. He stood, gazing forward as he made his decision. In that case, I better use this time wisely. It's probably time to get moving. Elsewhere in the cavern, another party was moving together. One of them spoke up. I was worried since this cave is a total maze, but it's great having someone from the training facility. The other replied with confidence. I just happened to get my hands on a decent item. The conversation continued. Finding a useful item in that damn shop is a skill in itself. You know. I could never figure out what all that stuff was for. The man smiled, revealing a secret. To be honest, it was Selgang who told me about this item. Hearing that name, someone in the group had a violent reaction. Wait, Gangrim. You mean that murderer? The others immediately grew suspicious as well. Are you close to him? You never told us anything about this before. The man quickly waved his hands, trying to explain, Oh, we're not close. We just happen to come from the same training facility. He continued to defend Rim. Besides, I don't think those rumors are even true. He held up a scroll and said, That's right. He even saved people who were trapped in a demon world recently. Even back when we were still in the training facility. His words were suddenly cut short as a massive shadow fell over the entire group. He screamed in terror. A monster. Another person quickly gave the order, Everyone, get in formation. Healer to the rear. A colossal clay golem emerged from the darkness, striking fear into the party. What? What in the world is that? The golem raised its gigantic foot, preparing to crush them all. The party screamed in absolute despair. We're going to be flattened, get out of the way. At that same moment, Gangrim arrived at a fork in the road. This must be the final crossroad on this path. He analyzed the two routes before him, recalling memories from his past life. Both of these should lead to the exit, but I think one of them leads to a giant clay doll. It will just end up ruining my blade if I fight it. Which path was it that didn't have the clay doll again? He activated his sense-sharpening skill. A smirk played on his lips as he chose a path. This way. Meanwhile, the horrified screams of the other party echoed from a distance. The desperate cries for help continued. Hey, where's the healer? The healer is down. Gangrim paused for a second, a single bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. He sighed, turning away and telling himself, I'll just mind my own business. Back with the other group, the young man from before was clutching his broken arm, screaming in agony. My arm! Damn it, where is the healer? As the golem's foot was about to descend, he fell into complete despair. Am I going to die? Someone save me. I never should have come here in the first place. But then, he looked up in utter shock, seeing a familiar silhouette. Huh? Gangrim. Gangrim appeared, his cold eyes looking down on the golem. He exploded into action, his body becoming a blur as he unleashed countless lightning-fast slashes against the massive golem. The young man could only stare, stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Did Gangrim just save us? The man quickly called out to the retreating figure who was disappearing back into the cave. Wait, Gangrim, he yelled with sincere gratitude. Thank you for saving us. He hesitated for a moment before adding, and I'm sorry for what happened at the training facility. Those words made Gangrim freeze for a moment as a painful memory suddenly resurfaced. An image of him, fallen and being saved by Sua. He thought to himself, thank you, Sua. He glanced back slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a serene look on his face, he looked back at the party and said, I couldn't just let you die. With that, he turned and quickly departed. At the same time, a system notification appeared. The hero of life who owns nothing has used the item, Trace of a Divine Title. Gangrim looked confused as another window popped up. A priority message will be activated in 10 minutes. The image of a majestic deity appeared amidst cherry blossoms, presenting an offer. The hero of life who owns nothing is offering to recruit you. He muttered in annoyance, damn it. I'm sure I turned off these kinds of communications before I came in here. A communication settings window appeared before him. As he tried to close it, another notification blocked his hand. You do not possess enough mental strength to block a priority message. Helpless, he could only hold his head, accepting it in silence. The messages from the deity continued to appear. The hero of life who owns nothing likes your strength and teamwork ability. The hero of life who owns nothing praises you for not seeking a reward for your good deeds. The final invitation appeared, will you accept this deity? And Gangrim answered decisively, without a shred of hesitation, no. The deity didn't give up, trying to persuade him. The hero of life who owns nothing mentions that your teammate serves his older brother. The hero of life who owns nothing is trying very hard to convince you. Gangrim gritted his teeth, muttering with pure disgust. These damn gods, he growled. I already said I'm not interested. And it seemed his harsh refusal actually worked. The hero of life with nothing was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. He hastily tried to leave. A final notification popped up. The hero of life with nothing had disconnected. Gangrim wondered, what in the world just happened? He reopened the communication channel. Instantly, thoughts from the other gods flooded his mind. How strange. What was that all about? Perhaps it was that god, but they already have so many apostles. Why would they? And another voice asked, which god are you talking about? The bickering continued. What? Does Gangrim not know which god is pursuing him? Shut your mouth, you fool, and get out of here. Then suddenly, everything went silent. An anonymous god had cut the connection. Gangrim frowned, replaying the disturbing information. A god is pursuing me, he wondered. Could it be the same one from back then? A horrifying memory resurfaced, and that voice echoed once more. Accept me, child. It was the one who had tormented him since he was young. The one who claimed it was his destiny and stole his friends and family from him. Pure rage ignited within him, his eyes blazing with a terrifying light. That god is still chasing me? After everything that had happened, he forced himself to regain his composure. Calm down. A god cannot directly harm a human. At least it wasn't some supernatural phenomenon that killed those people. He was sure that God would send Bai Young after him again. This time, if I can just defeat her, then I can finally change my fate. Even without becoming an apostle for some god, he pushed those thoughts aside. For now, I need to focus on this raid. After all, I need to acquire a new skill in this demonic realm, he said with a grim expression. In fact, it's more important than the boss in this place. He looked at the empty system window and decided, they won't be back. I'll just mute this again. He thought to himself, I never thought I'd see the day I was disappointed by the gods being too quiet. At that very moment, a system announcement echoed throughout the demonic realm. The boss area has been unlocked. And before him, a crumbling, ancient tower materialized from within the mist. He gazed up at the tower thoughtfully, thinking, it's about time, since there are some pretty strong hunters in this demonic realm. The image of the powerful boss flashed in his mind, but no matter how strong they were, they could never defeat it without destroying the devices first. At least, not at their current level. With a determined look, he declared, I will find those devices first. He entered a corridor filled with sharp thorns, thinking as he walked, I have a feeling it's somewhere around here. He then swung his sword, slicing through the obstacles. Looking at his blade, he sighed, it'll take all day to cut through these by myself. He continued deeper into an even darker passage. This place reminds me of the domain of the martial general, Dao Shan. He stopped for a moment, struck by a realization. Now that I think about it, this is my first time coming here. Finally, he stood before a stone pedestal glowing with a brilliant red light. Found it. He raised the golden key. It flew towards the device and began to unlock it. As the key completed its task, the seal shattered into a million scarlet crystal shards. From the ground, pieces of metal armor began to rise and assemble themselves. The arms, legs, and torso quickly fused together. Before Gangrim, a complete set of armor stood tall, radiating a powerful aura. A system message rang out. The bizarre low-rank red-blue demon has appeared. It was accompanied by a description of the demon. A martial artist who continues his duty even after death, having transcended the extremes of heat and cold. Gangrim observed his opponent, frowning as he said, "That's odd. I heard it was supposed to be a blue flame." Then his expression shifted to one of interest. "I was so excited knowing it would be a humanoid monster." He readied his sword. His eyes burned with a challenge. "Show me what you've got." The two swords clashed, creating a deafening shriek and a powerful shockwave. Gangrim smiled with excitement. "That scared me for a second." He backed away, taunting his opponent. "Do I look weak to you?" He lunged forward, swinging a powerful strike and roaring. "Show me your blue flame," he thought to himself. "During this fight, you have to at least make sure you have that skill before I accumulate more karma." He unleashed a decisive attack, aiming straight for the demon's chest. His strike caused the demon to explode, but not with red fire. Instead, it was a blast of frigid blue ice. The system announced the activation of the Ice Flame skill. The entire area was instantly encased in ice as the demon rose again. Now it was shrouded in a chilling blue aura. Gangrim was partially frozen, but he just laughed. "Ha ha, you're stronger than I thought." He exhaled a frosty breath, shattering the ice on his arm, and said, "All right then." Flames and frost simultaneously enveloped his sword. He smirked. "This will definitely make things more interesting." The demon ignited its own blade with an eerie blue fire, mirroring Gang, who wielded a sword of blazing crimson. A status window appeared for both, revealing Gang had a slight edge in strength and agility. He thought with confidence. "Plus, my stats are better." The two swords, each cloaked in elemental power, crashed together, erupting in a violent explosion of energy. But Gangrim was thrown back by the sheer force of the blue flames. Shock flashed across his face. He tried to fight back, but the enemy's azure fire was overwhelmingly powerful. He gritted his teeth, realizing his own flames weren't strong enough. Was it because his opponent's skill level was higher? He decided to pour all his achievement points into an immediate upgrade. A system message flashed, using achievement points to upgrade flame manipulation. Another notification followed. Flame manipulation is now at the primary human level. Then, flame manipulation is now at the intermediate human level. And again, flame manipulation is now at the tertiary demonic level. But as his flames roared with new intensity, another message appeared. Insufficient achievement points to upgrade flame manipulation. He then realized the demon's ice flame skill was at the intermediate demonic level, one full rank higher. He muttered with a tense expression, "I need a new strategy. My flame manipulation is a whole tier below his ice flame. But," he thought, "if I can focus my fire on its weak points." He scanned the demon's body, pinpointing vulnerabilities. "I could land a critical blow. If only I could concentrate my flames, make them smaller and more precise. But I don't have that kind of control yet." So, to achieve the same effect, he decided to close the distance, using his own body to bridge the gap. He blocked the demon's attack with his left arm, locking onto its armored limb with a death grip. With his other hand, he plunged his sword straight into its abdomen. He roared, channeling all of his power into his flaming blade. This is the only way. A massive firestorm engulfed the demon completely. After the explosion, Gangrim stood there, panting heavily. His sword was buried deep in the chest of the fallen beast. The blue fire in the demon's eyes flickered out as a system window appeared. "You have defeated the primary demonic level blue-red demon." He collapsed to the floor, exhausted but satisfied. "I really thought I was going to freeze to death." The system began its calculations. Calculating achievement points. "You have received a bonus reward for defeating a superior opponent." He stared at the reward window, wondering, superior to me? I'm definitely stronger, but I guess it doesn't matter since his destiny level was higher. He sat up, reaching a hand toward the demon's corpse. "However, this is the real prize," the system announced. Activating Destiny Steel skill. A complex magic circle materialized in the air. Destiny Steel has been upgraded to proficient. You can now steal up to 2 skills from a single target. He was stunned. "What? 2 skills at once?" A cunning smile spread across his face. "Does that mean I only get karma for 1 skill, but receive 2? The system confirmed, stealing Ice Flame skill. You have accumulated karma. You have stolen a small amount of mana. You have accumulated karma. Gangrim sighed. "I guess not." He stood up, looking at the flame in his hand and smiled. "Well, this is still a major upgrade. The stronger the opponent, the more useful stuff they'll have." He summoned both flames, 1 orange and 1 blue, in each of his hands. "Either way, I got the Ice Flame skill out of it." The skill description for Ice Flame appeared. A fire that burns at sub-zero temperatures, capable of both incinerating and freezing an opponent. He clenched the hand, wreathed in blue fire, thinking with satisfaction, "Now I have 2 attack skills with opposing elemental powers. I won't have to worry so much about being countered by elemental disadvantages anymore." He sat on the frozen corpse of the demon, planning his next move. "Now, all I have to do is deal with the devices for the boss fight." A map appeared, showing 3 hidden devices scattered across the demon world, all energetically linked to the boss's location. These were buffing devices. One provided health regeneration over time, another reduced incoming damage, and the final one amplified the boss's attack damage. He recalled his past life, how the boss was impossibly strong with that damage buff active. That's why in my previous life, this demon world wasn't cleared for months. Because no one knew about these devices. He sat beside one of the devices, lost in thought. The most important outcome of this greater demon world is the formation of the Flying Tiger sect. He rested his chin on his hand, a calculating smile on his face. Now that I've gotten what I came for, I'd better set the stage for Shin Sua for when we fight the boss. He resolved. The Flying Tiger sect needs to be formed, even if I'm not a part of it. He touched his communication earring. Taehan's voice came through from the other side. It's me, Gang Taehan. We've taken down the blue-red demon and found the device. Where is everyone else? Gangrim replied casually. I just finished up over here myself. Yeonbom's voice chimed in, sounding a little worried. This is Bomb. We still haven't found the cave. We had to guide some people to the exit midway through, so it's taking a while. John's handling the thorn bushes right now, though. Gangrim walked forward, saying, just take your time. He slumped against the wall, thinking to himself. It seems the boss room notifications are coming in. I figure we'll get alerts for disabling the devices, too, Gangrim said into his comms, pulling on his jacket. So, I think it's best we confirm everyone's cleared out before we take on the boss. Sua smiled in agreement. Just kill the red and blue demons first, and we'll meet near the boss room. Then we'll make our move. And Taehan, clutching the spirit beast Lini, happily added, yeah. Let's meet at the White Stone Tower. Elsewhere, Doc Gozin pulled off his listening device as the signal sputtered. All right then, the White Stone Tower, he mumbled with a self-satisfied smirk. Perfect. Looks like I'm in the clear. He then took off his own coat. Perched on the tower's peak, his fingers flew across his laptop. In any case, I've heard enough. He narrowed his eyes, replaying the intel from the devices in all three sectors. Thorn bushes. So those bushes Gangrim cut through earlier must have been it. He raised a pair of binoculars, scanning his surroundings. Squinting through the lens, he spotted Yeonbom's party in battle. That's definitely it. He chuckled to himself. I knew planting a bug on Gangrim was a brilliant move. He pivoted the binoculars toward the colossal boss, wondering, is that the final boss? He noticed a figure approaching the behemoth. Oh, I recognize him. It's that blindfolded kid from before. Doc Gozin identified him as the top trainee from the Hoseo branch. An aura of pure authority surrounded him. The Apostle of Justice, Sion Uion. Doc Gozin smiled with hidden meaning, wondering. He's pretty impressive. Are you planning to join Gangrim's team, too? Are you two going to be the new protagonists? He mused, as Sion Uion stood there with a look of grim resolve. Sion Uion stood alone before the immense, dormant statue of the boss. He spoke with absolute confidence. I figured Gangrim would already be in the boss room, but I guess I beat him to it. He produced a glowing purple potion and said, well, this is even better. He hurled the vial at the statue, and its eyes flared with a menacing red light. Doc goes on, observing from a distance, felt a flicker of concern. Its reaction. It's different from when I woke it up before. The statue let out an earth-shattering roar, its entire frame trembling violently. Far away, Gangrim was navigating a forest of thorns. He said, it seems a good number of people have already bailed, so we should be able to grab it once a few more teams take a shot. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and he saw the distant tower beginning to crumble. He stared up at the sky in sheer horror. Why is it collapsing? A system announcement rang out across the demon realm. The third-ranked Guardian King of the Dragon Tribe has designated Gangrim as its primary target. His teammate's panicked voice erupted over the comms. What was that sound just now? Why is the boss hunting you down? Gangrim scratched his head, looking completely lost. I have no idea. I'm getting out of this area to try and drop the aggro first. His teammate responded. We're on our way now. But he stopped them. No. Can you guys stand by the devices, just in case? They agreed. All right, we'll try to take down this red and blue demon as fast as we can. The boss was now fully awakened, its burning red eyes locked onto Gangrim. He whipped his head around, feeling the terrifying wave of killing intent, and swore, damn it. The colossal boss vaulted off its stone platform, charging with horrifying speed to pursue him. It brandished its massive weapon, launching it towards Gangrim like a javelin. He glanced back, his face draining of all color. Damn it. The giant spear slammed into the earth, completely cutting off Gangrim's escape. He realized the entrance was now sealed. He spoke into his communicator. The plan is ruined. We have to take down the Guardian King right now. And his teammate replied. Understood. We'll disable the devices and head to your position. The boss raised its gigantic hand, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Gangrim gritted his teeth, dropping into a fighting stance. All right, I'll just have to hold out for as long as I can. He dodged the boss's world-shattering punch. In that same instant, a system notification flashed. The ruler's enhancement device has been disabled. The received damage reduction effect has been nullified. Taehan reported over the comms to C. Gangram. We've taken down one device. C. Gangram said, thanks, as he dodged another blow. He thought to himself, I just wish the cancelled effect was the health regeneration. He quickly asked where Bomb and Jian were, and got his answer. Just a little longer. Master, we're handling the red and blue demon right now. The boss's status window appeared. Third-rank Guardian King of the Dragon Tribe, it read. It guards a specific territory and reigns over the monsters near it. Its characteristics were also listed. Attack power enhanced, defense enhanced, and health regeneration over time. Cancelled. Then the twins' device must be the one for healing. The monster launched another devastating attack. As Gangram scrambled to evade, he thought, it would have been a disaster if that was my device. But then, another notification appeared. The ruler's enhancement has been nullified. Its time-based healing effect is shattered. A triumphant voice crackled through the comms device. Master, we did it. Gangram let out a cry of victory. Excellent, as a frigid, blue aura enveloped his sword. A system window announced Cell Gangram's elemental affinity has been changed to water. He was certain the elemental advantage was his. He surged toward the boss. His body was wreathed in glacial flames. His ice fire slammed directly into the boss's face, making it roar in agony. But the attack only shattered an outer layer of rock, revealing thick mud underneath. Gangram froze. Mud? It's an earth type, not metal. The boss swung its weapon. Gangram realized the force of his ice fire felt strangely weak. He was sent flying by the brutal impact. I'm sure I used my full power, he wondered in confusion. But why is it so much weaker than when the red and blue demon used it? The ice fire on his blade seemed to dim. Is this really how weak ice fire is supposed to be? He suddenly realized there had to be a bonus from his elemental affinity. Wait a second, isn't this skill water type? He stared at the ice fire on the boss's hand, thinking, but what is it then? If it's not fire, and it's not water. He suddenly remembered he couldn't view the elemental stats of monsters or gods. Hold on. He tried combining both elements. The system announced, converting elemental type to fire and water. His eyes flashed with a multicolored light. He roared in his mind, this is it. His hair bleached to an icy white as a far more powerful aura exploded around him. The system confirmed, skill is compatible with your element. The ice fire in his hand erupted with newfound ferocity. The ice fire skill has been enhanced. Now, his glacial flames burned even stronger than the boss's. It radiated a brilliant and pure azure light. Gangram unleashed a colossal wave of ice fire, engulfing and completely flash-freezing the giant. The boss was instantly encased in a massive block of ice, its face a frozen mask of shock and pain. Gangram let out a breath of relief, hoisting his sword onto his shoulder. Whew. That's that, he said. Guess I'll wait for the others to get here while it thaws. A voice cut through the silence from behind him. You're even better than the rumors say. It was Sion Yuan. He stood there, his own sword wreathed in the very same ice fire. I see now why I was tasked with this. He stared at Gangram with cold eyes. But now, it's time for judgment. Murderer. Gangram turned to face him, asking, is this your doing? I don't know what you've heard to make you do this. Sion Yuan shot back. You know me? Gangram replied, well, yeah. He looked him dead in the eye and said, you're a hypocrite. The hunter of hunters, Sion Uyan. A memory surfaced, explaining Sion Uyan's past. He, who could see the karma of others, traveled the land, punishing those whose karmic debt was high. At first, he was praised and called a disciple of justice. But even when you kill those who do evil, your own karma accumulates. Eventually, he amassed more karma than those he hunted, earning him the title of hypocrite. Back in the present, Gangram watched Sion Yuan with a sharp gaze. He thought to himself, we had a twisted connection in my past life, too. He analyzed the situation. The way he mentioned rumors means there's a chance this guy hasn't unlocked his karma calculating ability yet. He asked with a serious expression, so you caused all this just because of a few rumors? Sion Yuan denied it. No. I heard the story from the victims themselves some time ago. Gangram pressed, victims? And Sion Yuan roared, have you forgotten the innocent cult members you slaughtered? Stunned and furious, Gangram yelled back, what cult are you talking about? I've never done anything like that. Sion Yuan pointed a finger in his face, overflowing with indignation. The Asura cult. I heard it all from the leader of the Asura cult herself. Gangram was stunned. The Asura cult. And Sion Yuan continued, yes, the Asura cult members you massacred after crashing their peaceful gathering. He clutched his head, recalling the painful scene. I still can't forget her trembling hands and the tears streaming down her face. An image of a weeping Shin Ara in his arms appeared in his memory. He continued his defense. What did the Asura cult ever do wrong? They constantly defeated beasts and protected the people. They even actively participated in charity to help repair the damages. He screamed in anguish. Why would a saint like her have to suffer such pain? An image of the gentle Shin Ara appeared, only to be instantly replaced by her true face. A wicked witch, pulling Sion Yuan's strings like he was her puppet. Gangrym muttered, "A saint." He grabbed his head as the truth hit him. So this was all a fabrication by Shin Ara. He asked Sion Yuan, "Do you even know what the Asura cult does?" He explained, "They're tied to the syndicates. You're being played by them." Refusing to accept it, Sion Yuan screamed, "No way! Don't you dare slander the cult leader, Asura." Gangrym shot back, "You're the one making false accusations here." Then he added, "Fine, I'll give you one chance." Sion Yuan extended his hand. "I possess an ability called the Scales of Sin. It allows me to compare my karmic debt against yours." Through a simple handshake, a flicker of surprise crossed Gangrym's face. He has a power like that? He activated his own skill. The Destiny Detection ability has been activated. Sion Yuan's information appeared before him, including the details of the Scales of Sin. This ability didn't just compare karma, it imposed a penalty on whoever held the greater burden of sin. A cold dread washed over Gangrym. A penalty? It's not just a comparison skill. Sion Yuan pressed on. "I'm not without sin myself, so if you're truly innocent, our karmic values should be almost the same." But Gangrym knew the devastating truth. He bore the karma of 421 people from his past life. He could not let him use that power. He scoffed, rejecting the offer. "Ha! And why should I trust you? You've already attacked me once. Who knows what you'll try this time?" Sion Yuan replied. "Despite my appearance, I am known as a disciple of justice. If you can't bring yourself to trust me, so be it, but you should know, this only makes you look more guilty." Gangrym, now wreathed in icy flames, sneered. "Someone like you, a disciple of justice? Don't make me laugh." A system window appeared. Icefire skill activated. With that, Gangrym lunged forward. He growled, "You never even planned on hearing me out." Sion Yuan smirked, parrying the blow. "And what is there to say? An explanation for how you murdered the original owner of that power?" Gangrym desperately tried to explain. "This isn't something I gained by killing." But in that instant, a system alert flashed. Due to insufficient mana, the activation of Icefire has been cancelled. Sion Yuan roared, "Then prove your innocence." He surged forward, grabbing Gangrym's hand. The system announced, "The Scales of Sin ability has been activated." An image of the goddess of justice, holding golden scales, materialized behind them. The system began comparing the karmic values of Gangrym and Sion Yuan. The scales immediately tipped, plunging to one side. It was clear Gangrym's karma was infinitely heavier. Sion Yuan prayed, "O divine spirits, punish the one who is more wicked between myself and my foe." The verdict was declared. Target sins are heavier. A penalty will now be bestowed upon Gangrym. The punishment was activated on Gangrym through the effect of the Scales of Sin ability. The mana required to use abilities has increased by 50%. An additional 30% damage will be received when attacked. Sion Yuan looked down with a triumphant sneer. "Just as I thought. You are evil." The penalty's effect crashed down on Gangrym, forcing him to his knees. Sion Yuan grabbed him by the collar, growling, "I was almost fooled by your little act. Just how much karma are you carrying?" He leaned close to Gangrym's ear. "You're muttering something. What are you mumbling about? Are you finally repenting for your sins?" Gangrym lifted his head, his eyes burning with defiance. "Shut up and bring it." Rage flashed in Sion Yuan's eyes. "What gives you the right to be so confident?" He threw a vicious punch. "You must be pretty arrogant, even without your abilities. Looks like your mana is completely drained." He grabbed Gangrym's arm and screamed, "Why didn't you use these powers to help people instead of killing them? Answer me." "I've never done that," Gangrym denied through gritted teeth, enraging Sion Yuan even more. "Still lying to the very end?" He roared, "Your crimes have been proven by your karmic value." And he delivered a final, crushing blow. Gangrym collapsed, blood trickling from his lips. He thought to himself, "Just as I figured. Facing this guy is the absolute worst." Sion Yuan raised his sword, his voice cold as steel. "It doesn't matter. I can hear your excuses someday in hell." But Gangrym just smirked, a mysterious, knowing smile. And then, the ground began to tremble. Sion Yuan spun around in shock. A system notification appeared. The ruler's enhancement trait has been activated. The colossal worm was now unfrozen, shrouded in a menacing red aura. The defense enhancement effect is now active. The continuous recovery effect is now active. Gangrym taunted him. "In 100 days, you can wait and see if I'll be joining you there." The boss monster slammed its massive fist into the ground, aiming directly for Sion Yuan. who screamed in panic. Damn it! I thought Gangram already took care of it. Standing under the monster's shadow, Sion Yuyan glanced at the fallen Gangram. Well, this is even better. He smiled smugly. Now I don't have to dirty my own hands killing him. At that very moment, a system alert sounded. The threat item effect has expired. The boss monster shifted its focus, swinging its giant weapon towards Sion Yuyan. He froze as a new notification appeared right before his eyes. The ruler of the great demonic realm has selected the strongest opponent as its target. He shrieked in terror. Me? Damn it, go attack Gangram. The boss monster charged. The horrifying reality of his situation crashed down on him. This is bad. I have to close the gap between my stats and the boss monsters. He reached out, touching the boss monster's enormous hand, and unleashed his power. Activate. Scales of Sin. O divine powers, punish the one with the greater sin. The system initiated its judgment, comparing the karma indexes of the Guardian King and Sion Yuan. The result that flashed before him was utterly horrifying. The Guardian King had 0 karma. What? The system's verdict was clear. Sion Yuan's sins were heavier, and so, the penalty descended upon him. He let out a desperate cry. This can't be. As the boss monster's fist came crashing down, the penalty took full effect. Sion Yuan was now cursed by his own ability. His mana cost for all abilities increased by 10%, and all incoming damage was amplified by 5%. But because his opponent was completely sinless, another curse took hold. All of his stats were reduced by a crippling 10%. He was sent flying, crashing to the ground unconscious. Gangram could only stare. Huh? Is he already out? Gangram gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. Damn it, this isn't how it was supposed to go. He glared at the unharmed boss and let out a furious roar. That guy was completely useless. The monster charged toward him once more. Just as Gangram braced for a desperate battle, a single gunshot rang out from the distance, shattering the monster's head. A new system message appeared. The Guardian King's target priority had shifted. Just then, Sua and Yunbiom arrived on the scene, ready for action. Sua called out, "Are we too late?" A relieved smile spread across Gangram's face as he gave them a thumbs up. "No, your timing is perfect." "Then take a break," she said, stepping forward. Sua activated her skill. Activate Foliage Method. With a confident smirk, she declared, "We'll finish this in a flash." In an instant, leaves swirled and transformed into powerful vines, ensnaring the colossal beast. Yunbiom yelled, "Now! Disable the devices." Elsewhere, Taehan and his squad rushed to shut down the machines. It's done. A system alert confirmed their success. The ruler's enhancement feature has been deactivated. The defense buff has been disabled. The continuous regeneration effect has been nullified. Seizing the opportunity, Yunbiom unleashed a merciless barrage of bullets on the boss. Gangram yelled from the sidelines, "Sua, don't kill it yet. Wait for the others." Sua called back, "Oh, got it." But a few stray rounds flew dangerously close to Gangram. Yunbiom shrieked, "Ah, master." He immediately rushed over, bowing frantically in apology. "I'm so sorry. I should have watched my fire." But Gangram just waved it off. "Don't worry about it. I'm fine." Completely restrained and powerless, the boss let out one final, agonizing roar before it went still. With sharp eyes and confident smiles, Sua and Yunbiom had the situation under control. The two shared a victorious high five, and that's that. Sua cheered. She glanced at the immobilized boss. "Let's wait for the others before we finish it." Once the whole team was assembled, Gangram called out, his expression laser-focused. Everyone readied their weapons, waiting for his signal. "Okay, on my mark. 1, 2. And the entire party unleashed a final, devastating barrage. Under the combined assault, the monster's head exploded into pieces. A system window popped up. The Guardian King, ruler of the great demon world, has been defeated. The team erupted in cheers as another message confirmed their victory. "You have successfully completed the raid objective." Moments later, a swirling vortex of blue energy materialized in the air. The system's voice echoed. "The exit gate is now open." Two of the party members shouted with excitement, "Whoa, it's the exit portal." Sua allowed herself a satisfied smile, her weapon still held tight. "I'm glad that went off without a hitch." But cutting through the celebration, Gangram's expression suddenly turned grim. He turned away, muttering, "It's not over yet." Sua noticed his sudden shift in mood. He walked over to the unconscious Sion Yuan, his gaze unwavering. "There's still one more thing we have to take care of." The rest of the team watched, confused. Gangram knelt, grabbing Sion Yuan by the collar. He spoke in an ice-cold tone. "It's all over now." Sion Yuan. The others were completely lost. Taehan asked, "Who's that guy?" Yunbiom exclaimed, "Wait, you were fighting him before we got here?" Then, one party member's eyes locked onto an insignia pinned to Sion Yuan's uniform. That emblem. Another voice cut in. A mysterious woman had appeared out of nowhere. She confronted Gangrim directly, her hands clenched into fists. Gangrim. Who is he? Gangrim tried to explain. He tried to assassinate me, but I think it's all a misunderstanding. We can talk this out. But Sua placed a calming hand on his shoulder. Let's just get out of here first. Gangrim looked up at her, totally baffled. Huh, Sua explained. He's one of my little sister's people. Her gaze turned ice-cold, radiating pure killing intent. She stated flatly, he's not someone you can reason with. I'll kill him and catch up with you. Gangrim was horrified. What are you talking about? Sua pointed to the insignia. He bears the mark of the Asura faction. It seems my dear sister still hasn't learned her place. Sua fell into a combat stance, her bloodlust palpable. Conflicts between hunters aren't bound by any laws. Her voice was laced with menace. So, I'm going to have to teach her a lesson, that she's the only one who'll suffer from pulling these little stunts. Gangrim quickly grabbed her arm, stopping her in her tracks. With a desperate look, he pleaded, I can't let you. You can't let yourself be weighed down by this. You're trying to defy your destiny, remember? He gently pushed her hand away, his eyes burning with unshakable resolve. Let me handle him, he declared. Sua stared at him, her green eyes welling with tears of frustration and worry. Why do you always insist on doing everything yourself? She screamed. Her voice cracked with helplessness as she pressed on. Are you just going to fight alone and get hurt again? Gangrim simply turned away in silence, but Sua stepped in front of him, speaking loud enough for everyone to hear. You said it yourself, that you didn't want to live a life dictated by fate. That's why you only use your powers on humanoid monsters. Gangrim tried to reason with her. It only makes sense for me to handle this. He was after me. But Sua grabbed his arm, her voice firm. No, this happened because of me. Gangrim finally snapped. He yelled, How can you even say that? You're the one who got dragged into my cursed life. As their argument raged, a cheerful, unfamiliar voice called out from the distance. Hey, S-Ranker Gangrim. Everyone looked up in shock. Doc Gozen was perched casually on the massive corpse of the boss monster. He said, Looks like you could use a hand. Doc Gozen leaped down from his perch, landing flawlessly on the ground. He flashed a charming smile, holding up his phone with a wave. Hey, guys. Gangrim narrowed his eyes at the uninvited guest. He growled, Stay out of my business. Completely ignoring the warning, Doc Gozen casually slung an arm around Gangrim, raising his phone for a picture. Don't be like that, Gangrim. We're friends. He chirped. Gangrim coldly shoved him off. Who decided that? Doc Gozen took a step back, the smile never leaving his face. Geez. All right, then let's just say I'm your #1 fan. I love your story. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he looked directly at Gangrim and Sua. Based on my observations today, your story has a critical flaw. He suddenly clutched his chest, a look of immense suffering on his face. It's so frustrating. I've had enough. With all this damn love triangle drama, I hate these slow burn plotlines. Then, just as quickly, his bright smile returned and he pointed towards the unconscious Izan Union. So, I'll take care of this guy and your problem with the two left faction for you. Sua immediately objected. She pointed right in Doc Gozen's face and yelled, And why would you offer to do that? Doc Gozen just shrugged. Like I said, I'm a fan of S-Ranker Gangrim. He effortlessly hoisted Zeon Union onto his shoulder, his eyes gleaming with absolute confidence. I can deal with the Tula faction on equal footing. He looked straight at Gangrim and Sua, adding, That's something I can do as a faction leader. What can a mere hunter like him possibly do? Hearing this, Sua turned to Gangrim with a provocative smirk. There's nothing you can do for Gangrim in your current state, she said. Doc Gozen laughed out loud as he carried Zeon Union away, speaking with a teasing tone. S-Ranker Gangrim, don't forget to repay me for this later. But Sua cut him off. Hey. That's enough. Gangrim turned away, his face a mask of irritation. He ordered, Stop talking nonsense and just do your job. He thought to himself, trying to ignore Doc Gozen's antics. I'll just pretend I didn't see that. Doc Gozen smirked mysteriously, his hand touching a glowing object on Zeon Union's body. He thought, Ah. So he noticed. I'd expect nothing less from my main character. The scene shifts to a sleek, modern skyscraper gleaming in the sunlight as the team returns triumphantly, their arms loaded with reward boxes. Everyone cheered, We're back. We can open the rewards now. Right. Taehan said excitedly, I wonder how good they'll be. Ayanbom agreed. I think it's even cooler that our reputation score went up. Taehan, did you notice how everyone was staring at us? He recalled the whispers from the other hunters. Are they done already? I heard that party was full of nothing but interns. He concluded proudly. We're basically celebrities now. Gangrim lightly tapped Taehan on the head, reminding him, Don't get too cocky. It's best to keep your skills hidden. Don't go showing off to everyone. Taehan muttered as he walked, unable to hide his excitement. But everyone's so hyped up, It's making me hyped too. Gangrim stared at the sparkling reward boxes, thinking to himself, I just wish the reward wasn't a random loot box. Ion Bomb said cheerfully, no worries, we've got our leader. He can see the item levels and descriptions that no one else can. Gangrim nodded in agreement. Yeah, I can check the item's value. I'll read them out loud. That way, I can help sell or trade them if they aren't very good. Tien went first, holding up a medal in disappointment. Oh, mine's a bust. Ion Bomb asked, what'd you get? The item was a low-grade demonic sound filter, creating a soundproof barrier in a 30-meter radius. Tehen suggested, I think this would be good for Bomb. A silencer. Let's trade. Ion Bomb agreed, showing off his own item. I was thinking the same thing. The one I got would be better for you. She got the Great Fox Claw, a retractable, Tier 3 dragon-grade weapon. Geo cheered, I got something that's absolutely perfect for me. It was the Hornet's Carapace, a low-grade phantom item that could create infinite poison arrows. Ion Bomb praised him. Whoa, you really lucked out. Sua excitedly showed off her own blade. Gangrim, look at mine. Isn't it beautiful? She had received Yurang's Peachwood Sword, a Tier 3 dragon-grade exorcism blade blessed by a fairy. Gangrim smiled in agreement. Yeah, I do. I think it suits your skills perfectly. It's the ideal weapon for your leaf method. Sua asked back curiously, what about you? What did you get? Ah, I got a ring, Gangrim replied, opening his own box. It dispels curses and lets you assign its user. Although there aren't any curses on it at the moment. The item was a Tier 3, dragon-grade curse chaser. Finally, Gangrim looked at the special reward box, feeling a bit anxious about the additional prize. According to the plan, the top elite reward should have gone to Sinua, he thought with quiet hope. So I hope it's an item she can actually use, and something that's useless to me. As a glowing cloak materialized, he froze in stunned recognition. This was the very item she had in her past life. It was the boundary of life and death, a Tier 3 god-grade defensive artifact. He told Sua, it looks a little different, but I'm sure you'll like it. It's a defensive item that helps deflect attacks when you need it. Since you're not used to fighting with only one hand, it's perfect for you. Sua gasped in sheer admiration. Sua sighed, placing a hand on her forehead with a weary look. She stared right at Gangrim and stated firmly, I'm stronger than you are. Hey, Gangrim. She grabbed him by the collar, her gaze turning sharp and intense. Who was the most seriously injured in the Great Demon world? She poked a finger into his chest, her voice laced with blame. Who was the one who threw himself into danger all alone? Ion Bomb and the other members chimed in, their faces etched with worry. That's right, Master is incredibly strong. But you always manage to come out of the demon world completely torn up. Sua decisively draped the cloak over his shoulders. She commanded with finality, so you wear it. The team cheered excitedly as they saw him in the new cloak. It fit him perfectly. Whoa, you look amazing. You look really cool in coats like that. Gangrim blushed and muttered, this isn't what I intended. Amid the cheerful atmosphere, Tan spoke up. Now that we're done checking the rewards, Sua has an announcement for all of us. Everyone turned to look at Sua, who was holding a microphone. Gangrim asked, surprised. An announcement? Sua looked directly at everyone, declaring with a loud and confident voice, I'm going to form a sect. Gangrim smiled, his face beaming as he said, I'm so happy for you. He thought to himself, hiding his relief, I was worried since she wasn't the Demon World MVP this time. But I guess that didn't really affect her decision to start a sect after all. He turned to Sua with a grin. That's a great idea, Sua. I suppose I should start calling you sect leader now. Sua quickly cut him off. Ah, no. Sua pointed directly at Gangrim and declared, I plan on making you the sect leader, pushed forward by the twin sisters. Gangrim was dumbfounded. Huh. While Sua and Tehan laughed and applauded, Gangrim was still stunned, asking again, me, the sect leader? He began to drift into thought, his expression turning grim. Well, maybe that's okay. I'm going to change fate anyway. A vision flashed in his mind. Maybe if I use my knowledge from my past life and help everyone get stronger, then they won't get killed by Bang. But then he violently shoved the thought away. No, he clutched his head, his face a mask of agony and torment. I shouldn't be making decisions like this when everyone's lives are on the line. He continued to blame himself, his voice cracking. To think of becoming the sect leader when I can't even tell them about Bang. The group watched him, worried. Sua called his name Gangrim. He muttered in despair, if I become the sect leader, it'll be terrible for everyone. No. Red veins of stress appeared on his neck. He went on. What happened to Sion Yuion this time? It's tied to my karma, too. Sua called his name again, her voice full of concern. Gangrim. She rushed over, grabbing his shoulders and shouting, Gangrim. Ion Bomb stepped forward, looking at him with a sincere, gentle gaze. You are the center of this team. Gangram hesitated, trying to find an excuse, but I don't even have a good image. Sua shot back decisively. Who cares about that? She smiled warmly and asserted, that's right, we will protect you. Taehan and Gio voiced their support in unison, raising their fists. Yeah, I'll protect you. Too. That's right. Just trust us. Everyone affirmed. You are our sect leader. Moved by everyone's absolute faith in him, Gangram managed a faint smile. I'll think about it, he said, before adding with a bit more energy. Suddenly, his phone rang. His expression turned to one of shock as he looked down at the screen. A voice came from the other end of the line. Did you find him? In another office, Do-hyun sat holding a file. He replied, yeah, I found him. The man you said was even more crucial than Byang. Staring back at him was the photo of a middle-aged man named Yoo Sun-min. Do-hyun's long-held suspicions began to resurface. His mother's death was shrouded in mystery. The strange letter she left behind. The fact that she burned the entire building down. His gaze fell upon a torn photograph of Byang. He continued to piece it all together in the dimly lit room. And then, a horrifying possibility struck him like lightning, forcing him to clutch his head in agony. You mean, Byang was the one who killed her? The traumatic memories came rushing back in a torrent. His voice echoed in the suffocating darkness. My friends, my family, my parents. That woman. He saw it all again. Byang, standing above him, her sword dripping with blood. She took everything from me. Tears streamed down his face as the nightmare played out in his mind. She made me watch every last second of it. He remembered Byang's wicked smile, her face splattered in blood, while he was forced to watch, completely powerless. Back in the present, Gangram was lost in a spiral of anxious thoughts. Have I just been worried about Shinyu's fate? He clenched his fists as a new, chilling fear took hold. But what if it isn't just Sinu? What if Byang is targeting someone else right now, and I have no idea? Do-hyun's voice came through the phone. I'll find her. We'll get our revenge together. But Gangram was already lost in his own spiraling thoughts. He crushed the paper in his hand. I have to find them. All of them. A voice cut through his panic. Gangram. Hey, are you all right? The man asked, concerned. Suddenly, a hand gripped his wrist, yanking him back from the edge of his chaotic memories. Hey, the man yelled. Gangram grabbed Do-hyun by the wrist, his face a mask of pure terror. Yu Harang. He stammered out her name, then screamed, we have to find Yu Harang first. In stark contrast to Gangram's panic, Do-hyun sat calmly before a lavish meal in a traditional Korean house. Gangram burst through the door, making no attempt to hide his urgency. Did you find Yu Harang? Do-hyun remained perfectly composed as Gangram rushed towards him. Yes. Or to be more precise, I found her adoptive father, Yoo Sun-min. But just as Gangram reached him, he was stopped by an unexpected invitation. Sit. Let's eat first. Gangram immediately refused, shouting, I didn't come here to eat. A table filled with steaming, lavish Korean dishes showed just how much care the host had taken. Gangram tried to compose himself, speaking through a strained expression. I'm sorry, but I'm really not in the mood. Do-hyun's patience finally snapped. He slammed the table and roared. Oh, you're sorry, are you? You think Byang is going to kill Yu Harang this very second. Why are you in such a damn rush? Gangram slammed his own hands on the table, roaring back in desperation. Even so, I have to find them as quickly as I can. His voice dropped, the raw pain visible in his eyes. I can't stand the thought of someone I care about getting hurt again while I'm completely in the dark. Hearing this, Do-hyun let out a long sigh, his anger melting away. All right, he said. I'll bring out the files. He spread a dossier across the table and began to explain. I couldn't find a single thing on Byang herself, so I started looking into the people around her. It appears she was homeschooled, too. Yoo Sun-min is her only known relative. He pointed to a photograph. He adopted her 10 years ago. He's the leader of something called the Sacred Benevolence Order. He maintains a perfect public image, both inside and outside the cult. Do-hyun continued to explain the organization. The Sacred Benevolence Order is a new, up-and-coming religion. It's gaining popularity by claiming that you can find happiness even if you're a low-rank awakened. When he descends upon this realm, the world will be reborn into a place where even the lowest rank can find bliss. A majestic image of Yu Harang flashed across the screen. Yu Harang is treated like a saintess there. Gangram covered his mouth, deep in thought. Now that I think about it, she was being groomed to become a deity. But you need to be famous to become a god. It's strange that there's barely any information on her. Is she not in the middle of that process yet? Do-hyun looked at him. You said she only became your friend a year later. Maybe it would be better for her to just stay where she is. But Gangram was resolute. I still have to see her. Do-hyun turned a page in the file. To meet their saintess, he held up a photo. You need to become an elite devotee, just like these people. The photograph was of a woman named Kim Ji-young. As Gangram looked at it, a spark of recognition lit up his eyes. "It's fine," he said with confidence. "I know her." The scene shifts to a vast campus. Gangram wondered, so this is the Sacred Benevolence Order? Kim Ji-young was being greeted warmly by a large crowd. "Ji-young, hello," a man called out. "Hello," she replied cheerfully. "It's so crowded, even though I came early." Watching from a distance, Gangram began to form a plan. "I'll only be able to search for Bi-yang after this ceremony is over. If I make a move now, I'll stick out like a sore thumb." A system window appeared. Skill. Thieving mouse is now active. The ceremony began. A wave of applause erupted as a woman stepped onto the platform. The crowd clapped along enthusiastically. Gangram thought to himself, "That must be the leader of this cult." Yu Sun-min stepped up to the podium. "Model, you have arrived at the Divine Charity Order." A status window materialized. Yu Sun-min, Primal Grade, Gold Attribute. This fate is partially protected. Gangram thought to himself, "Well, that makes sense. He's the leader of an entire organization." Sun-min began his sermon. "I hope today will be a day of comfort for all of you. The influence of your fates has grown stronger since the awakening, and I know it has placed a heavy burden upon you." He continued with soaring rhetoric, "But we must be more passionate in our search for happiness." Gangram could only think how obvious it all sounded. Doyeon yawned to herself. "My misfortunes have nothing to do with some awakening day. We were unlucky long before that ever happened." Her train of thought continued. "We lived drowning in resentment and prejudice because of the miserable lives we were born into. Painful memories flooded the minds of the followers as accusations echoed from their past. We had no other choice. How long will you run? Just accept me. This is your fault." The haunting narration went on. "The people around us were dragged into our misery and suffering, all because of us. Our own fates strangled us, and we had no choice but to give up on so much." A follower was moved to tears. "Everything he's saying, it feels like he's telling my own story." Sun-min continued, his voice dripping with sympathy. "Cast aside by everyone else. Because of something we couldn't control, now even the gods themselves have abandoned us." He gripped the microphone, his voice booming with conviction. "But we will reclaim the destiny that was stolen from us." He roared with zealous fire. "The god of the Divine Charity Order will be our sworn ally." The crowd exploded with emotion. "Even if our fates are worthless, we will overcome them." Sun-min raised his hands high, shouting, "And claim the lives that we desire." "Yes, let us go find our happiness." Gangram watched Doyeon, who was clapping with feverish devotion. He thought, "If I had met Shin Yuha in my past life, I might have become a follower of this cult, too." He continued to analyze the situation. "I think I finally understand why people fall for things like this." A sinister smile crept across Sun-min's face as he spoke. "On the day our saintess becomes a god, we will stand on a higher plane than even those with god-grade fates." In the eyes of every believer in the hall, a crimson glow ignited. A system message appeared, "Brainwashing. Voice skill has been activated." Everyone in the hall had fallen under the spell. Suddenly, Doyeon gasped, as if waking from a deep trance. The curse on her had been broken. A system message read, "The curse has been nullified by the curse chaser." A brilliant beam of light shot out from Doyeon's ring, flying straight towards Sun-min on the stage. The system announced, "The curse chaser is tracking the user of the curse." Sun-min's face twisted into a mask of pure, fanatical madness. His blood-red eyes blazed as he screamed, "Believe in the Divine Charity Order." The entire hall descended into utter chaos. The followers chanted as one, "I believe. I believe." They tumbled from their chairs in a fit of manic worship. "Rejoice, for we have our leader, Yu Sun-min." In the midst of the frenzied crowd, Doyeon stood frozen, her face a mask of horror at the insanity unfolding around her. She glared at Sun-min, her thoughts a mix of fury and fear. Is he brainwashing his followers? This is no ordinary religion. After the service ended, Doyeon slipped quietly out of the hall. Her mind was a whirlwind. "I had no idea this place was so suspicious." She stood before a door marked with a restricted area sign. Determination hardened her face. "I can't leave Yu Harang in a place like this. I have to get to where she is, right now." She used her ability to scan the security system. Memories of her old friend from her past life flashed through her mind. Yu Harang was always so hesitant to talk about this religion. The door unlocked after a quick identity scan. Kim Jong confirmed. She stepped inside, her heart pounding with suspicion. Could she have known about all this? As she ventured deeper inside, a more terrifying thought took root in her mind. Or was she brainwashed too? Suddenly, a pained scream echoed from the floor below. A sickening red light pulsed from the stairwell. Doyeon peered cautiously over the edge to see a man crawling along the railing, desperately pleading, "Help, please, just let me go home." The scene below was a slaughterhouse. Countless people lay motionless on the cold floor, while uniformed figures stood over them, completely emotionless. A guard raised his baton, coldly ordering the beaten man, "Stop. let's begin again." The man on the floor, covered in blood, glared up with pure hatred. "You think you'll get away with this?" Seaman looked down with utter contempt. "Ah, this is why I hate dealing with high rankers." He swung his fist, relentlessly striking the victim. Brainwashing never works in just one session. The victim was tortured mercilessly while the cult's slogans were screamed into his ears. "Believe in the divine charity order. Give thanks to the divine. Our word is truth. The lower the class, the nobler the person. We must elevate the priestess, Yu Harang, into a god." At last, the man's will was utterly shattered. He lay crumpled on the floor, cackling like a madman. "Hey, hey, the sacred line of benevolence should rejoice." From high above, Sun Min observed the spectacle with a satisfied smirk. He muttered under his breath, "Ha ha, I may not be in my prime." But even breaking Yu Harang wasn't this hard. Hidden in the shadows, Du Yanlong heard those horrifying words. She froze in place. What did he just say? Even breaking Yu Harang wasn't this hard. A flood of images and memories crashed into her mind, visions of the high-ranking members. The memory of Harang's smile. The image of Sua's suffering. She began connecting the terrible dots. Could he have done the same to her? Horror washed over Du Yanlong's face as the awful truth sank in. She trembled, hand over her mouth. Is that how they brainwashed Yu Harang? As Sun Min and his men prepared to depart, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. "Hold on," a guard asked. "What is it, leader?" Sun Min raised a hand to his ear, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "It seems a little rat has snuck into our nest." Immediately, a guard's voice crackled over the radio. "This is Sector Bone. Block the stairwell and commence a full search." Du Yanlong instantly activated a skill, her body becoming as transparent as a phantom. The search command echoed throughout the complex. "Begin search in Sector B." While in her stealth state, a worried thought crossed her mind. Yu Harang isn't here either. Du Yanlong stood before a locked iron gate, her path to the upper levels blocked. With grim determination, she thought, "I have to check the next floor." With no other option, she was forced to climb out the window to find another way up. Once she slipped back inside, she sensed something was wrong. Why is this area the only one that's pitch black? She wondered. She cautiously reached out, fumbling for a light switch. Should I turn on the light? In the oppressive darkness, her hand brushed against a door. A door? She carefully stepped through the doorway and called out, "Is anyone in there?" A cold voice answered from the depths of the room. A wooden doll lay sprawled across the floor. "Who dares enter this place without permission?" The voice continued, sharp and commanding. "Leave. Immediately." Du Yanlong quickly placed a hand on her chest and introduced herself. "My name is Kim Du Yanlong." The room was filled with wooden dolls, standing perfectly still like a silent, waiting army. The girl sitting on the bed spoke, her voice dripping with suspicion. "You say your name is Kim Du Yanlong?" She suddenly erupted in a furious roar. "How dare you attempt to deceive me?" A brilliant flash of golden energy erupted, striking the imposter. A system alert rang out. Mandatory dispel skill is activating. The girl's eyes began to glow with a radiant golden light. She sneered with absolute contempt. "Did you think you could fool my clairvoyant eyes?" The disguise shattered, revealing Gangrim. He smirked. "Ah, just as I thought. Yu Harang." All around them, the wooden dolls began to stir. Their joints creaked and groaned. Yu Harang's voice was ice. "I will ask you again." Legions of dolls lunged forward, swarming Gangrim. The system announced, "Divine puppetry skill is activating." Yu Harang stared him down, her face a mask of indifference, and asked, "Who are you?" A cold sweat beaded on Gangrim's brow. "Stay calm," he told himself. He could sense a stark difference in her. This was not the Yu Harang from his previous life. He bowed his head with deep respect. "My apologies, Lady Yu Harang." He stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, and began to spin his tail. "I am Gangrim, a new believer who has just joined. I was so deeply moved by the priestess's story. I admit I used this trick for the simple honor of meeting you." Yu Harang offered a faint, condescending smile. "The sin of deceiving a sacred vessel on the verge of godhood is great, but I find your devotion admirable. Therefore, I will grant you forgiveness. Now leave at once." Gangrim kept his head bowed. "Normally, you would deliver punishment." He looked up, pushing his luck. Could we perhaps speak for just a little while longer? But Yu Harang cut him off with chilling finality. Boy of the Seo clan. Her gaze was as sharp as a dagger. "Know your place," she warned. He lowered his head, feigning disappointment. Yu Harang declared, "am the priestess of Song Go. I am not someone a mere believer can speak with so freely." He thought to himself, "She's not going to listen to a thing I say." He bowed deeply, showing complete submission. "I apologize, priestess." Then, taking a single step back, he whispered, summoning his spirit beast. "All right, Rini, first things first. Break the brainwashing." Yu Harang was stunned as Rini materialized from thin air. a phantom beast. She immediately commanded her puppet army, "Stop that phantom beast and capture him. You will pay dearly for these pathetic tricks." Yu Harang roared as colossal wooden dolls charged from every direction. Gangrim effortlessly caught a doll's punch with one hand. A smirk played on his lips as he said, "It's not a phantom beast." He then casually swung his arm, throwing the massive doll aside, while Rini zipped past in a blur, flying directly at Yu Harang. Yu Harang was frozen in shock. Gangrim gave the command, "Rini, purify." Rini's hand touched Yu Harang's forehead. A gentle, blue light enveloped her, but the spell fizzled into nothing. The system coldly announced, "No target for purification." Rini and Yu Harang just stared back, bewildered. Standing amidst the fallen wooden dolls, Gangrim gazed at a virtual screen, his face etched with disbelief. Impossible. They aren't brainwashed? A memory of Yun Sunmin surfaced in his mind, his voice dripping with contempt. "Ah, this is why I despise high rankers," Gangrim muttered, recalling Yun Sunmin's certainty. He remembered another crucial detail. Brainwashing doesn't work in a single attempt. A cold dread washed over him as a memory of a cheerful, past Yu Harang returned. Along with it came her status window, divine rank, 3rd class. He realized her power was far too great. There was no way to brainwash them so easily. The pieces of the puzzle began to click into place in Gangrim's mind. So, Yun Sunmin was their only family. He'd been raising them this way ever since Yu Harang was just a small child. That man adopted Yu Harang 10 years ago. But for what purpose? If a divine being was his goal, wouldn't it be better to create one himself? Hey. Yu Harang's voice cut through his thoughts, but Gangrim was still lost in his deductions. If he had the power of mind control, why would he bother raising a child for years? "Gangrim," she called out, louder this time. She cleared her throat, her entire demeanor having shifted. Cradling Rini, she stroked the creature with fascination. "Do you have any more of these?" Surprised, Gangrim replied, "I do." Yu Harang gestured, "Then bring them out." She smiled, a look of pure, innocent curiosity on her face. For a moment, he thought it might be nice to talk with a normal believer. Gangrim summoned another small, red dragon. Yu Harang gasped with delight, hugging both spirit animals to her chest. A real baby dragon. It's so adorable. A memory of the Yu Harang from his past life flooded his mind. A cheerful girl, showing off her stuffed animals, asking, "Isn't it cute? I have a lot, so I'll give one to you too, Gangrim." He watched her now with a gentle, understanding smile. He pulled up a chair and sat down across from her. "Now, if you could spare me a moment of your time." Happily playing with the red dragon, Yu Harang asked, "All right, what do you want to talk about?" Gangrim's expression turned dead serious. He began a barrage of questions. "How have you been living until now? Have you been locked in this room the entire time? Do you know who Yun Sunmin really is? Or what the Seonjio doctrine truly stands for?" He leaned forward, his voice filled with urgency. "Let's leave this place right now. You can't stay here any longer." He then softened his tone, asking a simple, caring question first. "Have you been eating properly?" Yu Harang looked at him, slightly confused by the sudden inquiry. "Why do you ask?" "Because you're too thin," he said, his gaze falling on her slender hands. "What did you eat today?" Yu Harang offered a faint smile. "Don't worry, I only eat the designated meals. Today was just porridge with herbs again." A pained expression twisted Gangrim's face. "You eat like that every single day?" She hesitated before answering. "Yes. To become a god, one must not allow impurities to build up in the body." Gangrim asked, "Is that what the leader, Yun Sunmin, told you?" Yu Harang nodded. "Yes, the leader knows many things." She continued with a serene look, stroking Rini. "It is thanks to the leader that I have realized my destiny." Gangrim repeated, "Your destiny, Lady Yu Harang?" A radiant smile bloomed on her face, while behind her, dark images of suffering, death, and despair flickered into existence. "Don't you know? My noble mission to save the weak." As she spoke, skeletal hands reached out toward her as if in offering. "Through the blessing of death, I will become a god. I realize my fate through the church elder." She looked at him with clear, innocent eyes, repeating the belief that had been carved into her soul. "You didn't know. My sacred mission is to save the weak. And to do that, I will become a god through death." Gangrim's face froze, etched in absolute horror. He clenched his fists, struggling to contain the storm of emotions inside him. Death. To become a god. He thought, his blood running cold. He tried to explain calmly. There are only two ways for a human to ascend to godhood. He described the two opposing paths. Either by building great achievements and earning fame until you are deified by the masses, or by dying a miserable and painful death, carrying an immense grudge. He looked her directly in the eyes. His voice was laced with urgency. "To say you'll become a god through death means you're taking the latter path. Do you have any idea what kind of death that requires? He gently took her hand, trying to convey the horrifying truth. But Yu Harang just smiled serenely, completely unshaken. Yu Harang began to tell her story, her voice distant. By the time I learned the words Mom and Dad, they were already gone. So, for the sake of other children who are in the same situation as me, she looked straight at Gang Rim, her eyes burning with unshakable conviction. Because I was destined to become a god. I was constantly told. A grateful smile touched her lips. If it weren't for the leader, I never would have been able to endure it all. I am determined to repay that debt, she added as if it were obvious. After all, on paper, he is technically my father. She looked at Gang Rim, her gaze softening as she tried to soothe him. So please, Gang Rim, don't you worry about me. Suddenly, Gang Rim's head fell forward, his shoulders trembling. A wave of concern washed over Yu Harang. Gang Rim. She shot to her feet, pressing a hand to his forehead. What's wrong? Are you sick? Just lift your head and look at me. When he finally looked up, she saw the truth in his eyes. You're pitying me, aren't you? A tranquil smile graced her lips. The pain I felt is all in the past. I'm living a perfectly fulfilling life now. But Gang Rim knew it was all a lie. He knew her perception was sharp enough to pierce any heart, so there was no way she couldn't see the poison behind Yoon Sunmin's mask. And yet, even knowing the truth, Yu Harang chose to be blind to it. An image flashed in his mind of Yoon Sunmin placing a crown of thorns upon her head. Because of the pure light in her heart, she was choosing to walk the path of a martyr. He ran a hand through his hair, feeling utterly powerless. Damn it, how can I possibly get through to her? A desperate idea took hold of him. There's no other choice. I'll have to give her something precious. As he started digging through his pockets, Yu Harang asked curiously, "What are you doing?" He pulled something out, saying, "This is a treasure I've kept hidden, even from the leader. But I'm making a special exception for you." Yu Harang smiled, a strange sense of familiarity washing over her. This moment felt oddly familiar, somehow. A hazy memory surfaced. A scene from a past life where she sat with Gang Rim. "Gang Rim, what are you doing all by yourself?" A younger Yu Harang happily presented a small box. "Look, this is my treasure box." She pushed it toward him. "Whenever I feel sad, I eat these snacks, and everything feels better again. I'll pick out the biggest and softest one, just for you." Gang Rim took the old snack, peering at its contents. A worn-out bag of chips, a broken keychain, and some old gum wrappers. "This is it?" The past Yu Harang happily offered him a piece of the snack. "Here, try it." This was her greatest treasure. She beamed at him and asked, "So, do you feel a little better now?" Gang Rim's voice cut through the memory. "You want to eat things from the outside world too, don't you?" Yu Harang froze, her gentle smile vanishing in an instant. "You don't actually want to face misfortune and death, do you?" He pressed on. She stammered, "And no, that's not it." Gang Rim rose to his feet and began to tell his own story. You see, he was lost in a bitter memory. "Ever since I was a child, a powerful god has tried to possess me, its shadow looming over my life. But when I refused it, it cursed me, bringing misfortune to everyone I cared about. Still, I refused to live as that god's puppet." He recalled its haunting voice, the god that had ruined his life. It whispered, "My son, why won't you simply accept my divine embrace?" But I could never give in to that thing. He looked at Yu Harang, his voice laced with bitterness. "No matter how hard I fought to escape my fate, I was only dragged into deeper despair." Yu Harang cried out, as if trying to convince herself. Destiny isn't something one person can change on their own. Gang Rim gently took her hand, his voice softening with warmth. "But what if you don't have to be alone?" He looked deep into her eyes, his gaze filled with a profound understanding. "For the longest time, I also believed I was destined to be alone forever." Visions of his comrades flashed through his mind, standing by his side. But as I fought to change my own destiny, people who wanted to help began to gather around me. Gang Rim looked at her, his voice sincere and earnest. "So, if you're willing." He placed a hand over his own heart, his eyes shining with hope. "I want to help you." He smiled, holding out his hand to her. "What do you say?" Yu Harang hesitated, her mind racing, unable to form a reply. Gang Rim realized he had pushed too hard. "I suppose it's too much to ask for your trust so soon." He started to turn away. "You don't have to answer now. Perhaps another time." Suddenly, she pulled him back. "Wait." Yu Harang desperately clung to the hem of his shirt. "Wait, Gang Rim." She buried her face in his chest, her voice a muffled mix of shame and hope. "If I..." Her eyes suddenly shot wide with panic, staring at something over his shoulder. The leader. The door burst open without warning. Yoon Sunmin strode in, a sickly sweet smile on his face. "Pardon the intrusion, Lady Yu Harang." Gang Rim instantly ducked his head, melting back into the shadows. "Ah, Leader Yoon Sunmin, you're here. What brings you here at this hour?" The leader replied, "We have a situation on the school grounds." He glanced at Yu Harang, who kept her head bowed low. Lady Yu Harang, could it be? His eyes darted toward the dark corner where Gangrim was concealed. Has an intruder made their way into your room? Yun Sunmin's crimson eyes gleamed with a sinister, cunning light. He asked again, his voice a silken threat. Lady Yu Harang, is it possible an unauthorized person has entered this room? Yu Harang quickly replied, forcing a calm she didn't feel. An intruder? No, of course not. That's impossible. Only the leader was permitted in this room. Her gaze shifted to the elderly guards standing by the door. A follower brought me food, right? Sunmin smiled, seemingly relieved. Then that's fine. He turned to leave. But then froze. He spun back around, his eyes turning sharp as glass. He spoke slowly, each word a deliberate, cutting blow. For Lady Harang to speak to someone other than me, and become so close you'd pull up a chair to sit together. The accusation hung heavy in the air. A wave of regret washed over her. Ah, I forgot to put the chair back. Sun Min's lips twisted into a cruel smile. There is one thing I always tell my followers. He stalked toward the old woman. You brought Yu Harang her food. Do you know what that makes you? Terrified, she asked. What? What is that? You are never to get close to the priestess. Without another word, Sun Min attacked, unleashing a merciless, savage beating. Yu Harang watched in absolute horror, shrinking back in fear. Sun Min then barked an order at the dying guard. This isn't over yet. Get up. The old woman stammered, I'm sorry, my leader. Sun Min grabbed her by the collar, his voice dripping with disgust. You forgot your place and betrayed me like this. His grip tightened, his tone turning venomous. Did you truly believe you would be forgiven? The old woman gasped in agony. Get up. Again, Sun Min commanded coldly. From her bed, Yu Harang could only watch the brutal spectacle in terror. Why? Why did it come to this? She wondered in despair. She watched the old woman plead, please, have mercy. And then, a painful truth hit her. Ah, that's right. It's because I lied.
She recalled her own deceitful words. The only ones who can enter are the leader, and the follower who brings my food, right?
She looked at the collapsing woman, consumed by guilt. Even though I was the one who got close to him, the self-blame continued to flood her thoughts. As the savage beating continued, she thought, the Gongjio faith is supposed to save the weak, something this extreme. It's just wrong. Sun Min stomped on the old woman without a shred of compassion. Yu Harang couldn't take it anymore. No, that's not it. I've known the truth for a long time. She stammered in fear, trying to stop him. Please, don't do this. She'd seen through it all. That the leader, Yun Sun Min, had ulterior motives. I've seen it many times with my 1,000-mile eyes. She saw the reality behind his benevolent facade. That this entire cult was built on a mountain of lies. That even if she became a god, she could never save the followers. Her hands clenched the fabric of her dress, her heart twisting in torment. Because I knew everything, and still looked away. An innocent person was dying because of her silence. Finally, she snapped, screaming out, Can you just stop? Sun Min turned, his face an icy mask. Lady Yu Harang, he warned, if you let emotion interfere with discipline, the order will collapse. Yu Harang rose to her feet, her voice erupting with fury. Then let it collapse. What good is an order that preys on the weak? She declared, her voice trembling with conviction. And I refuse to be your priestess any longer. Sun Min turned back toward her, the guard's bloodied face visible behind him. What did you just say? Yu Harang's eyes fell on the blood-soaked body on the floor, her voice laced with bitterness. Everything was wrong from the very beginning. She remembered why she had endured this nightmare for so long. The only reason I put up with this was to fulfill my father's wish. The man who saved me from my own personal hell. A sob escaped her lips. The brutal truth came crashing down. But I was wrong. This faith, it's just another hell where no one can be saved. Sun Min's tone was laced with false concern as he asked, Since when did you start to think that way? Do you really think I didn't know? Through her tears, Yu Harang screamed back, even before the awakening. Wearing that deceptive mask, Sun Min stepped closer, gently wiping a tear from her cheek. His voice dripped with sarcasm. If you've known for so long, why didn't you look away today? Just like you always do. She remembered the blood on her cheek because of him. An image of Gangrim's smiling face flashed in her mind. Seo Gangrim. He said he would help me. She recalled his words. He told me to fight against my destiny. Tears streamed down her face as she realized what she truly wanted, to live as a human, not die as a god. Because he finally said those words to me, this day has come. She lunged at Sun Min, determined to end it all. But this was exactly what he'd been waiting for. He caught her in an embrace, his voice filled with satisfaction. I've waited so long for this day, the day you would finally cast aside this charade, El Leader. Yu Harang stammered in horror. He held her tight, his face twisting into a maniacal grin. Now, you will carry an even greater resentment and become an even more powerful god, won't you? Crimson chains erupted, binding them together. A system notification appeared. Skill, binding shackles, is activating. Yu Harang stared at the blood-forged cage forming around them. I won't let you. An enraged shout echoed from behind them. A spear flew through the air, blocking Sun Min's path. Yu Harang turned in shock. Seo Gangram. Gangram charged forward, swinging his sword. The cage shattered into pieces. He caught her as she fell. Seo Gangram, she whispered. He asked urgently, are you hurt anywhere? He gently wiped a smudge of blood from her cheek. Are you hurt? She stammered, no. I'm not injured. I know. I'm sorry for barging in. But even so, he rose to his feet, blade in hand, and took a fighting stance. I can't just stand by and do nothing. A smug sneer crossed Sun Min's face. Hey, I thought I smelled a rat sneaking around. Isn't this Sea Gang Rim, the so-called hope of the mid-rank awakeners? Well, in that case, we should give you a welcome befitting your status. He grabbed a radio, his voice chilling as he issued a command. All believers. All believers. Instantly, the followers patrolling the halls froze in place, their eyes glowing a menacing crimson. Converge on my position immediately. Sun Min roared into the radio, his face twisted with mania. And crush our enemy. A horde of believers with soulless eyes swarmed towards Yu Harang's room. They poured inside like a flood, determined to capture the intruder. Yu Harang cried out in panic, trying to stop them. No, stop. She stood before them, arms outstretched. Don't listen to his orders. But it was too late. Gangram swiftly pulled her back and said, hold on tight. He held her close and shattered the window, leaping out into the open air as the crowd stared in disbelief. They landed safely on the ground, but the danger was far from over. From the window, a believer screamed in rage, damn you, Sea Gang Rim. A new order crackled through the radios. Sea Gang Rim has escaped with the priestess. Kill him and bring her back. The frenzied mob roared, pouring out of the building. The priestess. Bring back the priestess. Gang Rim drew his sword, a cold, blue aura enveloping the blade. His voice was filled with sympathy. You are all victims, too. As he released his power, his hair turned a stark, frost white. I really didn't want to use force if I could help it. A wave of frigid energy radiated outwards, instantly freezing everything in its path. Activating an item, he whispered, but trapping, you should be fine. Countless transparent cages of ice materialized, swallowing the believers whole. They screamed in desperation, trapped within the ice. Die, Sea Gang Rim. Save the priestess. One believer pounded on the ice wall, pleading tearfully, please, take us back. Another begged in despair, don't abandon us. Yu Harang watched them, her expression filled with pain and guilt. She turned to Gang Rim, her voice trembling. Say Gang Rim, I still can't abandon them. He spoke gently, trying to reassure her. You're not abandoning them. By getting out of here and exposing the truth about Song Un-gyo. He met her gaze with conviction. That's how you truly save them. They need to be freed from their leader's brainwashing and reclaim their lives. From a distance, some men watched the scene with an annoyed scowl. How troublesome. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Gang Rim. Blood erupted from his shoulder as a wound appeared out of nowhere. Sun Min clasped his hands together, his voice dripping with false piety. Ah, my apologies, believer. His face contorted in a mask of feigned sorrow. I will not forget your sacrifice. Gang Rim gritted his teeth against the pain, his glare burning with hatred for Sun Min. Sun Min spread his arms wide, his voice booming across the courtyard to honor this believer's devotion. He strode between the frozen believers, approaching Yu Harang. Please, come back to us. Priestess Yu Harang. Gang Rim held Yu Harang protectively, growling. You think this will go your way? Sun Min looked at him with disdain. Stay out of this. He called out, his tone possessive. Priestess. Then his performance began, his voice laced with anguish and blame. How could you turn your back on the believers? Do you have any idea how much they yearn for happiness? These followers who look up to you. Haven't you cared for them for the past 10 years? These people who suffer just for being born under a cursed fate. They put their faith in you, waiting only for your salvation. He roared, trying to ignite her compassion. You must change their wretched destiny. Do not abandon your sacred duty to save them. Yu Harang broke down in tears, stammering. No. Gang Rim quickly covered her ears. Don't listen, Yu Harang. He held her tightly, trying to shield her from the venomous words. Now is the time for you to become a god. Sun Min's manipulation continued, so they can live normal lives, not miserable ones. Change everyone's fate, he screamed, his face distorted with fanaticism. This is salvation. Gang Rim pressed the tip of his blade to Sun Min's throat. Stop deluding yourself, He recalled his own painful memories of loss and sacrifice. Even if you gain something through someone else's life, in the end, it only brings pain and misery. The memory of an innocent Yu Harang, happy with her treasure box, flashed in his mind, tainted by guilt, especially if the one sacrificed is a child. He gritted his teeth, rage boiling inside him. A life weighed down by that kind of guilt. He roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Can never be salvation. Sun Min crossed his arms, unfazed. Guilt, you say? They don't feel such things. Gangrim shouted back. That's because you've brainwashed them. Sun Min just smirked. Exactly. He spread his arms wide, a twisted savior. Through my power, he declared, my followers are free from all responsibility. Gangrim and Yu Harang stood side by side, defiant against his venomous lies. For every sacrifice made to protect Seonjeo, and for every soul they would offer to change destiny, their names would be forgotten by the very believers they died for. As their leader, he let out a cry, his tears a masterful performance of grief. But I alone shall remember them and spend my life atoning for their loss. Instantly, the ice shattered, freeing the believers. Their eyes blazed crimson once more as they swarmed towards Gangrim. They roared with a single, crazed voice, give us back our priestess. Gangrim and Yu Harang were engulfed by a sea of fanatics, all clawing to reclaim their god, to return the priestess, to bring back the god of Seonjeo. Dozens of arms stretched toward them, desperate for a salvation that would never come. Give us salvation. Trapped, Gangrim shielded Yu Harang, searching for an escape. He knew that if he used his glacial flame again, every believer blocking their path would die. Yu Harang's voice trembled with fear. Gangrim, what do we do now? He parried their grasping hands with his sword and tried to calm her. Don't worry. He looked at her, his gaze filled with grim resolve. I'll find a way to get you out of here. But the mob was overwhelming. They were crushed and thrown to the ground. Horror filled Yu Harang's eyes as blood splattered across her face when Gangrim was struck from behind. A cultist had plunged a knife into his back. She cackled maniacally, her red eyes glowing with zealous fire. The priestess, return her to us. Yu Harang screamed in despair, clutching the wounded Gangrim. That's enough. She threw her arms around him, shielding him from more blows, the blade still buried deep in his back. I will, she began, her voice shaking. Gangrim tried to stop her. No, Yu Harang. Sun Min watched from afar, a triumphant smirk on his face. Yu Harang looked up, her face a mess of blood and tears, but her eyes held a strange, steely calm. She declared her ascension to godhood. The crowd of believers erupted in pure ecstasy. They reached for her as if in prayer. Ah, the saintess. She's becoming our god. Please, hurry. Their faces were blank, their smiles twisted and grotesque as they shrieked, please, die for us. Yu Harang sat on a makeshift throne, her eyes closed, ready to accept her fate. Hurry up and become a god. Trapped inside a cage of red energy, Gangrim could only watch, helpless. He cried out her name in anguish, Yu Harang. He held on to one final, desperate sliver of hope. Right now, I have no choice but to trust in her. Sun Min appeared outside the cage, his voice dripping with condescending pride. Isn't it a magnificent sight? He gestured to the frenzied mob. Doesn't the people's thirst for their god feel like it could set the saintess ablaze at any moment? He placed a hand on the energy cage, his tone mocking. Don't look so angry. You'll be granted salvation soon enough. His eyes flashed with a sinister red light. A system window appeared, activating the skill physiognomy. He grabbed Gangrim's face, a savage grin spreading across his lips. All of your precious skills will be put to good use by our low-level believers. An information panel materialized, skill, physiognomy, rank, demonic, beginner. You can check an opponent's skills by looking at their face. Gangrim gritted his teeth as a horrifying realization dawned on him. The leader, he has a skill that reads other people's abilities. Sun Min cackled with delight. How wonderful. I can't believe you're just a low-level grunt. A list of Gangrim's skills scrolled into view. Fate Plunder, Flame Manipulation, Sword Draw, Combat Instinct, Lone Wolf. Sun Min cleared his throat and said, but first, he turned his back, looking toward Yu Harang. We must complete the ritual to create our god. Gangrim slammed his fists against the cage, roaring in pure desperation. Damn it, no. Yu Harang's entire plan will be ruined. Sun Min approached the motionless Yu Harang, torch in hand. He smiled, a venomous whisper. In the end, Gangrim couldn't save you after all. Yu Harang's head snapped up, her eyes sharp and filled with absolute contempt. What a beautiful expression you have. She thought to herself, this was always inevitable. Sun Min continued his poisonous tirade. He might have spun a convincing tale, but he only pushed you into a more wretched situation. That is the fate of a low-level nobody. Suddenly, Yu Harang's gaze shot up, and she grabbed Sun Min's wrist. Then I suppose that's your fate as well, right? She snatched the torch from his grasp. Because I'm going to make sure of it. Sunmin just scoffed. What can you possibly do now? You spent your entire life depending on others. Yu Harang stared into the torch, her voice laced with bitterness. You're right. I always waited for someone to save me, both in that hellish orphanage and in this prison of a cult. But then, her eyes hardened, and a fire ignited in her gaze, matching the one in her hand. But things are different now. I will save myself, and I'll save everyone else, too. Yu Harang screamed. A brilliant explosion of golden light erupted from her, blasting Sunmin backward. System notification. Skill. Force Dispel activated. Her power neutralized Sunmin's abilities. System notification. Skill. Confinement Orb has been dispelled. Skill Brainwashing Voice has been dispelled. Yu Harang's voice dripped with scorn. You will no longer be able to bend the believers to your will. She smiled, a flame of pure defiance burning in her hand. So give up. But Sunmin only let out a horrifying laugh. His face twisted as a dark, sinister aura erupted around him. You are just so predictable. A system window appeared. Skill cancellation. Incomplete. 15 out of 3,428. He roared, unleashing a wave of pure dark energy. I already knew you possessed that skill, and I knew it was far too weak to ever undo my masterpiece. Yu Harang watched in horror as that same dark energy swarmed over her and the believers. This can't be. Sunmin explained with sickening pride, brainwashing voice is an art I've honed for years, using it hundreds of times each day. He stared her down with a challenging glare. And you? He sneered. The brutal truth finally crashed down on Yu Harang. Did I fail? She glanced at the followers, still lost in their blind devotion, then to the gravely wounded Gangram. Despair flooded her heart. I can't save anyone. Not the believers. Not even Gangram. Alone, I'm completely useless. Don't you dare give up, Yu Harang. Gangram's desperate cry shattered her spiral of despair. Rin shot into the air, summoning a powerful water vortex to strike Sunmin. System activated. Water control. Yu Harang could only watch Rin feeling utterly helpless. I'm just not strong enough to stop him. Rin, she cried out in shock. Rin soared high into the air and fused directly with her, channeling a new, immense power. System activated. 5 Elements Harmony. A Tier 3 Dragon-grade skill that greatly enhances all attributes. Meanwhile, Gangram struggled to sit up. He poured the contents of a healing potion, not on himself, but onto the ground. It's okay if you fail, he said, his gaze locked on her, unyielding. With his own blood, he began to draw a magic circle. We're here to help you, he yelled, pouring all of his belief into his words. You can do this. Keep trying. Yu Harang looked over the fallen believers, her spirit reignited with resolve. That's right, it's not over yet. Sunmin howled in a furious rage. You can't do this. You were meant to become a god, but his poisonous words no longer reached her. She placed a hand over her heart as a brilliant golden light began to radiate from within. I have to see this through. Let's end this, once and for all. Unleashing her full power, she activated the now amplified force cancellation. A tidal wave of golden energy surged forward, peeling away the layers of brainwashing one by one. Sunmin shrieked in agony as his power was systematically shattered. The golden wave washed over everyone, finally setting the believers free. A flood of system notifications confirmed her success. And then, the final message appeared. Skill. Brainwashing voice has been completely neutralized. 3,428 out of 3,428. Success.